Chapter 121 The Hand of the Traitor. Shimura Xianding has a good sense of direction, and with the high-powered telescope brought out from the base, he found the ancient country of Lulin without much detours. He had seen information about the ancient country of Lulin in history books. It is said that it has a long heritage, much longer than the current 5 major countries. Of course, although it is an ancient country, it is actually just a large oasis, an oasis located in the human-restricted area at the southernmost end of the continent, which is similar to the hometown of Miss Xianjiu. However, Shimura Xianding looked solemn as he looked at the ancient country of Lulin with tall towers in the distance through the telescope. The information he had read was relatively new. It was updated 10 years ago after a Konoha ninja visited the ancient kingdom of Lulin. The information recorded that the ancient kingdom of Lulin was just a large oasis, without any decent city walls. But now there are towers everywhere, and those towers are all over 100 meters. Such creations are not something that ordinary people can make, let alone within 10 years. In addition, the ancient city of Lulin is also covered by a layer of lavender energy shield, which is very different from the history books and the original Naruto. Obviously, some great changes have taken place in Lulin in the past 10 years, and the high tower building like a long needle makes him feel familiar. There is a theatrical version of Naruto that takes place in the ancient kingdom of Lulin. There are also such pointed high tower buildings in it, but they were built by the rebel ninja Beiju of Sand Village under the pseudonym Lushan to assist himself in controlling the puppets and expand the control range to the entire ancient kingdom of Lulin. Could it be that the centipede in Lushan has traveled to this era? Is it the butterfly effect caused by me? Frowning and thinking, Shimura Gentoi felt that this was very abnormal and definitely not a coincidence. Misaka, use the telescope to observe around Lulin to see if there is anything abnormal and to determine if there are any traces of ninjas. Don't expose yourself and be careful of the reflection of the telescope. Hand the telescope to the lowly teammate in his hand, indicating that she should observe the ancient city of Lulin carefully. After taking the telescope without saying a word, Uchiha Misaka jumped away wearing a cloak of the same color as the surrounding yellow sand. Shimura Gentoi returned to the back of the sand dune, set up a tent, and carried the 2 teachers and sisters in. Teacher, next I will use the acquired Yang attribute energy to repair your neural network in one fell swoop, and remove the remaining poison in Chiyo's body. It will be a little painful. I will make you lose consciousness first, and you will be fine after you wake up. After explaining to Miss Xianjiu, Shimura Xianding immersed the energy line into her brain, stimulated several acupuncture points inside, and let her consciousness enter a deep sleep. Having learned from the last lesson of Kururo, he stimulated several more times this time to ensure that there would be no mistakes. Next is Cho, whose consciousness is still in a confused state, and let her enter a deep sleep state. Teacher, let's do a comprehensive examination first. Showing a gentleman's smile, Shimura Xianding rubbed his hands, asked the 2 women to be honest, and began to copy the physical data of the 2. He had been envious of the physical data of these 2 teachers for a long time, but Uchiha Mikoto had been following him on the road, and he could not find a chance or an excuse to get rid of the girl. Until now, he had a suitable excuse and opportunity. After taking back the evil hands of the traitor, Zhikan Xianding quickly dressed the 2 teachers, and transformed the vitality accumulated in his body into the acquired Yang attribute vitality, and injected it into the 2 women. In order to save vitality as much as possible during the journey, he only used less than 1/3 of his vitality to treat the 2 women. This time, when they arrived at the destination, and there was an abnormal situation in Lulin, there might be a fierce battle. Next, he needed the combat power of the 2, especially Cho, who was a puppet master. Without waiting for the vitality to be exhausted, Zhikan Xianding swallowed take a secret Bing Liang pill found from Cho to speed up the recovery of vitality and energy. Although Bing Liang pills were invented by ninjas, they are essentially just to speed up the recovery of life energy. Samurai vitality is also a fusion of mental power and vitality, and the proportion of vitality is larger, so Bing Liang pills can naturally be used to speed up recovery. Swallow more than 30 Bing Liang pills in succession until the side effects accumulate to the limit that it can bear. After this wave of treatment, the neural network damage caused by excessive use of Chidori in Xianjiu's body has been completely restored, and the remaining poison in Chiyo's body has been completely eliminated. Can't you be more stable when you run? Cho, who regained consciousness, complained immediately. Although she was basically in a dazed state during this period, she could occasionally wake up. The bumps almost made her vomit. We are running for our lives, so we can't ask for too much. Shrugging, Shimura Gento said that there was nothing he could do about it. During this period, he could be called a human-shaped 1,000-mile horse, traveling 1,000 miles a day. If his physical fitness was not strong enough, and if he had not been blessed with vitality, he would not have been able to hold on. It feels so good to be back to normal. Xianjihu struggled to sit up, feeling the body that was under control again, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Last time, in order to win the battle quickly, she overloaded and forced the use of Chidori, and used the characteristics of stimulating nerve pain. Although it caused great damage to the enemy and could cause extreme pain, it would also damage her own nerves, which could be said to hurt the enemy 1,000 times and hurt herself 800 times. Not long after she ran out of the base, her body was paralyzed, and she could not even feel the existence of her body. She could only let the cheap disciple carry her horizontally and run away. This hug lasted for a month, and every night when she rested, the disciple would massage the muscles of her limbs. The close contact during that time made her face hot when she recalled it now. Don't worry, little sister. After a month without spontaneous activation, your muscles and bones will be weakened. You should use Yang Chakra to recuperate first. There may be a fierce battle in Lulin next. Helping Miss Xianjihu sit down, Shimura Xianding reminded her, and then looked outside. After a while, a girl in a yellow cloak appeared. It was Uchiha Mikoto who went out to observe the ancient country of Lulin. How is it? Asking, Shimura Xianding was very curious about the current changes in Lulin. That Lulin is indeed problematic. I found a group of people coming out of Lulin to a mine not far away. I took the opportunity to catch this guy and used illusion to learn a piece of information from him. 3 years ago, Lulin suddenly had a minister named Enlushan, who led the people of Lulin to build many large-scale institutions, and then built thousands of towers hundreds of meters high in 3 years. That Enlushan is definitely problematic. Putting a young man in his hand on the ground, Uchiha Mikoto told the information he had found. Enlushan. Nodding thoughtfully, Shimura Gento sentenced the guy to death. In his previous life, as a loyal player of Jianzan, he had a natural hatred for Enlushan. Since that guy was also called Enlushan, there was no reason to let him live. Of course, it would be best to catch him before killing him and force him to ask for a wave of future information. He is not like the idiot like Minato Namikaze in the original work who is not sure whether he has mysterious self-confidence or other reasons. It would be a pity not to take advantage of such a good opportunity. Moreover, this guy who comes directly from the future knows more information and is much more reliable than the big toad pretending to be a ghost in Miyaboku Mountain. Cho, who was standing by, looked at the young man who was knocked unconscious, raised his hand to form a seal and cast an illusion, and probed the Yintun chakra into his brain to extract the memory images in his brain. Enlushan? Puppet Master. After a while, he retracted his palm, thinking. That Enlushan was able to build thousands of towers hundreds of meters high in Lulin in just 3 years. He was obviously a master of mechanical puppetry. And from the vague memory of the young man, those mechanical devices have traces of the style of their sand village, but she doesn't remember that there was a person named Enlushan in the sand village. Could he be a puppeteer secretly trained by some people? How much does Cho know about Lulin? Asking, Shimura Gento felt that Cho, who was born in the Kingdom of Wind, must know more about Lulin, a mysterious ancient country, than himself. I came to the ancient country of Lulin once when I was young. There is an energy called Dragon Vein here. The Queen of Lulin can control this Dragon Vein energy to resist wind and sand erosion. When I stayed in Lulin for a while, there happened to be a sandstorm. The Queen of Lulin used the Dragon Vein energy to support a barrier to protect the entire Lulin. That power is very strong, but it's a pity that it can't be taken out of Lulin for use, and it can't even be far away, otherwise it will dissipate. Recalling her travels in Lulin when she was young, Cho explained briefly, focusing on the Dragon Vein energy. Since Enlushan is a ninja, he must be a bad guy. He must have some intentions when he came to the ancient country of Lulin. It is very likely that he has taken a fancy to the power of the Dragon Vein. Shimura Gentang righteously labeled Enlushan a bad guy, and an ambitious person who plotted the Dragon Vein energy. But that reason made the 3 women stare at him angrily. Just because he is a ninja, you say he is not a good person? We think you are not a good person. Don't disbelieve me. That guy came to the ancient country of Lulin secretly to develop it for a reason. You can't say he coveted the beauty of the Queen of Lulin, right? His expression was still very serious. As long as that guy was called Enlushan, he was definitely not a good person. Since he was not a good if a puppet master is a puppeteer, How can he sit back and let him get away with it and succeed in his conspiracy? If it is a puppet master, he may indeed be interested in the dragon vein energy. That energy seems to be a mixture of natural energy and chakra. Normal people, even ninjas, will petrify themselves and eventually become a stone sculpture if they absorb it. But if a special puppet is used to absorb it, it should be able to strengthen the puppet creation. I had this idea back then, but it's a pity that the dragon vein energy cannot leave the ancient country of Lulin, and the ancient country of Lulin is located in this human-restricted area. Even if a large number of puppets are made to be strengthened by dragon veins, it is meaningless. After thinking carefully for a while, Kyande agreed with the inference of his cheap disciple that Lushan must be plotting the dragon vein energy. I just don't know whether this is Lushan's personal behavior or the plan of a certain force. Teacher, can your Kinmatsu Teninju also be strengthened with dragon vein energy? Recalling the original story, Lushan's puppet creation strengthened with dragon vein energy can even gain the ability to fly like Iron Man, which makes Shimura Gento envious. In the original story, the centipede Lushan is a master of puppetry, but he is definitely not as good as Cho, the master of puppetry. Even though Cho is less than 40 years old now, her puppetry skills are not as good as those in the original story period, but she is not comparable to a rebellious ninja. Since the centipede Lushan can strengthen the puppet with dragon vein energy, Cho should be able to do it too. No, the dragon vein is the product of the energy of the earth. It has an earth attribute and can petrify any substance. The main body of the Kinmatsu Ten people is made of a wood that is harder than steel. Once the dragon vein energy is integrated, it will not escape the fate of being petrified and will only become a stone lump in the end. But I had an idea back then. If the puppets are made of clay or ceramics, they should be able to carry the energy of the dragon vein. Clay ceramics. Thinking, Shimura Gentoi recalled a detail in the original animation. It seems that the puppets of Centipede and Lushan are not made of wood, but clay. Will the teacher write down this idea and leave it in the sand village? Thinking of this, Shimura Gentoi looked at the legal loli in front of him with resentment, feeling that he was cheated this time. I'm afraid that the information about Lulin and the clay puppets of Centipede and Lushan came from Cho. As a member of the sand village, is it okay for me to leave some notes and information in the village? Cho said this very confidently, saying that she would not take the blame, and at the same time she was more certain that Lushan must be from the sand village. 122. Chapter 122 Enhanced Lushan. After 3 days of recuperation, when Cho and Zionjia were fully recovered, the 4 of them headed for Lulin City, and they were heading forward openly. Because Cho knew the Queen of Lulin, and even practiced medicine in Lulin City for a period of time when she was young, with this favor, she could naturally visit her directly. I still think it's better to sneak in first. Cho complained while leading the team forward. She had previously proposed to sneak in with the help of the workers who went out to mine, investigate the situation first, and then make a decision, but that kid insisted on visiting openly. Wouldn't this expose herself naked to the eyes of the enemy? You don't understand this. A good hunter often appears as prey. Shimura Gento smiled mysteriously, and then criticized seriously, Teacher, you have a problem with your thinking. Don't think about doing things secretly all day long. The ninja's way will not achieve anything big. People should be upright in doing things. Even if you have to deal with the enemy, you should crush the enemy with dignity. He didn't like the ninja's dark style. For example, this trip to Lulin, what would the Queen of Lulin think of sneaking in secretly? Once exposed, they will inevitably be hostile to Lulin. Next, they need to hide with the help of Lulin, and even use the power of dragon veins to deal with the ninjas who may come from Sand Village. They must gain the trust and support of the Queen of Lulin. So they must come openly, and from the memory of the young man before, it is known that although the centipede and Lushan became a minister of Lulin, he did not reach the level of covering the sky with one hand as in the original book. At least the dragon vein energy is still under the control of the Queen of Lulin. My queen, the puppeteer Cho is here to visit and is currently waiting for your summons at the city gate. In the government hall of Lulin, a guard came in quickly to report, which surprised Lulin Queen Yueli who was handling government affairs. Cho? Is it the senior Cho who solved the plague for us more than 10 years ago? She had a deep impression of Cho, mainly because the plague more than 10 years ago was too terrible and almost killed all the citizens of Lulin. Fortunately, Cho traveled here and started to prepare medicine to solve the spread of the plague and cure the people who were infected with the plague. He was the great benefactor of their Lulin. From her appearance, it is indeed Cho-sama, but for some reason she does not look old, and seems to be only in her teens. But she does have the 10 Kinmatsu people, so it must be Cho-sama. The guard replied respectfully. Although he was still young and did not remember anything when the plague broke out more than 10 years ago, the previous queen later painted a portrait of Cho-sama as a memorial, and now the portrait is hanging in the government hall. The Cho at the city gate now is exactly the same as the portrait, but too young, as if the years have not left any traces on her. The methods of ninjas cannot be judged by common sense, perhaps it is the effect of a ninjutsu. Go and ask Cho-sama to come back. People enter the city. The Queen of Lulin did not care about this. The power of ninjas is immeasurable. It is said that some ninjas in the Whirlpool country can stay young forever. It is not surprising that Cho can stay young. Wait a minute. Just when the guards were ordered to welcome Cho into the city, an extremely burly middle-aged man walked into the hall. My queen, I have received the latest information. Cho has betrayed the Sand Village and become a rebel ninja. She seems to have colluded with Konoha and is not trustworthy now. Moreover, the ninja world has not been peaceful recently. It is very likely that war will break out again. We cannot involve Lulin in the ninja world war. Therefore, we cannot let her enter the city. The middle-aged man objected with a worried look on his face, expressing his disagreement with letting Cho and others enter the city. Your Excellency and Lushan is overthinking. I believe that Senior Cho is not that kind of person. Moreover, our ancient country of Lulin is far away from the 5 major ninja villages. Even if the ninja world war is about to break out, it will not affect us here. After a little thought, the Queen of Lulin smiled and comforted her, then signaled the guards to go and welcome Cho into the city. She was not worried that Cho had any plans for Lulin, mainly because the location of the ancient country of Lulin was extremely protective. There were no other oases within thousands of kilometers, and it had no strategic significance at all. Even the dragon vein energy, which was the treasure of Lulin, could not be taken away. Countless people have tried this for thousands of years, but none of them succeeded. Even the senior Cho had tried it back then, and he would not covet the dragon vein energy. I hope I am overthinking it. With a sigh of worry, Lushan did not leave the hall, but sat down on the first seat at the lower left, waiting for Cho to arrive. In his opinion, Cho and others must have come to the ancient country of Lulin at this time with bad intentions, and they might even have noticed his plan, so he must not let them have contact with the queen alone. If the other party just visited simply, it would be fine, but if they dared to ruin his plan, then don't blame him for being ruthless. After a while, Cho and the other 4 who were waiting outside the city gate were welcomed into the city gate by the returning guards. It's really clay. Knocking on the gate of the ancient city of Lulin out of curiosity, Shimura Jendeng found that this thing was really made of clay, and there should be some other substances mixed in it, but the hardness was quite amazing, and it seemed to contain a power similar to natural energy and earth attribute chakra, which enhanced the hardness of the city gate. Can the dragon vein barrier be maintained now? Can Queen Kingya hold on? Looking up at the lavender energy shield that covered the entire ancient city of Lulin, Cho was very curious about it. She had witnessed with her own eyes how Queen Kingyu of Lulin used the energy of the dragon vein to form a barrier to protect the ancient country of Lulin from the impact of the sandstorm. Judging from Queen Kingyu's pale face afterwards, she must have been under a lot of pressure. And during these 3 days, they observed that the dragon vein barrier had always existed, which was very abnormal. Thanks to Lord Lushan, he designed the special devices in these towers, which can allow the dragon vein energy to form a barrier autonomously, resist wind and sand, and reduce water evaporation. You see, the pipe is connected to the edge of the barrier, guiding the condensed water on the barrier back. The guards were very respectful to Cho and answered the question naturally, even pointing to the towers and the water vapor recycling project as if offering a treasure. Cho and Zionjiao looked at the water vapor recycling device and the water pipe, and then looked at Shimura Gentoi at the same time. This idea of a euro water vapor recycling had never existed before. Shimura Gentoi mentioned this idea when they talked about the simulation room plan before. Now Lulin has a similar design. Could it be that the idea came from Lulin, or even that the Shimura family had already begun to pay attention to the ancient country of Lulin? What was that Shinobu thinking about? What the 2 women thought different, Shimura Jendeng looked at the dragon vein barrier and the water vapor recovery device based on it, and he was more certain that the centipede in Lushan was a time traveler. A time traveler who traveled from the future with the help of the dragon vein. In the original book, that guy traveled through time to 26 years ago with the help of the Flying Thunder God Seal and the energy of the dragon vein. This time the time travel was earlier. I just don't trademark know how much stronger that guy has become because of his butterfly wings. The four of them were quickly taken to a hall by the guards and met the Queen of Lulin sitting in the main seat and the burly man sitting in the first seat on the left below. This butterfly's wings are a bit big. When Shimura Gentoi saw the burly man for the first time, he sensed a trace of murderous intent and chakra that reached the level of the positive shadow from him. Obviously, the other party should be the future time traveler, Centipede and Lushan. But his figure is really too exaggerated. Although he is not as tall as his own henchman Shenshu, who is not human, he is also 2 meters and 5 meters tall, 1 meter wide in shoulders, and half a meter thick in chest. It is obvious that he is proficient in physical skills, which is many times stronger than the bamboo pole and fat pig in the original book. Yue? You became the queen? Where is your mother? Looking at the Queen of Lulin sitting on the throne, Qiande was stunned. She was very familiar with the previous Queen of Lulin, King Yu, and even checked her physical condition. Everything was fine and she would live to at least 60 years old. But it has only been more than 10 years, why did Yue succeed to the throne? Did her mother die? How is this possible? My mother and my husband Shanyi were unfortunately bitten by a poisonous insect half a year ago and died one after another. Speaking of her mother, Queen Yue of Lulin showed sadness, and even her eyes sparkled. Her mother and husband both died in that accident, but fortunately she was pregnant with her husband's child at the time. Thinking of this, Yue gently stroked with a bulging belly, her and Shanyi's child is about to be born. Half a year ago. After hearing Yuli's answer, Cho and the other four suddenly looked at the Centipede and Lushan who was sitting there. They had seen from the memory of the Lulin youth that this guy was not right, and he must have a plan to come to Lulin, and half a year ago, the previous queen and son-in-law were accidentally bitten by poisonous insects, which was unlikely to be an accident. Since it was not an accident, it must be someone's fault. Compared with the suspicion of Cho and the other three women, Shimura Gentoi was more certain, after all, in the original book, that guy had played this trick, but the target was Yuli, and now it was just Yuli's mother. After all, older girls are not easy to fool. And Lushan, this isn't your real name, is it? Tell me, are you a rebel ninja from the Sand Village, or a hidden player cultivated by a certain force in the Sand Village? Also, where did you get the body-strengthening secret technique of our Shimura family? You have practiced it to this level, I guess you have practiced it for at least 20 years. Without giving In Lushan a chance to prepare, Shimura Xianding immediately started to attack. This time he came to visit under the name of Cho just to catch this guy off guard and prevent him from making arrangements in time. Not to mention that he now has a strong supporter who has sneaked into Lulin. Practice for 20 years. The three women on the side looked at each other. Shimura Xianding only took out the Shimura family's secret technique this year, and before in the camp, Shimura Xianding had not even finished writing a category in the whole set of body-strengthening secret techniques. There is no way that the Sand Village has a whole set of body-strengthening secret techniques. How did that person get the Shimura family's body-strengthening secret techniques 20 years in advance? Mr. Xianding has misunderstood. I once made a deal with your father and got a secret technique from him that I have been practicing ever since. Baizu and Lushan was not nervous or flustered at all. He calmly said that the secret technique of Shimura's body strengthening that he practiced was legitimate, and directly put the blame on that ninja. Hearing this, Shimura Xianding's eyebrows jumped. Has his father Guoying become so unlucky? Can anyone be blamed? But as far as I know, the D-level body strengthening secret technique was officially perfected not long ago, and the body strengthening secret technique you practiced seems to be 2 levels stronger. It is impossible for my father to pass on this level of secret technique to others, not to mention that my father was not in power in the family 20 years ago. Don't tell me that you deduced it yourself. The sneer on his face remained. He didn't believe this guy's nonsense. After all, he developed that set of body-strengthening secrets by using the Black Cauldron space as a trial-and-error method, and he didn't even fully perfect the D-level body-strengthening secrets until a few months ago. How could this guy get it 20 years in advance? Not to mention that judging from the vigorous vitality in his body, which is comparable to that of a thousand-handed immortal, the body-strengthening secrets he practiced are 2 levels stronger than the D-level effects. At this stage, he is still a little short of perfecting the C-level body-strengthening secrets, so how could he have a B-level body-strengthening secret? Obviously this guy came from the future. Alas! Without any embarrassment or panic of being exposed, Beiju and Lushan sighed and confessed, I won't hide it now. In fact, I am also a member of the Shimura family, and a researcher at the Shimura family's Zero Research Institute. At the same time, I am also a part-time experimental subject for research, so I can practice this imperfect bodybuilding secret technique in advance. My luck is better, and there are no side effects for the time being. By the way, in terms of seniority, you should call me uncle. I held you when you were a child, and even your father asked me to be your godfather. After saying that, Beiju and Lushan looked at Shimura Xianding with the kind face of an old father. 123. Chapter 123 Konoha Green Light Shimura Xianding. Looking at Beiju and Lushan's kind old father's expression of coming over and calling him dad, Shimura Xianding felt uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. This guy is too arrogant. I treat you as a dying person, but you want to be my godfather? Your father's plan is far-reaching. At this time, Cho cast a cold look. She knew that Shimura Danzo had a long-term plan before, but she didn't expect that he would plan so deeply. Even a place like the ancient country of Lulin has sent people here. What do you want to do? Do you want to stab our sand village in the back? The suspicion of his teacher made Shimura Xianding's face darken. It has always been him who put the blame on others, but today he was actually put on by others. Although I am indeed the son of the pot, you can't slander others. Be careful or I will sue you for defamation. Oh? How come I didn't know that your cousin existed in the Zero Institute? Before Shimura Xianding opened his mouth to explain to his teacher, a cold voice came from outside the hall, and then a middle-aged handsome man with a cold male god style stepped in. Who else could it be but Shimura Danzo? Two teachers, you and Mikoto go protect the queen. Whispering to Zionjiu and Cho beside him, Shimura Gento stretched his neck and prepared for battle. Zionjiu and the other two girls beside him did not dare to neglect it. They used the instant body technique to come to the front of Queen Yueli and stared at the centipede and Lushan. Even Cho took out the 10 people of Jinsong and concentrated on alert. Because at this moment, the pressure from the centipede and Lushan was very strong, and the amount of chakra in his body was at least 5 times that of her own. Although the amount of chakra is not directly equivalent to strength, it is an important indicator. This person is very strong, very strong. Master, please put on your battle clothes as soon as possible. 2 Shimura ninjas flashed in front of Shimura Gento, and one of them threw out a sealing scroll. Miss Mito. Take the sealing scroll and unfold it, and the sealing technique is in progress. The familiar chakra made Shimura Gentoi realize that it was the work of Uzumaki Midu. That's right, only the chakra of that young lady could ignore the radiation of the high-quality sealing crystal and seal the battlesuit. Without delay, he used the vitality line to trigger the seal, revealing the latest version of the heavy gold battlesuit, and used the vitality line to control the quick dressing, and it took only 10 seconds to complete the dressing. The sunlight projected from the window shone on the heavy gold battlesuit, reflecting a dazzling golden light. The recast battlesuit was tempered by the extreme high temperature of natural fairy fire, and the material fusion reached perfection, and the performance in all aspects was greatly improved. Wait, Senior Cho, is there any misunderstanding? His Excellency and Lushan is not an enemy. Queen Yueli, who had just recovered from the series of shocks, hurriedly spoke. She didn't want Cho and others to fight within Lushan. We are all on the same side, why do we have to fight? Yu Li, things are not as simple as you think. And Lushan's identity is questionable, and he possesses the secret technique of the Shimura family. This is enough to make the Shimura family fight him to the death. Besides, the death of your mother and husband should not be an accident, but man-made, and it is very likely that An Lushan did it secretly. While continuing to stare at An Lushan, Cho explained to Yu Li behind her. What? With her eyes wide open, Yu Li looked at An Lushan, who was still calm and composed, in disbelief, and asked in disbelief, An Lushan, is what Senior Cho said true? Haha. Faced with Yu Li's question, An Lushan suddenly laughed, and at the same time stood up from his chair, looking at Yu Li viciously and complacently. She is right. The centipede that killed your mother and husband was indeed cultivated by me. You can only blame your mother for being too smart. She saw my plan for the dragon vein energy, so I had to let her die. At the same time, in order to better control you, I also let your husband die. This is impossible, it's not true, it's absolutely not true. This blow almost broke Yu Li's mind. She thought the death of her mother and husband was just an accident, but she didn't expect it to be man-made, and it was the minister and Lushan she had always trusted. Under the violent fluctuations of her emotions, Yu Li suddenly covered her stomach with a pale face, and a stream of blood flowed down her skirt. Blood? She seems to be giving birth. Uchiha Mikoto, who had been paying attention to Yuli, immediately reacted and realized that the queen might give birth early. Seeing that Yuli really couldn't bear the blow and gave birth early, the smile on the face of Centipede and Lushan became even stronger. You deliberately provoked Queen Yuli to make her give birth early, so that she couldn't shut down and cut off the dragon vein energy. Shimura Genteng suddenly realized that Lushan, the centipede, had deliberately admitted it just now, using words to provoke Queen Yuli. Obviously, the dragon vein energy is still a major weakness of the opponent, but... did my butterfly wings flap a little too much? This version of Lushan is a bit strong. Feeling a little embarrassed, I originally thought that this guy was just physically stronger than in the original book, but I didn't expect that his IQ and strategy were also much stronger. It's worthy of being the future Konoha's 12-color Konoha green light. Even if he hasn't grown up yet, this mind can't be underestimated. Turning around, Lushan, the centipede, exclaimed. Although he didn't have direct contact with this big man in the future, he had read the relevant intelligence materials and knew very well how terrible this man was. Fortunately, the other party is still just a 13-year-old boy, and has not really grown into that Konoha green light, so there is no need to worry. Konoha green light? How come my future has such a low nickname? Am I being cheated on? Or am I cheating on someone else? Shimura Gento secretly complained, feeling that the future nickname was too low. Future? Can you predict the future? Or are you from the future? Shimura Danzo spoke gloomily, and was more interested in this big guy. Unlike his son, he paid more attention to the word future, and the information contained in it was very valuable. He was very curious about the vitality of the other party, which was comparable to that of the Thousand Hands Sage, and the momentum he showed was even stronger. Even from the skin quality, the bodybuilding secret technique he practiced was far beyond the current D-level version. In addition to the other party's words just now, there are only two explanations. The other party is either from the future, or can see through the future like the rumored Mayaboka mountain. But no matter which one it is very valuable. I come from the future. In the future, it belongs to you big guys. I can only look up to you from afar. But now, this era is called Lushan. Looking down at Shimura Danzo and others, Beiju Lushan felt a sense of pride in his heart. In the future, he is just an insignificant little guy in Sand Village. Even this time he was able to travel through time because of an accident. But since he has come to this era, he must rewrite history and create an era that belongs to him, Lushan. Unfortunately, before Beiju Lushan finished pretending, another Shimura ninja took out a huge jar from the ceiling scroll. The outer wall of the jar was engraved with dense and mysterious spells. It was the Bagua furnace that Shimura Xianding asked Uzumaki Mido to create. Bagua lock seal. As the Shimura ninja raised his hand and quickly formed a seal, a diamond chain flew out of the jar and rolled towards Beiju Lushan. 8 trigrams immortal furnace. Seeing the Vajra chain coming, the face of Centipede Lushan changed drastically, and he decisively pulled back, and then reacted. Only one immortal binding rope? No, this is not the kind of immortal binding rope of the future. That's right, at this time, your Shimura family has not yet made a mistake. The Death Whirlpool clan perfected the 8 trigrams immortal furnace, and a mere Vajra chain is not worthy of jumping in front of me. He sneered, stretched out his hand and grabbed the Vajra chain that swept over. Although the chakra in his body was instantly sealed by the Vajra chain, he did not care. Get up! With a roar, he exerted force with his arm, and used pure physical strength to pull up the heavy 8 trigrams furnace and smash through the wall of the hall, and threw it out. If it was a complete 8 trigrams immortal furnace, he would naturally hide as far as he could, because it was a terrible ninja tool that even the tailed beasts could easily suppress, but now the 8 trigrams furnace with only a Vajra chain was not enough to make him afraid. And at this moment, the Vajra chain that was thrown out of his hand actually extended again and wrapped around the arm of Centipede Lushan tightly. With the power of Centipede Lushan throwing away the 8 trigrams furnace, he pulled it out of the hall and flew away. He is a puppeteer, and I need your assistance. Glancing indifferently at Cho, who was controlling the Tenkinmatsu, Danzo Shimura used the instant body technique to chase after them. After a slight hesitation, Cho also controlled the Tenkinmatsu to chase after them, followed by Zionjiu. Please save my child. Just as Shimura Gento was about to catch up, Queen Yuli endured the severe pain and looked at Shimura Gento and Uchiha Mikoto pleadingly. She was really about to give birth. Have you arranged a midwife or doctor to help you give birth? Coming over with a confused look on his face, Shimura Gento scratched his head. He had no way to deal with such things as women giving birth. It's too late. Yueli's face became even paler, and her whole body collapsed on the throne, with more blood flowing out from under her skirt. Can you deliver a baby? Seeing the critical situation, Shimuragento turned his head to look at his lowly teammate. After all, this girl is a woman, well, a little woman. Do you think I can do it? Uchiha Mikoto rolled her eyes cutely, and was also very anxious, but the ninja school didn't teach this thing. Sorry. Seeing that Queen Yueli was bleeding more and more, Shimuragento awakened his sense of responsibility as a gynecologist, and decisively took off the armor on his hands to prevent the radiation from affecting the control of vitality. He stepped forward and picked up Queen Yueli and laid her gently on the ground, then lifted her skirt and took off her underwear. Hey! He is also the body of the sacred beast white tiger like me, but his should be innate, more perfect than my acquired body. Slightly surprised, Shimuragento felt that he had discovered a little secret of the queen, but he didn't think much about it and looked down. Not good, the fetus was born in breech position, and the umbilical cord is probably broken. It is necessary to assist the birth as soon as possible, otherwise it will suffocate. You go to the side and guard, don't let anyone disturb me. Looking at the pair of small legs and feet that were revealed, Shimuragento's face changed slightly, and he signaled Uchiha Mikoto to go to the side and guard. Although he had no experience in this area, he had heard that it was normal for the fetus to come out only when the head came out first, and other parts were considered difficult to deliver, which was fatal to both the fetus and the pregnant woman. He stretched out his hand to grab the pair of small feet, and used his vitality to form a thin film to penetrate into it to wrap the fetus, especially the head, and slowly pulled it out. Yu Li also mustered up his strength. Well. After a painful groan, the fetus was quickly taken out wrapped in a thin film of qi, and then the qi was used to clean the baby's mouth and nose so that it could breathe, and at the same time, the acquired yang attribute qi was transformed to enhance the vitality of the little guy. Ah! After a while, a faint baby cry sounded, and the three people present breathed a sigh of relief. Wrapping the little guy with the clothes torn when changing the battle clothes just now and sending him to Queen Yueli, Ziken Xianding smiled and said, "You are lucky, you are an ugly duckling princess. Although it is premature, it is not a big problem. To be honest, the newly born child looks very ugly, with wrinkled skin like a little old man, completely different from the TV series, not to mention that this is a premature baby." "Thank you." Holding the child she had just given birth to, Yu Li thanked him gratefully, but her pretty face was inevitably flushed. This man is other than her husband. Boom boom. Just then, a roar accompanied by countless screams and exclamations came, and the ground was shaking slightly. "Take me to the dragon vein underground, I can shut down the output of dragon vein energy." The face changed, suppressing the shameful thoughts in her heart, Yu Li said anxiously. Since the true face of the centipede and Lushan has been understood, he must not be allowed to use the dragon vein energy to do evil again, let alone harm the people of Lulan. "You point the way, I will take you there." Putting on the armor that he had taken off earlier to more conveniently control the energy, Shimuragento picked up Queen Yueli and her daughter horizontally, motioning them to show the way while transmitting his own acquired yang attribute energy to them to speed up their recovery. At the same time, Uchiha Mikoto followed to protect them. 124. Chapter 124 Purple Gold Samsara I. With Queen Yueli's guidance, Shimuragento passed through many doors and came to a spiral staircase. Just like in the original book, the dragon vein was at right below. He didn't dare to delay, nor did he walk up the stairs like the protagonist in the original novel. He jumped with Queen Yueli and her daughter in his arms, and glided quickly downward with his wings spread out. When he was about to land on the ground, he threw Queen Yueli in his arms to offset the falling momentum, and then he reached out to catch the queen again. This series of thrilling operations made Yueli stunned. When she had lived in the ancient country of Lulan since she was a child, she had never experienced such a scene. "Are we going there?" He looked at the dragon vein, the stone pillar altar in the middle of the pool, recalling the scene in the original book. Shimuragento knew that it should be the switch to control the dragon vein. "Take me to the altar." After coming back to his senses, Yu Li didn't care about being surprised, and quickly signaled Shimuragento to move, staring at the altar with a pair of beautiful eyes. "Misaki." Turning her head to signal her lowly teammate who had just landed, she couldn't take risks here. Uchiha Misaki didn't say much after landing. She looked up at the stone bridge leading to the central altar, and the two megatama in her eyes slowly rotated. "No, There are many chakra threads arranged on the stone bridge, connecting the surroundings, and there are many detonating talismans hidden. I need at least 3 minutes to clear them out. With the help of the Sharingan, the trap was quickly discovered. Only the stone bridge, what about other directions? There are no traps in other directions. It seems that the other party is in a hurry and arranged them in a hurry and roughly. After carefully observing the wave and confirming that there were no traps in other directions, Uchiha Misaki responded. Queen, please leave the child to my teammates for protection temporarily, and then you have to get on my back. Putting Yu Li in his arms down, he came to the dragon vein pool, looked at the purple dragon vein energy below, and finally estimated the distance from the edge to the central altar, and said. As he spoke, he took off the heavy gold battle suit on his body. They didn't have time to slowly remove the traps on the stone bridge, so they could only jump over directly. Sorry for the trouble, little sister. Knowing that time was running out, Yu Li didn't dare to delay either. She kissed her daughter's little face in her arms and handed her to Uchiha Mikoto next to her. Hold my neck tight. Carrying Yu Li on his back, Shimura Xianding signaled the other party to hold his neck tightly, and at the same time tied her delicate body tightly to himself with the vitality line, then stomped on the ground and rushed forward at full speed, and finally jumped with the blessing of sea-level divine power. Leap of faith. The dragon vein pool is very large, with a diameter of hundreds of meters. In addition, there is a strong airflow interference caused by the dragon vein energy. With his current physical fitness and the recently developed sea-level divine power, he can jump to the central altar at one time, but it will be a little short if he adds another person. But it doesn't matter. If the Hulk can't do it, he can still try Spider-Man. 10 energy lines popped out of his hand and shot to the central altar 10 meters ahead, entangled a statue on it, and pulled hard to drive the body to the ground steadily. Queen, it's your turn next. Putting Yu Li on his back, Ziken Xianding indicated that it was your turn next. Yu Li didn't say much, kneeled in the center of the altar, and used her own power from her blood to start the dragon vein mechanism. Seeing the mysterious spell formation diagram appearing under Yu Li, Shimura Gendo turned around and came to the stone bridge. Uchiha Mikoto on the opposite side split a shadow clone and embraced the queen's daughter, while she slowly dismantled the detonating trap on the stone bridge with the help of the Sharingan. It must be said that the Sharingan is really convenient. It can directly observe the existence of chakra, making those traps useless and being quickly dismantled one by one. According to this trend, it can be cleaned up in 3 minutes at most. But at this moment, Queen Yu Li's low cry came from behind. Why can't it be closed? What's going on? Looking at the dragon vein core in front of her, Yu Li was very puzzled and anxious, but no matter how she chanted the spell to drive it, the core could not be closed. Did Enlushan do something? Coming to the side and squatting down, looking at the formation diagram and the eye-like mechanism in the middle, Shimura Gendo immediately thought of Enlushan. It can't be Enlushan. He only followed me here after my mother passed away last time, but he stayed on the stone bridge and didn't enter the central altar. This is a forbidden place that belongs exclusively to our queen's lineage. We will feel it when anyone sets foot here. It was fine last time. She shook her head very confidently, indicating that it was definitely not Enlushan's fault. She was very confident about this. This is a forbidden place in the ancient country of Lulin. Many mechanisms were set up by the ancestors. Outsiders have no chance to enter here. Even if they enter, they will be sensed by them and then control the dragon vein energy to attack. I feel that the dragon vein core seems to resist my control, as if it is controlled by someone else. Frowning and staring at the eye-shaped dragon vein core, Yu Li said uncertainly. This is the first time she has encountered such a situation. There is no similar record in the classics left by the ancestors, and she doesn't know what's going on. Resist. Also staring at the eye-like dragon vein core, Ziken Xianding took off his gauntlet again, pressed his palm on it for a while, and began to copy it. He wanted to see what this dragon vein core was like. This kind of energy. After a while, Uchiha Mikoto had cleared the traps on the stone bridge and walked over, but her blood-red eyes were fixed on the purple dragon vein energy below. What's wrong? Hey? Has your Sharingan evolved to 3 Megatama? After hearing this, he turned his head and found that his lowly teammate's Sharingan had been upgraded to 3 Megatama. This discovery surprised Shimura Gentoi. You should know that the later the Sharingan is, the more pupil power is required for promotion. If the pupil power required to open the eyes and obtain a 1 Megatama Sharingan is 1, then the pupil power required to upgrade to 2 Megatama is 10, and the pupil power required to upgrade to 3 megatema is 100. And this is just the requirement on the quantity. The Sharingan promotion also has very strict requirements on the quality of the pupil power. Only by honing the current pupil power to the extreme can there be a basis for promotion. Of course, like Uchiha Obito except for the cheaters, the normal Sharingan must be trained according to the schedule and stimulated to upgrade. Uchiha Mikato's promotion this time is very abnormal. It's the energy here. I feel that my pupil power is very active, and it seems to absorb the dragon vein energy here. Uchiha Mikato stared at the purple energy in the pool below with more doubts, and she didn't understand what was going on. The pupil power of the Sharingan will become active, and even absorb the dragon vein energy. Starry eyes narrowed slightly, looking at the purple dragon vein below, and then looking at the dragon vein core like an eye. Shimura Gendo felt that this place seemed to have an owner, and the owner was still alive. But according to historical records, the ancient country of Lulin and the dragon vein energy have existed for thousands of years, and there are not many old monsters in the current ninja world that can survive for so long. In addition to Kagaya who was sealed on the moon, there are only the 3 brothers of the 6th-path sage, and some strange demons and evil gods. You guys go find a safe place to stay and protect yourself. After a little thought, Shimura Xianding told the 2 women, quickly return to the original place along the stone bridge, put on the battle clothes he took off, and finally returned to the central altar. Little sister, please help me over there, there is a safe shelter there. Yu Li also saw that something was wrong, and looked deeply at Shimura Xianding who was sitting cross-legged at the core of the dragon vein, and turned back to signal Uchiha Mikato to help. The dragon vein was no longer under her control, and staying there would only be a burden. It would be better to wait in the shelter. She couldn't do anything now, and not causing trouble was the greatest achievement. I just hope that the people will not be hurt too much this time. Shimura Xianding, who was sitting cross-legged on the central altar, entered the black tripod space with his consciousness and looked at the replica of the dragon vein core that he had copied. However, the dragon vein core copied this time was different from the replicas copied in the past, and it actually caused abnormal movement in the black tripod space. Under his gaze, the black tripod space autonomously disassembled the dragon vein core that was shaped like an eye, disassembling it layer by layer, and soon 2 things were revealed. Samsara Eye. Looking at the purple eyeball, Shimura Gento's face became more solemn, basically confirming that the dragon vein was related to the 6th-path sage, and it was even possible that it was created by the 6th-path sage. Because it was not an ordinary white Samsara Eye, but a purple Samsara Eye with 6 megatama. In the original work, only one 6 megatama purple Samsara Eye appeared in the ninja world, which was the one of Uchiha Sasuke, but Uchiha Sasuke's Samsara Eye was opened under the guidance of the 6th-path sage. Not to mention that the old mother of the 2nd pillar is still just a loli. His eyes fell on another thing, which was a thing that seemed to be made of mud, shaped like an inverted bowl, with a strange pattern on it, a big circle with a square inside, and 9 neatly arranged small circles inside the square. Where have I seen this thing? Looking at the clay sculpture, Shimura Gento rubbed his chin, feeling that this thing seemed familiar, but after thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure out where he had seen it. He didn't think much about it, because the dismantling of the black tripod space was still continuing. The layer of mud didn't last long, revealing the sealed things inside. Turtle? Wait, is this thing the Otsutsuki treasure that can travel through time in Boruto? Looking at the dismantled turtle, a flash of inspiration came to his mind, and he finally remembered where he had seen it. Although he didn't like Boruto in his previous life very much, he would occasionally watch a few episodes, in which there appeared an Otsutsuki treasure that could allow people to travel through time and return to the past. He forgot to read the subtitles, but he only remembered that the thing was sealed and then unsealed by Otsutsuki Urashiki, and it was in the form of a turtle. Some netizens have speculated about this thing in the past, guessing that it might be left by the Otsutsuki who planted the Chakra God tree, and appeared on this planet earlier than Kagaya. I remember that this thing was salvaged from the bottom of the sea in Boruto, why is it here now? His eyebrows were tightly locked, and his doubts were increasing. Finally, he looked at the 6 Magatama Samsara Eye that seemed to belong to the 6th-path sage. Could it be that the old guy was making trouble? The dismantling of the black cauldron space was still going on, and the turtle-shaped treasure was quickly torn into pieces, revealing a golden ball of light, and then an invisible energy was extracted and swallowed by the black cauldron space. After a while, the invisible energy was extracted and swallowed up, revealing the core of the golden ball of light. Samsara Eye. Staring at the exposed eyeball, Shimura Gento was stunned. It was a samsara eye, and it was a golden samsara eye with 9 megatama on it. Judging from the final forms of Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Urashiki, the golden samsara eye should be the most noble of the known samsara eyes, not to mention the current golden samsara eye with 9 megatama. Could it be that the treasure can travel through time because of this 9 megatama golden samsara eye, or the effect of the pupil technique inside it? After a little thought, Shimura Gentoi did not think deeply about it, and his consciousness exited the black tripod space and returned to his body in reality. It can't be turned off, right? Standing up and staring at the eye-shaped dragon vein core, Shimura Gentoi sneered, took off the big shield hanging on his back, swung it up and smashed it down hard. These days, there is nothing that can't be solved by strong force. If there is, it can only prove that the force is not strong enough. 125. Remarks on the release. It is finally on the shelves. I would like to make it clear that this book is not just a Naruto fanfiction, but a book based on Naruto. Zushin Liu will be more detailed at most. Please read patiently. In the future, the more popular anime will be included in the subsequent World of Crossing. Please look forward to it. In addition, I don't Euro trademark T intend to write a running account. I will describe each anime world in detail and dig deep into the plot and settings. For example, here in Naruto, I will complete the complete training system to better conform to the concept of us Chinese people. For example, the training system of ninjas will be fully inherited, from low to high. They are ninja school students, genin, chunin, jonin, quasi cage, regular cage level, super cage level, extreme cage level, ultimate cage level, 6 paths, and immortal gods. In terms of blood inheritance, it will also be completed, starting from the lowest level of 2 attribute blood inheritance limit, to 3 attribute blood inheritance elimination, 4 attribute blood inheritance breaking, 5 attribute blood inheritance super limit, 6 attribute blood inheritance to low, and 7 attribute blood inheritance net. In addition, there will be various chakra modes. Wind, fire, thunder, water, earth, yin, and yang are just the basics. The Sharingan chakra mode, the Samsara Eye chakra mode, etc. will be shown one by one. This is my original work. There are some other original key points that I will not spoil one by one. Just read on. By the way, the protagonist of this book is not a bad guy. He spreads those created cultivation methods. One is to trade and obtain the treasures, resources, secret techniques, ninjutsu, etc. that he needs to supply his own faster development. The second is to cultivate the other party into a leak field and obtain more golden energy, that is, merit. This is the necessary energy to activate some important functions of the Golden Finger Black Pot space. In the future, traveling through other worlds will also require functions as energy sources, so this thing is crucial. The protagonist's goal is to cultivate the entire world into his own leak field to harvest a lot of merit, and will only pass on those versions of cultivation methods that are lower than his own, and leave methods of restraint, so some book friends don't Euro trademark T spray, even if you want to spray, don't Euro trademark T curse, be harmonious. Also, I don't object to reading pirated copies, but if you think this book is well written, please support it. After all, the author has to make a living, so please understand our. Finally, thank you Editor Peng for your recommendation and support. Also, I wish all the book friends that men are Optimus Prime every day and women are young ladies every day. 126. Chapter 125, My Future Self. Ding! A crashing sound like a huge bell echoed in the huge underground space. Without stopping, he swung the big shield down again, at a very fast speed and with great force. The whole shield weighs 1 ton, and you can imagine the impact of a 1-ton big guy swinging it up and smashing it. The most important thing is that the heavy gold shield is very hard, which makes the force of the smash very concentrated. When the Six-Path Sage built this place, he did think about the possibility of being attacked and destroyed, so he created a corresponding protective layer. But the problem is that the dragon vein core is now open, directly exposing the relatively fragile core components. After a minute of continuous smashing at a frequency of once a second, the exposed dragon vein core finally couldn't hold on and cracks appeared. Before Shimura Gento continued to smash, the dragon vein core suddenly shattered, and the Samsara Eye sealed inside flew out with the Otsutsuki treasure. The Samsara Eye showed an amazing swallowing power and instantly swallowed up the dragon vein energy in the pool, and then transformed it into a purple-red chakra that slowly transferred into the Otsutsuki treasure below. A long river appeared out of thin air, and the Samsara Eye flew over with the Otsutsuki treasure, as if to escape into it. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Leaping up, Shimura pulled out the big sword behind him and slashed down wildly, aiming directly at the 6 Magadama Samsara Eye. Before the Samsara Eye could react, the sharp big sword slashed it and split it in two. As the Samsara Eye was cut open, most of the dragon vein energy that had been absorbed and not yet transformed surged out and turned into an evil and violent scarlet color, just like the pupil power of the Sharingan, which was creepy. The blood-colored energy turned into a beam of light and shot up into the sky, allowing half of the people in the Wind Country to see it from afar. The third Kazekage and others who were in the southern part of the Wind Country saw the blood-colored beam of light and all had thoughts. Shinra Tensei. Then, as if angering some existence, a roar sounded, and a huge repulsive force erupted with the cut Samsara Eye as the core, knocking Shimura all the way down and smashing heavily on the altar. But at this moment, a young man stepped out of the strange river and waved his hand to freeze the Samsara Eye that wanted to jump into the strange river again with the Otsutsuki treasure to escape. What a mess! The young man pushed his glasses and looked down at Shimura whose entire body was embedded in the altar. What are you laughing at? Why don't you dig me out quickly? Staring at him unhappily, Shimura knew the identity of the person who came, because it was himself, but his future self. It seems that the river just now should be the long river of time summoned by the six-path sage through the Otsutsuki treasure. He was not surprised that his future self could cross the long river of time. As a time traveler with a golden finger, it would be strange if he could not transcend time. Future Gento shrugged, stretched out his hand and made Shimura, who was embedded in the altar, fly out, and snapped his fingers at the same time to restore his almost shattered tendons, bones and internal organs. The wave of Shinra Tensei that the six-path sage just exploded with the broken Samsara Eye was not light. If he had not been wearing a perfect heavy gold battle suit, he would have been squeezed into a paper man. You bastard, have you learned Shadow Clone? No, you don't even have chakra, how can you learn Shadow Clone? A surprised voice came from the side, and the two turned their heads to see that it was Uchiha Mikoto, and beside her was Yu holding her daughter. Queen Glass. It turned out that the door and the wall of the shelter were destroyed by Shinra Tensei, so the two girls came to watch, but they saw two Shimura. Mikoto was cuter when she was a child, but it's a pity that she has grown ugly and is fierce all day long. The smiling Mikoto came to Mikoto, and the future Xianding stretched out his hand to pinch her tender and pretty face, and was then slapped away by the girl. Future? You are also from the future. With her eyebrows furrowed, Uchiha Mikoto grasped the key point in her words. Obviously, this guy, like in Lushan before, came from the future. What happened in the future? How can he even go back to the past? Unable to help but secretly complain, Uchiha Mikoto felt that what she had experienced at this moment was challenging her three views. In the ninja world, traveling through space like spiritualism is already magical enough, who would have thought that now even time can be traveled through? I did come from the future. By the way, I'll give you a gift. Nodding his head in acknowledgement, future Xianding seemed to remember something. He stretched out his hand and sucked the broken Samsara Eye that he had imprisoned. With his immortal power running, the Samsara Eye that was split in half was forcibly refined into a ball of pure pupil power, and finally merged into the eyes of Uchiha Mikoto, Yuli, and their daughter in their arms. I will use this thing as a time anchor to fix the past, so that no one else can mess around with it. I won't leave it to you. Grabbing the large tube wood treasure, future Xianding greeted Shimura Xianding, turned around and stepped into the long river of time, disappearing with the long river of time. Damn, you value beauty over yourself. Shimura Xianding, who had just come to his senses, was so angry that he cursed that his future self was too pitiful and didn't intend to leave any soup. Just at this moment, a voice came into his mind. I forgot to tell you that among the enemies we need to face in the future, the two brothers of the six-path sage are just mice hiding in the dark, not even side dishes. Don't relax just because I am awesome in the future. Also, don't believe in any external force. Only the power gained through self-cultivation is the most real. By the way, the golden energy in the black cauldron space is merit. You can refer to the 4 sentences of Hanko for the acquisition of merit. This is a piece of advice and reminder left by the future self. Obviously, the future situation is not optimistic. You continue to stay here and hide, protect yourself, I will go up to help kill that Lushan. She thought for a while with her starry eyes narrowed. Before the two women could speak, Shimura gave instructions, picked up the fallen shield and ran up the spiral staircase quickly. There was no way. The battle suit and shield on her body weighed 2 tons, so she could only climb the stairs bitterly. Fortunately, his physical fitness is several times stronger than before, and with the stronger sea-level divine power, he can easily bear it. In less than a minute, he climbed to the top of the central tower. Following the sound of fighting, several figures in the fierce battle came into view. His old father and 2 teachers and sisters were naturally fine, but when he saw the 4th figure, he couldn't help but swear. Damn, anti-Hulk armor! It's not that his mood is not stable enough, but that thing is too inconsistent. It is 80% similar to the anti-Hulk armor that appeared in the Avengers, especially the cute semicircular head. Although in the original Naruto, the future Snake did create the mechanical 9 tails and the mechanical Naruto, and the mechanical Naruto can be worn on people like Iron Man's battle suit, it is still amazing to see this kind of creation. Obviously, the ninja world tends to be magical, and now it is really strange to have such a sci-fi style armor. At the same time, after a fierce battle below, the centipede and Lushan wearing puppet armor finally smashed the last bull-headed puppet among the 10 people of Jinsong. Just as he was about to kill Cho, a flash of lightning flashed and Cho disappeared. Turning his head, Cho had been rescued by Zionjiu and taken dozens of meters away to meet with Shimura Danzo. After all, you are not the future puppet empress. You are so weak with only these garbage. He sneered, and the centipede and Lushan felt particularly comfortable. Although the dragon vein energy just supplied turned into a blood-colored light column and rushed into the sky, he sealed a lot of dragon vein energy in this set of puppet mecha, which was enough to maintain a long period of high-intensity combat. Although it is a pity to lose the dragon vein energy, as long as the father and son Shimura Danzo and Shimura Xianding can be killed, the source of the future leapfrog development of the ninja world can be cut off. By then, he will be the god of this era, mastering the epic-making knowledge and power of the future. He may even open up a new era for himself, and Lushan, just like the first Hokage who opened up the ninja village era. As long as he is strong enough, he can catch the tailed beasts as energy sources without the dragon vein energy, or even use the natural energy between heaven and earth. There are many choices. Have you found the weakness? Shimura Danzo asked. After such a long battle, even with the Sage mode to increase his combat power to his limit, and the use of the 8-diagram seal and the Immortal Art Curse seal to refine the reserve chakra, he is almost at his limit. Now it depends on whether Cho can find the weakness of the puppet mecha, otherwise he can only find a way to run away. His energy shield has traces of the dragon vein boundary and the mechanical light shield sealing technique, and the mechanical light shield sealing has a shortcoming. After it is operated to the limit, the energy shield will be disturbed. But he has stored dragon vein energy to replenish it. This disturbance will only reduce the defense power for a maximum of 10 seconds, and the reduction will not be too large. Cho, who was panting slightly, spoke out his own analysis. His mood was also complicated. He was confused about the past, and yearning for the future. As the pinnacle of puppetry in the past, the 10 Kinmatsu were powerless under Lushan's puppet armor. If it weren't for the help of Shimura Danzo and Zionjiu, they would have been destroyed long ago, and even she would have fallen. This undoubtedly proves that the 10 Kinmatsu have been eliminated, but Lushan's puppet armor has pointed out the way for her, which is the future development direction of puppetry. Go tell Xianding to get ready. Sensing his son's current location, he gave orders to the 2 elite jonins of the Shimura family behind him, and Shimura Danzo was ruthless and decisively introduced the fairy chakra in the fairy seal directly into his body. In an instant, the body surface was covered with complex curse seals, and even 6 tentacles grew out of the spine behind him, and the skin turned into a thick stratum corneum. Sage mode. Shimura Danzo's change made Cho and Zionjiu beside him very alert and surprised, because this man not only changed his image at this moment, but his chakra also became extremely violent, like a demon who wanted to choose someone to eat. Sage technique win style a big ball Rasen shuriken. Without delaying, Shimura Danzo burst out the sage chakra in his body, and controlled the 6 tentacles on his back to work together to raise and condense into an oversized Rasen shuriken. The Raise Nan was developed by his own son. It is very suitable for wind style, but unfortunately it cannot be thrown out and can only be used for close combat, and its practical value is greatly reduced. In addition, if you want to have a strong power, you must infuse a lot of chakra into it. It is only suitable for ninjas with huge chakra or above the quasi-shadow level, and the value is reduced again. However, with enough chakra infusion, the power of the Raise Nan can almost rise infinitely, and even adding sage chakra can stabilize it for long-range throwing. Go! The 6 tentacles used up their last bit of strength to throw the giant jade spiral shuriken towards Lushan on the opposite side. You are worthy of competing with me with this immature sage mode. With a disdainful smile, Lushan did not dodge, but activated the dragon vein energy to bless the shield, ready to take the blow head-on. If it was the perfect sage mode in the future, or even those immortal arts that could destroy the world, he would definitely turn around and run away at the first moment. But the sage mode used by Shimura Danzo now is just a semi-finished product with limited power, so there is no need to worry. Sage Technique Fire Stylia Fire Devouring. Shimura Danzo squeezed out the last bit of chakra to seal the second stage of the ninjutsu, and then decisively withdrew and retreated. Seeing Shimura Danzo's actions, Zionjiu and Cho also retreated in shock. The immortal chakra sealed in the core of the spiral shuriken suddenly turned into immortal fire chakra, which quickly devoured the immortal wind chakra of the spiral shuriken from the inside, and condensed into a fist-sized fireball in the blink of an eye. This change made the face of the centipede and Lushan slightly change. It was too late to retreat at this time. He gritted his teeth and transformed the all-round defense energy shield into an energy shield to protect the front. At the same time, he fully activated the dragon vein energy sealed in the reactor to bless the energy shield. The originally light purple energy shield instantly turned into dark purple, and the defense power skyrocketed. The compressed fireball shot at a high speed turned into a flame and hit the energy shield, bursting with dazzling light like the sun. 127. Chapter 126 Transmigrators vs Transmigrators. Boom boom. A loud boom was heard, and it seemed that a sun appeared in Lulan, bursting with dazzling brilliance. However, this brilliance was fleeting. A large lava pit appeared on the spot. The ground was burned into magma by the high temperature. It can be seen how terrible the temperature of the fireball just now was. It is indeed good to use the wind escape spiral shuriken to increase the power of fire escape. It's a pity that your fairy chakra is not perfect and too violent. Even if the power is compressed, it is not enough to break the absolute defense of the puppet armor shield. Lying in the magma pit, the centipede and Lushan sneered. This set of puppet armor was brought from the future by him. Even if it is just a standard armor, the technology is far ahead of this era and is enough to resist S-level ninjutsu attacks. With this set of puppet armor in hand, he is invincible in this era. If this set of puppet mechas were not too energy-consuming, he would have gone out to dominate the world long ago. Bang! At this moment, a golden arrow suddenly shot over, and the arrowhead sank deeply into the energy shield that had returned to a lavender color. This scene shocked the centipede and Lushan. Before he could react, 8 identical golden arrows shot obliquely from high in the sky, eventually breaking the shield with chaotic energy. The last golden arrow even shot into the reactor that sealed the dragon vein energy in the chest of the puppet armor. The reactor was shot through, and the dragon vein energy inside instantly went out of control and ran wild, changing from the original purple to an ominous scarlet, revealing an evil and tyrannical aura. Damn it! Furious and cursing, the centipede and Lushan did not dare to hesitate, and hurriedly activated the backup mechanism in the armor, sending the chest reactor flying hundreds of meters into the sky. Boom boom! Accompanied by a deafening rumble, another sun-like ball of light rose, but the color of this ball of light was bloody, filled with an evil and ominous aura. Finally done! On a high tower, Shimura Xianding breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he placed his right foot on the bow, grabbed the string with both hands, and pulled the bow with all his strength, and then he shot out 9 powerful heavy gold arrows in succession. And those 9 heavy gold arrows were not simple either. Like the material of his battle suit, they were all fused with high-quality sealing crystal powder, which had a strong interference effect on energy, and finally broke the energy shield of the puppet armor. Let's go, kill that guy. Greeting the 2 Shimura ninjas who had just come to report the news, Shimura Gento held the bow, spread his wings behind him, and glided quickly downward. The 2 Shimura ninjas behind him also quickly followed and jumped down. I thought you would stay in that tin can forever. After falling to the ground, Shimura Gento looked up at the centipede and Lushan who was crawling out of the puppet armor, and sneered. The crawling in Lushan had a gloomy face, and his eyes swept over Shimura Gento and Shimura Danzo who had returned to surround him again, and he realized the crisis. There was no way. Although the puppet armor was powerful, it required a huge amount of energy to drive it. Without energy, it was just an iron coffin. The most important thing was that he lost the reactor. Even if he had chakra, he could not convert it into the energy required for the puppet armor. The only way now was to come out and fight. Without waiting for Shimura Danzo and others to make a move, Beijuan Lushan rushed towards Shimura Gendo first, and while rushing forward, he quickly formed seals with his thick 10 fingers. Earth-style black jade armor. Earth-style chakra surged out, turning into a layer of rock armor like black jade that covered the whole body. Today, Shimura Gendo and his son must be killed no matter what. Only by killing these two people can we start our own era. At worst, we can find another place to hide and quietly collect energy to repair the reactor, or even create an energy furnace like the one in the future era to obtain almost unlimited energy to maintain the operation of the puppet armor. Even if it doesn't work, we can try to plan the tailed beast. So killing this father and son is the key. Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon? Pouting, Shimura Gendo bent his bow and drew his arrow, and the sea-level divine power and divine speed techniques burst out, shooting at a super-fast frequency of 50 rounds per second. The two Shimura ninjas who followed behind took off the sealed scrolls on their bodies, took out bundles of steel arrows, and piled them into a small mountain. It was estimated that there were at least 80,000 arrows. As the richest man in Konoha today, the Shimura family has the resources to squander. When the centipede and Lushan rushed forward and saw the mountain of steel arrows, he almost vomited a mouthful of old blood in anger. These steel arrows are not simple. They pursue extreme hardness and have amazing armor-piercing ability. Coupled with the boy's strength, even a 1-meter-thick steel plate can be penetrated. Although his black jade armor has strong defense, it can't last long. Staring at Shimura Xianding who was constantly bending his bow and shooting arrows in front of him, the centipede and Lushan used his arms to protect his eyes and rushed to the tower next to him, trying to knock down the tower and kill Shimura Xianding. Earth Escapee Yellow Spring Swamp. At this time, a Shimura ninja quickly formed a seal, turning the ground 100 meters in front into a swamp. Beijuan Lushan instantly sank half of his body into it, and his speed plummeted. Looking at the yellow spring swamp that submerged half of his body, Beijuan Lushan's heart sank. After losing the puppet armor, he was just a pure power-type physical ninja, and he was most afraid of this restrictive ninjutsu. Rakery. The more blazing white lightning condensed on the ninja sword. Xianjiahu saw the opportunity and turned into a flash of lightning and rushed out, slashing the ninja sword in her hand towards An Lushan's neck. Swish! An arm flew up in a spiral. An Lushan looked at the wound on the broken arm that exuded a burnt smell, his face became more gloomy, and at the same time, he became panicked. He underestimated the strength of these people. Even if it was far inferior to the future era, it should not be underestimated. Just now, if he had not turned his body in time, it would not be his arm that flew up, but his head. This was not over yet. Shimura Danzo also made a move. His whole body was wrapped in the condensed wind chakra. His figure turned into a gust of wind and flashed past quickly. Another arm wrapped in black jade armor flew up. You all deserve to die. The centipede and Lushan, who lost both arms, roared wildly, and the panic in his heart turned into resentment and madness. Retreat. Sensing that the chakra fluctuations in An Lushan's body suddenly became violent, Shimura Danzo shouted and retreated violently at the first moment. Xianjiahu and Cho also retreated together. Only Shimura Xianding, who was wearing heavy gold armor, did not retreat to avoid it. He even continued to bend his bow and arrow quickly, showing his cautious and brave archery skills. In a blink of an eye, he shot the black jade armor and shot An Lushan's half-body exposed above the mud into a hedgehog. The most important thing is that there is a heavy gold arrow inside. Under the influence of the radiation of the heavy gold arrow, An Lushan's chakra that was about to explode suddenly ran wild, breaking through the meridians and acupoints in his body and rushing out. I curse you! Staring at Zhikan Xianding with resentment and hatred on his face, An Lushan hated it in his heart. The originally good situation ended with his defeat, wasting this hard-won opportunity to travel through time. The era that belonged to him, An Lushan, ended before it even began. He hated it. Just like that, An Lushan lost his voice, but still stared at Zhikan Xianding with hatred on his face, obviously dying with his eyes open. At this moment, an invisible and intangible energy appeared, wrapping An Lushan and his two severed arms, making the three of them gradually become illusory. Time energy. With a heartbeat, Shimura Gendo threw away the bow in his hand and rushed towards the broken arm closest to him. While rushing, he took off his gauntlet and grasped a middle finger before the broken arm disappeared. Originally, An Lushan's memory from the future was the most precious, followed by his body. But he couldn't resist the power of time, so naturally he had no chance to get the memory in An Lushan's head, but some of his body data must be left behind. Of course, there was also the guy who was too far away, and then in addition, there was the yellow spring swamp blocking the way, and it was impossible to rush through in a short time. The only option was to copy a finger and study it slowly. Time is really troublesome. After exiting the sage mode, Shimura complained helplessly. The power of time is really rogue. Those operations of accelerating, reversing, and stopping time are already against the will of heaven. Now it can go back to the past and span more than 30 years. If it weren't for the coincidence that he came to Lulin to discover the existence of the centipede in Lushan, and let it continue to develop for a few years, and even master the energy of the dragon vein, I'm afraid no one would be able to cure it. After all, he is also a time traveler, and he knows the future well, which is a big advantage. What a pity! Looking at the set of puppet armor that also turned into nothingness, Cho showed regret. He really wanted to study this kind of future puppet creation, but it was a future creation that was not tolerated in this era, so he couldn't stay and study it carefully, but fortunately it brought her a lot of inspiration. Rubbish stuff. Exercising his arms that were sore from continuous bow pulling, Shimura was not very satisfied with this battle. It was not because the opponent was too strong, on the contrary, the centipede in Lushan was too weak. He had a strong body, but his fighting skills and experience were rubbish. After losing the puppet armor, he became a weakling. It was obviously just a technology geek, but most puppeteers were basically like this. Puppet masters like Cho who were also proficient in physical skills were rare. Didn't you see that the Red Sand Scorpion, who was known as the strongest puppeteer in Naruto, was abused by Konan, and finally had to make himself a human puppet to eliminate the weakness of his poor combat power? What a pity! Walking slowly, Xian Jiahu showed regret. The centipede in Lushan's fighting skills and combat experience were really poor. Before, he was just relying on the power of the puppet armor to wreak havoc, especially the energy shield, which was indeed an absolute defense. If I were to control the puppet armor, the combat power I would show would at least be improved by 1 level. Congratulations, teacher, for successfully advancing to the level of a straight shadow. Turning around, Shimura congratulated with a smile. Just now, Xian Jiahu used Reikari, and it was obvious that she had cultivated the lightning attribute chakra into lightning escape chakra. In addition to the wind escape chakra and fire escape chakra that have been cultivated, she already has 3 types of escape chakra, reaching the standard of a straight shadow. You should know that every time a chakra escape change is cultivated into a new attribute, the quality of the chakra can be improved. If the 3 types of escape chakra are fed back and improved, the quality of the chakra will be improved by 1 level, reaching the level of a straight shadow. This is also the reason why the innate attributes of chakra are proportional to the qualifications and achievements, because only those who have at least 3 innate attributes of chakra have the hope of becoming a straight shadow. At the same time, the more innate chakra attributes a person has, the stronger he will be when he becomes a Shokage level warrior. Why can the 3rd Hokage be called the strongest Hokage of all generations? It is because he has the top qualifications of all attribute chakras and has cultivated them all into escape chakras. In terms of comprehensive strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen is considered the top among the Shokage level warriors. Although he has no special skills, he has no weaknesses. He is a truly all-round ninja who can deal with any Shokage level warrior today. Thanks to the Chidori you taught me, I was able to cultivate the lightning escape chakras so quickly. Giving a grateful look, Xian Jiahu was able to cultivate the lightning escape chakras so quickly and advance to the Shokage level thanks to the 1000 Birds lightning escape ninjutsu. Although the last time she killed those Sand Village Anbu ninjas, her body nerves were almost paralyzed by the backlash, it was also a blessing in disguise. When she was carried away by this cheap disciple, she was not idle. She had been practicing lightning chakra. Finally, she succeeded in practicing yesterday and upgraded Chidori to Reikari. When did you contact Danzo? At this time, Cho came over, and her cold eyes flowed between Shimura and Shimura Danzo. The previous events showed clearly that this kid had contacted Shimura Danzo a long time ago and kept it a secret from them. 128. Chapter 127 The Secret of Lulin. Teacher, don't be angry. I also contacted my father the day before yesterday. I knew that you had some conflicts in the last Ninja World War, so I didn't tell you. Hey, he smiled and confessed. Shimura did find out about the arrival of his father and the other 2 the day before yesterday. He didn't know whether that Ma Yin would really notify his father to come to Lulin, and he could only wait passively in the end. During the 3 days when Cho and Xian Jiahu were recovering, they had been sitting on the sand dunes. It was not until the day before yesterday that they saw someone from a distance using a mirror to continuously reflect sunlight to them, and the frequency used was a secret code unique to the Shimura family. At that time, he knew that his father had come, so he found a ninja sword to reflect the sunlight and had a simple communication with him. They agreed to go to Lulin at the same time, which led to the previous scene. Otherwise, with only Xianjiu and Cho, he really didn't have the confidence to confront a time traveler from the future. Humph! With a cold snort, Cho turned around to pick up the broken fragments of the 10 Kinmatsu people to see if they could be repaired. As a puppeteer, I always feel uneasy without a puppet in my hand. Especially here is a ninja secret Shimura Danzo, who knows what that guy will do. Looking at the father and son of Shimura Xianding, Xianjiu followed to help Cho pick up the fragments and gave the space to the two. Behind the throne in the hall there is a secret passage leading directly underground. Go and invite Uchiha Mikoto and Queen Yueli up. Give orders to the two masked Shimura ninjas. Shimura Gentoi smiled and stepped forward to transform the few vitality in his body into the acquired Yang attribute to help his father deal with the injury. Tisk tisk. Dad, these 6 tentacles you have grown are very unique. Looking at the 6 tentacles behind his father that were like noodles, Shimura Gentoi was amazed. This kind of tentacles is what countless gentlemen dreamed of in the past life. The fairy seal is very imperfect. Once the fairy chakra of the Libra clan is directly integrated into the body, it will produce body changes like the curse seals of Orochimaru in the original work. After the 2 pillars push the curse seal to the extreme, a pair of duck-like wings will appear. My father's is even more powerful, with 6 more tentacles, which is very consistent with my father's dark style. Awesome! Of course, because their technology is not as good as the future snake uncle, the mutated tentacles seem to be permanent and cannot be changed back. And it seems that this thing is connected to the spine and cannot be removed, otherwise it will cause spinal infection. Tell me what happened between you, Cho and Xianjiu. Even though he was seriously injured, Shimura Danzo still maintained his aloof male god style and asked indifferently. He was not blind, so he could naturally see that his son's relationship with Cho and Xianjiu was abnormal and too close. It's nothing, just worshipped Miss Xianjiu and Miss Cho as teachers one after another, and then the third Kazekage, like you, Dad, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, wanted to eliminate dissidents and truly take power, so he sent people to assassinate Cho and us. We noticed it in advance and killed a wave, cut off the leg of a magnetic escape quasi-shadow, and finally fled to Lulin. Shimura Gentoi explained very honestly, but he said it very briefly, and the process was glossed over. After he finished speaking, he found that his old father's eyes were very wrong. What's wrong? He looked down at himself and found nothing wrong, then he cast an inquiring look. What happened to this old nabe cage? He reacted immediately and explained, this is not my decision. It's all accidental. It has nothing to do with me. You don't have to explain. I understand. Showing an expression of I understand, Shimura Danzo was both emotional and speechless. This son of his was too good at making trouble. It was not enough for him to take down Tsunade and his master's wife in Konoha. He was not at peace after being abducted to the Sand Village. In just a few months, he successively became the disciples of 2 regular cage-level ninjas, and even induced the third Kazekage to kill. After that, he took the opportunity to kill a wave of counterattacks, and also destroyed a quasi-cage who could use sand-iron magnetism, and kidnapped Cho and that Xianjiu. You have to know that the 2 women are now powerful people at the level of the Seekage. Losing 2 of them at once would seriously damage the Sand Village, even if it is one of the 5 major ninja villages. Even if they operate, they can cause the Sand Village to fall into internal strife or even split. This method is better than the master's, and he, as a father, can't compare to him. Fortunately, it is his own son who surpasses him. While he is disappointed, he is more relieved. If he has a son, he should have a son like this kid. Although you are my father, you can't put the blame on me. Facing this big black pot thrown by his own father, the pot shadow, Shimura Xianding felt very wronged. This really has nothing to do with him. Retracting that weird look, Shimura Danzo once again restored his high and cold male god style, feeling that this matter can be manipulated. So they are now rebels from the Sand Village. Speaking of business, Shimura Gento's face became serious, and he shook his head slightly and said, not yet, but it should be soon. Dad, you should cooperate with me at that time. Don't show too much. It's better to attack the hearts of the 2 teachers. Let the two teachers recognize the darkness of the sand village, so as not to be deceived and harmed again. By the way, Cho has a son named Akashi. He has a low IQ, but he has always dreamed of becoming a Kazekage. The most terrifying thing is that he does have the foundation. It is estimated that he will become a thorn in the eyes of the third Kazekage. Once the Ninja World War starts, Dad, you should have someone keep an eye on him. Don't let our people kill that guy and let Cho turn against us. Shimura Gento is now afraid that someone will come to play the emotional card with Cho. After all, Chiyo's bond with the Sand Village is too deep and it is easy to be calculated. For the safety of the teacher, he, as a disciple, can only take precautions. Also, Big Brother Akashi cannot die. At least Big Brother Akashi must know the truth, so as not to be fooled by the third Kazekage. Alas! Cho is really blessed in her previous life to have met such a good disciple like me. Proudly sighing, Shimura Gento felt lucky for his teacher. But Shimura Danzo next to him almost couldn't hold back his cold male god style when he heard his son's words, especially the last shameless sigh. Cho is really unlucky to accept you as a disciple. But this is indeed a good idea. We should try our best to cut off the ties between Cho and the Sand Village, so that she can be completely independent and used by my son. What arrangements do you have for the two of them? Asked again, Shimura Danzo did not intend to interfere too much in his son's decisions, which was a trust in his ability. This son has never let him down, and I believe he will not let him down this time and in the future. It's difficult to arrange. I asked them before, but Miss Cho and Miss Zionjaya will not leave the Kingdom of Wind. This is their home. Even if the third Kazekage and the Sand Village betrayed them, they would not betray the Sand Village, and it is impossible for them to join other ninja villages. So I'm thinking of setting up a new home for them in the Kingdom of Wind. Glancing at the two little ones who were searching for Puppet Fragment's sister, Shimura Gento is quite distressed about this. According to his idea, it would be best to bring the two young ladies back to the Shimura family directly, after all, they are two powerful people at the level of Zhengying. It's a pity that the two young ladies are very opinionated and can't be persuaded at all. Where? Dad, what do you think of Lulin? Here. Raising his eyebrows slightly, Shimura Danzo thought about whether he could maximize the benefits. Lulin is located at the southernmost tip of the continent. It is a restricted area where people and animals have disappeared. Not to mention ordinary people, even ninjas, who are lower than Jonin, can't get through. The thousands of miles of desert are not easy to walk. Even if there is a sandstorm, Jonin has to kneel. And Lulin is only more than 3,000 kilometers away from the eastern coastline. You can directly reach the Land of Fire by boat, and there is a basis for trade. Telling the benefits of Lulin, Shimura Gento decided to let the two young ladies settle down here. Firstly, Cho had been here before and had a history with the Queen of Lulin, which gave her a good excuse to convince herself. Secondly, Lulin was located in the restricted area at the southern end of the continent, similar to Miss Zionjayu's hometown, so she would be easily convinced. At most, after Lulin was developed, it could be expanded to Miss Zionjayu's hometown. Is the dragon vein still there? After thinking for a long time, Shimura Danzo asked a key point. Sandstorms are a devastating natural disaster in the desert. Small sandstorms are not a big deal, but if you encounter a super large one, an oasis can be buried directly under hundreds of meters of yellow sand. The reason why the ancient country of Lulin was able to be passed down for thousands of years was mainly due to the protection of the dragon vein energy. Once there is a problem with the dragon vein, maybe the next sandstorm will bury this place. The energy released by the blood-colored light column before was boundless, and it is unknown how much energy the dragon vein still has, and even whether the dragon vein itself is still there is a problem. This is indeed a problem, but I have already thought of a solution. With a look of wisdom, Shimura Gentoi had already thought of this. Sandstorms are indeed a major natural disaster in the desert. For example, in the original work, after the dragon vein was lost, only 20 years later, the entire Lulin was buried in the yellow sand and became history. Now Lulin has also lost its dragon vein, and its future is worrying. Fortunately, he had already thought of a solution. Shimura Danzo said nothing, and used his eyes to signal him to continue. I designed a solar furnace before, which can use mirrors to gather sunlight to increase the irradiation temperature and melt a large amount of sand into lava. My idea is to use sand to melt a large amount of lava to create a giant city here, with the help of tall lava walls to prevent wind and sand, and advance layer by layer. After several years, it will be enough to develop Lulin into a real country. Anyway, this restricted area itself is not considered to be the kingdom of wind. Whoever occupies it will own it. Laughing, Shimura Gentoi said that he had taken a fancy to this unmanned restricted area. As a new man of the new era, his talent for farming has long been ignited. Even if he could grow vegetables and rice in the desert in his previous life, it would not be difficult in this alien world. This unmanned restricted area has never been occupied by any country due to the harsh climate. Even the nearest wind country Daemufo has never paid attention to this place. At most, it nominally stated that this place is also the territory of their wind country. Otherwise, once this unmanned restricted area is included, the land area of a euro the wind country can at least double. Others look down on it because they have no ability or idea to change this place, but he can. And the most important point is that Lulin seems to be able to gather natural energy with an earth attribute on its own. The dragon vein before is probably the product of natural energy gathering, plus a little human factor. There must be a big secret here. At the same time, we can also use this gathered earth attribute natural energy to plant the fruit of the flower tree, let it absorb natural energy and grow into a fairy tree. Looking around, Shimura Xianding whispered his most important plan, or idea. Although the seal of immortal arts was removed when the 8 diagrams furnace was made, he still had some sense of natural energy, especially after condensing the acquired yin attribute vitality. He had sensed the rich natural energy in the dragon vein pool before, and there was a sense of heaviness like earth attribute chakra, which was obviously the source of dragon vein energy. 129. Chapter 128 Digging into the corner of Sand Village. Father will lead people to take over the next attack of Sand Village, and will also use sea transportation to support this place in the later stage, and establish an experimental base here to cultivate immortal trees. After hearing the last reason, Shimura Danzo immediately decided to do it. He studied the flower tree fruit and the fruit core seeds inside, and confirmed that it could be planted, but if it was just ordinary planting methods, at most one flower tree could be planted, which was not very useful. They needed a special area, preferably rich in natural energy, to use natural energy as nutrients to cultivate the growth of flower tree seeds, and eventually evolve into an immortal tree. Originally, the 3 holy places were the most ideal places, but unfortunately, they could not covet them at this stage. Originally, they planned to use the cells of the Libra clan to artificially gather natural energy to form a fairyland, which could not only cultivate fairy trees, but also assist the clan members to practice the fairy mode. Now that Lulin can gather natural energy on its own, there is no reason to miss it. Thank you, Mr. Danzo, for your help in getting rid of the evil in Lushan. At this time, Queen Yueli came over with the help of 2 maids, thanking Shimura Danzo, followed by a group of ministers and guards. This time, it was indeed thanks to Shimura Danzo and others, otherwise, once in Lushan the consequences of the conspiracy being successful are disastrous. It doesn't matter if she dies, but if her daughter and the people of Lulin suffer, she will be blamed for her death. Queen, you don't have to thank me. This is what I should do. After a polite remark, Shimura Danzo went straight to the point and said, Queen, you know the current situation very well. The dragon vein that Lulin depends on for survival has disappeared. Without the protection of the dragon vein, it won't be long before this place is buried by yellow sand. Now you have 2 choices, either leave with me and others to find another place to make a living, or stay here to find a way to replace the dragon vein to protect against sandstorms. After all, this is Lulin's territory. If they want to open an experimental base here in the future, they must obtain the support of the Queen of Lulin and the people of Lulin, so that they can develop at the fastest speed. This is good for you, me, and everyone. This is our country, our home. I hope Mr. Danzo can help us get through this difficult time. Without hesitation, the Queen of Lulin made a choice immediately, or there was no need to choose at all. This is the land that their ancestors have inherited for thousands of years. They cannot abandon it unless it is absolutely necessary. I need to rest for a while to heal my wounds. The Queen can discuss the details with my son Shimura Xianding. Nodding without saying anything more, Shimura Danzo handed the matter over to his son. He really needs treatment as soon as possible. Especially the 6 tentacles on his back are connected to the spinal nerves. If they are not handled as soon as possible, the consequences will be disastrous. Take Mr. Danzo down to rest and meet all of Mr. Danzo's needs. When Queen Yueli saw Shimura Danzo agreed, her face lit up and she signaled a guard behind her to lead the way. When she was underground before, she learned some information about the Shimura family from Uchiha Mikoto, and roughly understood the strength of the Shimura family. If she could get the support of the Shimura family, there is hope that she could help Lilin overcome this difficulty. This is a life-saving straw. My queen, this is not the place to talk. Let's find another place to discuss in detail. Looking at the ruins around and the Lilin people who were looking around from a distance, Zhik and Xianding indicated that they should find a place to discuss in detail. You go and lead people to do a good job of rescue. Don't be stingy with the stored herbs. Make sure to save all the people who can be saved. After giving orders to the guards and ministers behind him, Yueli turned around and made a gesture of invitation. Mr. Xianding, please follow me. Teacher sisters, come here too. Greeted to the two teacher sisters who were still searching for the puppet fragments in the distance. The next plan still needed the help of these two sisters. You really know how to order people around. Muttering with dissatisfaction, Cho made a seal to separate a shadow clone to continue searching for the puppet fragments, and the main body followed with Xianjiu. Soon, several people came to a hall, and Queen Yueli sat in the main seat and motioned for several people to sit down. Queen Yueli, first of all, I want to tell you something. Before, the dragon vein was triggered by the core of the dragon vein and exploded, forming a blood-colored light column that rushed straight into the sky. I'm afraid that half of the Wind Country can see that spectacle, which will definitely attract the attention of the Sand Village ninja. Next, the Sand Village will definitely send people to investigate. Unfortunately, because of the power struggle in the village, we were betrayed by the third Kazekage and are being hunted by them. Once they come and find our existence, they will definitely start a fight. Of course, we will try our best to move the battlefield to a place far away from Lilin. But this will definitely make Lilin hate the Sand Village. As a gentleman, Shimura Gento doesn't like to engage in those conspiracies and intrigues. He must be upright in his conduct and gather the momentum to crush the enemy. So some things are better to be made clear in advance to avoid any bloody conflicts at that time. After all, ninjas will do anything to the extreme, and no one knows what the Sand Village will do. But before he could finish, Queen Yueli made a firm statement, saying, Lord Xianding, there is no need to say more. I know Senior Cho very well. Since the third Kazekage wants to deal with you, it must be their fault. No matter what happens in the future, we Lilin will always stand by you. This is something that does not need to be considered. Let alone what kind of person Cho is, the fact that she solved the disaster of Lilin Plague more than 10 years ago is enough for them to remember for a lifetime. This great favor of saving lives and saving the country will never be forgotten. Besides, their Lilin has nothing to do with the Sand Village, and they are tens of thousands of kilometers apart. Does the attitude of the Sand Village towards Lilin have anything to do with her? As the queen of a country, she does not need to consider the thoughts of foreign forces, as long as she considers the interests of Lilin. Whoever is good to their Lilin is their friend. But she can't figure it out. It's just a village. Is it necessary to engage in those intrigues and struggles for power? Thank you for your understanding, Queen. I hereby promise you on behalf of the Shimura family that as long as Lilin does not betray us in the future, the Shimura family will be Lilin's eternal friend. I can ask my father to sign a mutual assistance agreement with you later. Seeing Queen Yueli's sincerity, Shimura Xianding immediately expressed his position and decided on the future cooperation and alliance between the two sides. You are too polite, Mr. Xianding. I will write it after the agreement and ask Mr. Danzo to review it. Queen Yueli was also very happy and relieved. They who lost their dragon veins really need help, otherwise they might be buried in the yellow sand when the next sandstorm comes. Walking forward a few steps, Shimura Xianding quickly outlined a map of the ninja world on the stone table with his fingers wearing heavy gold gauntlets. Pointing to the location of Lilin, he said, Queen, please see that Lilin is relatively close to the east coast of the mainland, and the nearest point is less than 3,000 kilometers away. I plan to build a road in this direction first, leading directly to the coastline. Even if we really encounter a super large sandstorm, we can lead the people to evacuate at the fastest speed. This is not to abandon the land of Lilin. I believe that the people are the foundation of the country. If we save people and lose land, we will gain both people and land. If we save land and lose people, we will lose both people and land. As long as we save the lives of the people, we will be able to make a comeback sooner or later and rebuild Lilin. Well said, the people are the real foundation of a country. I agree with Xianding Jun's proposal, but it is extremely difficult to build a road in the desert. Not to mention that the area where our restricted area is located will have a sandstorm almost every month, and a large sandstorm will occur once a year. Even if a road is built, it may not last long. As a queen, Yu Li agreed with what Ziken Xianding said, but also expressed her own concerns. It is too difficult to build a road in the desert, especially in the restricted area where sandstorms often blow away several meters or even tens of meters of sand layers, or blow sand over to thicken the sand layers. Under such circumstances, there is no way to build a road, let alone a 3,000 kilometer long road. That is simply impossible. Queen, don't worry about this. We have now mastered the technology of melting sand into hard lava in large quantities with the help of sunlight. As long as there are enough mirrors and manpower, the output is almost unlimited, and Miss Cho can testify to this. Speaking of this, Ziken Xianding is very confident. After all, there has been a successful example. Xiao Xianding is right. As long as enough mirrors and manpower are provided, sand can indeed be melted into lava without limit. By then, we will have enough foundation for building roads on the ground or underground tunnels. Nodding, Cho confirmed the cheap disciple's statement, and she didn't want Lilin to perish like this. Then I'll trouble Lord Xianding for this matter. Getting Chiyo's guarantee, Yu Li was excited. With this retreat, their Lilin could be saved. Even if they encountered an unstoppable sandstorm disaster, they could retreat along this road, or at most retreat to the seaside. The second step of my plan is to wait for the success of the first step, and use that road as the foundation to establish a trade route. At the same time, I will find a way to develop Lilin's products and sell them, so as to enhance national strength, make the country more prosperous, and make people's lives better. For example, we can use seawater with some solar evaporation devices to collect fresh water while making salt. Finally, the sea salt is purified and sold to all parts of the world by sea. The third step is to use a solar furnace to melt a large amount of sand to build a high enough lava wall to form a great wall, replacing trees to prevent wind and sand and resist the erosion of sandstorms. As long as we keep persisting, sooner or later we will be able to cover the entire restricted area with lava walls, and even if there is wind, it will be difficult to stir up dust. The fourth step is to develop various plants suitable for desert growth, and cooperate with those lava walls to further prevent wind and sand, and shape this restricted desert into a holy place. After finishing the remaining 4 steps of the plan in one breath, Ziken Xianding was very confident in his own ideas. Perhaps this was almost impossible in the previous life, but this world has a cultivation civilization, and a lot of black technology can be tinkered with, and the work efficiency will be quite scary. For example, before, in that station, a super large solar furnace was tinkered within a month, and the well pressing project was also completed, and only a few people were used. Would you dare to imagine this in the previous life? In the previous life, technology was emphasized as the primary productive force, but in this different world, ninjutsu is the primary productive force, at least at this stage. Using ninjutsu to develop is the right way, and the previous ninjas have narrowed the road. Pa. After a long silence, Yu Li clapped her hands, full of excited. Although this is just a simple proposal, it will be difficult to implement it, and it will take countless generations of people to work together, but at least it gives them hope. The hope of completely governing this restricted area. Cho and Zionjiu also clapped their hands, and Zionjiu was the most excited, because in this way, sooner or later they will be able to advance to her hometown. Although she may not live to see that day, at least there is hope. He calmly accepted the applause of the 3 beauties, and then Shimura Gento looked at the petite Cho. Miss, the third Kazekage will definitely clean up a group of people after he passes. Instead of letting the third Kazekage clean up those people, it is better to recruit them to work for us and speed up the progress of the project, especially those who can use magnetic escape. Are you sure about this? The Shimura family alone cannot develop Lilin quickly. First, the size of the family is there. Second, the family's current focus is to prepare for the upcoming Second Ninja World War, and it is impossible to allocate too much power. In this way, the ninjas belonging to Chiyo's faction in the Sand Village will be useful. This will not only further weaken the Sand Village, but also strengthen the foundation of the 2 young ladies, and further accelerate the development of Lilin. As long as Lilin develops, even if the Shimura family breaks up with other ninjas in Konoha or even Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, they will have a way out. It can be said that it kills 2 birds with 1 stone, so why not? 130. Chapter 129 Time Control. I can try, but if I want to make the 3rd generation it is not easy for the Kazekage to release people, especially the families of those people. Frowning and thinking, Cho was also very tempted by this. As a veteran figure in the Sand Village and a member of the powerful faction, She has many confidants under her. Since the third Kazekage chose to surround and kill her and failed, he would definitely clean up the people in his faction. Instead of letting those people be killed by the third Kazekage, it is better to win them over. Although she also understood that this was the disciples' strategy to further and quickly weaken the Sand Village, this was not a sinister conspiracy, but a naked conspiracy, and she had no choice at all. Could it be that she really had to watch her former subordinates being killed? But how to bring those people, especially their families in the Sand Village, was a problem. What if we use our Shimura family's entire set of bodybuilding secrets to trade with the third Kazekage? Speaking of his own bargaining chips, Shimura Gento was previously thinking about how to reasonably introduce the entire set of body-strengthening secrets to the Sand Village, and completely turn the Sand Village into a leak field that provides him with golden energy, that is, merit. Now there is a good opportunity. I believe that if I do this, the third Kazekage and the people of the Sand Village will definitely not suspect that I have ulterior motives. As long as I am sure that the body-strengthening secrets are fine, I will definitely promote them on a large scale as soon as possible. In that way, there will be a steady stream of merit income. In addition, when the Sand Village once the village tastes the sweetness of the body-strengthening secret technique, it will definitely want the subsequent body-strengthening secret technique. If you want it at that time, you can bring out enough chips to trade. If the chips are not enough, I will not sell it. Once other ninja villages see that the Sand Village has become stronger because of the body-strengthening secret technique, they will definitely want to get a share. As long as they can resist the insidious means of those people, they can only come to trade with their Shimura family honestly. Not only can they take the opportunity to obtain the other party's ninjutsu secrets, but they can also develop other ninja villages into new leaks fields, in one fell swoop. That's a lot. Thinking of this, Shimura Gento couldn't help but praise his own intelligence. Master Ding, I'm a genius. Cho was stunned for a long time by Shimura Gento's proposal, and finally said thank you with a complicated expression. Although they didn't spend much time together, she knew the temperament of this cheap disciple. He was a man who kept his word and would not be vague and play small tricks on big things. If that's the case, then he must really use the secret technique of the Shimura family to make a deal with the third Kazekage. No matter what this little bastard whether Dan secretly has other plans, in short, she, Shinobu Hanacho, recognizes this favor. After determining the general direction, Shimura Gento and others did not say anything more. After all, Queen Yueli had just given birth. Even though Shimura Gento had previously nourished her body with the acquired Yang attribute vitality, she was still very weak and needed to rest. As for the details of those plans and the specific implementation, there will be special personnel to deal with them. Otherwise, what are those little brothers and lackeys for? Should I find a secretary to help me with the affairs? Coming to the room arranged by Queen Yueli, Shimura Gento lay on the bed with his legs crossed, thinking about this major event. Although he has many plans, cultivation is the top priority. His own strength is the foundation of everything, and it is also the way to longevity and even immortality. It is impossible to waste time on those trivial matters. In this way, it is very important to have a capable secretary, just like the famous saying popular among successful people in the previous life, if there is something to do, the secretary will do it, if there is nothing to do. Alas! Now we just need a capable secretary. Unfortunately, most people in Naruto have skills in fighting and killing, but there are few outstanding girls in management. By the way, in the original book, there seems to be a girl under my father, called something like Nai, who is a great spy and very suitable for the job of secretary. I will ask if there is such a person someday. Thinking of the girl who was the background board in the original Naruto, Shimura Gentoi was moved. The girl seems to be very capable in doing things. She is the ace spy under my father, the pot shadow, and should be able to do a good job in the promising career of secretary. It's a pity that the girl in the original book was just a background board. When he watched that part, he didn't pay much attention to the subtitles, and he didn't even know the name of the girl, nor how old she was. I can only ask my father, the pot shadow, when I have time. Scratching his head, Shimura Gento decided to look for the young lady after returning this time. Thinking about this important matter, his consciousness entered the black cauldron space and merged with his own copy. The black cauldron space seemed to have changed after swallowing and merging the mysterious energy in the Otsutsuki treasure. I wonder if it has completed the transformation. Time control. As soon as the consciousness entered the black cauldron space, a piece of information entered his mind. It was an extra ability after the Black Cauldron space swallowed the energy of the Otsutsuki treasure. As the name suggests, time can be controlled in the Black Cauldron space. It's a bit like the time gem of the Avengers. Thinking, Shimura Gento immediately thought of the time gem of the Avengers. This time control in the Black Cauldron space can manipulate time at will based on his will. Time acceleration, stop, reverse flow, etc. can all be done, but it only requires the consumption of golden energy, that is, merit. Among them, time acceleration consumes the least, and the consumption of time stop increases tenfold, and the consumption of time reverse flow is 10 times that of time stop. I need more leak fields. Looking up at the merit energy ball above, Shimura Gento's farming spirit was burning, and he wanted to turn the entire ninja world into his own chive field. No, we can't just focus on the ninja world. Other forces and people in this world are also good chive fields. Recalling the reminder left by his future self, Shimura Xianding of the village has a plan for the future. Establish a mind for heaven and earth, establish a life for the people, inherit the unique knowledge of the past saints, and create peace for the world. The 4 sentences of Hank are simply a motto tailor-made for me, G. I've decided that I will write these 4 high-profile and bold words and hang them in my study after I go back. After a wave of narcissism, Zhikan Xianding pondered the meaning of the 4 sentences of Hank. In the future, I reminded myself that the way to obtain merit can refer to the 4 sentences of Hank in my previous life, and even the cultivation methods he had spread and created before can be summarized in the sentence of inheriting the unique knowledge of the past saints. Obviously, there are other ways to obtain merit besides spreading cultivation methods. But a new question has come again. What do it mean to establish a mind for heaven and earth and to establish a life for the people? Rubbing his chin, Zhikan Xianding pondered these 2 sentences. He had read the 4 sentences of Hank in a book in his previous life. He only felt that they were very high class, but he didn't quite understand what they meant. The last 2 sentences were very straightforward and could be understood literally, but the first 2 sentences were more difficult to understand. Set up a heart for heaven and earth? Set up what heart? Set up a life for the people? Set up what life? Scratching his head, Shimura Gentoi, who really couldn't figure it out, could only give up. I don't understand, and I certainly won't understand it in the future. I guess it's my own understanding, and it has little to do with the original meaning of these 4 sentences in my previous life. But it shouldn't be wrong to understand it with the positive energy thinking of a gentleman. It just so happens that I am a gentleman, and I have to think about these 4 sentences in the future. Showing a smile of relief and pride, Shimura Gentoi felt that these 4 high-class mottos were a perfect match for him. After being narcissistic for a while, Shimura Gentoi turned his gaze to the 2 replicas of the Samsara Eye and fell into deep thought. So the protagonist Naruto's ability to travel through time in the original book has nothing to do with the Flying Thunder God Seal. The real source is the Otsutsuki Noble Phantasm, and it may even be arranged by the 6-Path Sage. He sneered. Shimura Gento was not too surprised by this, and even had some suspicions. He himself obtained the method of practicing the Flying Thunder God technique from Tsunade's memory, and he knew very well that in fact, that thing was essentially the same as the summoning technique, just a pure space ninjutsu, and did not involve the field of time. Otherwise, Senju Tobirama, who developed the Flying Thunder God technique, would be invincible, and even Uchiha Madara, who was as strong as he was, would have to kneel before the power of time. And according to the principle of Flying Thunder God, he would only travel to the coordinates of Flying Thunder God. If Uzumaki Naruto really traveled through time with the help of Flying Thunder God, he would definitely travel directly to Minato Namikaze, and would only travel to the time when Minato Namikaze sealed the Dragon Vein, so that a perfect cycle could be formed. But in the original work, Uzumaki Naruto obviously traveled to before the Dragon Vein was sealed, and the time point of the 100-footed and Lushan was 6 years earlier than Uzumaki Naruto, which is obviously unreasonable. But if the source of the time travel is not the Flying Thunder God Seal, but the Otsutsuki Noble Phantasm that has the ability to travel through time, everything can be explained. The 6-Path Sage probably put this thing here to use the energy of the Dragon Vein as an energy source for supply, or even to use the energy of the Dragon Vein to refine and break the seal on it. In Boruto, this thing was discovered from the bottom of the sea, which is probably the work of the 6-Path Sage, who deliberately revealed it to let Otsutsuki Urashiki find it and remove the seal on it. I heard that the Otsutsuki Noble Phantasm seemed to become a licking dog of the second pillar in Boruto, and it was indeed not a coincidence. Shimura Gentoi thought of a lot, but the key point was the 6-Path Sage, and he was not surprised by this. How could a ruthless man who could seal and imprison his own mother for thousands of years just stay in the Pure Land and watch the development of the ninja world for thousands of years? He must have left many backup plans. Lulin is probably a backup plan left by the Six-Path Sage, and he even left one of his own reincarnation eyes here for layout. He had a question when he watched Naruto in his previous life. Since Uchiha Madara's reincarnation eyes can be preserved after death, what about the Six-Path Sage's reincarnation eyes? It won't rot with the corpse, right? Are the Six-Path Sage and the people of the shinobi sect so wasteful? And this is obviously unreasonable when there is a mortal enemy, Otsutsuki Indra. There are only three possibilities. Either Otsutsuki Indra destroyed or devoured the pair of reincarnation eyes after the death of the Six-Path Sage, or Otsutsuki Ashura and the members of the shinobi sect sealed the pair of reincarnation eyes, or the Six-Path Sage has other arrangements for it. Now it seems that the last possibility is more reasonable. But this raises a new question. Where is the other samsara eye of the Six-Path Sage? Frowning and thinking about the plot treasures in the original work, Shimura Gentoi guessed where the other samsara eye might be. As an ambitious young man who is determined to become a generation of behind-the-scenes big boss, he doesn't like anyone competing with him for the job. It's enough to have one behind-the-scenes big boss. We must find a way to eliminate the Six-Path Sage's backhands in the ninja world one by one, so as not to compete with him. Enlarge and analyze. After thinking for a while, he used the analysis function of the Black Cauldron space to enlarge the purple 6 Magadama Samsara Eye replica of the Six-Path Sage. 330 acupoints. After counting the subtle acupoints in the Samsara Eye, Shimura Gentoi frowned. Whether it is the Byakugan or the Sharingan, even the subtle acupoints of the Mangekyo follow the order of increasing based on 36. The 1 Magadama Sharingan has 36 subtle acupoints, the 2 Magadama Sharingan has 72 subtle acupoints, the 3 Magadama Sharingan has 108 subtle acupoints, and the Mangekyo Sharingan has 144 subtle acupoints. In his opinion, the Six-Path Sage's Samsara Eye should also follow such an increasing law, but the result is very different from the conjecture. Continuing to observe carefully, he really saw some mysteries. The size of the acupoints is different, wait, the pupil power in these acupoints is different. After careful sensing, Shimura Xianding found 3 kinds of pupil power in this enlarged Samsara Eye, and 2 of them gave him a very familiar feeling, which was the pupil power of the Sharingan and the Byakugan. The remaining pupil power is the largest, which should be the pupil power of the Samsara Eye itself. 131. Chapter 130 Magnetic Escape Bone Transformation. Sure enough, there are 216. As if he understood something, Shimura Xianding counted the subtle acupoints containing the pupil power of the Samsara Eye and found that there were only 216. These 216 subtle acupoints were many times larger than the other subtle acupoints. So it's repeated. He nodded suddenly, and he finally understood. Although the Six-Path Sage is most famous for his Samsara Eye, he had the Byakugan and the 3 Tomo Sharingan before he opened the Samsara Eye. He was born with the Byakugan. After seeing his beloved girlfriend die, he opened the 3 Tomo Sharingan based on the Byakugan. After killing his brother, he opened the Samsara Eye based on the 3 Tomo Sharingan. The subtle points of the Byakugan and Sharingan overlap with the subtle points of the Samsara Eye technique, so the number of subtle points is abnormal. But this raises a new question. How can it be repeated? Is the Samsara Eye essentially not an advanced product of the Sharingan, but completely independent? After thinking for a while, Shimura Gentoi retracted the enlarged 6 Tomo Samsara Eye in front of him to its original state, and used the fusion ability of the Black Cauldron space to extract the data inside and merge it with himself. Samsara Eye, open. As the data merged into his left eye, Shimura Gentoi infused his own vitality into it, activated the power inside, and then it was tragic. Bang! A dried corpse fell to the ground, and recovered in the next moment. It was Shimura Gentoi. Damn, this thing is too heavy. No wonder Uzumaki Nagato was drained by Uchiha Madara's Samsara Eye in the original book. Getting up, Shimura Gentoi recalled the feeling that his soul was squeezed out just now, and he was still frightened. The Sharingan itself consumes a lot of energy, even the Uchiha clan members can't keep it open for too long. Although the Uchiha clan is not famous for its chakra amount in the ninja world, that is compared with its mortal enemy, the Senju clan. In fact, their chakra amount is not bad, otherwise they can't use the ninjutsu of Susanoo after opening the main Jikaya. That is the product of chakra materialization, and the amount of chakra required is not what ordinary people can imagine. This shows how much the Sharingan consumes, and the non-Uchiha clan members consume more to maintain the Sharingan. The Samsara Eye obviously also has this characteristic. It just opened for 1 second and drained him dry. Fortunately, it was not without gain. Gravity repulsion control, heart layer diving, reincarnation, chakra swallowing, Shura attack, secondary body strengthening, it really corresponds to Uchiha Madara's eye technique one by one. Sneering again, Shimura Gento suspected that Uchiha Madara's pair of reincarnation eyes were not legitimate, and it was probably related to the six-path sage, not simply the product of the fusion of Indra Chakra and Ashura Chakra. Gravitational repulsion control corresponds to the heavenly path puppet when Uzumaki Nagato carries the reincarnation eyes, heart layer diving is the ability of the human path puppet, chakra swallowing is the ability of the hungry ghost path puppet, Shura attack is the ability of the Shura path puppet, and secondary body strengthening is to integrate the reincarnation eye pupil power into others or ninja beasts with chakra, strengthening the various abilities of ninja beasts, corresponding to the animal path puppet. Reincarnation can revive the dead, corresponding to the Hell Path puppet, but under normal circumstances, Uzumaki Nagato only uses the Hell Path puppet to repair the damaged six-path puppet. At the same time, this is also the basis of the Samsara natural technique. It can also be said that the Samsara natural technique is an upgraded version of the Samsara natural technique. The eye techniques awakened by other people's Mangekyo are different, but the Samsara eye technique awakened by you, the dignified ninja world dance king, is exactly the same as the six-path sage, except for the wheel of grave. There is a pit. The pupil power of the Samsara eye is indeed different from the pupil power of the Sharingan, but the two seem to be able to merge, as if they complement each other. Recalling the in-depth perception of the two eye powers in the first second after the Samsara eye was opened, Shimura Gentoi is more certain that the Samsara eye and the Sharingan are two different eye techniques. Just like the difference between the Byakugan and the Sharingan, even the subtle acupoints cannot be synchronized. The subtle acupoints in the upgraded Sharingan of 1, 2, and 3 Megatama are not repeated, and they grow regularly, and the same is true for the Mangekyo, but when it comes to the Samsara eye, it changes, and it is still this kind of chaotic and disordered repetition. Without thinking about this matter anymore, Shimura Gentoi magnified the golden 9 Magadama Samsara eye obtained from the Otsutsuki treasure, and this Samsara eye was much more pleasing to the eye. 324 fine acupoints, 36 short of reaching the perfect number of 360, is there an eye of a higher level above the 9 Magadama Samsara eye? After counting the fine acupoints in the golden Samsara eye, Shimura Gentoi couldn't help but recall the figure that appeared at the end when analyzing the wood-release chakra crystal, especially the colorful light spot between his eyebrows, which seemed to be an eye. After thinking for a while, Shimura Gentoi extracted the data of the golden Samsara eye and combined it with himself. Samsara eye, open. The Samsara eye was opened again, but this time the opening position was different, not the left eye, nor the right eye, but an additional vertical eye between the eyebrows, similar to the eye between the eyebrows of Miss Kagaya. Then in an instant, he turned into a mummy, and fell straight to the ground, his face first. It's too bad, I don't have time to sense what kind of pupil technique is inside. Recovering with the power of the black cauldron space, Shimura Xianding shook his head and sighed. The 6 Magadama Samsara eye that carried the 6-path sage before was barely enough, not to mention the higher level 9 Magadama Samsara eye. Although the black cauldron space can recover any injuries, the Samsara eye was drawn too quickly, and there was no time to replenish it. Seriously speaking, it was actually because his strength was too poor. If he was stronger, he should be able to withstand the recovery of the black cauldron space. Giving up further exploration of the Samsara eye, he turned his attention to the middle finger copied from Lushan's broken arm. This is also a treasure and is very worth studying. Sure enough, my idea was successful. Picking up the middle finger, Shimura Xianding looked at the broken end of the finger and found that the bones there really revealed a metallic luster. The strength of human bones mainly depends on calcium, but the strength that calcium can provide is limited. It is estimated that the limit will be reached after practicing the sea-level body strengthening secret technique. Although calcium bones can be strengthened with chakra, for example, the strength of the corpse bone veins of the Kagaya clan is far stronger than steel under the blessing of chakra, but that is only a temporary increase. Once the chakra is removed, it will return to its original state. If you want to break the limit and continue to improve the strength of bones, you can only replace the calcium element with a stronger metal element, at least replace most of it. While observing the middle finger, Shimura Gentoi whispered to himself, and became more and more certain of a previous idea. It is not easy to replace the calcium element in the bones. He has imagined many methods and finally chose magnetic escape, using magnetic escape to control stronger metal elements to replace most of the calcium elements in the bones. This inspiration comes from Wolverine in X-Men, who replaced all the bones with adamantium alloy, but the replacement method in the movie is too rough. Moreover, the calcium in the bones cannot be completely replaced. After all, compared to the human body, the bones are actually a calcium storehouse. Calcium will participate in other functions of the human body and is an important element that is indispensable to the body's functions. So you have to make a gentle and controllable one, and it is best to replace it slowly through practice. In this regard, magnetic escape has a great advantage, so he paid so much attention to Karuro's magnetic escape before, even more than to Luash's magnetic escape. Sand-iron magnetic escape and sand-gold magnetic escape are essentially the fusion of wind and earth attributes, but they are more inclined, equivalent to a partial subject student. Although it is more compatible with sand-iron and sand-gold, it is not as comprehensive as Karuro's most orthodox sand magnetic escape. After the development and practice of the sea-level bodybuilding secret technique, the fusion of magnetic escape will have to be put on the agenda. Putting down the middle finger in his hand, Shimura Gento thought about how to cultivate the two acquired vitality of wind and earth, and fuse them into vitality magnetic escape like chakra magnetic escape, and then use this as a basis to strengthen the bones. Of course, the premise is that he thoroughly studies the magnetic escape of Karura in the Black Cauldron space and develops a cultivation method that can be integrated with the vital energy attribute. While Shimura Xianding was counting the harvest this time, 3 women were discussing him in Queen Yueli's boudoir. Xiao Xianding handled it well. Although little Sarah was weak due to premature birth, the boy delivered the acquired yang attribute vital energy in time and did not leave any hidden dangers for the child. In the next month, let the boy come every day to warm her with the acquired yang attribute vital energy for a few minutes to ensure that she can grow up healthily like a normal child. After carefully checking the physical condition of the queen's daughter Sarah, Cho gave a positive answer, which made Queen Yueli, who was lying on the bed, relieved. This child was only conceived in her belly for 9 months, 1 month less than a normal child, and was weak. She was really afraid that the child would not survive. Do we have to let Xianding Jun take action? Senior Cho, don't you have the yang release chakra? Recalling the scene of Shimura Xianding delivering her baby, Yu Li's fair face couldn't help but blush. It was so embarrassing and shameful. It's different. The main feature of my yang release chakra is to stimulate cell division. It is very effective in treating injuries, but this effect is not something that little Sarah can bear. In comparison, the acquired yang attribute of little Xianding is much milder, which is most suitable for warming up little Sarah's body. Shaking her head slightly, Cho is very self-aware. In this regard, the cheap disciple really needs to take action. Can you tell me what kind of person Xianding Jun is? After a moment of silence, Yu Li suddenly asked. She was more and more curious about the boy who delivered her baby. Why? Do you like that boy and want to find a father for little Sarah? Seeing the blush on Queen Yu Li's pretty face, Cho couldn't help but tease. As a person who has been through this, how could she not see that Yu Li had some feelings for her disciple? After all, the boy was really handsome, and with that extremely gorgeous and expensive battle suit, he was even more handsome. Although she knew that Yu Li was not the kind of flower maniac, as a woman, she would always have some instinctive feelings for handsome men. Just like men have a natural liking for beautiful women, this is human instinct. Senior, what are you thinking about? Yu Li blushed in an instant, and she was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She asked this just to see if the boy was reliable. After all, it was related to the future of Lulin, and there was no room for carelessness. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. After smiling, Chiyo's face became serious. Recalling the contact with the boy in the past 2 months, she said with a complicated expression, although the boy is mostly shameless, but a very reliable person, very kind. And I will stay in Lulin and keep an eye on it, nothing will happen. Thank you, senior. Thanked gratefully, Yu Li looked at Xiang Yu who had been silent, and asked, Sister Xiang Yu, what do you think? As a qualified queen, you can't just listen to one person's words, you have to listen to the opinions of others, so that you can make the most correct decision based on them. My opinion. Thinking back to the past with that cheap disciple, Xiang Yu's mind immediately popped up the 3 words little pervert, Fortunately she refrained from saying this evaluation. It's a very smart kid, and he doesn't look like a ninja. After thinking for a while, he finally gave these two comments. Don't look like a ninja? Yu Li looked puzzled, and did not quite understand this comment. She was very wise, and could see it from the previous Lulin development plan, but what did it mean to not look like a ninja? 132. Chapter 131 Immortal Chi Cultivation Method. He really does not look like a ninja. Nodding in agreement, Cho thought for a moment, and explained, that kid does not have any trace of being a ninja. For example, I plan to sneak into Lulin secretly before and get rid of Lushan, the scourge, at the lowest cost. But that kid said he wanted to visit you openly and take this opportunity to catch Lushan off guard and force him to reveal his true face from the front. If I follow my suggestion, it is impossible to give Lushan the opportunity to prepare the puppet armor, and the fight will not be so difficult. Cho was still very dissatisfied with the previous plan. According to her idea, she would directly attack Lushan from the dark and kill him with one blow. Otherwise, she would not have fought so hard and almost failed. But then she found that Yu Li looked very strange, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. What's wrong? Do all ninjas do things in this way? After hesitating for a while, Yu Li asked. She didn't know much about ninjas, even some ancient books left by their ancestors only briefly mentioned them. She was very curious, but now she felt disappointed and even a little repulsive after hearing what Cho said. Isn't it right? Cho blinked her bright eyes in a naive way, and she didn't quite understand why Yu Li changed her attitude. It's not a question of right or wrong. From the perspective of the Queen of Lulin, I agree more with Xianding Jun's approach. It is taboo to do those shady little actions at the national level. Although you are sincerely helping me this time, if you really do it according to your idea, I will definitely feel a little uncomfortable afterwards, and I will even be wary of or even reject you ninjas. In the future, you'd better not sneak into a country and assassinate other people's ministers like this. Goodwill is not expressed in this way. That thief Lushan is indeed guilty, but he can only be taken after I and Lulin Kingdom determine that he is guilty. Although this kind of thinking seems stupid, it is necessary. Since some rules exist, there must be a reason for their existence. If Lushan is not a bad person, but a good minister who sincerely contributes to the development of Lulin, you have a misunderstanding, or Lushan is framed, you sneak in and kill him directly. Once this mistake is made, there is no chance to save it. What do you say in that situation? Or can you guarantee that you are always right and never make mistakes? Queen Yueli frowned slightly and explained the nature of the matter from the perspective of a superior. She also didn't like Chiyo's proposal. If all ninjas have this dark style, it would be hard to feel at ease. This explanation made Cho and Xianjiu silent. They couldn't think of how to refute it. After all, no one in the world can guarantee that they never make mistakes, not even gods. And everything in the world cannot be explained by right and wrong. There is also the issue of position. Some things are right in the eyes of some people, but wrong in the eyes of others. After all, right and wrong are a kind of subjective judgment, not objective. Sister Mikoto said before that you ninjas make a living by hiring tasks, and you can even go across borders to perform tasks. Do you accept any tasks? For example, assassinating others? Leaving the two women to think for a while, Yu Li asked again, ready to learn more about the existence of ninjas. After all, according to Xianding Jun's suggestion, Senior Cho will probably bring many ninjas from the Sand Village next, and she has to prepare in advance. Since the establishment of the Ninja Village, our Ninja Village will screen the employer's tasks to a certain extent. Not all tasks will be accepted, but the underground money exchange in the black market has no restrictions. Those bounty ninjas are willing to do anything as long as they are paid, even assassinating the country's name. Take a deep breath, calm down your mood, and Cho explains. Relatively speaking, their ninja village still has a bottom line when accepting employment tasks, which is much better than the Warring States period, and much better than those bounty ninjas in the underground money exchange. Senior Cho, Lulin can accept the people you bring to live and settle down, but those people can no longer be ninjas, at least they can no longer keep the ninja style of doing things, including the system of employment tasks. I can set up a department or several departments specifically for you, let those people go there to work, give full play to their strengths, and give them enough salary, but not as a reward for the mission. Frowning and thinking for a while, Yu Li made her decision. She would not allow ninjas to exist in Lulin, let alone independent armed forces like the ninja village. Otherwise, it would inevitably there will be big problems. Perhaps you think this is a bit harsh, Yu Li explained. A country is like a human body, it is the existence of all individuals coordinating and cooperating, and every individual or group is indispensable. For example, masons who build houses, blacksmiths who make farm tools and kitchen utensils, soldiers who guard the country, etc. These are all necessary groups for a country, but ninjas are not necessary for a country. We can live well even without ninjas. In comparison, ninjas are likely to become an unstable factor, and no country likes ninjas. Especially the system of hired tasks is a major source of instability. There are inherent rules in this world, and the existence of hired tasks like ninjas it broke the inherent rules. For example, two businessmen compete in business, which is a good thing. Competition can curb their greed, but one of the businessmen hired a ninja to kill the other businessman through means outside the market, thereby monopolizing the market. That is not a good thing for most people. I don't trademark T want people who can break the inherent rules at will in my country, which will make the whole country chaotic. And to put it more seriously, your ninja trademark S system of hiring tasks is to seize power from state institutions, which belongs to the power and obligation of state institutions. In Yulia trademark S view, ninjas are like a knife, making people who could have lived in a stable circle do terrible things. Maybe the knife itself is not wrong, but the ninja trademark S hiring task system sent the knife to the other party, which is a mistake. The development of a country requires a stable, steady, and orderly environment, and the existence of ninjas makes her very uneasy. Especially after experiencing the Inlushan incident, she became more wary of rejecting the existence of ninjas. In general, I feel that you ninjas are very strange. Why do you have to make a living by missions? Can't you make a living by other means? For example, you, Cho, can be a doctor who saves the dying and the wounded. Not only will it not be dangerous, but you can also earn more money with your medical skills. If you promised your mother to stay in Lulan, you would probably earn hundreds of millions of taels just by your medical skills. There is no need to embark on that road of no return. To be honest, Yu Li really can't figure out how such a strange profession as ninja was born. What is the purpose of such people living? Cho Zionjiu and the other two girls fell into deep thought. If someone else said this, they would naturally ignore it, but Yu Li said this as a national leader, which was enough to make them pay attention. Since the Queen of Lulan thinks so, I think the daimyos of other countries must have similar ideas. Is the existence of their ninjas and ninja villages really a mistake? For a moment, the two women were confused. At the same time, after enjoying the tenfold time acceleration service in the Black Cauldron space for a night, Shimura Xianding on the other side excitedly found his old father who had initially completed the treatment early in the morning. Dad, I need your help. Sitting down and looking at Guo Ying's father who was drinking medicine seriously, Shimura Xianding seemed very excited. Without words, Shimura Danzo still maintained his own high cold male god style, using his eyes to indicate that if he had something to say, he would say it, and if he had something to say, he would fart. I think I can directly absorb and refine natural energy and transform it into my own vitality. Expressing his own thoughts, Shimura Xianding was very satisfied with the trial and error method of last night. It can be said that he gained a lot. He initially perfected the absorption and refinement of natural energy by the warrior vitality training method, and it was done by himself without the help of fairy spells and bagua seals. The hand holding the medicine bowl trembled, and Shimura Danzo suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, "What do you need me to do? I need you to use all your strength to activate the bagua furnace to gather natural energy to help me cultivate my immortal energy." Without saying a word, Shimura Danzo drank the medicine in the bowl in one gulp, waved his hand, and the two masked Shimura ninjas from yesterday appeared. One of them unfolded the large scroll on his back and took out the sealed bagua furnace from it. Then the two Shimura ninjas withdrew, and formed a seal to cast a soundproof barrier to cover the entire room to prevent being eavesdropped. With his palm pressed against the bagua furnace, he used his own chakra to bless the immortal spell seal, condensed a large amount of immortal chakra and flowed into the outer bagua seal, and then transferred it into the bagua seal on the inner wall of the bagua furnace, and finally separated the immortal chakra, and the separated natural energy gradually gathered and increased in the bagua furnace. Sensing that the concentration of natural energy in the bagua furnace reached his needs, Zhikan Xianding turned over and jumped in, sitting cross-legged, and used his vital energy to flow in the meridians and acupoints in his body in an extremely complex trajectory. Gradually, the natural energy in the bagua furnace seemed to be attracted, slowly flowing into Zhikan Xianding's body from the navel, and then driven by the vital energy to flow in the meridians and acupoints, slowly merging with the vital energy. Then this vital energy fused with natural energy merged into the body cells through those capillaries, merged with the vitality, and assimilated by the activated cell vitality. It was unknown how long it took, after the vital energy in the body circulated to form a stable circuit, Ziken Xianding excitedly jumped out of the Bagua furnace, and then tragedy. Looking at his son, whose chest and above were embedded in the stone roof, and whose legs were swinging like a pendulum, Ziken Danzo's eyes flashed with brilliance. He naturally did not think that his son was mentally ill. This was the result of a sudden increase in power that was difficult to control. Since this sudden increase occurred, it was obvious that he had successfully cultivated natural energy. With his son's ability, since he had created a vital energy version of natural energy cultivation, he would definitely be able to create chakra version of the natural energy cultivation method. Now they have added a great secret technique to their Shimura family. With such a son, why worry about Shimura not prospering? Ah! Bang! At the same time, Uchiha Mikoto, who lived upstairs, had just finished taking a bath and was applying ointment to several abrasions on her body. Then she found that a head suddenly appeared in front of her, and a sharp scream followed by a muffled sound. It's not like you haven't seen it before, and there's nothing to see. Why is there such a big reaction? A minute later, Shimura Xianding, who had returned to his father's room, wiped his nosebleed in dissatisfaction. There was a delicate footprint on his face, which was obviously the masterpiece of a big loli. Natural energy is continuously entering your body. Shimura Danzo, who had closed his eyes and carefully sensed it, opened his eyes and confirmed the results of his son's cultivation. The fairy seal they developed before was a failure. The fairy chakra that could be integrated was very limited. Moreover, the fairy chakra from the Libra clan was too violent and difficult to control, so it was of little significance. The purpose of making the fairy seal was to enable them to sense natural energy, so as to prepare for bypassing the fairy seal and directly absorbing natural energy to fuse into perfect fairy chakra in the future. After this period of training and adaptation, he also established the ability to sense natural energy. At this moment, in his perception, the surrounding natural energy was slowly merging into his son's body. Although the speed was very slow, it was indeed a kind of integration, and it did not rely on external forces like the fairy seal. 133. Chapter 132 The Ultimate Form of Ninja Training. As long as the Jotien cycle is formed, a continuous and stable attraction to natural energy can be formed. As the vitality of the body becomes more and more vigorous, the attraction will continue to increase, and the speed of refining natural energy will become faster and faster. Nodding, Shimura Gento proudly explained his development and training results. Is it the 8-diagram seal? Thinking, Shimura Danzo felt that his son's new practice should be related to the 8-diagram seal. It uses some of the principles of the 8-diagram seal, but the essence is different. The 8-diagram seal itself uses the chakra's ability to devour other energies, and the foundation of my immortal energy practice is to deeply develop our human potential. Shaking his head slightly, Shimura Gendo continued to explain, at your level, Dad, you should know that most of the ninja's chakra actually comes from natural energy, which is the transformation of natural energy. Food is only a small part. Otherwise, according to the huge amount of chakra of the first generation of Hokage, his appetite must be at least tens of thousands times that of an average jonin, but in fact his appetite is only several times larger than that of ordinary people. This is obviously not in line with common sense, and chakra cannot be generated out of thin air, so its main source must be natural energy. It just so happens that natural energy exists in all things in the world, and there is also natural energy in our human body, and it can even be slightly transformed to form our own vitality. My immortal energy cultivation method is developed based on this, and it is the most suitable cultivation method for us humans. Has the chakra version been developed? Nodding, Shimura Danzo agreed with his son's statement, and then turned his attention to the chakra version of the immortal technique cultivation method. After all, he is using chakra now, so he can only practice the chakra version. You can't be like your son and abandon chakra to cultivate vital energy. There are chakra versions, but I suggest that you, old man, give up chakra and cultivate vital energy like me in the future. His expression became solemn, and Shimura Xianding persuaded the old father to give up the hopeless and broken road of chakra and change his job to become a cultivator like himself. What did you see at your grandfather's place? After a slight pause, Shimura Danzo's expression became solemn. His wife had persuaded him to give up chakra back then, and now his son was persuading him to do the same, obviously knowing some secrets. I saw some scary things, and chakra has an owner. We are just borrowing other people's power, and even in reverse, we can say that we are practicing for others. Also, father, have you ever thought about where the chakra that was transformed into the form of ninjutsu ended up after the ninja used chakra to release ninjutsu? At this point, Shimura Gendo raised his palm to condense a ball of vitality, and then released the control of the vitality. The ball of vitality that lost control quickly dissipated, and soon it was swallowed and assimilated by the surrounding natural energy and became part of the natural energy. As if thinking about something, Shimura Danzo also condensed a ball of chakra in his palm, released the control and let it dissipate quickly, while maximizing his perception. Then it was discovered that the surrounding natural energy was repelling away from the scattered chakra, and not long after, the scattered chakra suddenly disappeared strangely. It was indeed a strange disappearance, not assimilated by natural energy. Is this disappearance very similar to the disappearance of chakra after the shadow clone was broken? All things in the world follow an ecological cycle process. Animals eat grass, and when the animals die, their bodies are decomposed and then absorbed by plants, turning into nutrients for plant growth. This cycle is a sustainable development. But chakra is independent of the great cycle of heaven and earth, constantly converting natural energy into chakra, and then these chakras are not returned to heaven and earth, causing natural energy to become less and less. In the long run, the natural energy between heaven and earth will inevitably dry up and disappear. Without natural energy as a foundation, all cultivation systems in the world will disappear, whether it is ninjas or samurai monks. He sneered. Shimura Gentoi had long been chakra had some doubts. In his opinion, all ninjas with chakra are small sacred trees, slowly converting natural energy into chakra. Perhaps each ninja can convert very little natural energy, which is far less efficient than the conversion of the chakra sacred tree. But there is only one chakra sacred tree, and there are thousands of ninjas, including the group of Chakra of the Thousand Hands Uzumaki Ninja Clan, not to mention that thousands of years have passed, and who knows how much natural energy has been converted into chakra. That is definitely an astronomical figure. This is obviously a plan of the Six Paths Sage. It is not known whether his original intention is good or evil, but he is much smarter than Kaguya. At least he understands sustainable development and does not squeeze out all the natural energy between heaven and earth at once. Maybe the old guy did this to prepare for the fight against Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others, or maybe he has other plans. In short, the old guy Euro trademark's purpose of establishing the ninja clan and spreading chakra was not simple. You can switch to cultivation, but the premise is that your strength can surpass your father. At that time, you will be the patriarch of the Shimura family, and you will be the head of the Shimura family. After another silence, Shimura Danzo made a decision. In fact, for him, as long as he can maintain his own strength, it doesn't matter whether he cultivates chakra or cultivates vitality and magic power. He has no obsession with chakra. But the premise is that vitality shows greater potential than chakra, at least he has to wait until his son's strength surpasses him. And now the Second Ninja World War is about to begin, there is no time for him to slowly cultivate vitality, so just make do with it for now. That's fine, but you should use chakra to temper your body more in the future. Although that thing can't improve our life essence and gain a longer life, it is still no problem to improve physical strength within a certain range. Nodding, Shimura Xianding did not continue to persuade. Relatively speaking, this result is already very good. This is also the main reason why he decisively gave up chakra at the beginning, because that thing can't improve the essence of the body and can't make people live forever. The essence of practicing chakra is to strengthen the spiritual imprints of those who exist inside, and to give them to others to practice. It's like the Six Paths Sage is the boss, and the ninja is just a hard-working worker. The majority of the money he earns goes to the boss, and he only gets a little benefit, and the boss doesn't give you a promotion or a raise. What kind of practice is this? By the way, let me see our wind escape forbidden technique, I'll see if I can improve it. Suddenly thinking of the sealed wind escape forbidden technique of his own family, Shimura Gento felt that he could start to improve it. He obtained a large number of wind escape ninjutsu secrets from the memories of Zionjiu and Cho, which were accumulated by the Sand Village for many years, and his knowledge of wind escape has been greatly improved. Based on this, plus the trial and error method in the Black Cauldron space, he should be able to improve his own wind escape secret technique. Shimura Danzo said nothing, raised his hand to form a seal and cast an illusion, separating the memory fragments of the forbidden technique that he had read and transmitting it to his son. Although his father ordered the forbidden technique to be sealed permanently after he led the family to join Konoha, and he also established ancestral precepts with the elders of the previous generation, and the descendants were not allowed to read it, let alone study and practice it. But that was only for ordinary people. His son was obviously a monster who was enough to break all the rules. Maybe he could really perfect the forbidden technique and turn it into a secret technique that could be practiced normally. No, not possible, but certain. Thinking back to the surprises his son had brought him over the years, Shimura Danzo was full of confidence. With such a son, why worry about Shimura's prosperity? Damn, the ancestors actually wanted to tinker with elementalization. After closing his eyes and browsing the memories of his old father through illusion, Shimura Xianding couldn't help but swear, and he had great respect for his ancestors. This secret technique is similar to the water transformation secret technique of the Kirigaku Kizuna family, but it doesn't turn people into water, but into wind. It is similar to the elementalization of the natural fruits in One Piece next door. It looks really awesome, but it is a pity that it is not perfect yet, and the side effects are too great. After practicing it, you can't live for a few years, and the deeper the level of practice, the faster you die. No wonder it was sealed forever by Grandpa. Elementalization? It's a very vivid description. Have you ever had a similar idea? With a flicker in his eyes, Shimura Danzo knew that his son must have had similar ideas. Well, I have had this idea. According to my calculations, the 5 basic attributes of wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth should be cultivated to the extreme to obtain a state similar to the water transformation technique, and transform oneself into an element. Speaking of which, our family's wind transformation technique is actually okay, but I think there is one step missing. Nodding, Shimura Xianding did have this idea, and felt that it was feasible. Although the inspiration came from One Piece next door, there is really a foundation in Naruto. Let's not talk about the water transformation technique of the Hojiki family. In the original Naruto, there was a ninja clan that could turn the body into smoke. Since the human body can be turned into smoke and restored, it is also feasible to transform the body into other elemental forms, but it is more difficult at most. Still maintaining his aloof male god style, Shimura Danzo motioned his son to continue. He was very curious about what steps were missing from the family forbidden technique in his son's eyes. This forbidden technique lacks a training method to transform the body into an energy body. Speaking of the missing key, Shimura Gento explained, the human body is made up of matter. As the practice improves, the energy in the body increases, and the proportion will also increase. Eventually, it will transform itself into an energy body, just like those tailed beasts. It is a chakra energy body, and once it is cultivated into an energy body, many incredible abilities can be obtained. Elementalization is just one of them, and the body will not have fatal weaknesses. Directly elementalizing the body is purely seeking death. Only by transforming the body into an energy form first can it be elementalized freely, otherwise it will die. Moreover, the source of ninja chakra is the 10-tailed divine tree, and the 9-tailed beasts are split from the 10-tailed divine tree. That is the final form of ninja cultivation, turning oneself into a chakra energy body similar to the tailed beast, which can be called a human-shaped tailed beast. At that time, it is estimated that it can also obtain immortality like the tailed beast, at least it can get rid of the shackles of physical life. Of course, this is just a hypothesis, and it is still a long way to make it a reality. How long will it take to deduce the secret technique of cultivating an energy body? Asking further, Shimura Danzo also felt that what his son said made sense. I don't know, but Dad, you can try to plan the lightning chakra mode of the hidden cloud village. In my imagination, if you want to cultivate an energy body, the chakra mode is a major foundation. Even if it is still a long way from cultivating an energy body, I can try to make a wind chakra mode for us based on this. Shaking his head slightly, Shimura Gento could not make any guarantees in this regard, but it would definitely be deduced in the future. No need to plan, I have a draft of the lightning chakra mode and lightning armor in my hand, which was found in the mind of a member of the Shadow Guard of the Second Raikage. Still maintaining his cool and handsome demeanor, Shimura Danzo said that his father already had the goods in his hands, and he was very concerned about it. Even if the energy body is not yet in sight, it would be nice to use the lightning chakra mode as the foundation to create a wind chakra mode. 134. Chapter 133 The Cause of Death of Uchiha Kagami. The benefits of being a son of a pod are still very good. After browsing the memory images that his father had transmitted again with illusion, Shimura was more satisfied with this origin. Although there are many pots, the benefits are also great. Don't be happy too early, this is just a draft, there are many deficiencies in it, and the old guy's will was very firm back then, so my father did not obtain all the secret techniques for practicing, and at least 60% were missing. He warned seriously that Shimura had also been studying the incomplete secret technique of the lightning release armor and lightning release chakra mode. Unfortunately, it was too incomplete and there was no way to practice it. He did not have the ability and foundation to complete it. He could only use it as a basis to find out several flaws in the lightning release armor and lightning release chakra mode. Even so, it was meaningless. I think the hidden cloud village must be perfecting these two inherited secret techniques. Maybe the few flaws he found have been completed by others. It is said that the third generation Raikage practiced the lightning release chakra mode to perfection and won the title of the strongest shield in the ninja world. This is also the biggest reason why it is difficult to obtain other people's secret techniques in the ninja world, because only the most complete practice method is meaningful. No one dares to practice the incomplete secret technique, otherwise they will die. Don't worry, I can handle it. Waving his hands carelessly, Shimura was confident about this. What if there are defects? Just use the trial and error method to continuously improve them. If dying 10,000 times is not enough, then die 100,000 times. If it still doesn't work, then die 1,000,000 times. I don't believe that I can't figure it out. How many sea-level body strengthening secrets have you created? Without saying much, Shimura was very confident in his son and immediately asked about the progress of the deduction of sea-level body strengthening secrets. During the battle yesterday, he found that his son's physical strength was several times stronger than when he left Konoha, and the divine power and speed techniques he used were also more powerful. Obviously, he had created a sea-level body strengthening secret. I just don't know how much he has created and improved. It's already been done. Wait, don't resist. After saying that, Shimura used the acquired yin attribute energy to condense into a line, connecting himself and his old father's eyebrows, and dragging his consciousness spirit into his own spiritual space. You opened the spiritual space? Looking at this small spiritual space, Shimura spirit was amazed. You know, even if he opened his own spiritual space after cultivating Yin-Tun Chakra, he was already 30 years old at that time. And now his son has opened his own spiritual space at the age of only 13. This achievement is really amazing. It's a pity that this spiritual space is pitifully small. Shimura on the side was highly concentrated and transmitted the information about the entire set of sea-level bodybuilding secrets in his consciousness. It's impossible to do this in the outside world, but in the spiritual space, he is an omnipotent god. This is his territory, and it is very simple to transmit information. After the information was transmitted, Shimura sent out his old father's consciousness spirit, and his own consciousness returned to his body. I won't waste time writing this secret technique. You can read it and organize it. Tiredly taking off his glasses and pinching the root of his nose, Shimura indicated that he would not write any more. Each category of this secret technique has tens of millions of words, right? Shimura who was dizzy from the huge amount of information, rubbed his forehead and felt that this was a trap. The previous D-level body strengthening secret technique had millions of words in each category, and this C-level set directly increased tenfold to an astonishing tens of millions of words. Will the next B-level set have hundreds of millions of words in each category? It takes a long time just to read this thing, let alone understand and practice it. The higher the level of the secret technique, the greater the risk of practice, and the wider the aspects involved, so it is normal to have more words. And there is no need to succeed in practice all at once. It can be achieved within 10 years. That's it. By then, with other means, you will be an all-around elite jonin. In addition, you can use the Sage Mode and Yang Attribute Chakra to improve the efficiency of training. Like me, you can achieve preliminary training in a few months. He smiled and shrugged. Shimura said that this is all routine operation. It took several years to develop the previous D-level bodybuilding technique. How come the C-level set was developed in a few months? Still rubbing his forehead, Shimura asked in confusion. He originally thought that it would take at least 10 years to deduce this C-level bodybuilding secret technique. He just asked about the progress before, but who would have thought that his son actually succeeded in deducing it? This efficiency is beyond words. These training methods are deduced based on knowledge. The more knowledge I have, the faster and easier it will be to deduce. Pushing his glasses, Shimura Gentoi said that he was a top student, and the life of a top student does not need too much explanation. You losers just need to look up to him and enjoy his achievements. Of course, the real reason is that after merging with Tsunade and the other girls in the Black Cauldron space, he obtained their memory and knowledge, as well as the most important comprehension bonus, which enabled him to deduce so quickly. So the sponsorship of the young ladies is very important, and he needs more sponsorship from the young ladies. After returning this time, I will find a way to get the Impure World reincarnation technique from Sarutobi Hiruzen, and also find a way to get the scrapped Mangekyo Sharingan sealed by the Uchiha family. I will use it. Thinking of the plan for the Sharingan in the capital, Shimura Gentoi hurriedly reminded that this should be done as soon as possible. It's quite depressing to say. Although the Impure World reincarnation technique was invented by the second Hokage, it was sealed up and even Tsunade was not qualified to read it, so he did not find the Impure World reincarnation technique in Tsunade's memory. Moreover, a person's memory is too huge, and it is unrealistic to search it in detail. Up to now, he has only seen less than 10% of Tsunade's memory. Most of the others are just useless memories, he is too lazy to read them, but Tsunade has really never seen the Impure World reincarnation technique. In this regard, he can only let his father, the Nabe Cage, think of a way to see if he can get it from the third Hokage through pie trading. Shimura Danzo nodded silently, indicating that he would find a way to get it. By the way, Dad, how did you get the pair of Mangekyo of Uchiha Kagami back then? Thinking back to the pair of Uchiha Kagami's Mangekyo, Shimura Gentoi asked curiously. How do you know that pair of eyes belong to Kagami? Shimura Danzo frowned and asked back, not believing that his son had the ability to access such secrets. The Uchiha family has records of the patterns and pupil abilities of the Mangekyo, and Mikoto has read the records on this. He didn't hide anything and told the truth. Shimura Gentoi was quite curious about this matter. What kind of insidious means did his father, Nabe Cage, use to get the Mangekyo from Uchiha Kagami? But this explanation made Shimura Danzo look a little weird. He had heard Shimura Dangsheng say that his son was a perverted Lolita control and had taken a fancy to the two Lolita teammates. I didn't expect that he would take down Mikoto so quickly, and even learn the top secrets of the Uchiha family from her. This ability is so strong. Suppressing these strange thoughts, Shimura Danzo recalled his teammate Uchiha Kagami back then, and couldn't help but sigh. Kagami's thoughts back then were very dangerous and paranoid. Letting him live would likely split the Uchiha family into two factions, thereby weakening the Uchiha. Back then, Hiruzen and I both needed a strong and united Uchiha to compete with the Senju family, so we had to sacrifice Kagami. Moreover, because of Mr. Tobirama, Kagami was very close to the Senju family, and even wanted to let the Uchiha and Senju families join forces like when the village was built, which is not in our interests. After he sacrificed a Mangekyo to perform the Izanagi forbidden technique and won the battle, his father secretly dug out his eyes, and his body was sealed in the No. 1 Research Institute. He also obtained the forbidden technique Izanagi from his brain. Danzo Shimura did not hide what happened that year, and told the truth, including his despicable assassination of his teammates. Sure enough. Listening to his father's dark and despicable past, Shimura Gentoi said inwardly, sure enough, it's almost the same as what he guessed. It can only be said that his father is indeed worthy of being the Dark of Ninja, the ultimate embodiment of ninja. However, Uchiha Kagami is also a talent. He actually wants to encourage Uchiha and Senju to join forces again. If these two top families join forces, Konoha will have no chance for anyone else. As for the matter of splitting the Uchiha, it is estimated that it is like the original work that splits the Uchiha family into two, such as the doves and radical hawks like Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. The Uchiha who cannot unite cannot compete with the Senju family that has produced two Hokage. The existence of Uchiha Kagami is not in the interests of their Shimura family, and it is normal that he will be killed. Dad, keep an eye on Uchiha Kagami's descendants. The awakening of the Mangekyo should be able to increase the strength of the bloodline. His descendants have a high probability of awakening the Mangekyo. Let's see if I can synthesize a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan like Uchiha Madara. Shimura Gentoi has set his sights on Uchiha Kagami's descendants, or more precisely, Uchiha Shisui who has not yet been born. Although he is not very interested in the characteristics of the Sharingan and has never thought of transplanting a pair for himself, the Mangekyo pupil technique and the Susanoo are really powerful. If the secrets can be studied and turned into a secret technique that can be practiced, it will be a big deal. Uchiha Madara's eyes are abnormal, and the Uchiha family has also had there have been examples of close relatives awakening their Mangekyo. But there has never been an evolution after fusion like Uchiha Madara. Shimura Danzo was not optimistic about his son's plan. He naturally knew that Uchiha Madara's eyes were obtained by fusion with his brother's Mangekyo. After all, when his father joined forces with Sarutobi Suzuki to fight against Uchiha Madara, he saw the patterns of the two brothers' Mangekyo. After that, the pattern of Uchiha Madara's eyes was like a combination of the brothers' original Mangekyo patterns. It was easy to guess that it was a product of fusion, and there was even a rumor that Uchiha Madara took away his brother's eyes. But it was not clear how to fuse. It must not only refer to the eyes of brothers, there should be unknown conditions. Just try it. It would be best if it works, but it's no loss if it doesn't. Shrugged indifferently, Shimura Gento didn't care about it. Anyway, he was just tinkering with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan for research, and he didn't plan to transplant it on himself. Even if he couldn't tinker with the Mangekyo of Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Shisui, he could wait until the two pillars merged the eternal eye and copied it. If it doesn't work, the Dance King is still alive in this era. When his father becomes stronger, he will lead the Shimura family to brush the age spots dungeon and dance with the old guy. By the way, is the old guy hiding near the Konoha bridge? Or is he near the coastline of the Land of Water? Thinking of the age spot copy, Shimura Gento couldn't help but think of two details in the original work. In the original work, Uchiha Obito was buried at the Konoha bridge, and then rescued by Uchiha Madara. But then Nohara Rin was sealed into the Three Tails by the Kirigakura Enbu and must be on the east coast near the Land of Water, and then Uchiha Obito quickly rushed over to rescue him. One of these two places is in the northwest of the Land of Fire, and the other is in the east of the Land of Fire, spanning tens of thousands of kilometers. It is unlikely to find the age spot copy with these two clues. Sure enough, the copy of the Eternal Eye still depends on the second pillar. After thinking for a while, he finally gave up the age spot copy and set his sights on Hirudasuke. By the way, Dad, you should recover as soon as possible. After solving the problem of the Sand Village next, we will go to the Dragon Vein Pond to have a look. Last time, I always felt that something was wrong under that pond. Either there was a great danger or a great treasure. Recalling the strange feeling under the pool after the Dragon Vein energy was sucked dry by the Samsara Eye last time, Ziken Xianding felt that he had to go over to check it out in the future. Maybe he could get a big treasure. Even if there is a big danger, it can be discovered in advance and resolved. 135. Chapter 134 Happy to be a father. After communicating with his father Guo Ying, Ziken Xianding returned to his residence, and then a maid came to invite him to Queen Yueli. Without hesitation, he followed the maid to Queen Yueli's boudoir and found that the queen was sitting on the bed with a focused expression on handling official business. Without making a sound to disturb her, he came to the stool beside the bed and sat down to wait. Looking at the profile of the queen, I have to say that she is very beautiful, not inferior to Miss Midu. No wonder she can give birth to the equally beautiful Queen Sarah in the future. This gene is really good. After admiring it for a while, I looked around and found the meatballs and teapot placed by the bed, and recalled that I hadn't had breakfast today. Without being polite, I picked up a string of meatballs and put them in my mouth, and 3 meatballs remained in my mouth. After chewing it, I took the teapot and took a sip, and then I found that this was not a teapot at all, but a milk pot. It doesn't taste like milk. Smacking his lips, Shimura Gento felt that the taste was not like the milk he used to drink at home, but he didn't care. After all, cows can't be raised in the desert environment. It is estimated that it is camel milk or some other milk. In short, it can be placed here for the queen to enjoy, so it must be drinkable. Why did you drink it? At this time, after reading the scroll, Queen Yueli immediately found Ziken Xianding next to her. When she saw the teapot in his hand and the milk stains on his lips, her pretty face blushed with shame. That's... Queen, don't be stingy. The meatballs and milk are cold. You can't eat cold things now. It's a waste to throw them away. With a smile, Ziken Xianding sucked the milk in the milk pot in one gulp and swallowed the second string of meatballs in his hand. Then he asked, "What do you want to talk to me about, little sister?" Yueli, with a hot face, looked at the empty milk pot, and then looked at Ziken Xianding with milk stains on the corners of his mouth. She was so ashamed and annoyed. Is this a problem of being stingy? She has a good physique and was able to provide her daughter with food last night, but the little one was too small to eat much. She was bloated in the morning, so she drank the tea and used the teapot to share the pressure, but who would have thought? Little sister? She called out curiously. Shimuragento didn't understand what was wrong with this queen. Ah? Oh. I asked you to come here so that you can use that energy to nourish Sarah's body. Senior Cho said that your energy is more suitable for Sarah. Thank you for your help. Yu Li came back to her senses and calmed down, gently picking up her daughter beside her. It's a small matter, no trouble. Waving his hand indifferently, Shimuragento gently took the little guy in the swaddling clothes, transformed his own energy into the acquired yang attribute energy, and slowly integrated it into the little guy's body. And Sarah, who was warmed by the acquired yang attribute energy, was obviously very comfortable, and even danced with her delicate little hands. Obviously, she was in good spirits. Shimuragento smiled and stretched out a finger for the little guy to hold and interact with. Seeing this harmonious scene, Yu Li, sitting on the bed, couldn't help but recall Chiyo's words last time. Flirting. Maybe Xianding Jun is really suitable to be Sarah. Bah, Yu Li, what are you thinking about? Yu Li suddenly realized halfway through her thought, and spat secretly. Her pretty face blushed even more. Is the queen uncomfortable? Seeing that the queen's pretty face was flushed again, Zhikan Xianding asked with concern. While talking, he took the little sister's jade-like hand and transferred the acquired yang attribute Yuan Qi to her to warm her body. I don't know why, Yu Li didn't retract her palm, and let Zhikan Xianding hold it like this. At the same time, this feeling of warming the body with Yuan Qi is really comfortable, much more comfortable than taking a hot bath. It is a kind of comfort from the inside out, which is difficult to describe in words. After 3 minutes of warming, Zhikan Xianding retracted his palm and handed the little guy in his right hand to Queen Yu Li. I will come here every morning to help little Sarah warm up her body. I will definitely let this little girl grow up healthy. Looking at the little girl who was still shaking her little hands with a smile, Shimuragento was looking forward to the future of this girl. At the same time, he was determined not to let the little girl die young. In the original book, Sarah was only a teenager, but when Uzumaki Naruto returned to the original time and space, Sarah's daughter said that Sarah had passed away, which was obviously an abnormal death. After all, according to the time, Sarah at that time was only in her 30s, which was the peak period of a person. It was impossible for her to die. Obviously, something happened. He didn't care what happened in the original book, but he saved this little girl. After all, this was a child he delivered with his own hands, which was of great significance. Should I be the godfather of this little guy? Suddenly, he had a bold idea. Shimura Xianding looked up at Queen Yueli, who was looking at her daughter with a doting look on her face, and said decisively, Queen, I get along well with little Sarah. How about letting little Sarah be my goddaughter? He attaches great importance to Lulin. The thousands of kilometers of desert are like a natural protective belt, isolating this place from the countries on the mainland, like a paradise. If it is well developed in the future, it can be used as a retreat for the Shimura family. He naturally understands the principle that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Although his father has a good relationship with the 3rd generation of Hokage in the original book, it is hard to say what will happen in the future with his own butterfly wings. It is not uncommon for the cunning rabbit to die and the running dog to be cooked. Who knows if Sarutobi Hiruzen will do something dirty? And it is not necessarily possible to kill the Senjua family next. Once the plan fails and the Senjua family counterattacks, it will be a pit. At this time, it is necessary to have a retreat. At worst, the family can be moved here, quietly develop, farm and develop, and then return to defeat all enemies. In this way, Yu Li, the Queen of Lulin, must be firmly won over, and it is best to become a relative, such as letting him become Sarah's godfather. But it would be better if this was not said. Once it was said, Yu Li's pretty face turned red again, and her mind was confused. What does this little brother want to do? Miss. Looking at the little sister in front of him who became dazed again and blushed, Zhikan Xianding was very puzzled. What's wrong with the queen today? Why do you blush all the time? This is not good. Yu Li, who came back to her senses, hesitated a little, always feeling that this was inappropriate. Yes, there is indeed a small age gap between me and little Sarah, so it is not appropriate to be a godfather. Then why don't I let my father be little Sarah's godfather, and then little Sarah will be my goddaughter? Rubbing his chin and nodding, Ziken Xianding also understood that he was a little young, only 13.5 years old, and it was not appropriate to be a godfather, but it was more appropriate to be a godbrother. No, you are very suitable to be little Sarah's godfather. After hearing Ziken Xianding's proposal, Yueli's face changed, and she quickly changed her mind, saying that you are very suitable to be little Sarah's godfather. In comparison, she still hopes that Ziken Xianding will be the godfather of her daughter, and the relationship between Lilin and the Ziken family does need to deepen. Little guy, call me godfather. Seeing that the queen agreed, Ziken Xianding happily stretched out his hand to tease his goddaughter. He is finally happy to be a father. Well, why does it feel weird? Oh, queen, don't go to the dragon vein pool for the time being. It feels very wrong to me and may be dangerous. After solving the problem of Sand Village, I will go down with my father to find out what's going on. Recalling the strange feeling last time, Shimura Xianding reminded. The current Queen Yueli is very important to their Shimura family, and there can't be any mistakes. Do you also feel that there is something abnormal down there? The face changed, and Queen Yueli asked solemnly. She also vaguely felt that there was something wrong down there. Miss, you feel it too? The expression was also solemn. He had suspected that it was just an illusion before, but now Queen Yueli's words made him understand that there must be a pit down there. I don't know much either, but it just gave me a bad feeling at the time. There was more worry on her face. Yueli was very worried about this matter. After all, it was right below their Lilin. Once there was a problem, the whole Lilin would suffer. Although it is not clear what is under the dragon vein pool, from the initial feeling, it is estimated that there is a high probability that it is not a good thing. Don't worry, we will handle it, and we have hundreds of elite Jonin from the Shimura family on the way, so even if there is a problem, we can suppress it. And there are 2 young ladies, Cho and Zionjiu, so nothing will happen. Seeing that the Queen Miss Shimura Xianding comforted her softly. He didn't care about the problem under the dragon vein pool. At most, he could take the people of Lilin away from here and find another place to settle down. He didn't have to hang himself here. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Xianding. Bowing sincerely, Yu Li knew that at this stage only the Shimura family had the ability and sincerity to solve the hidden dangers there. Even if it really couldn't be solved, they could still lead the people of Lilin to complete the migration. Don't be polite, we are friends now, and we should help each other. With a polite reply, Shimura Xianding took the matter on himself, and this might be an opportunity for them. The days that followed were rather boring. Shimura Xianding practiced during the day, and at night his consciousness enjoyed the treatment of 10 times the time flow speed in the Black Cauldron space. He used the trial and error method to perfect the fragments of the secret technique of the Thunder Escape Armor and the Thunder Escape Chakra mode, and used it as the foundation to create the Wind Escape Armor and the Wind Escape Chakra mode. With the Wind Escape knowledge gained from the 2 young ladies Zionjiu and Cho, plus the super strong comprehension accumulated by the girls, the progress in the development of Wind Escape Armor and Wind Escape Chakra mode is quite gratifying. Even acquired wind attribute. Looking at the wind blade condensed on his fingertips, Shimura Xianding was full of joy. For him, the 5 escape attributes are indeed more difficult to practice, but as long as the knowledge and foundation are sufficient, it can still be practiced. The half-centimeter long wind blade on the fingertips in front of him is the product of the acquired wind attribute vitality. Although it is only a little, it is very sharp. It cuts stones like tofu, and it passes through in one stroke. Maybe I can make a wind escape spiral shuriken. The cultivation of the acquired wind attribute made Shimura Xianding very ambitious. He decisively condensed the Raise Nan and prepared to try to make a wind escape spiral shuriken. Unfortunately, ideals are full, and reality is skinny. Looking at the peanut-sized Raise Nan on his fingertips, Shimura Gentoi gave up the idea of a euro infusing the acquired wind attribute energy into it. Alas! I really don't have the fate of being the protagonist. With a sigh, Shimura Gentoi felt that the Raise Nan was a pit, a super big pit. He had already figured out the Raise Nan, a no-mark ninjutsu that does not involve the change of chakra properties. After all, this thing mainly tests the control of chakra. As long as the control is in place and the principle is known, it can be used. Now this mini Raise Nan condensed with 30% of the energy in the body is still good. The first Raise Nan condensed at home was only the size of a mung bean. Looking at that Raise Nan at that time, I can't tell how sick I was. In the end, I could only offer it to my father, the pot shadow, through my fiancé copyright E, and I got the right to repeat 3 years in the ninja school. Simply put, the Raise Nan is a ninjutsu that relies on the accumulation of chakra. Without enough chakra, it is garbage, but once a huge amount of chakra is infused into it, it can be said to kill gods and Buddhas. This is also a major feature of the Raise Nan, which can infinitely contain chakra and chakra attributes. Knock, knock. Master, the clan leader asked you to go over, our people are here. At this time, there was a knock on the door, and then a voice came into the room. It was one of the 2 Shimura ninjas. 136. Chapter 135, The Heart of Shimura Seong. Uncle Seong, Brother Suungsyu, you are here. I came to my old father's room and found Shimura Suungsyu and others. You kid are really noisy, my old bones almost fell apart in this ghost place of wind country. Looking at his handsome nephew wearing heavy gold armor, Shimura Dangsheng couldn't help but laugh and scold. This time, their Shimura family can be said to have come out in full force, exposing all the upper ninjas, a total of hundreds, not much different from the 3 major clans. I am afraid that after this, many ninjas will be unable to sleep and eat, and it will be a mixed blessing for the family. Uncle Seong, thank you for your hard work. With a chuckle, Shimura Gento sat behind his father to the left as a background. After all, he was young, and his performance in the family and the ninja school was not very good in the past, so he was not qualified to participate in such a high-level meeting of the family. Although he could come this time, he could only be an observer at most. But it was also true that he was young and had little experience, and the next thing to discuss was how to deal with the attack of the Sand Village. He really had no experience in this kind of war, so he naturally couldn't talk nonsense. Have all the clan members been settled? Signing everyone to sit down, Shimura Danzo, who was sitting in the main seat, asked. They are all settled outside Lulin City. The Queen of Lulin also sent a batch of supplies. Cho also went there to treat the wounds of the tribesmen. The lightly wounded tribesmen will recover in 3 days at most. As the leader of the team, Shimura Dangsheng replied in a deep voice. Although they were well prepared this time, the Sand Village was not a soft persimmon. After several battles with them, the tribesmen were more or less injured, and there were even a few seriously injured. Fortunately, the tribesmen were strong and cooperated well, and no one died. And Shimura Xianding, who was standing behind his old father, was also very satisfied with this. The Queen of Lulin was assassinated by An Lushan last time, so she would definitely be wary of ninjas. Dad's arrangement of placing the tribesmen outside Lulin City was correct, which could maximize the favor of the Queen and the people of Lulin, and was very beneficial to the family's future plans here. When will the 3rd Kazekage and his men arrive in Lulin? Nodding indifferently, Shimura Danzo asked the second question. This time, they must fight with the Sand Village. Only by hurting the Sand Village can they be quiet, and the Shimura family can plan in Lulin with peace of mind. The 3rd Kazekage is chasing after us, but he is not that. If you don't have the guts to come here alone, it will take at least half a month to wait for the follow-up Sand Village troops to arrive. He sneered. Shimura Dangsheng was not afraid of the 3rd Kazekage at all. After all, the 3rd Kazekage riding the giant desert eagle only brought a dozen people, while they had hundreds of people, at least special jonin. If the 3rd Kazekage really dared to come with such a small number of people, he guaranteed that the Sand Village would start the election for the 4th Kazekage this year. Then Shimura Danzo asked a few more key points. After a while of discussion, they left to prepare for the upcoming war. Dad, how many of us have achieved the Sage Mode now? When there were only 2 people left in the room, Shimura Xianding pulled a chair and sat down, asking a key question. At the beginning, 36 people were selected. 21 people achieved it when my father and the tribe parted ways. After this period of time, there should be more people who have achieved it. Although he didn't know why his son asked this, Shimura Danzo thought about it and gave a rough number. He had never asked Shimura Dangsheng about this before. It's like this. Based on the lightning armor of the hidden cloud village, I developed the wind armor. If there is the assistance of the Sage Mode, the Jonin who cultivates wind attribute chakra should be able to cultivate it within a week. Proudly talking about the results of his labor, Shimura Xianding couldn't help but praise Miss Cho and Miss Zionjiu. With these 2 ladies' knowledge and practice experience about wind escape, plus the superimposed comprehension bonus of the 2 women, his development efficiency has been greatly improved. Of course, in addition to this, the 10-fold time acceleration ability of the Black Cauldron space is also very powerful. During these 8 days, in addition to continuing to cultivate immortals, he would take out 10 hours every day to stay in the Black Cauldron space for research and development by trial and error. After 10 times acceleration, it is 800 hours, which is more than 33 days. It's not easy. Crack. A snapping sound was heard. Shimuragento turned his head and saw that it was his old father who crushed the armrest of the chair. He was obviously very excited. Try to maintain his own aloof male god style, Shimura Denzo asked in a deep voice, what about the wind escape chakra mode? The lightning escape armor is a B-level ninjutsu, and the wind escape armor developed based on it should also be B-level. Although the B-level ninjutsu is very strong, it is just that. In comparison, the wind escape chakra mode is a powerful ninjutsu that can influence the situation of a battle. Its level must be at least A level. If it is practiced well, it can even reach S level. That is a little more difficult, but give me a week, I will definitely be able to deduce it. By the way, if you use yin escape to assist, it will be easier to practice. After an estimate, Shimuragento gave a deadline of 1 week, which should be able to be worked out in 1 week. After all, both Miss Zionjiu and Miss Cho have cultivated the wind chakra, which gives him enough foundation to deduce, and it is just a matter of how many times he dies. Develop it as soon as possible, this time your father will keep the third Kazekage here forever. This time, even with Shimura Denzo's state of mind, he could not suppress his excitement, and he had a great ambition to kill a Kage. He wanted to use the head of the Kazekage to announce the rise of the Shimura family to the ninja world. I think it is better to keep the third Kazekage, so that we can continue to weaken the Sand Village. Just like you and Sarutobi Hiruzen in Konoha, as long as you are there, you can kill other strong geniuses of Konoha, and even the ninja clan. So the living third Kazekage is more valuable than the dead third Kazekage, and it is more beneficial to us. Of course, he can't have an easy time. He should be beaten badly, preferably with disfigurement or leaving only an arm or leg, to minimize his prestige in the Sand Village, so that some ninjas in the Sand Village will have more small thoughts, so that the third Kazekage will suppress and harm him, and the internal conflicts in the Sand Village will intensify. Shimuragento expressed a different opinion on this, firmly believing that the living third Kazekage is a good Kazekage. Just like the Konoha F4 in the original Naruto, look at how many people in Konoha were killed, the Senju family is awesome. Those who were cheated were removed from the ninja world, the Uchiha family is awesome, only 2 or 3 big cats and small cats were left. Konoha White Fang is awesome, he can make other ninja villages order to abandon the mission without punishment when they meet him, but in the end he was forced to commit suicide. There are so many similar examples, so the enemy from behind is the most vicious. He planned to train the third Kazekage to be like Sarutobi Hiruzen in the original work, and use him to weaken the Sand Village from the inside. But these words made Shimura Denzo, who was just full of enthusiasm, feel like a basin of ice water was poured on him, and then he fell into deep thought. Is this the image of the old man in the eyes of his son? But Ida Euro trademark S true, Ida Euro trademark S quite vivid, and this idea is also very good, which is more beneficial than directly killing the third Kazekage. Just do as you say. After thinking for a while, Shimura Denzo decided to adopt his son's suggestion. Dad, you may not like what I'm going to say next, but I still have to say it. Recalling the miserable ending of his own father, the Pot Shadow, in the original work, Shimuragento felt that he had to save a wave. Say. Recovering his cool and handsome demeanor, Shimura Denzo said one word indifferently and motioned to continue. I know you have a good relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen, but that old guy is not a good person. We can take the blame for doing things with him, but we can't a Euro trademark T do the work. Anyway, even if we don't a Euro trademark T do it, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others will find someone to do it. We just need to take the blame quietly. There is no need to make ourselves an unforgivable villain. And there are many ways to get things done. We can use overt plots to induce and drive others to do it. Conspiracies are too cheap. Shimuragento did not object to his old father taking the blame, but he could not really do those things. That would only make the Shimura family the target of public criticism, and there would be no way to clear it in the end. Shimura Denzo was silent and meditated quietly. Shimuragento did not disturb him. He quietly left the room and left the space to his old father. Hiruzen, how much of your heart and courage do you have left? After a long silence in the room, Shimura Denzo looked up at the morning sun outside the window and thought of his beloved friend. He knew very well that the Shimura family's display of all the Jonin clan members would have a great impact and make many ninja clans in Konoha alert. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen might be wary, after all, they can't even tolerate the Senju clan now. Based on this, if the plan succeeds in the future to kill the Senju clan, will Sarutobi Hiruzen turn his target to their Shimura family? It's really hard to say. That close friend back then when Mr. Tobirama suggested that one person should lead the enemy away, he was really impressed by the broad-mindedness and courage he showed, and he was worthy of the name of a ninja hero. But he really couldn't say how broad-minded Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has been sitting on the position of Hokage for many years, was. However, what his son said was right. He could take the blame, but there was no need to do some things personally. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was far away in Konoha, was smoking at home. Judging from the fairy-like posture in the house, it was obvious that he had been smoking for a long time. Ahem. Hiruzen, smoke less. After coughing, Utane Koharu couldn't stand it anymore and glared at him. This old smoker is really unbearable. I don't know how Biwako has tolerated it all these years. Midaman N on the side even performed a small wind escape to blow out all the smoke in the room. He couldn't stand this old smoker either. Are you trying to suffocate me with this thing? Hiruzen, Danzo and the Shimura family are hiding too deeply. Even if our plan succeeds, the biggest beneficiaries in the future will be the Shimura family and Danzo. It is even very likely that Shimura will become the next Senju. After using wind escape to change the air in the room several times, Midaman Yan spoke sternly to express his own views. Originally, the Shimura family was about the same as the three families, but now the strength shown by the Shimura family made them very frightened. That's more than 100 jonin. Although according to intelligence, more than 80% of them are just special jonin, it is still a considerable force. It has surpassed them and is catching up with top clans such as Senju, Uchiha and Hyuga. This is not in their interests. Yan, watch your words, Azang is not that kind of person. Putting down the pipe in his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded seriously. Now their plan is at a critical stage, and there must not be any mistakes, let alone internal fighting. Otherwise, not only will the work fail, but it will also make the Senju family and many ninja clans alert, and there will be no chance in the future. Can you stop using such ambiguous names every time, making it seem like you have an improper relationship with Danzo? Udaten Koharu glared at him unhappily, and got goosebumps all over her body from the sound of Sarutobi Hiruzen calling her Azang. Sarutobi Biwako, who had been silent, narrowed her eyes slightly, and also felt that her husband's relationship with Shimura Danzo was too good, and there was a possibility that he might come out. 137. Chapter 136 Wind Style Chakra Mode. How can you women understand the feelings between us men? Leering sideways, Sarutobi Hiruzen said that you don't understand friendship between men. Rolling her eyes, Koharu-ten looked at Sarutobi Biwako across the way and winked at him. Compared to her, she and Midaman N were outsiders after all, so some words should not be said too much. If Sarutobi Biwako spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen should be able to listen to some of them. Hiruzen, although N's words were a bit harsh, we have to be on guard. After all, you are only close friends with Danzo, but you are not familiar with other people in the Shimura family. We don't know what those people think. Moreover, the Shimura family had reached a deal with the daimyo mansion before, using the food patent in exchange for a large sum of money. Shimura Gento even recognized the General Yanran Jianhao and got engaged to Tsunade. Danzo didn't tell you all this. Sarutobi Biwako spoke up and analyzed the recent behavior of the Shimura family. The Shimura family has indeed been more active and more aggressive in recent months, which makes them very uneasy. This matter ends here, and the current stage is mainly based on that plan. After a long silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke up and said that he would put the overall situation first and overthrow the Senju first and take real power first. After thinking for a while, he added, I will pay attention to Azang's actions. If everything goes according to plan, it will be the best. If he didn't say the rest. If that close friend really had other plans, it would be his fault. The other three were very satisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen's response. Although it should take a few years before the plan is actually implemented, the Shimura family cannot become stronger in these years. They have enough confidence to suppress it together. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that the rise of the Shimura family was not because of the so-called Zero Research Institute that was secretly established many years ago, but because of Shimura Gentoi himself. The The special jonin shown by the Shimura family this time also relied on practicing the body-strengthening secret technique created by Shimura Gentoi to quickly become stronger and then become special jonin. It can be expected that in a few years, these people will inevitably become stronger, and more jonin will emerge at the same time. In fact, it was not only Sarutobi Hiruzen and others who were discussing how to deal with the sudden outbreak of the Shimura family. Other ninja clans in Konoha were also discussing it. After all, it was really disturbing for a ninja clan to have hundreds of jonins, which was close to the minimum standard of the top clans. Compared with the Hyuga, which was the floor tile among the three major clans in Konoha today, it was not much different. I don't a Euro trademark T know what the major ninja clans in Konoha think of Shimura Gendo, and I a Euro trademark am too lazy to think about it. As a gentleman of his generation, he doesn't a Euro trademark T like to engage in those small tricks of conspiracy and calculation. Even when dealing with enemies, he prefers to crush them with upright means. At this stage, he is creating the wind escape chakram mode and practicing the sea-level bodybuilding secret technique without distraction. Although this level of bodybuilding secret technique has been developed and perfected, it will take a lot of time to practice it to the extreme. After all, this is to improve the essence of the body, and it must be done step by step, and it cannot be sloppy at all. Fortunately, he cultivated immortal energy, which can refine natural energy into his own energy, and the fused immortal energy has a stronger effect on body refining than pure energy, which increases the efficiency of cultivation several times. After all, pure energy is formed by the fusion of mental power and vitality. If you want to condense energy for cultivation, you must extract the vitality in the cells. This is undoubtedly a kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul, and the efficiency of cultivation cannot be high. It was only before that he got a lot of soldier ration pills from Miss Zionjiu, which could replenish vitality and fuse into energy in large quantities, otherwise it would be impossible to cultivate to this level so quickly. Time passed quickly during cultivation. In a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The third generation of Kazekage, who had been wandering far away from Lulin City, finally waited for the follow-up troops, a team of 1,000 people, including 150 jonin and 850 chonin. This was the maximum force he could mobilize personally. Shimura Danzo, who had been watching for a long time, led hundreds of well-trained tribesmen to fight and headed to a place hundreds of kilometers away from Lulin City. Since they promised not to spread the war to Lulin, they would naturally not start a war near Lulin. Are we really not going to take action? Standing on the top of a high tower, Zionjiu watched the Shimura family ninjas going away, especially the golden figure in the lead, and felt worried. That kid is trying to show off. Cho said unhappily, and she was very unhappy about it. She was originally prepared to join the war, after all, this matter was mainly caused by her, and she also wanted to make a conclusion with the third Kazekage. Unfortunately, she was rejected by that cheap disciple, and finally she could not be stubborn, so she had to stay in Lulin City. He probably doesn't want to embarrass us. With complicated emotions, Zionjiu had some guesses in her heart. I'm afraid that the cheap disciple asked them to stay and protect the people of Lulin just as an excuse, and the real purpose was not to let them fight with their former companions. That little pervert is too kind. Shimura Gendo, who was moving forward, had no idea that he had gotten a good guy card. He was not that kind. He really wanted to protect the people of Lulin and Queen Yueli by letting Zionjiu and Cho stay. That was related to the future plans of their Shimura family, so they could not be careless. Moreover, he was worried that the third Kazekage would send someone to play the emotional card with the two young ladies. If the two young ladies really chose to return to the sand village on impulse, they would lose a lot. He even asked his father to leave a few clansmen behind to be prepared. Everyone had strong physical fitness and arrived at the scheduled battlefield in a short time. This desert was not all yellow sand. There were also some rocky areas exposed by the sand being blown away. The rocky area they chose was thousands of kilometers in diameter. There was not much sand in it, which could greatly limit the magnetic escape of the sand village. At the same time, the third Kazekage also brought thousands of sand village ninjas under his command to a place not far from the rocky area. He looked at the rocky area ahead, and then at Lulin City hundreds of kilometers away, and hesitated. He had received a report from the perception ninja before that Cho and Zionjiu were in the ancient city of Lulin at the moment, and the two women must be eliminated as soon as possible. But damn Daimyo Mansion! Thinking back to the order sent by Daimyo Mansion not long ago, the third Kazekage gnashed his teeth in hatred. Not long ago, the Queen of Lulin sent an envoy to the daimyo mansion of the Wind Country on a flying ninja beast, contributing 2 technologies, solar furnace and well pressure, and used this to form an alliance with the Wind Country. Now the ancient country of Lulin is an ally of the Wind Country. The daimyo personally ordered them to stay away from the ancient country of Lulin, otherwise he would regard the entire Sand Village as a traitor and join forces with the Earth Country and the Fire Country to encircle and suppress it. If there were only the samurai army of the Wind Country, he would naturally not be afraid, but if the samurai armies of the Earth Country and the Fire Country were added, it would be hard to say. Moreover, the attitudes of Uegakure and Konohagakure are unclear, and who knows whether they will add insult to injury. So he can only hold back his anger for the time being. But no matter what, he will first get the secret technique of the Shimura family. As long as he is strong enough, the daimyo mansion is just a group of garbage that can be easily destroyed by him. Akazaga, Senior Ebizo, go to Lulin to bring back Senior Cho and Zionjiu. After thinking for a while, the third Kazekage instructed Ebizo and Akazaga behind him. With the death order of the daimyo of the Wind Country, he cannot send ninjas into the ancient country of Lulin. After all, it is not appropriate to make things too awkward with the daimyo mansion now. But Cho and Zionjiu must find a way to lure Lulin out and get rid of them. Family affection is a good bait. He is not afraid that Cho will tell the truth of that day, because he knows that woman loves the Sand Village very much and will never bear to see the village fighting or even splitting because of this, especially at this time when the Second Ninja World War is about to begin. This control of people's hearts is a necessary means for being a shadow, and he is very familiar with it. Not to mention that more than 90% of the people here are his people. Even if Ebizo knows the truth, he can kill him. No, I want to kill that kid. Staring at the golden light in the rocky area in the distance with hatred, Akashi gnashed his teeth. At the beginning, he agreed to the proposal of the third Kazekage and drugged his mother so that she could not stop them from killing the kid. But who would have thought that the kid would attract Shimura Danzo and others to attack the base and kidnap his mother Cho and girlfriend Zionjiu? After being a prisoner for so long, who knows what the kid did to his mother and Zionjiu, which he could not tolerate anyway. Let me go. With a sigh, Ebizo turned to Lulin with 100 people under his command. Compared to killing the group of ninjas of the Shimura family and getting the Shimura secret technique, he cares more about the safety of his sister. After taking a deep look at Ebizo who led the people over, the third Kazekage knew that he was a smart man, and he also loved the village very much. Even if he knew the truth, he would definitely not tell it. Of course, there will be some small actions after returning, but the premise is that he can go back. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the third Kazekage took off the huge sealed scroll on his back, unsealed it, and suddenly a vast amount of black sand iron flew out. This was specially refined by him using magnetic escape in the nearby desert during this period, just for today's battle. As for why he had to transform into a miner to refine sand iron, thinking of this, the third Kazekage was so angry that he wanted to curse. Because the scroll of iron sand that was used to cooperate with his men to encircle and kill Cho was finally taken away by Shimura Xianding, and no one knew where it was thrown. That was the result of his hard work for several years, and it was gone in an instant. How could he not be angry? And the amount of sand iron refined these days was insufficient, and at most it could exert 70% of its own strength, but it was enough. Magnetic style, sand iron wave strike. Raising his hand to seal, under the control of magnetic style chakra, the sand iron gathered together to form a wave carrying the third Kazekage to the rocky area. The 900 Sand Village ninjas behind dispersed and surrounded the opposite side. Damn, do you think you are the moon worshipper with long black hair? Looking at the third Kazekage who was walking on the sand waves on the opposite side, Shimura Gento was very disgusted with this high-profile appearance. Only he, Shimura, can legally pretend to be cool in the world, and others are illegal and must be severely punished. Driven by the inner jealousy, he decisively bent his bow and shot arrows. His steel arrows have been demagnetized, and even if the third Kazekage has sand iron magnetic style, he cannot control it, which is enough for that guy to drink a pot. Unfortunately, before he could shoot, he was stopped by his old father next to him. That's my father's opponent. Shimura Danzo, who looked like a cool male god, spoke coldly, saying that you kids should not try to steal the monster. Okay, you have the final say. Shrugged, Shimura Gento released the bow and arrow in his hand, and turned his eyes to the sand ninjas who were surrounding and killing from both sides, especially the puppet masters. These are all good targets. Leave the third Kazekage to me. Seeing the third Kazekage approaching, Shimura Danzo explained to Shimura Dangsheng next to him, and once again handed over the command of his clansmen to this brother, and decisively used his ultimate move. Wind-style chakra mode. Raising his hand to form a series of complex hand seals, the sharp wind-style chakra surged out, forming a series of whirlwinds on the surface of the body. Leaping up, the figure rushed out quickly and flew to the third Kazekage on the opposite sand wave. That's right, this is the biggest feature of the wind-style chakra mode, flying. It is also the reason why Shimura Danzo is confident in defeating the third Kazekage. As for the previous series of complicated hand seals, there is no way. After all, time is too tight to practice this thing to the point of instantaneous release. Shimura Xianding is very considerate and provides a program to assist with hand seals, which reduces the difficulty of practice by one level. Otherwise, even if Shimura Danzo is a master of wind style, it will take several years to practice it. Fortunately, as long as the wind-style chakra mode is used, this mode can be maintained as long as the chakra in the body is not exhausted. 138. Chapter 137 Rich Man Style Archery. Shimura Stylia Wind Slash. Without giving the third Kazekage a chance to react, Shimura Danzo swung his sword and slashed with the help of the wind-style chakra mode. A 10-meter-long sharp wind blade instantly split the third Kazekage and the entire iron sand wave into two. Shimura Stylia Random Blades. After striking out, Shimura Danzo did not pause at all. With the help of the wind chakra mode, he turned the Shimura style wind katana technique, which used to require seals and enchantments, into an instant state. Swinging his sword wildly, hundreds of wind blades cut the sand iron wave into pieces, and the might gathered before was gone. The third-generation wind shadow that was cut in half before turned into black iron sand. It was obviously just a clone of iron sand, and the real body was hidden in the sand iron. Magnetic Stylia Sand Iron Rain. The third-generation wind shadow hidden in the sand iron made a seal, and the sand iron condensed into countless fine needles and shot out in an instant, like a violent storm, leaving no room for escape. However, Shimura Danzo was too lazy to pay attention to these fine needles, and continued to swing his sword wildly. Countless wind blades raged in the sand iron, and even cut through the ground, revealing the hard rock layer below. The reason why he chose this rocky area as the battlefield was to prevent the third Kazekage from using magnetic escape to hide under the sand. If he really hid deep enough, he would have no way to hit him. As for the iron needles shot through the wind blades, they were blown away by the wind escape chakra mode as soon as they approached. The force was deflected away, and it was impossible to hurt Shimura Danzo inside. This is the defense method of the wind chakra mode, just like the Hyuga clan's Kaden, relying on the rapidly rotating wind chakra to deflect the opponent's attack, whether it is physical attack or ninjutsu attack. Not to mention the fight between Shimura Danzo and the third Kazekage, the Shimura family's ninjas also fought with the Sand Village ninjas who surrounded them, and instantly started a ninjutsu battle. The mainstream means of both sides are wind shrouds, and there is no problem of restraint. It can be said that the chess is matched and the generals meet. And Shimura Gento was not idle either, and once again showed his Shenyang-style shooting technique. With the blessing of sea-level super speed and super power, his arm almost formed a residual image, and he could shoot 60 steel arrows every second, all aimed at the puppeteer's puppets. There was no other way. At this stage, puppets were easier to deal with. They were not like ninjas who could use clone techniques to dodge, and they were also easy to recognize. There was basically no possibility of a fake body. In this way, when the left hand was tired, it was replaced by the right hand, and when the right hand was tired, it was replaced by the left hand. It was as powerful as a Gatling gun, and 3,600 steel arrows could be shot in 1 minute. The tens of thousands of steel arrows piled up into a hill behind him were decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 10 minutes, nearly half of them were gone. Of course, the results of the battle were also brilliant. All the puppeteer's puppets within 200 meters were swept away. Facing the impact of the arrows, the wooden puppets were vulnerable and all turned into parts and fragments. It was impossible to repair them. There were also many puppeteers who were slow to react and had their arms, legs and feet torn by steel arrows, and they withdrew from the battle early. Seeing this brilliant victory, Shimura Danao, who was commanding the battle, looked sideways, and for the first time realized that archery could reach such a terrifying level. He even thought about whether he should practice archery in the future. After all, he was too old to fight with those young people, lest his old bones really fall apart one day. But then he thought about the cost of those steel arrows and gave up. Even if those steel arrows were mass-produced, each one would cost thousands of taels, and because the arrows were too brittle, they would only be fragments when they were recovered. In other words, the kid had spent tens of millions of taels in just a short while. Although the Shimura family is now the richest in Konoha, they can't be so wasteful. Little brat, come here and die. At this time, Akashi, who had tried several times but failed to rush over, couldn't help but roar, with bloodshot eyes. When he thought about his mother and the woman he liked being kidnapped by the brat for so long and being bullied countless times, he almost went crazy. The most important thing is that he secretly poisoned his mother Cho and suppressed the chakra refining, which gave the kid an opportunity. Otherwise, with his mother's strength and the kid as a hostage, how could she be easily abducted by the Shimura family? This made him regret it so much. Brothers over there, please get out of the way. He is my eldest brother. Let him come over. Hearing the roar of his eldest brother Akazaga, Shimura Gentoi shouted to the fellow ninjas over there. Since his eldest brother wanted to come to see him, how could he stop him? He Shimura Gentoi is very loyal and will never forget the good brother who provided him with many delicious dinners in the base. The Shimura ninjas who fought against Akazaga stepped back a few steps and turned to look at Shimura Dangsheng. After getting a nod from Shimura Dangsheng, he turned around and pounced on the other ninjas of the sand village. Without any obstacles, Kisha rushed forward at full speed, but what greeted him was a storm of steel arrows. He did not dare to neglect it and quickly put the 10 puppets in front of him. He did not dare to use his body to receive these steel arrows. Unfortunately, although the puppets in his hands were imitations of the puppets of the 10 people of Kinmatsu, and the quality was very close, they still could not withstand the torrent of arrows. He rushed forward for only 100 meters and became a pile of broken wood. Without the puppet, Kisha looked at Shimura Gendo 50 meters away, and his heart was full of hatred. At the same time, he was also full of despair. That kind of archery was too strong to restrain their puppet masters, and it could be called a nemesis. Brother Kisha, why are you staring so wide-eyed? Did you see a beautiful woman? Where is it? Let me appreciate it too. Just when Kisha was desperate, a voice sounded in front of him. He looked carefully and found that a young man who looked like a golden armored god of war appeared in front of him at some point. Go to hell! With great hatred in his heart, Kisha decisively activated the mechanism tied to his arm, ejecting a piece of steel needles, pointing directly at the facade where Shimura Gento had not put down his armor. Judging from the deep blue color of those steel needles, they were obviously coated with some kind of poison. Unfortunately, these steel needles were completely blocked by a golden wing and failed to hurt Shimura Gento. Even one steel needle was bounced back and stabbed on Kisha's left arm. Damn it! Seeing the blue steel needle nailed in the elbow, Kisha was shocked and hurriedly condensed the wind escape chakra on his palm to cut off the entire left arm at the shoulder, so as to prevent the poison from flowing along the blood vessels to the torso, which would really be impossible to save. The arm that fell to the ground soon made a hissing sound from the elbow, and was quickly corroded like sulfuric acid. In just 10 seconds, only a pool of pus was left, and even the rocky ground below was corroded into a pit. Oh my god, corpse powder! This scene surprised Shimura Gentoi. It was too similar to the corpse powder used by Brother Bayo in The Deer in the Cauldron. With one arm broken, Kisha glared at Shimura Gentoi angrily and prepared to turn around and run back. The shock of losing an arm and the pain finally made him calm down a little, realizing that staying here would not only fail to kill the little ghost instead, you will lose your life in vain. Running away is the wisest choice. Although it is very embarrassing, as the master of Yaiwei Dujiang wrote in the book, if you keep the Green Mountains, you will not worry about firewood. Staying alive is the most important thing. Only by living can you take revenge. Once you die, there is no hope. Unfortunately, as soon as he turned around, he was hit by a stone on the forehead. After a dizzy spell, he fainted on the ground. My younger brother is so hospitable, how can you bear to leave? Untying the stone wrapped by the vitality line, Shimura Xianding very hospitably grabbed his elder brother Kisha's ankle with a vitality line, dragged him back to Shimura Dangsheng, and continued to watch the entire battlefield. Is he really Chiyo's son? Looking at Kisha with a broken arm speechlessly, Shimura Dangsheng really couldn't understand how a female hero like Cho could have such a son. It's really a tiger mother and a dog son. He had seen the scene just now, and the strange operation made him doubt his life. How did this guy graduate from the Sand Village Ninja School? I think so. He replied uncertainly, and Shimura Gentoi was not sure. After all, there was no means of paternity test these days. Although he had Chiyo's memory, in his memory this was indeed Chiyo's son, but maybe they took the wrong child in the hospital that year. This kind of bloody plot often appeared in those TV dramas in the previous life, maybe Cho took the wrong child that year. If the bleeding doesn't stop, he will die. Looking at the still bleeding wound on the broken arm, Shimura Dangsheng reminded. This kid is still useful, he can't die, even if he has to die, he can't die at the hands of their Shimura family. I almost forgot. Patting his forehead, Shimura Gentoi looked around, his eyes fell on a fellow ninja guarding behind Shimura Dangsheng, to be precise, the ninja sword in his hand. Brother, lend me your sword. He reached out with a smile and took the ninja sword from the brother, then put the shiny blade on the armor, and rubbed it frantically with the extreme hand speed of 30 years of singleness in the previous life. After a while, the blade turned slightly red. Sizzle. Seeing the blade turn red, Shimura Gentoi hurriedly squatted down and put the red blade on the wound of his brother Akazaga's broken arm. Instantly, a smell of barbecue and burnt smell spread out, making people a little greedy. The severe pain from the shoulder wound made Akazaga, who was in a coma, suddenly open his eyes, and the severe pain almost made his eyes pop out. Just as he was about to struggle, Shimura Gentoi used the vitality line to remove his limbs, well, 3 limb joints, and it was difficult to move. Brother Akazaga, bear with it, it will be healed soon. After comforting him, Shimura Gentoi continued to use the ninja sword in his hand to burn other parts of the wound. After all, the wound was quite large, and the ninja sword in his hand was only 2 fingers wide, so he could only burn it a few more times. He even rubbed it twice more before the wound was completely burned and the bleeding was stopped. At the same time, he carefully kept a distance of more than half a meter from it, so as not to be killed by the radiation on his own heavy gold armor. Looking at the brutal operation of Shimura Gento, Shimura Dangsheng silently took back the hemostatic powder he had just taken out of the ninja tool bag. Brother, return your ninja sword. Satisfiedly looking at the charred wound that was completely stopped from bleeding, Shimura Gento returned the ninja sword in his hand to the brother. It's not difficult to borrow again if you have borrowed and returned it. And the Shimura ninja looked at his beloved sword with resentment, looking at the scorch marks on it, especially those left by friction, and wanted to curse. Only if the other party was his own young master, if it was someone else, he would definitely let him know what it means to go in with a white knife and come out with a red knife. You damned brat, you insulted my mother, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. The pain made Kisha wet his pants, and finally recovered. He stared at the golden armored boy in front of him and cursed him with hatred, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Everything about him was ruined by this kid. Originally, his life was perfect. According to his mother's arrangement, he could pursue the goddess Xionjiu in his heart, marry her and have children with her, and then use the connections and prestige of his mother and uncle in the village to become a high-level person in the village or even a round table member, and even become the 4th generation of Kazekage. But now it's over, it's all over. The goddess in his mind was seduced by the brat, and his mother was also abducted and insulted by him. Now his arm is broken and his strength is greatly reduced. His life is over. And this resentful curse made Shimura Dangsheng and several others beside him look sideways, and they all cast strange eyes at Shimura Xianding. I didn't expect you to be such a young master of the Shimura family, you are so popular with both young and old. Hey! Brother Akazaga, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. When did I insult Miss Cho? After seeing the weird and ambiguous eyes of Shimura Dangsheng and others, Shimura Gento almost vomited blood in anger. Although I am the son of the pot, you can't just put the blame on me. No, did this guy know through some means that I copied Miss Chiyo's body data? Then he thought of something, and Shimura Gento felt a little guilty, and this guilty side happened to be seen by Shimura Dangsheng, which further confirmed his guess. This nephew is awesome. 139. Chapter 138 Wind Escape Armor. After hesitating for a while whether to kill his own brother Akazaga to silence him, Shimura Gento finally chose to be a kind person, and once again rolled up a stone with the vitality line to knock his big brother unconscious. Alas! I am so kind. With a sigh, Shimura Gento felt that his soft-heartedness was the biggest obstacle to becoming the big boss behind the scenes. But there is no way, who let Miss Cho be his teacher. As a good disciple who respects teachers, he can't let his teacher suffer the pain of losing a child at such a young age. It is a blessing for Miss Cho to meet such a good disciple in her previous life. And this sigh made Shimura Dangsheng, who was directing the battle, sigh. What a perfect father and son. Shimura Danzo is pure black-hearted, and this kid is thick-skinned, a perfect match. After resting for a while, after using the postnatal Yang attribute fairy energy to restore his arms that were injured by performing the Shenyang Tuhao style archery, Shimura Xianding once again transformed into a human Gatling, and shot tens of thousands of arrows from his back in one breath, causing more than 500 Sand Village ninjas to fall to the ground and lose their combat effectiveness. Of course, these ninjas who were hit by arrows were basically at the level of Chunin, and Jonin was not so easy to be hit, especially when they were hundreds of meters away. After all, ninjas are the ones who have maxed out their dodge skills, so it is not so easy to hit them. A sharp weapon for clearing the field. Looking at the results of the battle, Shimura Dangsheng could not help but sigh again. Although this kind of arrow is not a big threat to a cage-level strongman like him, and even cannot threaten Jonin at a distance of 100 meters, it is devastating to Chunin, and it is perfect for clearing small monsters. It's just a bit expensive. Clang! Uncle Xiang, it's your turn to protect me next. The heavy gold war bow slipped from his hand, and Shimura Xianding breathed a sigh of relief, looked at his trembling arms, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although the two groups just now were very fierce, first killing all the puppeteers' puppets, and then crippling more than 500 Chunin, but the price paid was not small. The arms have completely lost sensation, and the tendons, bones and nerves inside are severely damaged, so it is difficult to fight in a short time. You kids still need me to protect you. Looking sideways, Shimura Dangsheng raised his hand and made a series of complex hand seals, and the two Shimura ninjas behind him also made hand seals. Wind escape armor. The three of them shouted in unison, and the sharp wind escape chakra and wind attribute chakra surged and flowed through their bodies at a high speed. The three of them flashed and rushed out without seals using wind instant body. At the same time, 33 Shimura ninjas also rushed out using wind escape armor, and their combat power was improved to a higher level. The remaining Shimura ninjas also formed groups of 2, followed a clan member who used wind escape armor to charge and expand the results of the battle. This wave of outbreak caught the Sand Village ninja off guard. They did not expect that in this situation, the Shimura family actually had a trump card, and it was such a powerful trump card. The original siege formation was forcibly disrupted, and even the Sand Village Quasi Shadow who was commanding in the rear was targeted by Shimura Dan-ao, and could not continue to command the battle, which made the Sand Village ninjas even more chaotic. This is the wind escape armor. Although it is not as powerful as the wind escape chakra mode and cannot obtain the ability to fly, it can increase the speed by cutting the air, and perform the wind instant body technique without seal. The resistance of the air is actually very large, especially the faster the speed, the greater the resistance. If this resistance is removed, humans will be able to burst out several times the speed. For ninjas who are already good at speed, the combat power that can be increased by a sudden increase in speed is unimaginable for ordinary people. At this moment, these Shimura ninjas who used the wind escape armor were like admirals who turned on the unparalleled mowing mode. Their combat power suddenly became a mess, and the battle situation instantly became one-sided. Seeing that the Sand Village ninjas were about to be divided and surrounded, and were completely defeated, Ebizo arrived with hundreds of his elite troops, giving the Sand Village ninjas a chance to catch their breath and reorganize a new formation to resist the swift attack of the Shimura ninjas. Stinky Fox, where is Cho? The Sand Village Quasi Shadow who escaped from the swift attack of Shimura Dangsheng with the help of Ebizo asked anxiously. The strength of the Shimura family far exceeded their previous estimates, and the Sand Village has suffered heavy losses so far. Although the combat power of the Jonin level was fully preserved, the Chunin were all kneeling. Even if they still have an advantage in numbers, they may have to pay a heavy price to win. A miserable victory is not the result they want, and now they must get stronger reinforcements, such as the Shinobi Flower Cho. I'll tell you about this after the war. With a gloomy face, Ebizo casually responded, recalling the previous communication with his sister, and had a bad guess in his heart. Although his sister didn't tell him what happened, he was not a fool. He guessed that the real situation was definitely not what the third Kazekage said. There must be something fishy going on. But now is not the time to think about these things. Let's defeat the Shimura family first. This battle has already suffered heavy losses. The Shimura family's secret technique must be obtained to make up for it, otherwise the Sand Village will suffer a great loss. It's too reluctant. Shimura Dangsheng on the opposite side took a breath and was quite disappointed with the previous battle. Just as he was about to take down that guy, Ebizo arrived in time. After the previous wave of explosions, his chakra had been consumed by nearly half, and it was almost impossible for Ebizo and the other two to take down Ebizo. Should I use Kiryomaru? Hesitant, Shimura Dangsheng didn't know whether he should use the trump card of Bing Liangguan. This trump card was specially prepared by them to trap the Senju clan in a few years. If the news was leaked at this time, it would definitely alert the Senju clan and even make other ninja villages take precautions, which would be very detrimental to the plan. Just as Shimura Dangsheng was hesitating, a cry resounded through the battlefield. Spiritual summoning technique. A cloud of mist exploded from the back, and a huge monster could be vaguely seen. All Shimura ninjas, catch it! Before the huge monster appeared from the mist, a cry resounded through the battlefield again, and then blue and white slugs flew out and landed accurately on all the Shimura ninjas present. When the cry was heard, the Shimura ninjas present knew that reinforcements had arrived, and naturally took the flying slugs on their shoulders, receiving the treatment service, while continuing to swing their swords and kill. That's right, it was Tsunade who came to support. This was not over yet, and then two more clouds of mist exploded, revealing two huge monsters, a huge red toad and a purple python hundreds of meters long. Tsunade, give me a slug too. Kneeling on one knee on Gamabunta's back, Jiraiya shouted breathlessly. Orochimaru on the other side was not feeling well either. They had rushed all the way without stopping, and their physical strength was greatly consumed. Their physical condition was very bad. They are three disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Looking at the three huge monsters, Ebizo's face became even gloomier. My sister had fought with these three juniors before, and she couldn't take them down no matter how hard she tried. Now that they came to support them, it was quite disadvantageous for them. Are there other ninjas around? The commander of the Tsunagaku Quasi Shadow asked the perception ninja in the back. If there were only those three people, it would be fine, but if the ninja army of Konoha came to kill them, it would be bad. Sir, there is no chakra of other ninjas within a radius of 300 kilometers. The perception ninja in the back did not hesitate to consume all the chakra in his body to perceive, and soon got the result. This response made Ebizo and others feel relieved. Summoning technique. At this moment, the third Kazekage took the time to form a seal and summon his own ninja beast, and a red python that was even bigger than Manchi appeared. Hey! Manchi! The red python sensed a familiar breath, turned his head and saw that it was his little brother Manchi. Boss Zinnia. Looking at Zinnia, who was several times bigger than himself, Manchi was confused and asked unkindly. Orochimaru, you don't want me to fight with Boss Zinnia, do you? Zinnia is the existence in the Ryokai cave whose status is second only to the White Snake Immortal and the three Great Snake Princesses. He even has a unique reverse scale. His strength is feared by the three Great Snake Princesses. He doesn't want to go up and be abused. Zinnia, please repel them. The third Kazekage sand clone standing above Zinnia gave an order, and then turned into sand iron and returned to the main body. Originally, he was being beaten by Shimura Danzo. Now, after summoning Shinga, not only did half of his chakra disappear, but he was also discovered by Shimura Danzo, and his head was almost chopped off. Even if he dodged in time, he was shaved into a Mediterranean hairstyle for free. Don't be distracted at this time. The stinky toads of Miyaboku Mountain and the slugs of Wet Bone Forest. He sneered, and the warlike Shinga naturally would not refuse the order of the contractor. He swung his tail and blew away the 10,000 snakes on the left, and then rushed towards Gamabunta. Jiraiya, I can't beat this guy. Drawing out a short knife and jumping away, Gamabunta reminded solemnly to avoid the snake tail pulled by Shinga. Their three holy places are connected to each other, and toads and snakes are even enemies. The three brothers have fought with Shinga before, but they were defeated miserably. That guy is abnormally strong, enough to rival the immortals, and it is not easy to deal with. You, Tsunade's slugs, and Orochimaru's snakes are not opponents even if they join forces. Jiraiya, who was adsorbed on Bunta's head against the wind pressure, looked solemn and saw the power of the red python. If it was the real body of the living slug sage, a mouthful of acid would dissolve that guy, but now it's better to forget about the slug of that size. Glancing at the slug under Tsunade's feet, Bunta felt that it was in jeopardy. What about the three of us? Jiraiya asked again, while circulating chakra to relieve the fatigue of running for days and nights before, and preparing for battle. We should be able to fight, but we can't be hit by that guy's attack, otherwise we will turn into stone. With a solemn warning, Bunta jumped to Tsunade's side, and Orochimaru also arrived with the snakes. Originally, the snakes had retreated, but the tail of Zinnia came over and made him lose face, especially when it hit him in the face. Don't you know that you should not hit the face of a snake when you hit it? If you really want to retreat this time, how can you have the face to come out and mess around in the future? You must fight. At the same time, Ebizo on the other side watched the battle situation, and his eyes suddenly fell on Shimura Gentoi, who was watching the show in the back. You take people to quickly capture that kid, and I will stop this old guy. His mind was turning rapidly, and Ebizo whispered and suggested, while his hands quickly formed seals and performed wind escape ninjutsu to bombard Shimura Dangsheng on the opposite side. The Tsunagaku Quasi Shadow Commander did not hesitate, and immediately rushed to Shimura Gentoi with several trusted men. Judging from Shimura Danzo's behavior this time, it is obvious that he loves this son very much. As long as he can capture that kid as a hostage, he can force Shimura Danzo to surrender. So that kid is the key. Xiao Xianding, be careful. Jiraiya saw the actions of the Sand Village ninja and wanted to go over to support, but was pulled back by Zinya's tail, so he could only open his mouth to remind him loudly. Why do you all treat me as a soft persimmon? With a sigh, Shimura Xianding put down his armor, thought about it, put down the big shield behind him, drew out the big sword and stood with the sword. After this period of time, he had used the acquired Yang attribute immortal energy to repair the injuries on his arms. Although he no longer had the steel arrows to perform the Shenyang-style archery technique, but he is not only good at archery, but also swordsmanship. 140. Chapter 139 Guoying blames himself. Sign up if you come, and my great sword will not kill any nameless person. Standing with his sword in hand, Shimura Xianding asked loudly, but unfortunately the person facing him was not a serious person, but a ninja. Keeping one's own information secret is a basic quality for ninjas, and names are also important information. Looking at the golden armored boy in front of him with a stupid look, the Quasi Shadow Commander of Tsunagakuer village continued to use the wind teleportation technique to rush forward quickly, with the ninja sword in his hand ready to go. There's no atmosphere here. After complaining helplessly, Shimura Xianding instantly entered the sage mode and stabbed out with the sword. Although the sword did not have any ninjutsu special effects, the sharpness of the sword itself was enough to penetrate everything. Dang dang dang. The battle between the two instantly became intense. The Chakra ninja sword and the heavy gold sword kept colliding, and the sound of the collision was like a violent storm. At the same time, several Tsunagakuer Murakunin who were following behind also took action. Unfortunately, they were blocked by Shimura Xianding with his immortal energy line and the wings behind his back. Coupled with the influence of radiation, it was difficult to achieve results in a short time. Damn turtle shell! After 10 seconds of fighting, Tsunagakuer Junkiage was so angry that he wanted to curse. The defense of that heavy gold suit was too strong. It wouldn't matter if it was made of heavy gold. However, high-quality sealing crystals were incorporated into it, making it almost immune to ninjutsu. The wind blade he cut out collapsed before it even touched it. As for the ninja sword, it was of no use to him. The most deceiving thing is that this thing has all-round defense. Even the eyes on the visor have a pair of diamond-polished glasses. Not to mention that it is very difficult to attack the eyes. After all, that kid is not a wooden pile. Also, that guy's big sword is really disgusting. The blade alone is 1.8 meters long. The power of swinging such a long sword can be imagined. The most important thing was that the attack range made his liver hurt, quite a bit. Fortunately, he already had targeted tactics. After several more confrontations, Tsunagakuer's Quasi Shadow suddenly threw out a coil of golden thread, which was caught by a Tsunagakuer Jounin who was assisting in the attack, and was quickly tied to the handle of a ninja sword that had long been inserted into the rocky ground. The other end of the golden thread was wrapped around the great sword. Even with the sharp edge of the great sword, it was difficult to cut off the golden thread quickly. A lot of money. Shimura Xianding understood clearly that the thread should be made of heavy gold, otherwise it would be impossible to withstand the sharp edge of the big sword. I guess this is the opponent's tactic, using the collision with his own big sword during the battle to secretly wrap the heavy gold thread around it. In order to deal with themselves, Tsunagakuer village has really spent a lot of money. That heavy gold thread probably weighed a kilogram, and it would be impossible to buy it without hundreds of millions of taels. Before it was over, 2 iron chains were swung from both sides, hooking the heavy gold wings, and were tightly held by 2 Tsunagakuer Jounin. At the same time, Tsunagakuer's Quasi Cage smiled ferociously and swung his sword to block the left hand of Shimura Xianding, and stabbed the eye hole of Shimura Suinding's visor with a kunao in his left hand. Although the diamond glasses are hard, they are very brittle. They are fine for defending against small ninja tools such as thin needle senbon, but it is impossible to defend against the kunao he is holding. Not to mention that this kunao is specially made. The tip is made of a small piece of heavy gold and is extremely sharp. Seeing that he could not cut off the heavy gold thread quickly, Shimura Xianding decisively let go of his palm, stretched out his middle finger and pointed at Tsunagakuru's heart. However, this counterattack made the smile on Tsunagakuru's Quasi-Kage even more ferocious, even tinged with disdain. He is an older generation of ninjas who came from the Warring States period, and still retains the tradition of the Warring States period ninjas, which is to wear armor. Although this suit of armor does not incorporate chakra metal, the material itself is very good. It may be a little difficult to withstand powerful ninjutsu, but you kid wants to penetrate my armor with one finger. Who do you look down on? Bite. Laugh. The sound of gold and iron clashing and the sound of sharp blades piercing flesh sounded at the same time. Tsunagakura looked at the eyeholes of Shimura Xianding's armor that suddenly closed, and then looked down at the middle finger that pierced his heart, and his heart was filled with tears. Puzzled and unwilling. How could that kid's visor eyeholes be closed? Also, if that kid hadn't abolished chakra, how could he use the wind attribute to change its properties? Withdraw. Feeling that his heart was pierced, Tsunagakura resolutely gave orders to several of his close men around him. At the same time, he exploded the chakra in his body and slammed into Shimura Xianding despite the interference of radiation, knocking it to the ground. Several jonin around were also stunned, but after looking at the Shimura ninjas who were about to come to support them, they could only turn around and retreat with hatred. The surprise attack plan has failed, and continuing to stay will only lead to unnecessary sacrifices. Moreover, your heart has been pierced, and you want a Euro trademark to be able to survive even if you take him back. However, the Tsunagakura jounin who controlled the heavy gold thread finally untied the heavy gold thread and dragged the big sword away. 108 kilograms is nothing to him. Puff puff puff. The Tsunagakura Quasi Shadow who was hugging Shimura Xianding was finally unable to withstand the influence of radiation. The chakra in his body ran out of control and broke through the restraints of the meridians and acupoints. Blood and water flew out. At this moment, Tsunagakura Quasi-ing is completely dead, and he will never die in peace. I really thought that my raised middle finger, Mr. Ding, was going through the steel plate. Pushing away the shadow of Tsunagakura that was pressing on him, Suin Shimura exited the sage mode, curling his sore arms and pouting. It is true that his fingers without sharp edges cannot penetrate that fine steel armor, even if his fingers are wrapped in a heavy layer. Gold armor won't work either. But if you add the wind blade condensed by the acquired wind attribute immortal energy, it will be very different. It is equivalent to installing a gun head on the gun barrel, and it is no problem to pierce gold and iron. Of course, the reason why the middle finger is used instead of other fingers is mainly because the middle finger is the longest and can pierce the deepest. There is no intention to insult people. He can guarantee this with his conscience. As for the eye holes of the mask, he had long thought that he would be targeted. In addition to the diamond glasses he wore, he also built a mechanism on the mask to close the eye holes, so there would be no weakness. It is precisely because of these two methods that he would use the method of exchanging life for life. Fortunately, the Quasi-Shadow died of chakra runaway under the influence of radiation, and it was not considered to have died in his hands. He did not break the agreement with his fiancée copyrightee, and he could still do physical examinations in the future. Hey? Where is my big sword? Shimura Gento stood up and prepared to take back the big sword, but he turned around and didn't see anything. Master, your great sword has been dragged away. A Shimura ninja who came over stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Shimura Gento looked up and found that a sand village ninja was dragging a golden object. It was his great sword. Why didn't you stop him? That's 10 billion. This scene made Shimura Gento almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. He felt that the sand village was his nemesis. Last time, his great sword was taken away by Ma Yin, and this time the second one was taken away. The total number of small targets is more than 200. This battle is a loss. Retreat. At this moment, a loud shout sounded, and at the same time, countless sand irons that were originally fighting against Shimura Danzo changed their tactics and quickly swept to the battlefield. All the sand village ninjas took the opportunity to jump on the sand iron wave to escape, and then a group of people quickly retreated. The Shimura ninjas, who had consumed a lot of chakra, did not pursue to expand the results of the battle, but kept a close eye on the sand ninjas who were injured and fell to the ground and could not move. These captives are enough for this battle. Dad, you have gained a lot. After the battle, Shimura Gentoi smiled and went forward to greet his father, the pot shadow, who was walking slowly with a leg. Needless to say, that leg must be the third Kazekage's. It has a magnetic escapade blood limit and has a lot of research value. Shimura Gentoi even has some plans for this thing. The third Kazekage is not easy to kill. Throwing the left leg in his hand to a tribe member beside him and signaling him to seal it up, Shimura Danzo sighed. He had tried to kill the third Kazekage before, but it was very difficult and he failed in the end, leaving only this leg. Maybe for other ninjas, losing a leg basically means they can retire disabled, but for the third Kazekage who has magnetic escapade, it is not a big problem. Even if he lost his legs, he was still an Air Force. Little pervert, why don't you die in the Kingdom of Wind? At this time, a beautiful figure came over and cursed angrily, who else could it be but Tsunade? They were tortured by this little devil this time, and they paid a huge sacrifice. I'm sorry, I disappoint you, teacher. Shrugged, Shimura Gento didn't care. Although he guessed that the Senju clan might have planned this incident, he didn't have any bad feelings towards Tsunade as a teacher. It was estimated that this incident had nothing to do with this woman, otherwise she wouldn't have come to support. Judging from the dusty look and the dark circles under her eyes, it was obvious that she hadn't rested for many days. The scourge will live for 1,000 years. Tsunade cursed inwardly, glared angrily, turned around and asked the slug to split more split bodies to treat the injured sand ninjas. The reason why she treated these enemies was not because she was kind-hearted, but because these people were more valuable alive than dead, especially those sand village ninjas who were basically disabled. These were all important bargaining chips for future negotiations and could bring huge benefits to the village. Senior Danzo played this trick really well. He used Xianding Jun as bait to lure the third Kazekage to bring people here for a decisive battle and killed him here. Orochimaru, with long black hair, walked slowly and praised as he walked. He was previously puzzled by Shimura Danzo's leading the family's elite to rescue Shimura Xianding with such a big fuss. Based on his understanding of this ninja, he didn't seem like a person who would act on emotion. Now he finally understood that this old guy used his son as bait to set up this game, taking down so many elites of the Sand Village in one fell swoop, and even almost killed the third Kazekage here. Moreover, Shimura Gentoi seemed to have killed a veteran quasi-cage level warrior with a trick just now, which was a great harvest. Not to mention that Zhou and Zionjiao were trapped in the ancient city of Lulan. This plot has already seriously damaged the vitality of the Sand Village. This series of plots made him have to admit that he was worthy of being the Dark Ninja. Shimura Danzo and Shimura Gentoi looked at each other and saw that Orochimaru had thought wrong, but they tacitly did not explain and even put on a default expression. Shimura Danzo also took the blame calmly, saying that he was a despicable, ruthless person who could use even his only son as bait, and he was the one who directed the collapse plan of the Sand Village. All the black pots are his, and no one of you can grab them. Whoever dares to grab these black pots, I will be angry with him. Seeing the tacit attitude of Shimura Danzo and his son, Orochimaru was even more impressed. Both of them were ruthless. After sighing for a while, when he was about to say something, Jiraiya's voice came from the side. Man Snake, don't leave in a hurry, tell me if the White Snake Immortal can become a beautiful lady. Jiraiya jumped off Gamabunta and asked Wan Shi curiously. He was very curious about the love story between his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen and the White Snake Immortal in Ryukadong in Master Yaiwei Dujiang Yunzong Niao's book Shinobi Po Kangsheng, and he was also envious of the illustrations of the White Snake Immortal. I just don't know if the real White Snake Immortal is so beautiful. The Great Immortal can indeed transform into a human form, but I haven't seen it. However, the three Great Snake Princess Immortals can also transform into human forms. From your human perspective, they are indeed very beautiful. Faced with Jiraiya's inquiry, Wan Shi did not refuse. After thinking about it, he gave an answer. There is no way. When fighting against Xinya before, this guy saved him several times, and this favor must be returned. This idiot. Orochimaru on this side had a black line on his forehead, and felt helpless about this brain-dead idiot teammate. 141. Chapter 140 The Secret of the Heavy Gold War Bow. Damn, we fell into a trap. After controlling the iron sand and leading more than 100 of his followers to escape hundreds of kilometers, the Mediterranean-styled third Kazekage punched the iron sand beside him angrily. This action touched the wound that had just been bandaged, causing his face to twitch in pain. The surrounding high-level officials such as Ebizo also had gloomy faces, knowing that they were being plotted against. Originally, they thought that the person behind the 2 secret letters was the Senjo clan, but Tsunade's timely support made them realize that they were being tricked. If the Senjo clan wanted to use them to destroy Shimura Danzo and others, they would never have asked Tsunade and the other 2 to come to support them. In this case, there was only one explanation left, that the 2 letters were deliberately written by Shimura Danzo to induce them, and eventually evolved into such a situation. Even the 3rd Kazekage thought more, guessing that it was probably Shimura Danzo who used the letter to induce him to send Cho and Ebizo, the siblings. One person, creating an opportunity for him to be surrounded and killed without any hidden dangers, so as to further gain power in the village. Everything he did and even his thoughts fell into the calculations of the ninja dark. From beginning to end, he was just a chess piece on the chessboard. It's a pity that he thought he was a chess player. The most important thing is that the ninja dark has the absolute strength to suppress himself. In the previous battle, he was suppressed from beginning to end. If he really insisted on holding on, he would definitely be defeated by that man. Even if he gathered enough sand iron and exerted his own extreme strength, he would never be the opponent of that man. In the end, if Zinya's trump card had not been exposed, he would have been defeated long ago. Thinking of this, the 3rd Kazekage felt more fear in his heart, and he also deeply realized the horror of the ninja dark. It was really terrifying. Go down first to treat the wounded, and at the same time be alert, and the sensing ninja is always sensing the surroundings. At this time, Ebizo suddenly spoke up, signaling everyone to go about their business. Several high-ranking members of the Sand Village looked at the 3rd Kazekage, and when they saw him not in agreement, they left one after another, leaving the space for the 3rd Kazekage and Ebizo. Everything I do is for the Sand Village. If you want the village to win in the upcoming Ninja World War, the voices in the village must be unified. After a long silence, the 3rd Kazekage spoke up, with no shame on his face. He was indeed thinking about the Sand Village. Don't think that he used to get along very well with the Cho siblings, but that was when they didn't touch their interests. Once they touched these interests, do you think the siblings would be hypocritical? Cho, the flower of shinobi, is not a good man. This is equivalent to admitting that he had secretly surrounded and killed Cho before, because Ebizo is a smart man, and I believe that after contacting Cho, he must have seen some problems. Originally, he thought about finding an opportunity to kill Ebizo after the war, but unfortunately the previous battle made him lose. He was defeated and lost a leg, which greatly reduced his strength in a short period of time. Now, among the remaining people, Ebizo's people accounted for nearly half. Even if he really ordered the action, he could only win a miserable victory at most. In addition, Shimura Danzo might be following behind. At this time, the internal fight would only give the ninja an advantage. Therefore, he decided to make peace with Ebizo. He believed that Ebizo's feelings for the village were the same as his feelings for the village. My sister secretly used illusion to obtain the whole set of Shimura's bodybuilding secrets from Shimura Gendo's brain, and was willing to hand it over to the village, hoping to take some people away from the village. Take a deep breath, Ebizo said what his sister Cho said before. He was indeed disappointed with the 3rd Kazekage and hated him, but the village that was hit hard now needed the 3rd Kazekage, and he must not fight with him, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. He watched the village being built up little by little from scratch, and worked hard with the 1st and 2nd Kazekage to build it, and finally the current sand village was established. It was like his child, and he would naturally not watch this child go to destruction in his hands. So he endured it, and he had to endure it. 1,000 people. After a long silence, the 3rd Kazekage spoke out a number. He had no choice after being defeated, and the sand village, which was seriously injured this time, really needed the Shimura body strengthening secret technique to speed up recovery and cultivate more outstanding ninjas. However, he would let Ebizo take away at most 1,000 people, which was the limit that he and the village could tolerate. Senior Ebizo, please go back and negotiate with Shimura Danzo to redeem those companions. You can decide the bottom line yourself, and make sure to bring all those companions back to the village. After thinking about it, the 3rd Kazekage decided to let Ebizo go back. When he retreated before, he took a quick look and found that those ninjas from the same village who had fallen to the ground they were injured, but rarely died. The Shimura ninjas led by the shinobi were not soft-hearted. They did this just to gain greater benefits from their sand village, so the next negotiation was necessary. After all, they were all his trusted brothers, and they had to be kept no matter what. Otherwise, if they went back like this, they would lose their foundation and it would be a problem whether they could continue to sit firmly in the position of Kazekage. However, his strength was temporarily greatly reduced due to the injury, so it was not suitable for him to negotiate. Only Ebizo could come forward. Yes. Nodding, Ebizo did not delay, turned around and led the remaining more than 40 people under his command to turn back and head to the previous battlefield. Those people must be redeemed as soon as possible, otherwise who knows whether Shimura Danzo will torture and interrogate them, or even use illusions to obtain information. No, not possible, but definitely. Confirming his guess, Ebizo's footsteps became faster. The negotiations must be completed as soon as possible to bring back those compatriots and minimize the losses. The bow of that little pervert seems to be bigger than before. Tsunade on the other side looked at the heavy gold bow in front of her curiously, and then picked it up. Under the influence of the radiation, before the chakra in her body was about to go out of control, she burst out with strange power to pull it. But even with all her strength, she could only pull the bowstring less than 30 centimeters, and the whole bow could be pulled at least 1.2 meters based on its size. What's wrong with that little pervert's brain? Tsunade quickly put down the bow in her hand, stepped back half a meter away and tried to calm the uncontrolled chakra in her body. She didn't understand the brain circuit of her own disciple. Too unkind. Teacher can actually pull it to 30 centimeters, and now I can only pull it to 5 centimeters with one hand. At this time, Shimura Gendo came over with a look of amazement. The recast bow was 2 meters long and had amazing strength. Even if she used her divine power to pull it with all her strength, she could only pull it 5 centimeters. It is precisely because of the small amplitude of pulling that the firing rate of 60 rounds per second can be achieved. This speed seems exaggerated, but it is not. In the previous life, there were people who could punch more than 10 times a second. In this different world with energy cultivation civilization, pulling the bowstring 60 times a second is really not much, not to mention that it is only pulling 5 centimeters. Otherwise, how can I be the teacher and you are the disciple? Tsunade raised her delicate chin proudly and was very satisfied with her own strength. Tsunade teacher, please stay here and try to cure those ninjas from the sand village. They are all precious treasures. I promise you that I will give you 30% of the profits from the post-war trade with the sand village. Without much nonsense, Shimura Gentoi went straight to the point and decisively tempted with money. This time, thanks to the timely support of Tsunade and the other three, otherwise they would have to summon the trump card of Kyliang Meru, and it is right to share 30% of the profits with them. You said it. Tsunade, who was originally listless, suddenly had golden eyes flashing, smelling the scent of money. There are 700 Sand Village ninjas here, and there are even more than 50 jonins among them. Sand Village will never give up these people, they are all excellent bargaining chips. The most important thing is that these people are basically missing arms and legs. Even if they are redeemed by Sand Village, they will hardly pose too much threat to Konoha in the future. It is perfect to use them to make a deal. This is also the main reason why she treated those people as soon as possible after the war. She just didn't expect this kid to be so generous and directly give them 30% of the profits. How many times will she have to gamble? Thinking of this, Tsunade's anger in the past few months instantly dissipated completely, and she even felt that the traitor in front of her became much more pleasing to the eye. By the way, take me to Lulin to take a bath. I'm almost exhausted from traveling day and night these days. Tsunade looked at her skin, which seemed to have become much rougher, and she really wanted to take a hot bath. Although she often used water escape to clean her body during the journey, and there was no peculiar smell, the climate here was too dry. She hadn't had a good sleep or a good bath in the past few months. Now that the battle was over, she had to enjoy herself. As for the treatment of the wounded here, it would be left to the slug. Anyway, it only needed to stop the bleeding and temporarily heal the wounds. It was not for those people to recover, so she didn't need to stay here all the time. I'm afraid that won't work. After a pause, Shimura Xianding decisively refused. Are you kidding? Lulin will be a branch base of their Shimura family in the future. How could they let outsiders in? Not to mention that there seemed to be treasures under the Dragon Vein pool, so it was even more impossible for people to know. Why? Tsunade felt that this traitor deserved to be punished as his expression changed and he stared at the traitor unkindly. Even Orochimaru on the side cast a puzzled look, not understanding why Shimura Gentoi refused them to enter Lulin City. The matter here is more complicated. Half a year ago, a ninja secretly killed the mother and husband of the current Lulin queen, and wanted to control Lulin in his hands, and even caused her to have premature and difficult labor. So the Lulin queen and the people of Lulin are a little repulsive to ninjas. Those people in our family have not entered Lulin city before, and have been camping outside the city. Shimura Gentoi explained seriously, and he had already found an excuse. And this explanation made Tsunade and the other two fall silent. Assassinating the leader of a country is a taboo anywhere, and it is normal for the Lulin queen to reject ninjas. Master, Ebizo is coming here, and the clan leader asked you to go over and listen to the meeting. At this time, a masked Shimura ninja jumped over and told a piece of information. Very decisive what? Surprised, Shimura Gento nodded to Tsunade and the other two, then turned to his old father. Summoning technique. As Jiraiya watched Shimura Gento go away, he suddenly realized that his friend Orochimaru was performing a summoning technique. A cloud of mist spread out, revealing hundreds of poisonous snakes of different colors. After communicating with these poisonous snakes using secret techniques and giving orders, Orochimaru watched them swim towards Lulin city. Orochimaru, what are you doing? Looking around at the Shimura ninjas who were busy in the distance, Jiraiya frowned and rebuked. Seeing the venomous snakes heading towards Lulin city, he guessed what his friend was planning. This was a bad idea. Even Tsunade looked at him with dissatisfaction. The queen had just been assassinated, and her mother and husband died in the assassination of the ninjas, and she herself had a premature birth. Now you are sending the summoning snakes in. Once they are discovered, it will be very troublesome. Aren't you curious about what the bloody light column was that day? Licking his lips, Orochimaru smiled sinisterly. Although he didn't see the blood-colored light column at first because of his position, he later saw it from the memories of some Wind Country citizens using illusion. Although it was only a fragment of memory, it can be seen how terrifying the power contained in the blood-colored light column was. I'm afraid that even the chakra of the tailed beasts could not compare to it. Judging from the location, the place where the blood-colored light column appeared should be Lulin. It just so happens that Lulin has a legend of dragon vein power. Maybe there is some relationship between the two. And the explanation given by Shimura Gentoi before seemed to him more like an excuse to prevent them from entering Lulin. Obviously, the Shimura family may have discovered a big secret in Lulin and wanted to cover it up and keep it to themselves. He is also very interested in this big secret. Boring. Tsunade turned and walked away after glancing at him. Although she was also very interested in the blood-colored light column that day, she did not intend to explore it, even if there was some great opportunity contained in it. The foundation of their Senju family itself was unfathomable. Now that they did not even fully understand their own foundation, how could they care about other things? At this stage, the most important thing for her was to separate the wood release of the blood limit from her grandfather's cells, and then transplant it to other members of the clan through some means. Don't hurt anyone. After hesitating for a moment, Jiraiya gave a reminder and did not stop his friend's actions. He was very confident in that cheap disciple, but he was very worried about his father, Shimura Danzo. If Shimura Danzo really had a conspiracy in Lulin, he would have to stop it. Hehe. Lickling and licking his lips, Orochimaru looked towards Lulin, very curious about the big secret hidden inside. 142. Chapter 141 Night Meeting with Mikoto. Shimura Gento certainly didn't know about Brother Snake's little trick. At this moment, he was admiring the domineering and heroic figure of his father, the Nabe Cage. When Ebizo arrived and started negotiations, his old father turned on the domineering CEO mode and stated a series of extremely harsh conditions, and Ebizo could only nod throughout the whole process, or nod with difficulty after thinking for a while. There was no way, who asked Shimura Danzo to say that he would only give half an hour for negotiation, and after more than half an hour, he would chop a prisoner every second, and clearly stated that he had arranged personnel if he interrogated those Sand Village senior ninjas, he might get the confidential information of Sand Village at any time. What could Ebizo do? If he faced the third Hokage, he could still bargain with words, but he was also desperate to face the dark ninja who could even use his only son as bait. The most important thing was that the conditions proposed by Shimura Danzo were just stuck on the bottom line of him and Sand Village. They were not too extreme, so he had to agree in the end. After exactly half an hour, the negotiations ended, and Shimura Danzo signaled Ebizo to take people away. As for how Ebizo would take those disabled people back, that was not something he had to consider. He was not afraid that Ebizo and the third Kazekage would go back on their word. If those things were not sent to Konoha within a month, he would lead the Konoha ninja army to attack Sand Village and start the first battle of the Second Ninja World War. That result was not something the third Kazekage could bear. Wait, I want to say a few words to Xianding Jun. After the negotiation, Ebizo suddenly looked at Shimura Gentoi. There were some things he couldn't communicate with Shimura Danzo, but he thought his son should be someone who could communicate. Looking at his son who had been listening behind him, Shimura Danzo said nothing, got up and left the temporary negotiation tent. The surrounding Shimura ninjas also withdrew one after another, leaving the space for the two. They were not afraid that Ebizo would be bad for Shimura Gentoi. First, they would not leave too far. Second, Shimura Gentoi was wearing a heavy gold battlesuit. Even if Ebizo had any ideas, it would be useless. Third, there were still those captives in his hands. As long as Ebizo was in a normal mind, he would definitely not do stupid things. Senior Ebizo, long time no see. Sitting in the seat where his father had just sat, Shimura Gentoi smiled. It was true that 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. A few months ago, he was abducted by this old guy with spiritualism to the Kingdom of Wind and became a prisoner. Today, a few months later, they sat together again. I regret it. With a sigh, Ebizo regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If he had known this would happen, he would never have agreed to cooperate with the sons of the Fire Country daimyo. Now the entire Sand Village is almost broken apart. Not to mention how many people died or were disabled, the departure of his sister and Xionjihu alone was a huge loss to the Sand Village. Xionjihu seemed to have become a powerful shadow-level warrior. It's a loss What a huge loss. I lost so much money. There is no regret medicine in the world. Shrugged, Shimura Gentoi was very satisfied with this trip to the Kingdom of Wind. It can be said that he gained a lot and returned with a full load. Indeed, there is no regret medicine in the world. Sighing again, Ebizo's expression changed and he said seriously, I can promise that I will not disturb my sisters again in the future. They will also be removed from the Sand Village. I hope you can treat them well. Things have obviously been irreversible at this point. It is impossible for my sister to return to the Sand Village. Otherwise, it will only cause the Sand Village to fall into internal strife or even split. Unless the third Kazekage dies, but now the village needs the third Kazekage very much, even more than their own sister. So the two siblings can only admit defeat. For the sake of the Sand Village, they endured it. Don't worry, Miss Cho is my teacher now. I will not harm her, nor will I let my father plot against her. Speaking of this, Shimura Gentoi sat up straight and made a serious promise. If Ebizo can promise not to disturb Miss Cho in the future, their actions in Lulin will be much smoother, and some plans in the future will also require Miss Cho. For example, developing the puppet armor used by Centipede and Lushan, or even mechas. In this regard, Cho not only has a sufficient foundation, but also has great talent, which is very important for their future development. This kind of high-end talent cannot be fooled away. I believe you. After taking a deep look at Shimura Gentoi, Ebizo stood up and left the tent full of humiliating memories, ready to take over those disabled compatriots. Although he had been prepared before, when he saw the degree of disability of his companions, Ebizo was still very stimulated and clenched his fists. More than 80% of these captured Sand Village ninjas lost an arm or leg. This kind of disability cannot be recovered at all. Even if a puppet prosthesis is installed in the future, it is far inferior to a real arm or leg. It may be okay for normal life, but forget about fighting. Looking at the eyes of the Sand Village ninjas with hatred, Shimura Gentoi was a little embarrassed. Because most of these disabled people were his handiwork. He had promised Sister Huiza not to kill people, so he could only aim at the limbs of those people. In addition, the steel arrows that were comparable to sniper bullets, as long as they were shot, they could basically get a disability certificate. However, being able to survive is the greatest luck. Compared with becoming an urn and going back to make the family heartbroken, it is better to become a disabled person. Moreover, most people can retire and avoid the upcoming Second Ninja World War, which is also a blessing in disguise. Why is Akashi missing an arm? Looking at his nephew who was walking with the team not far away, Ebizo cast a dissatisfied look at him. That's your teacher's only son. It has nothing to do with me. It was Akashi who wanted to show me his new mechanism. He shot out a blue poison needle, which was bounced back by my battlesuit and stabbed into my arm. Then he chopped off his arm without blinking. You didn't see that the arm was corroded into thick water in a short time, and even the rock ground below was corroded into a pit. It was scary. By the way, I went up to stop the bleeding for him in the end. Shimura Gentoi hurriedly explained that he was innocent and would never harm his elder brother unless his sister-in-law was too tempting. Also, it seems that Akashi gave Cho something to eat, and then Cho couldn't refine chakra, and her consciousness was confused. Finally, as if he remembered something, Shimura Gentoi kindly reminded. This reminder made Ebizo's face as black as the bottom of a pot. He had been wondering how his sister could be plotted against by the third Kazekage and not contact him for such a long time. Now I understand that the root of the problem lies with that nephew. If it was the nephew who poisoned, my sister would not be prepared. Can I ask you to kill that guy? After a long silence, Ebizo gritted his teeth and said. If it weren't for that idiot, things would never have developed to such an irreversible point. He really wanted to go over and stab that idiot to death right now. Don't, actually, Brother Akazaga is a very good person, but he is a little stupid and easily fooled. Brother, you should watch him when you go back, and don't let him be fooled by bad guys again. He hurriedly spoke well of his own brother Akazaga. Shimura Gentoi didn't want that brother to die. He still had a lot of use value. It would be a pity to die now. And even if he had to die, he couldn't die at the hands of someone like him. He couldn't do such a thing as killing his brothers. Alas! What a misfortune for my family! Finally, with a bitter sigh, Ebizo looked deeply at Shimura Gentoi beside him and set off with the team. If Akazaga had half the brains of this kid, he would have no problem becoming a village councillor, not to mention becoming a wind shadow. What a pity! Did I forget something? Watching Ebizo and others leave, Shimura Gentoi looked puzzled. He always felt as if he had forgotten something, but he couldn't remember what he had forgotten for a while. After thinking for a long time, he didn't remember it, so he simply stopped thinking about it, didn't stay here for long, and followed the tribesmen back to the ancient city of Lulin. In this battle, their Shimura family also suffered a lot of losses. 10 people died, and the rest were injured, and even a few were in critical condition. Fortunately, with Tsunade, the nanny, it was not difficult to save their lives. Even those whose hands and feet were cut off, the tribesmen reconnected, and they would be able to recover after a period of recuperation. The tribesmen recuperated in the camp outside the ancient city of Lulin, and Shimura Gentoi followed his old father and others into the city to meet Queen Yueli. I knew they wouldn't be honest. Arriving at the underground shelter where the queen was, Shimura Gentoi looked at the several sand village ninjas tied up like dumplings outside, and had expected this. Well done. Praising the 2 lowly teammates, Shimura Gentoi had previously arranged Mikoto and Hinata Suzuan, who came with Shimura Dangsheng and others, to protect Queen Yueli, and arranged several senior ninjas in the tribe to assist. With the advantages of Sharingan and Byakugan, no one could sneak in secretly. Humph! With a cold snort, Uchiha Mikoto didn't give this guy a good look. When she thought of the last time she was seen naked, she was so angry that she wanted to bite someone. Hinata Suzuan looked at her best friend in confusion, not understanding what was wrong with her. Did she have period? That's not right. She shouldn't have developed to that level yet. Tsunade-sensei will return to Konoha in a week. You go back with them first. I have some things to deal with here. Ignoring the girl's attitude, Shimura Gentoi told the arrangement for the 2 girls. It was not convenient to let the 2 girls know about the plan in Lulin. It was the best choice to let them follow Tsunade and the other 2 back to Konoha. Hinata Suzuan, who was always well behaved and gentle, nodded in agreement. Uchiha Mikoto snorted and turned away, but she didn't object. She had been away from the family for too long this time and had to go back as soon as possible. And there was nothing to stay in Lulin. The most important thing was that she didn't want to see that bastard again. When she saw that guy, she couldn't help but think of that day. It was really infuriating. Damn, what did I forget? My great sword. At this time, Shimura Gentoi suddenly remembered that his latest great sword was dragged away by a ninja from the sand village. It was worth hundreds of millions. Unfortunately, it was too late to recall it now. It was estimated that the old guy Ebizo had already run thousands of kilometers away, and there was no way to catch up. Alas, I can only blame myself for my bad luck. The following days became dull. Shimura Gentoi continued to cultivate immortality during the day, and at night he used the trial and error method in the Black Cauldron space to continuously improve other escape armor and escape chakra modes, striving to develop all the modes of the 7 basic attributes of wind, fire, thunder, water, earth, yin and yang. Although he could not use this mode with his current vitality and cultivation, he could lay a good foundation first, and he could start directly when his cultivation was sufficient in the future. At the same time, these escape chakra modes can further enhance the strength of the clan members and become a major foundation of the Shimura family. After Tsunade finished treating the seriously injured clansman, the night before she was ready to leave, Shimura Gentoi came to her lowly teammate Uchiha Mikato's room. "What are you doing here?" Uchiha Mikato said fiercely, opening the door and looking at the guy standing outside. "I came to talk to you about something." Putting his palm on the door and pushing it, he was ready to enter the girl's boudoir. There were some things that needed to be discussed in private. Uchiha Mikato naturally refused to do this, but unfortunately her slender arms were no match for Shimura Gentoi, and she was finally pushed open the door and walked into the room. He sat on the girl's bed and sniffed the fragrance that belonged to the girl, feeling happy and refreshed. It's strange, why do girls always have a fragrance on their bodies, and it's not the kind that was marinated in cosmetics and perfume in the previous life, but a kind of body fragrance. Miss Uzumaki Midori, Teacher Tsunade, Zion Jiu and Cho all have this kind of body fragrance, and his fiancé copyright also has a little bit. Could it be that chakra has this effect? 143. Chapter 142, Guoying pits his son. Suppressing the messy thoughts in his mind, Shimura Gentoi crossed his legs and said, "I don't want the information about what happened in the Dragon Vein and the future of Beiju and Lushan to be leaked, otherwise I will kill your father and your fiancé copyright Uchiha Fugaku." Shimura Gentoi stated his intention directly and even threatened domineeringly. As the son of darkness, he would not really be a good guy, and as a man, he had to be domineering in front of women when he should be domineering. "Can you do it?" Uchiha Mikato glanced at her sideways, and she didn't think the other party was qualified to say this. The foundation shown by the Shimura family this time was indeed very strong, but it was still far behind them, the Uchiha. But as soon as she finished speaking, she felt her neck tighten and her whole body was pressed against the wall. "Girl, I am not discussing with you, but ordering you. You have seen how strong I am in the future. Do you think you Uchiha can resist me in the future?" Pushing this lowly teammate against the wall, Shimura Gentoi smiled evilly. It's not that he wants to bully a little girl like this, but the temperament of Uchiha is very painful. They are hard to be soft, and only by showing enough strength can the other party listen. This is the arrogant Uchiha. So after thinking about it before, I finally decided to use this method to communicate with this lowly teammate. Sure enough, facing such a strong Shimura Gentoi, Uchiha Mikato was silent, thinking back to the future Gentoi she saw that day. Being able to travel through time itself is a proof of absolute strength. If she faces such an enemy, she really doesn't know how to deal with it. Be obedient. After pinching the girl's smooth cheek, Shimura Gentoi loosened his hand and turned away. He knew that the girl would compromise. Go to hell. The freed girl was so angry that she raised her little foot wrapped in ninja shoes and kicked over, but before Xi could kick her slender calf, she was grabbed by a strong hand, and then a knife slashed her slender neck. Uchiha Mikato rolled her eyes and fell back neatly. Then she was hugged by Shimura Gentoi and gently put on the bed. "You ignorant girl, you took the initiative to deliver yourself to me." Looking at the unconscious girl on the bed, Shimura Gentoi rubbed his hands excitedly and smiled like a gentleman again. "I don't know what kind of changes this girl will have after integrating the pupil power refined from the Samsara Eye." He muttered to himself, and made the girl in front of him speak frankly, and carefully completed the data update. Last time at the Dragon Vein, this girl not only upgraded her Sharingan to the level of 3 Megatama, but also had a part of the pupil power of the Samsara Eye refined by the future Xianding and integrated into her body. There must be unknown changes. These are all very valuable for research. He even estimated that this girl should have the qualifications to awaken the Mangekyo now, and he must update the latest body data to the Black Cauldron space for careful research. After completing the data update and putting on the dress for her, Shimura Xianding left the girl's boudoir with satisfaction. But what he didn't know was that there was a group of people outside the window of the room clinging to the wall, and they were all acquaintances. "Xiangbo, I'm right, the young master is a perverted Lolita control." Shimura Suingxiu proudly boasted to Shimura Dangsheng beside him, saying that he was right at the beginning. After discovering that the young master left the room and went to Uchiha Mikato's room, he knew that his peer young master must have fallen ill again. He hurried to inform the clan leader, who happened to be in a meeting with Shimura Dangsheng and others, and then everyone came to watch together. It's really perverted. Everyone agreed with this. Although they just saw Shimura Gento untie the man's belt and then looked away to avoid suspicion, they could figure out what happened afterwards with their toes. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it hard to believe that Shimura Gento had such a perverted hobby. Denzo, was little Gento replaced when he was a child? Why do I feel that he is more like Sarutobi Hiruzen's son? Shimura Dangsheng cast a puzzled look, always feeling that the style of the nephew was very similar to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimura Denzo, who maintained his high and cold male god style, ignored his cousin's inquiry. He was very sure that it was definitely his own child, and it was not replaced by someone, and he was not tagged by someone. Xian Yi, go and leave some clues for that girl, let her find Xian Ding. After thinking for a while, Shimura Denzo looked at the only female tribe member present, a beautiful woman dressed in black. Only she could do this. Blinking his eyes in a daze, Shimura Swanyi was a little confused about what kind of strange operation his family head was doing. Others also cast strange looks at him. They have seen people who cheat their sons, but they have never seen anyone cheat like you. He said it himself. You can't achieve anything big by sneaking around. Ignoring the strange looks of everyone, Shimura Denzo explained indifferently and raised his hand to seal the shadow clone. They were discussing important matters, so naturally they had no time to come and watch such trivial matters in person. All the people who came were shadow clones. Seeing Shimura Denzo disarm the shadow clone, Shimura Dangsheng and others also disarmed the shadow clone, and only Shimura Swanyi's shadow clone remained outside the window. Xian Ding, it's not me who cheated you, but your father. Don't come to me in the future. Muttering, Shimura Swanyi pried open the window and entered the boudoir, and began to operate on the sleeping Uchiha Mikoto. After giving false testimony, he soothed Uchiha Mikoto's blood and made her wake up quickly, then he released the shadow clone and left. Asshole, you hit me so hard. Uchiha Mikoto, who woke up soon, rubbed her painful neck. She felt like her neck was about to be broken. Is that asshole still a man? That guy was really pretending before. Sitting up, thinking back to the past, the girl was furious and realized that that was the true face of Shimura Gentoi, and that his previous appearance was all pretending. She used to wonder how Shimura Denzo, the dark ninja, could have such a good-for-nothing son, and now she finally understood. That guy's talent is so useless, how can he become so strong in the future? Uchiha Mikoto couldn't figure out how Shimura Gentoi could become so strong in the future, and even travel through time and go back to the past. And at that time, the energy in that guy's body gave her a terrifying feeling. In her Sharingan vision, it was like a sun. The chakra in her own father's body is far inferior to that of the man who is considered a taboo in Uchiha. She even doubted whether the future Xianding had surpassed the man who was considered a taboo in Uchiha. She was very confused about this. As for the confidentiality mentioned by that guy before, she didn't care. Anyway, the dragon vein core that can be used to travel through time is gone. Even if it is said, it is useless, but it will only increase troubles. It would be bad if the family and the Shimura family went to war. She still has a big picture view. After thinking for a long time, Uchiha Mikoto still didn't figure it out, so she didn't think about it anymore and prepared to take off her clothes and go to bed. Tomorrow she will set off to Konoha. It will not be a good journey. She must stay alert tonight. But half of the clothes were taken off and suddenly the whole person froze. Looking down at the close-fitting small clothes turned inside out, especially the barely detectable palm print on it, the girl couldn't help but grow a shame and anger in her heart, and even the 3 Magadama Sharingan appeared in her bright eyes. Although her underwear is not much different inside and outside, if you look closely, you can see the difference in the stitches. I will check carefully before getting up and dressing every day, so there is no way I will wear the wrong clothes. In addition to the barely detectable palm print on it, you can imagine what happened with your toes. Damn pervert, I want you dead. The girl, filled with anger, rushed out of the room decisively and rushed to someone's room not far away. Bang! Kicked the door open, and saw someone sleeping on the bed at first sight. She rushed over and rode on him decisively, waving her white fist and hammering at the hateful face. However, this punch triggered Shimura Gentoi's instinctive reaction, and he raised his hand to hug the girl tightly in his arms. Her arms and body were tightly hugged, so Uchiha Mikoto couldn't break free. And this guy also wore that layer of heavy gold inner armor when he slept. Under the influence of radiation, she couldn't refine chakra to increase her body strength. After struggling for a long time, she still couldn't get away. The girl looked at the increasingly hateful face in front of her, opened her mouth and bit the nose. Unfortunately, Shimura Gento's consciousness was in the black cauldron space at the moment, and he couldn't feel the pain in his body at all. And because his father lived not far away, he didn't leave a fairy energy line outside to guard, so this was a trap. Soon she felt a little more sweet in her mouth, and Uchiha Mikoto was so angry that her teeth itched, but no matter how hard she bit, this guy couldn't wake up or let go. And that nose was harder to bite than beef tendon. Although it could bite through the skin, it couldn't be bitten off. After a while, seeing that she couldn't get away, Uchiha Mikoto could only give up unwillingly, and stared at the bastard in front of her with hatred. In this way, a night passed quietly, and when the sun rose the next day, Tsunade set out with 2 students, ready to return to Konoha. During this period, the Senju family has been troubled by the Uchiha, and she is indeed at fault. She brought the girl to the capital and then ran away. It happened at this time. As a teacher, she must be responsible. Now that everything has stabilized, she should take her back as soon as possible to avoid any more accidents. It has evolved to 3 Megatama, not bad. After staring at her disciple's bright eyes for a long time, Tsunade was surprised to speak and was very happy about it. The good growth of the disciple proves that she, as a teacher, has taught well, which is a proof of her ability. Suzun's progress is also very fast. It seems that she has perfected the D-level body strengthening secret technique. Turning her eyes to another disciple, Tsunade is more satisfied. The 4 disciples under her command are now talented. Not bad, very good. Thanks to Uncle Xiong and the others for their guidance. Hinata Suzun said modestly, and bowed to Shimura Dangsheng beside her. At first, she decided to follow the Shimura family team to the Kingdom of Wind privately. She just wanted to do her best to rescue her best friend and teammate Xian Dingjun as soon as possible. But who would have thought that Shimura Dangsheng and others were particularly good to her on the way, and they would guide her to practice whenever they had time. Even Shimura Danzo opened his mouth to guide her several times, which benefited her a lot. At the same time, there were various secret medicines supplied by the Shimura family, which enabled her to practice the D-level bodybuilding secret technique so quickly. Stroking his beard and laughing lightly, Shimura Dangsheng accepted the gift from Hinata Suzun calmly. He had long regarded this girl as his own family. Although the Hyuga family had no precedent of marrying out, as long as the fist was strong enough, nothing could be done. With the growth rate of the family in recent years, it was only a matter of time to surpass the Uchiha Senju and the 3 major Hyuga clans. When the time comes, our Shimura family will make this girl a young lady. Do you Hyuga family dare to refuse? So this girl is destined to be a member of their Shimura family. Of course, the girl of the Uchiha family is the same, they are all destined to be members of their Shimura family. You kid came out to see me off and didn't forget to show off. Tsunade was dissatisfied when she looked at a certain traitor wearing golden armor and even lowering her visor. I know that your heavy gold battlesuit is indeed very handsome and expensive, but there is no need to wear it out to show off at this time. Ahem. Teacher, have a good trip. With a dry cough and a glance at a certain Sharingan girl, Shimura Gentoi did not explain. He didn't expect this girl to be so petty. She actually came to retaliate afterwards. When he woke up in the morning, he saw the 2 rows of delicate teeth marks on his nose in the mirror, which made him feel confused. Humph! The Sharingan girl snorted coldly when she noticed someone's gaze. This matter is not over yet. 144. Chapter 143, The Ghost of Lulin. Teacher, do you recognize the poison on this? After Tsunade and the other 4 left, Shimura Gento continued to cultivate for a few days, and finally couldn't help but find Cho, who was studying how to imitate the puppet armor of the centipede in Lushan. He handed over the poison needles used by his elder brother Akazaga, wanting to see if this young lady had the formula for this thing. When he watched the deer and the cauldron in his previous life, he yearned for the corpse powder in it. It was simply a must-have artifact for burning, killing, looting, and destroying corpses. He estimated that he would need it in the future, so he had to prepare a large bag to carry with him. How did you get this thing? Seeing the box of poison needles, Chiyo's face became serious. She naturally recognized the toxin on it, because it was a fierce poison passed down in their family and was always regarded as a taboo and sealed. Brother Akazaga gave it to me. Shimura Gentoi confessed honestly that it was a gift from his elder brother. You didn't do anything to that wicked boy, Did you? Looking sideways, Cho felt that her stupid son would be shocked by what this kid said. It shouldn't be good. I didn't fight with Big Brother aka's Hannah, he was just accidentally injured by the needle, and then he cut off one of his arms. Big Brother aka's Hannah was so brave at that time. It was natural to praise his big brother. Not everyone has the courage to do such a thing, let alone be so decisive. It was as if it was not his arm, but a hair growing somewhere. What a ruthless person. Stupid. Really stupid. Hopelessly stupid. Cho covered her face, feeling ashamed to see people. How could she, the flower of ninja, give birth to such a fool? If I had known that boy would be so stupid, I should have stuffed him back then. Miss, can you give me some of this poison, so I can keep it for self-defense? Rubbing his hands with expectation, Shimuragento really hoped to have a pack of corpse powder for self-defense. After all, the ninja world is quite dangerous these days, and boys should protect themselves when they go out. Want this kind of poison? No way, and I'll confiscate these. Staring coldly, Cho took away the box of poison needles. This unsolvable poison had long been sealed by the ancestors, and she would not let it leak out, let alone give it to this cheap disciple to let it harm others. This kid is not a good person. Looking at the charming back of Miss Cho leaving, Shimura Xianding blinked his eyes and felt that it was a mistake for him to come here. Not only did he not get the corpse powder, but he also lost the box of collected corpse needles. The depressed Shimura Xianding could only leave sadly and prepare for the next big event. At the same time, Queen Yueli was organizing the people of Lulan to leave Lulan City and temporarily settle in the rocky area that was previously the battlefield. They didn't know what was hidden under the dragon vein. If it was a big disaster and couldn't be suppressed, the people of Lulan above would be in trouble. In order to be safe, they had to evacuate all the people first. Sure enough, there is a problem. At the same time, on a sand dune more than 10 miles away, Orochimaru watched the Lulan people who were constantly migrating, licked his lips, and realized that his original guess was correct. There is definitely a big secret hidden in Lulan, and Shimura Gentoi and others have been covering up this big secret to prevent them from knowing it. What exactly does Shimura Danzo want to do? Does he want to force the Queen of Lulan to seize the dragon vein? Jiraiya, who was also lying on the sand dune next to him, held a telescope with a solemn face, realizing that Shimura Danzo and others must have a big move. And according to their understanding, the only thing in Lulan that is worth Shimura Danzo's action is the legendary dragon vein. Pay attention to hiding chakra, don't let them sense it. After a reminder, Orochimaru continued to hide his own chakra to avoid being sensed. This hiding method is very clever. They learned it from their teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ordinary perception methods cannot detect it at all, unless they encounter the Byakugan and Sharingan. Fortunately, the Byakugan girl had already followed Tsunade to Konoha. The two of them found an excuse to separate halfway and finally came back here after a detour to see what secrets Lulan was hiding and what Shimura Danzo wanted to do. Maybe they can get a share of the pie. Shimura Gentoi and others naturally didn't know that Orochimaru and the others had returned. After the people of Lulan were all settled in the rocky area under the command of Queen Yueli, they returned to the underground dragon vein pool again. Sure enough, there is a problem. Coming to the bottom of the underground space, feeling the cold breath here, Shimura Gentoi said inwardly, sure enough. Last time, there was no such cold and strange breath here. Obviously, after losing the dragon vein energy, an unknown change happened here. There are many human-shaped phantoms, and they look like the people of Lulan. At this time, Shimura Danzo took a glass bottle and connected his yin-style chakra to an eyeball inside, and saw a scene that ordinary people could not see. There were 2 eyes and a green crystal in the bottle, which were the wood-style chakra crystal on the necklace of the first generation of Hokage and the Mangekyo. Sharingan of Uchiha Kagami. At this moment, Shimura Danzo used the secret technique to connect his visual nerves with the relatively intact Mangekyo. Sharingan inside through chakra, and saw some strange existences. This secret technique was given by his son, and it was part of a secret technique called the Eye of Sand in the Sand Village. Although he didn't know how his son got this secret technique, it didn't matter, as long as it was useful. Now he can activate the Mangekyo Sharingan in the bottle without transplantation, which is very convenient. A human-shaped phantom suspected to be from Lulan. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Shimura Gento seemed to understand something and asked, Dad, count how many figures there are here. Miss Yueli, how many people have died in Lulan since the dragon vein was lost? Since the dragon vein was lost, there are about 800 people who died in the country for various reasons, mainly those who died when dealing with Lushan last time, and the guards who were killed by the Sand Village ninjas who sneaked into the city last time. After a little thought, Yue quickly gave a more accurate number. The total population of Lulan is only a little over 100,000, and the number of deaths every day is not many, so she knows a rough data. There are 831 figures here. After a while, Shimura Danzo counted the phantoms here with the help of the Manjakaya. Sharingan. 800? Aren't there any similar people like the Sand Village ninjas who died before and the tribesmen who died? Hearing this number that did not match his own assumptions, Shimura Gento felt even more doubt. No. After looking around with the Manjakaya Sharingan again, Shimura Danzo shook his head slightly. These phantoms should be the souls of the dead people of Lulan, attracted here by some kind of force. But only after the dragon vein was lost, that is to say, the souls of the dead people of Lulan in the past may have disappeared here, either swallowed by the dragon vein core or swallowed by the things under the dragon vein pool. Looking at the dragon vein pool with the heaviest cold breath in front, Shimura Gentoi expressed his guess, and Shimura Danzo and others nodded in agreement. Then why are there no souls of the dead ninjas in the Sand Village? Shimura Suingshu asked, and he couldn't figure it out. Their souls should have gone to the legendary Pure Land. Maybe the Pure Land has a greater attraction to the ninja souls than here. After expressing his guess, Shimura Gentoi and the old father of the pot shadow beside him looked at each other and had some guesses. The souls of ninjas are not much different from those of ordinary people. The only difference is chakra. To be able to form such a difference, it is obvious that the Pure Land is not simple. Thinking of this, the father and son thought of the ancestor of ninjas, the Six-Path Sage at the same time. Dad, can you use illusion to destroy these souls? It is definitely not a good thing for the souls of these dead people to be attracted here. With a ruthless look on his face, Shimura Xianding decided to destroy all these dead souls. Now they don't know the situation under the Dragon Vein Pool, and who knows what is under it. This plan itself has great risks, and these dead souls are an unstable factor that must be eliminated as soon as possible. Queen Yue did not stop it with her lips tightly pursed. Compared with these dead souls, the still living Lulan people are more important, and this is probably a relief for those dead souls. Shimura Danzo said nothing, and used the seal to perform the strongest offensive illusion he mastered, and then amplified it with the Manjakaya Sharingan of Uchiha Kagami as the medium. Instantly, an invisible wave spread out, and wherever it passed, the souls of all the Lulan people were blown away by the wind, and the cold breath also dissipated. Soon, the cold breath in this underground space no longer existed. Go down. With the help of the dimmed Manjakaya Sharingan, Shimura Danzo gave an order and jumped into the Dragon Vein Pool first. Shimura Dangsheng and others behind him also jumped down, and finally Shimura Xianding, who was wearing a battle suit, picked up Miss Yue beside him and jumped into the Dragon Vein Pool. Those who could be brought down this time had the strength of elite Jonin at least, and they were not weak. And with the weirdness here, if you are not strong enough, you will only become a burden. The natural energy is very rich and has a heavy feeling. It should be the natural energy of the earth attribute. After sensing it, Shimura Danzo confirmed what his son said at the beginning. The natural energy of earth attribute can be gathered here in Lulan, which is very suitable for cultivating the flower tree seed. Maybe it can really cultivate a fairy tree. Miss Yue, please tell me in time if you sense any abnormality later. It may be dangerous below. Shimura Xianding put down the beauty in his arms and whispered. This time, Queen Yue insisted on following and said that she had a special perception of this place. This perception ability is very important for their trip, and finally agreed to let this young lady follow. Yes. Nodding solemnly, Yue knew her responsibilities very well. She was the eyes of the whole team and could not tolerate any carelessness. There are traces of chakra rituals, but they disappeared. A Shimura ninja who was proficient in sealing techniques carefully observed the surroundings and the bricks and stones under his feet and saw traces of chakra rituals, but they all disappeared. This once again proves that the dragon vein was artificially created, at most with the help of the special terrain here, and the entire dragon vein pool is made of bricks and stones, which can never be the result of natural creation. There, under the altar pillar gives me the strongest feeling. Queen Yue, who had been carefully sensing, suddenly pointed to the central pillar where the altar was located, where the weird feeling was the strongest. Move the pillar away. Shimura Danzo ordered in a cold voice, and immediately a Shimura ninja who was good at earth escape came forward, formed a seal and performed earth escape ninjutsu to move the huge pillar away. As the pillar was moved away, a deep hole with a diameter of 1 meter was revealed, and the weird feeling suddenly became stronger, so that everyone present could clearly feel it. "Throw it down!" gestured Shimura Suingshu, hung a specially prepared lizard with a silk thread and let it down. The situation below was unknown, so they naturally couldn't go down stupidly, and it was safest to use a living creature to explore the way. 145. Chapter 144 Thulhu Demon. After a while, the thread in his hand felt lighter, and after a tug, it reached the bottom. Then everyone waited. An hour later, Shimura Suingshu retracted the rope and looked at the still alive lizard, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "This is a good sign. I'll go down first and take a look." The oldest Shimura Dangsheng took the lead and tied the rope that had been prepared long ago around his waist, and jumped into the black hole. After a while, the rope was pulled several times with a special pattern. That was a secret code unique to the Shimura family, indicating that it was temporarily safe below, but there was an amazing discovery. "Xian Yu, the three of you stay up there to support, and the others will follow me down." Looking at the people present, Shimura Danzo decisively gave the order, and then he was the first to slide down along the rope. The others followed one by one, and finally Zhikan Xianding held Yueli in one hand and held the rope in the other hand and slid down. Wood. Lighting a torch, Zhikan Suingshu looked at the wood grain of the wall in front of him, which looked like the annual rings of a tree, but this tree was too big. Looking at the huge wooden wall in front of him, Zhikan Suingshu opened his mouth in shock. Judging from the outermost annual rings, the diameter of this tree must be more than 100 meters. What tree can grow so big? This is the cross-section of a tree root. Stepping forward, Zhikan Xianding carefully observed the cross-section of the tree in front of him, and finally determined that it was just a section of the root. According to the diameter of this tree root, the Chakra God tree instantly came to mind. The largest tree in the entire Naruto world is the Chakra God tree, and only the roots of that thing can have a diameter of hundreds of meters. Could this be the place where the Chakra God tree devoured the bodies of ancient gods and demons? Recalling the scene I saw in the sacred bloodstone of my grandfather, Yanren Jianhao, I guessed that this might be the place where the Chakra God tree devoured the bodies of gods and demons. Dad, as far as I know, the chakra of our world comes from a huge sacred tree. That chakra tree devoured the gods and demons in myths and legends, including our human warrior monks and the mysterious yin-yang master. This tree root is probably what is left of the chakra god tree back then, which means that there might be the bones and even bodies of the gods and demons in the legend, or even some residual souls and the like, so everyone be careful. By the way, use all the Sharingan in your hands, it might be useful. After confirming that this place is likely to be the root of the chakra god tree, Shimura Gento hurriedly revealed the secret. Now is not the time to hide it. After hearing this, everyone hurriedly took out a glass bottle from the ninja tool bag, which contained a number of Sharingan, ranging from 1 megatama to 3 megatama. Clip the upper half of the bottle on the bandage on the forehead protector, use the sand-eye secret technique to connect your own visual nerves with it, and obtain the vision of the Sharingan. Someone has been here and arranged a chakra spell, extending to the hole above, as if using the tree roots, well, the roots of the god tree to transmit chakra. The Shimura ninja who was good at sealing techniques before carefully checked and found traces of the existence of the chakra spell again. One side spread to the hole above and connected to the central altar, and the other side was connected to the cut surface of the broken tree root. Someone wants to use the chakra spell to use these tree roots to devour some kind of power. It is possible that there is still power left in the bones of those gods and demons. With his eyes flickering, Shimura Danzo thought of the ancestor of the ninja again, and guessed that this was also the other party's arrangement. I sense something over there, something very evil. Queen Yueli spoke again, pointing to a passage. There are many man-made passages here, and no one knows where they lead to, but at this moment Yueli pointed to one of the passages. Clang! I will go ahead to explore the way. Pulling out the ninja sword from behind, Shimura Dangsheng walked into the passage first, and everyone followed behind. The passage was very long. At their speed, they took more than an hour to reach their destination, which was at least 10 kilometers away. It was a huge underground space, with countless large and small tree roots crisscrossing inside. There were also some dead bones of various shapes rolled on the tree roots, including many human dead bones. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at Shimura Xianding at the same time. The scene here just confirmed the legend of the chakra god tree he had mentioned before. There is a big cocoon below, with a weak heartbeat coming out of it, and there is a kind of evil and cold breath, which is a bit similar to the feeling of Sharingan. At this time, Shimura Dangsheng jumped up from below with the help of those tree roots and revealed a discovery. "Let's go down." Giving a decisive order, Danzo Shimura leaped down, and the others followed one by one, and soon arrived at the bottom of this underground space. The tree roots here are denser, and at the bottom there is a blood-colored cocoon wrapped by countless tree roots. A faint heartbeat can be heard from it, and it exudes an extremely evil and cold breath, which is indeed a bit like the feeling of Sharingan. Danzo Shimura and Gento Shimura, father and son, both remembered the blood-colored energy that was transformed when the dragon vein erupted, and estimated that the greatest energy of the dragon vein should come from this blood-colored cocoon. Burn it to death with the four red yang formation. After observing for a while with the help of Uchiha Jing's Sharingan, Shimura Danzo made a decision. Shimura Dangsheng and others on the side did not hesitate at all. They formed groups of 3 and cooperated with Shimura Danzo to separate into 4 directions. They raised their hands to make seals and burst out the chakra they had stored during this period. In an instant, a fiery red barrier rose up, covering the bloody cocoon and burning all the connected tree roots around it to isolate it. This is the top-level sealing barrier for Red Yang formation given to Konoha by the Uzumaki clan. It is a forbidden technique that can only be performed when the quality and amount of chakra reach the level of positive shadow. And the chakra consumed it was quite terrifying. Even a cage-level warrior couldn't hold on for long. Only the Shitanla of the Uzumaki clan could bear it. However, Shimura Dangsheng and his group of 3 were led by a quasi-cage-level warrior. In addition, they used the 8-diagram seal to refine the chakra that had been sealed for many days, which was enough to hold on for a while. Not to mention that the 4 red yang formation they maintained this time did not cover a large area, only 10 meters long and wide, and consumed less. The extreme high temperature showed up, causing the air to distort. Fortunately, it was guided by the 4 red yang formation to gather inside and did not leak out, otherwise they would be the first to suffer. Not enough, not enough. Sensing the temperature of the 4 red yang formation, Shimura Xianding came behind his old father, hundreds of immortal energy threads connected to his body, and passed his own immortal energy fused with natural energy into his body, and increased the proportion of natural energy. Shimura Danzo understood, and used the chakra in his body to fuse these immortal energy, forming a kind of immortal chakra to infuse into the 4 red yang formation, and the temperature inside instantly increased by a level. This is not over yet. Shimura Xianding used all his strength to attract natural energy together, and passed it into the 4 red yang formation through his old father. The extreme high temperature plus the high concentration of natural energy soon evolved into natural immortal fire, burning the blood-colored cocoon blocked inside. The roots of the sacred tree wrapped around the blood-colored cocoon were quickly ignited and turned into ashes, and then the blood-colored cocoon was ignited and quickly burned out, revealing the existence inside. Damn it! Tentacle monster! Looking at the hideous creature that appeared, Shimura Xianding couldn't help but complain. That thing looked like an octopus, blood red all over, and exuded an extremely evil aura, like an evil demon, countless times more evil than the pupil power of the Sharingan. That's just a head, there's a body curled up underneath. With the help of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Shimura Danzo, who had the strongest vision, began to tell the story. Shimura Gendo looked at it with the light of the natural fairy fire that was comparable to the sun, and found that there was indeed a body curled up under the pile of tentacles, a body similar to that of a human. An octopus head, a human-like body, how can it be so similar to the evil god Thulhu? With a weird look on his face, Shimura Gendo was more certain that it was not a good thing. Apart from anything else, the image alone was not serious. Fortunately, they came here to find this thing this time, otherwise, when this thing was born after being bred, who knows how much disaster it would cause. Moreover, it seemed that the roots of the surrounding sacred trees could not further absorb the power of the thing itself, and even the blood-colored cocoon could not be broken through. Obviously, there was nothing they could do with this thing. Queen Yueli, who was hiding behind Shimura Xianding, secretly glanced at the blood-colored monster and felt palpitations. She was also more fortunate to have formed an alliance with the Shimura family to deal with the monster. Otherwise, if the monster, which was obviously not a good person, was born, the first to suffer would be their Lilin. The power of the natural fairy fire was indeed very strong, even as strong as that evil demon could not resist it. The skin covered with scales all over the body emitted black smoke under the burning of the natural fairy fire and was quickly ignited. And this burning pain also awakened the evil demon in advance, and the blood-colored eyes opened, like 2 blood-colored lanterns, full of extreme evil. Uchiha's Sharingan was a younger brother in front of these eyes. Roar! The awakened demon roared, and the sound waves of the four red yang formation shook constantly. Then the giant fist with ferocious bone spurs smashed down, causing one side of the four red yang formation to bulge outwards, but fortunately it was blessed by the natural fairy fire, and its toughness and strength were amazing. It was not broken, and even bounced back. You should know that the four red yang formation could besiege the 10 tails in the 4 wars in the original work, and it could withstand the explosion of the tailed beast ball of the 10 tails. It was not until Uchiha Obito became the 10 tails Jinchuriki that he broke it. Maybe Shimura Danzo and others are not as good as the infinite chakra of the 4 Hokages who were reborn from the impure world reincarnation, but the size of this 4 red yang formation is far smaller than the one used by the 4 Hokages in the 4 wars. This can make the power more concentrated, and the defense is naturally stronger. The strength is not weaker than that of the 4 wars, and it is even several times stronger. After all, this 4 red yang formation uses natural fairy fire and has a higher temperature. Bang bang! The demon, whose body was ignited by the natural fairy fire, became more and more manic, punching the 4 red yang formation, trying to break through the seal, but unfortunately he still couldn't break it, and his arms burned more violently because of the contact with the 4 red yang formation. Soon he was burned to ashes, followed by his legs. This time, the 4 red yang formation sealed the surroundings and 6 sides, instead of the original 4 battles that only sealed the surroundings and leaked the upper and lower ground. In this way, the feet stepped on the bottom of the 4 red yang formation and directly contacted the natural fairy fire, which naturally burned faster. The strong burning pain and the threat of death made the demon struggle hard, roaring continuously and hitting the 4 red yang formation more frantically, causing Shimura Danzo and others to suffer backlash and bleeding from the corners of their mouths. However, everyone gritted their teeth and persisted, and they all understood that they must not let this thing rush out, otherwise they would all die. You should know that at this stage, even if the first generation Hokage was trapped in the 4 red yang formation blessed by natural fairy fire, he would die without a single chance of survival and be burned to ashes in an instant. After all, no matter how powerful the first generation Hokage was, he was still a mortal body, and naturally could not withstand the extreme high temperature of natural fairy fire. But the evil demon has persisted for a full 10 minutes from the beginning to now and has not been burned to death. What's more terrifying is that the body of the evil demon is as thin as a stick, and it looks very young compared to its huge head. It is obviously still in the larval stage. It is equivalent to an unborn fetus. It is so terrifying in the undeveloped fetal stage. Once it grows to its full form, who in the world can resist it? A euro, a euro, a euro, a euro, a euro, a euro. I want to write about an evil god or evil demon, but I can't trademark think of a suitable image after thinking for a long time. I can only refer to Thulhu, the big boss of the sea demon in Martial Fate Next Door. Please don't trademark be surprised. 146. Chapter 145, Failure at the Last Moment. Just when Shimura Xianding and others were using natural fairy fire and the 4 red yang formation to kill the evil demon underground, 2 figures sneaked into Lulan City and went straight to the underground space where the dragon vein was. Who is it? Sitting above the dragon vein pool, Xianyu and the other 2 suddenly turned around and stared at Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who jumped down. What are you doing here? You are not welcome here, please leave. Decisively pulling out the ninja sword behind him and preparing for battle, Xianyu opened his mouth to signal Jiraiya and the other 2 to leave, otherwise he would be rude. You can let us leave, but tell us what Shimura Danzo is doing here. Looking around, his eyes finally fell on the black hole at the bottom of the dragon vein pool, and Jiraiya asked solemnly. He knew the ninja's dark very well, and his style of doing things was extremely cruel and cold. Even his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded him to have less contact with that man. This time the other party made such a big fuss in Lulan, there must be a conspiracy, most likely for that dragon vein. As far as he knew, Lulan relied on the power of the dragon vein to inherit thousands of years. Once the dragon vein was taken away by Shimura Danzo, Lulan would be finished. This was something he would never allow. Say it again, leave. After another warning, Xianyu quickly formed a seal with his left hand hidden in his sleeve. The 2 Shimura ninjas beside him also formed a seal secretly. After a while, the 3 people's bodies were surrounded by rapidly rotating wind attribute chakra. It was the wind escape armor. It seems that there is no way to end it peacefully. With a gloomy face, Jiraiya raised his palm to prepare to form a seal, but before he could do anything, his face suddenly changed and he knelt on one knee on the ground. Orochimaru. Looking at his friend beside him with dissatisfaction, he knew that this must be the work of Orochimaru. At the same time, the three people opposite Shimura Xianyu also knelt on one knee, breathing rapidly. Chakra gradually lost control, and the perception of the body was also rapidly weakened. This is a mixture of neurotoxin and blood toxin. It's not too deadly. Whether you can survive it depends on your luck. Licking his lips, Orochimaru explained disdainfully while taking out a syringe, piercing Jiraiya's neck, and injecting the antidote inside into his body. The antidote quickly flowed through the body with the blood, allowing Jiraiya to stand up. Orochimaru, can't you say hello to me before you attack? After calming down the restless chakra in his body, Jiraiya cast a dissatisfied look. This guy's attack is too shady. Ignoring Jiraiya's complaints, Orochimaru stood on the edge of the dragon vein pool and watched for a while, then jumped down and came to the edge of the black hole to look down. Jiraiya looked at Shimura Gengetsu and the other two who were struggling on the ground in pain to stop them, jumped down the dragon vein pool and asked worriedly, "Are the three of them really dead?" He was quite afraid of the Dark Master of Shinobi. Although he decided to stop Shimura Danzo's conspiracy for the peace and inheritance of Lulin this time, he didn't want to offend him to death, otherwise it would be very bad for Konoha if the old guy made a fuss. Their physiques are all very good. They should have mastered the D-level body strengthening secret technique and won't die for the time being. After replying casually, Orochimaru jumped into the black hole. "Wait for me." Seeing his friend jump down, Jiraiya hurriedly followed and soon came to the place where Shimura Gentang and others stayed. They stayed here for a while. Using the fire escape ninjutsu to maintain a fireball in the palm of his hand to illuminate the dark environment, looking down at the messy footprints on the ground, Orochimaru analyzed. He immediately stood up, came to the place with the most footprints, and looked up at the cross-section of the root of the sacred tree. But just as he approached here, the fireball condensed by the fire attribute chakra seemed to be attracted by something, and instantly sank into the cross-section of the root of the sacred tree in front of him, making the surroundings fall into darkness again. Interesting. In the darkness, Orochimaru's snake pupils flashed with a dark light. He raised his hand and pressed it on the wooden cut surface, inputting his own chakra into it, preparing to use chakra to explore the mystery here. But it would be fine if he didn't use chakra. Once the chakra was injected into it, the wooden cut surface like a dead tree seemed to come alive, bursting out with a terrible swallowing force, swallowing the chakra in Orochimaru's body. Damn it! Sensing that the chakra in his body was being swallowed crazily, Orochimaru's face changed suddenly. He wanted to take his palm away, but found that it was sucked very tightly. Orochimaru. Jiraiya, who was also watching the wooden cut surface, noticed the abnormality of his friend and reached out to pull it, but the swallowing force was transmitted into his body. His own chakra was madly swallowed by the wooden cut surface with Orochimaru's body as a transit station. After obtaining the chakra of the two people, the roots of the trees under the ground seemed to come alive and danced wildly, including the underground space where Shimura Gento and others were. What's going on? Shimura Gento, holding a long sword, cut off the entangled roots and looked up at the many roots extending rapidly from above. His face changed slightly. Shimura Danzo and others also discovered the changes above, looked up at the countless roots entangled rapidly, and then looked at the evil demon that was burned to only an octopus head, and showed unwillingness. Xian Yi, the six of you pull away and prevent the roots above from entangled. Finally, Shimura Danzo gave the order and made the most correct choice. The four red yang formation must be maintained to the end, but the tree roots cannot be allowed to attack, otherwise, with the attack of the tree roots, all of them will die. The six black-clothed people with only elite Jonin strength retreated and rushed forward, while quickly forming seals with both hands. Wind escape armor. The rapidly rotating wind attribute chakra flows on the surface of the body, forming a strong defense while also strengthening the ninja sword attack of everyone. With the blessing of the wind escape armor, everyone does not need to form seals, and slashes with sharp wind blades with the sword to cut off the countless tree roots that swept over, resisting this sudden attack. The attack from the outside. Shimura Xianding was guarding Queen Yueli honestly, his methods were not suitable for dealing with this kind of situation. Just at this moment, the evil demon head trapped in the four red yang formation saw the abnormality outside and immediately launched a more intense collision. Using those tentacles as hands and feet and the head as a hammer, it madly hit. This crazy collision caused Shimura Danzo and the other three to suffer backlash, spitting blood from their mouths. Among them, the oldest Shimura Dangsheng was the first to fall into a coma. Without Shimura Dangsheng, the power of the four red yang formation was greatly reduced and became unstable. Sensing this change, the evil demon inside struggled more fiercely, and finally broke a big hole in the top layer of the four red yang formation and rushed out, flying straight to the top, crashing through the top layer, and rushing towards the ground quickly. Soon a handful of yellow sand fell from above, and everyone's face changed immediately. That thing is going to the ground. No, it went in the direction where the people are. Queen Yueli, who had been maintaining a special sense of the evil demon, cried out anxiously. She could figure out with her toes that this was definitely not a good thing. Dad! Greeting his old father who had barely recovered, Shimura Xianding held Yueli in his arms, protected himself and Yueli with the wings behind him, and leaped upward against the attacks of the tree roots. Shimura Danzo, who had recovered a little, also used the wind escape chakra mode to follow closely behind and return to the previous passage. Flying along the passage, the two quickly came to the exit, and then saw Orochimaru and Jiraiya lying on the ground. It's you. With a gloomy old face, Shimura Danzo wished he could kill these two bad guys. Originally, they were about to burn the evil demon to ashes, but who would have thought that they would be destroyed by these two bastards, making all their efforts fall short. You'd better pray that my people are safe, otherwise I will make you pay with your lives. Yu Li, who was held in the arms of Shimura Xianding, was also angry, and murderous intent burst out. Dad, don't worry about them for now. It's important to chase the evil demon. We must not let it hurt the people of Lulin. After glancing at the two people, Shimura Xianding didn't pay much attention and quickly climbed to the exit above. He was also very anxious now. It was not that he had a saintly heart, but since the evil demon went to the place where the people of Lulin were at the first time, he must want to use it to recover himself. It was not easy to burn it before, only a head was left. If it was allowed to recover with the help of the people of Lulin, it would be difficult for them to run away. Shimura Danzo was faster, relying on the flying power of the wind escape chakra mode to rush out quickly, rushing all the way to the sky above Lulin City, and after seeing the direction clearly, he flew towards the rocky area where the people of Lulin were. Shimura Gento followed closely behind with Queen Yueli in his arms. This woman had a special sense of the evil demon and could locate its location. She was their best eyes and must be brought along. We seem to be in trouble. After a long silence, Jiraiya said weakly. He was not concerned about the murderous intent shown by Danzo of Will Village, but the words and murderous intent of Queen Lulin before made him understand that things did not seem to be as he had thought before, and that they were in big trouble. Restore chakra first. Without raising his eyelids, Orochimaru reminded him and silently squeezed his body to refine chakra. Unlike Jiraiya, he was not concerned about the murderous intent of Danzo of Will Village or even Queen Lulin. Anyway, he had nothing to do with Lulin, and he would not care even if all the people of Lulin died. In comparison, he was more interested in the deep part of the passage where Shimura Danzo came out, and the so-called evil demon. There were too many mysteries revealed in it, which tickled his heart, and he wanted to rush in and find out now. Soon, footsteps were heard again. Shimura Gengaku and others rushed out carrying the seriously injured and unconscious Shimura Dangsheng. After seeing Jiraiya and Orochimaru, how could they not understand that these two people were the culprits of the change? Hi! Hello! Facing the murderous eyes of Shimura Gengaku and others, Jiraiya smiled dryly and greeted them, secretly complaining in his heart. Before, he was swallowed too hard by that thing, not only the chakra in his body was swallowed, but also most of his vitality and mental power were swallowed, and he almost died here. So far, only a little chakra has been squeezed out, and it is impossible for these people to be opponents. This is really miserable. Seeing Shimura Gengaku and others rushing out, Orochimaru sighed secretly, knowing that there was no chance to explore further. The left hand hidden behind the body scratched the palm with the nails, and quickly made a seal mixed with blood. Summoning technique. A giant python suddenly appeared, opened its huge mouth and swallowed Orochimaru and Jiraiya into its mouth, and then turned into a mist and dissipated. Go! Seeing that Orochimaru and Jiraiya had slipped away from under their noses, Shimura Gengaku was so angry that he almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Without saying anything more, he signaled everyone to move forward. With the help of the previous rope and the chakra absorption effect, everyone climbed up quickly and saw Shimura Gengetsu and the other two who were poisoned. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, I will never coexist with you. The miserable state of the three compatriots made Shimura Gengaku and others even more angry, and they wished to cut the two into pieces. 147. Chapter 146, Immortal Energy Version of 8 Gates. To keep the secret to the greatest extent possible, Shimura Danzo and Shimura Gendo did not allow Cho and Xion Jiahu to participate in this incident. Instead, they asked them to migrate with the people of Lulin and stay there to prevent accidents. This arrangement was just to be on the safe side, but it was actually used. The demon head rushed diagonally from the sand into the rocky area, and the extremely evil aura made Cho and Xion Jiahu and the others sensed it immediately. Roar! With a roar to announce his birth, the evil demon's head sensed 100,000 delicacies in front of him, and the fragrance of the soul made him even more hungry and thirsty. The tentacles on his head danced, supporting his head and rushing towards the Lulin people quickly. Just as he was about to rush in, a flash of lightning flashed, and the huge head was chopped off. Roar! Using the tentacles to stabilize his head, the evil demon roared angrily. Any creature would be furious if it was disturbed when it was about to taste delicious food, and the evil demon was no exception. Scarlet eyes stared at the woman wrapped in lightning. What is this? Cho, who came quickly, took out the 5 repaired Kinmatsu 10 people, while staring at the octopus head of the evil god. I don't know, but its body strength is very high, and it seems to be immune to chakra attacks. My rakery just now couldn't cut into it at all. Xion Jiahu also stared at the roaring evil demon opposite. The previous round of fighting made her realize the power of this strange thing. At this stage, the strongest attack method in her hand is the rakery developed from Chidori, but unfortunately it has no effect at all. Shimura Danzo is coming quickly, let's entangle it first. Using the perception ninjutsu to sense it, Cho controlled the 5 people of Chikamatsu to concentrate and be alert, and then ordered the dozen Shimura ninjas behind, use the earth escape earth flow wall technique to create a stone wall. Well, don't use the ninjutsu like Huangchuan Swamp. Finally, after taking a look at the octopus head, Cho gave up the idea of a euro using Huangchuan Swamp to transform the terrain to restrict the opponent's movements. That form looks like an aquatic creature no matter how you look at it. If you really create Huangchuan Swamp, it will benefit the opponent. Roar! After observing for a while, the evil demon finally couldn't bear the hunger and greed in his heart, and controlled the tentacles to rush forward again, while using the tentacles to guard against the attacks of the two. A flash of lightning passed, and the evil demon's forward momentum stagnated, but this time he was not kicked away. Obviously, he was prepared and was not afraid of Xion Jiahu's rakery attack. At the same time, Cho controlled the 5 people of Kinmatsu to face the evil demon head-on, and continued to fight with those tentacles, and even found opportunities to entangle those tentacles to restrict the opponent's actions and attacks. However, the power of the evil demon far exceeded the imagination of the 2 women. In just 1 minute, the 5 people of Kinmatsu that Cho had patched together and repaired were broken into pieces again, and Xion Jiahu was also injured by the tentacle on the shoulder. Breaking through the blockade of the 2 women, the evil demon continued to rush forward to the 100,000 Lulin people in front, with its tentacles dancing wildly, driving its huge head forward rapidly, and soon arrived at the earth flow wall jointly performed by the Shimura ninjas. The tentacles were attached to the earth flow wall and climbed up quickly. Mixed ninja technique Wind Stylia Super Vacuum Wave. The dozen Shimura ninjas standing on the top of the earth flow wall formed a seal together, took a deep breath, and spewed out dozens of sharp wind columns, and finally merged into a huge wind master that rotated rapidly to knock down the evil demon that was about to climb up. That's right, just knock it down. The advantage of the vacuum wave is its sharpness, which can penetrate rocks and cut metal, but this sharpness cannot be reflected on the evil demon's tyrannical body. Roar! The evil demon began to climb again with an angry roar, but this time the tentacles were deeply embedded in the earth flow wall to avoid being knocked down again. Shimura Ninja naturally would not give up, and continued to use the mixed ninjutsu super vacuum wave to hit it. Although it could not knock it down again, it effectively slowed down the speed of the evil demon's climbing. Cho and Xion Jiahu, who were chasing closely behind, assisted from the side to slow down the evil demon's forward speed. Unfortunately, the evil demon's body was too strong, and even S-level ninjutsu could not hurt it at all. It climbed steadily and gradually approached the top of the earth flow wall. Just as it was about to cross and rush into the people of Lulin, a golden figure with green light all over his body rushed over quickly and kicked the evil demon away with 1 foot. Even if the demon's tentacles penetrated deeply into the wall of the earth flow city, it was difficult to stabilize its body. The person who came was Shimura Gendo. Take good care of Miss Yueli. Putting Yueli down in his arms, and telling Cho and the others, Shimura Gendo took off the big shield behind him and rushed towards the head of the demon that was kicked out. Green violent energy, is that the 8 gates of Dunjia? The knowledgeable Cho saw that something was wrong with Shimura Gendo at the first time, and recalled the physical technique used by some Senju clan members in the last Ninja World War. It was a very scary physical technique, even a forbidden technique, which could greatly increase the user's strength and speed, but at the same time the side effects were also great. She even saw a Senju clan member die suddenly on the battlefield before he could start after performing it. Obviously that kid was fighting for his life. That's right, Shimura Gendo was fighting for his life, and he was also using the 8 gates of Dunjia, but it was the immortal energy version of the 8 gates of Dunjia, which was also his biggest trump card at this stage. As the man who saw Naruto to the end, how could he forget this forbidden taijutsu that almost kicked him out of the end? This is the powerful force that shaped the name of Emperor Kai, allowing Might Guy to be on par with immortals with a mortal body, and even almost kicked 6 Paths Madara to death. It just so happened that the 8 gates of ninjutsu was collected by the Senju family, and Tsunade had seen it, so this was a bargain for him, a model student. Then he modified it based on it to make it suitable for the use of vitality, and it was not until recently that he successfully deduced it. However, there was one thing that made him very depressed, very depressed. Why is it that my 8 gates of ninjutsu has opened to the 7th gate, and it still emits green light? Is this the source of my lowbrow nickname of Konoha green light in the future? Glancing at the green immortal vitality that was escaping and covering the color of the heavy gold battle suit, Shimura Gendo was quite depressed. As a gentleman of his generation, he didn't like this kind of forgiveness. Without time to think too much, Ziken Xianding rushed to the evil demon's head while trying his best to control the violent immortal energy to build the operation circuit of the sage mode in his brain. On the one hand, it can protect the fragile brain, and on the other hand, it can further improve the combat power. When he rushed to the front of the evil demon's head, he finally entered the sage mode, with the dual blessing of sea-level divine power and divine speed, and swung the 1-ton shield in his hand and smashed it hard. Bang! The huge head of the evil demon was slammed into the hard rock ground, and then before it could react, Ziken Xianding swung the heavy shield and smashed it wildly. The huge force caused the surrounding rock ground to crack and tremble. Earth Escape Rockification Technique. Several Shimura ninjas quickly stepped forward and performed Earth Escape ninjutsu together, hardening the ground within a radius of dozens of meters to the maximum extent, assisting Shimura Gentoi to attack the evil demon's head. Roar! The demon who was hit by the blow finally came to his senses, roared wildly, and pulled Shimura Gentoi back with one tentacle, preparing to crawl out of the solidified ground. However, Zionjiu, who performed Reikari again, slashed it back with a knife, and then Shimura Gentoi quickly returned and swung the heavy gold shield to hit it again. This cycle repeated, and the evil demon with only 1 head and 4 tentacles left could not break free at all, and could only be hit continuously. But Shimura Gentoi, who seemed to have the upper hand, did not relax at all, because his powerful attack strength did not leave any scars on this guy, and even the scales on his head were not broken. Without paying much attention to the damage caused, he continued to swing his shield wildly. Anyway, his main task was to trap this thing. If he wanted to destroy it, he had to use natural fairy fire and the 4 red yang formation. 4 red yang formation. At this time, Shimura Danzo, who was following closely behind, finally arrived. Without any delay, he released the wind escape chakra mode, and with the help of a secret medicine he swallowed on the way here, he burst out several times the chakra of his heyday, and raised his hand to make a seal. Shadow Clone Technique. 3 shadow clones appeared, separated from the main body in 4 directions, and made a seal to cast a sealing barrier, which was the 4 red yang formation. The 4 red yang formation penetrated the ground, forming a cage that trapped Shimura Xianding and the evil demon head inside. And Shimura Xianding directly increased the attraction of the surrounding natural energy inside, creating natural fairy fire, and continued to burn this thing. Anyway, he could always ask his old father to open a small door on the 4 red yang formation and get out, just like when Hashirama Senju opened the door for the Ninja Alliance to enter and attack the Ten Tails during the 4th war in the original book. However, the evil demon was not a beast that knew nothing. When he saw the 4 red yang formation appear, he knew that he was in trouble and broke out decisively. Roar! With another roar, the blood-colored energy burst out, and took his head to forcefully break through the 4 red yang formation that had not yet condensed the natural fairy fire. If he had the natural fairy fire, he would naturally not be able to break through, but it was not a big problem with the most basic 4 red yang formation, and he could break through it at a cost. Once he got out of trouble, the evil demon resisted his greed for the Lulin people not far away, and decisively rushed to the vast desert in the distance. Although the delicacies over there were very tempting, the humans here were too cruel. If he didn't leave quickly, he would have to die here. This place has become a shadow place in his heart, and he will never come back again. Don't even think about escaping. Steadying himself, Shimura Gentoi rushed out of the gap and caught up with the escaping demon head, even spreading his wings to help him charge forward. Although he couldn't let him fly, it was no problem to reduce the weight. He had been soaring all the way before, even surpassing the old father, the pot shadow, who was flying in the wind escape chakra mode. Just as the demon head was about to rush out of the rocky area and run into the thick sand, a white-haired figure suddenly blocked the front and raised his hand to quickly form a seal. Spirit summoning technique. A red toad appeared. It was Game Buntat. Buntat, toad short sword slash. Jiraiya, who was standing on top of Buntat, shouted. Although Game Buntat, who had a tacit understanding with him, didn't understand what was going on, he still instinctively cooperated with the sword and slashed at the black shadow that appeared in front of him. The demon head, which was running at high speed, didn't expect that there would be someone blocking the way, and was slashed solidly. At the same time, Shimura Gento in the back also threw out the big shield in his hand. The 1-ton big shield was thrown quickly, carrying a force beyond imagination, and hit the evil demon's head heavily, just in time to form a pincer attack with Buntat's toad short knife. Unfortunately, the evil demon's physical strength was too terrible, and even so, it could not hurt it at all. Without the burden of the shield behind, Shimura Gento doubled his speed, appeared behind the evil demon's head in an instant, and kicked it hard. The power of the self plus the inertial momentum accumulated by running fast, the impact of the explosion can be imagined. Buntat, holding the short knife, was directly knocked out by the huge force, and the short knife in his hand also flew out of his hand. At the same time, Shimura Gento extended hundreds of immortal energy lines to tightly entangle one of the evil demon's tentacles, preparing to come here again. At the same time, Shimura Denzo and 3 shadow clones were also rushing over, ready to continue to use the 4 red yang formation to burn that thing to death. All of this was seen by the evil demon, who was even more terrified. 148. Chapter 147 The Queen's Anger. The courage of a brave man to cut off his own arm is not only the patent of Shimura Gentoi's good brother Akazaga, the evil demon also has this courage. Before Shimura Gentoi could perform a combo, the evil demon reluctantly cut off the tentacle that was entangled, and quickly burrowed his head into the sand in front of him and disappeared. He immediately used the sand to cover his weight toes caped far away. This was a real escape. He swore that he would never come to this hellhole again, unless he grew up, and then he would come back to take revenge and devour all those hateful human souls. Looking at the tentacles that were still twisting, Shimura Gento blinked his eyes in a daze, and he really didn't expect that the evil demon could do such a thing. Damn! After coming to his senses and cursing, Shimura Gento hurriedly closed the 7 opened doors, took the green immortal energy back into his body, and fell to the ground with a grin. Although his current physical fitness is not as good as Might Guy in the 4th war period in the original work, it is not weak, and the side effects of the vitality version of the 8 gates of Dungia are smaller, but it still makes him sore all over. It is estimated that many meridians in the body have been torn, not to mention the damage to the tendons, bones and internal organs. In the final analysis, it is a forbidden technique, and it will cost a heavy price. Xiao Xianding, is that octopus the thing under Lulin? Jiraiya, who was also in a bad state, came and sat down next to Shimura Xianding, asking while panting. Before, the strange wood had drained away the chakra and most of the vitality and mental power in his body, and before that, he overdrew his body to forcibly extract chakra to summon Game Buntat. If he hadn't practiced the D-level Shimura body strengthening secret technique, he would have knelt down long ago. However, he ignored his own problems. Compared with this, the octopus just now made him pay more attention. He saw clearly that Game Buntat couldn't hurt the thing with a full-strength knife. Apart from anything else, the physical strength alone made people feel desperate. Well, that thing has been bred under Lulin. This time we found it in advance and burned its body with the 4 red yang formation, leaving only a head. Unfortunately, you and Orochimaru messed it up, and we failed. I don't know how many people will die at the hands of that thing in the future. Nodding, Shimura Gento felt that Jiraiya was really a jinx. Of course, Orochimaru was not a good guy either. I originally thought that guy was just a simple snake brother at this stage, but I didn't expect that he had begun to evolve into a snake uncle. It seems that I have to have less contact with that guy in the future to avoid being pitted. Little ghost, did you just say that thing came out from under Lilin City? At this time, Gamabunta, who had just been knocked out, jumped over and stared at Shimura Gento, who was lying on the ground seriously. Do you know that thing? At this time, Shimura Danzo came over, staring at Gamabunta with a pair of old eyes, and saw something from the attitude of this beast. If that thing is the monster I heard about, you humans are in big trouble. Be prepared as soon as possible and find and kill it before it grows up, otherwise the consequences are beyond your imagination. Getting a positive response from Shimura Danzo's expression, Gamabunta solemnly reminded him and then looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, this matter is very serious. I will report it to the two immortals and the great immortal. Leaving a word, Gamabunta lifted the spiritual state and returned to the sacred place of Mayaboku Mountain. This matter is too serious and must be reported to the immortal as soon as possible. That thing is running very fast and has been running to the west. At this time, Ueli was carried by a Shimura ninja and rushed over quickly, using his special perception of evil demons to determine the opponent's position. Forget it. We can't catch him even if we catch him in the desert. Looking at the sunset in the distance, Shimura Danzo sighed, released the 3 shadow clones, and returned the chakra inside to his body to repair the injuries caused by swallowing the secret medicine as soon as possible. Jiraiya looked at the cheap disciple who collapsed on the ground after performing the 8 gates, and then looked at Shimura Danzo's hair that suddenly turned grey, and felt even more guilty. Humph! Fortunately, Xianding Jun and Senior Danzo took action this time and prevented the evil demon from harming our people, but this matter cannot be let go. I will deliver letters to various countries to explain this incident and jointly deal with the escaped evil demon. You and Orochimaru cannot escape responsibility. With a cold snort, Queen Ueli was even more disgusted with Jiraiya and Orochimaru. If it weren't for these two guys, the evil demon would have been burned to ashes underground. Now that it has escaped, although it seems that it will not come back in a short time, it will definitely come back for revenge after it recovers, which will be a disaster for Lilin. Not to mention that it will definitely harm the people of other countries after escaping, and Jiraiya and Orochimaru will bear the main responsibility for the murder. I know, I will do my best to track down that evil demon in the future. Take a deep breath, Jiraiya promised. Since it is his mistake, he will never escape. Why do you want to go back to Lilin? And invade our forbidden land and injure our allies? Jiraiya's responsibility made Queen Ueli look up to him, and then frowned and asked. These two people left a long time ago, why did they appear in Lilin at this time? Ahem. We saw something wrong before, and we were worried that Xiaoxuanding was in danger, so we came back to take a look. Facing Queen Ueli's questioning, Jiraiya coughed awkwardly, indicating that he was all good intentions, and after saying that, he couldn't help but cast a resentful look at Shimura Danzo. He didn't expect things to turn out like this, and he didn't expect that the ninja who had always been a model of evil would do good things and even pay a heavy price. Judging from the grey hair, the price he paid before was not small, probably something like damaging his lifespan. This strange turn almost made him sprain his waist. Such a veiled explanation made Shimura Gentoi and Shimura Danzo, father and son, look over and scrutinize him. How could he not see the intentions of Jiraiya and Orochimaru? Just because of a guess, you sneaked into our country and entered our forbidden area. What do you ninjas think of our Lilin country? Queen Ueli was angry and realized once again how unscrupulous the ninja's style of behavior was. Our Lilin is a country, not your ninja's backyard. You should return to Konoha as soon as possible to tell Hiruzen about this and let him prepare early. Glazing at Jiraiya coldly, Shimura Danzo turned and left, ready to recuperate. Several Shimura ninjas ran over and hooked the battlesuit on Shimura Suinding's body with a hook and dragged it back. Alas! With a sigh, Jiraiya did not stop, swallowed a secret military pill, turned and walked towards the vast desert. This matter was no small matter. From the reaction of Gamabunta before, it can be seen that he and Orochimaru really got into trouble this time. However, it is useless to regret now. The most important thing now is to return to Konoha as soon as possible and inform the teacher about this matter so that we can make preparations early. Stop, hurry up and get that toad sword back. There should be a lot of energy metal in it. Seeing Jiraiya's figure quickly disappearing at the end of his sight, Shimura Gento hurriedly ordered the tribesmen who were pulling him to work. The kick just now not only kicked Gamabunta away, but also kicked the short sword out of the claw. Perhaps because he was too shocked to know the identity of the evil demon, and was in a hurry to go back to report, Gamabunta forgot his sword. This is a good thing. Several Shimura ninjas were stunned when they heard the words, and looked at the toad short sword lying on the sand in the distance. Their eyes flashed, and they rushed over and started to seal it away. Although this thing was just a short sword in the toad's hand, it was more than 10 meters long and was a rare treasure. They knew what the energy metal their young master was talking about was, which was what their ninjas often called chakra metal. As ninjas, they all hoped to have a chakra ninja tool. It was a pity that chakra metal was too rare. Even as the senior ninjas of the Shimura family, they did not have chakra ninja tools. Now there was such a large bunch of toad swords in front of them. After smelting, they could definitely get a pound or two. Greedy little devil! Cho, who was walking next to them, curled her lips in disdain, but there was a sense of regret in her eyes. Before, she had also set her sights on the short sword left by Gamabunta, and was ready to sneak over and pack it up after everyone left. But who would have thought that it was not only herself who was thinking about that thing, but also that cheap disciple? Now there was no chance. Don't worry, Miss Cho, I won't take all of the short swords away. At least I will leave most of them for you to study and make puppet armor. Seeing the regret of his teacher, Shimura Xianding smiled. He only had eyes for the chakra metal on the short sword, and for the time being, he didn't need much, just enough to make a set of heavy gold battle clothes. After several months of hard training, his fiancée copyright E should have initially adapted to the radiation of the sealing crystal and could wear a set of heavy gold battle clothes, so her safety would be guaranteed. That's about right. Cho cast a gratified look, and was very satisfied with it. The short sword was not small in size, and the chakra metal integrated into it was at least in tons. In addition, judging from the color of the blade, its main body should also be a rare metal, which was just right for research and production of puppet armor. And Shimura Gento also attached great importance to the research of this teacher. Last time, Centipede and Lushan had already demonstrated the powerful combat power and huge potential of puppet armor. With the rubbish combat awareness of Centipede and Lushan, he could beat 3 Zhengying level strong men. If he was replaced by a strong man like Cho or Xianjiu, the strength he could exert would definitely be a level higher. The most important thing is that the biggest feature of puppet armor, which is more technological, is that it can be mass-produced. If enough puppet armor is made in the future, and then worn by family members to form an army, who in the ninja world can stop it? Therefore, research in this area must be strongly supported, fully supported. It is their third major project in Lulin besides cultivating fairy trees and exploring underground ruins, and it cannot be sloppy. Not to mention the evil demon head rushing all the way to the west, Shimura Xianding here is recovering in Lulin peacefully. At the same time, after obtaining the 2 major technologies of solar furnace and well pressure, the daimyo of the wind country sent people to bring the promised total area of euro 10 million square meters of mirrors. Although 10 million square meters of mirrors seem to be a lot, it is nothing compared to the size of the entire wind country. The wind country is the world's largest producer of mirror glass, accounting for more than 80% of the world's glass products, and there are many high-purity quartz mines in the country. However, glass mirrors are not a necessity in people's lives. They cannot be sold in large quantities all the time, and they can be piled up without deterioration. Therefore, all major glass factories have a large amount of inventory, and it is not difficult to put together a total area of euro 10 million square meters of mirrors. And because of the 2 major technologies, the daimyo of the wind country has decided to expand production to the maximum extent for all domestic glass factories. At the same time, the solar furnace itself can also assist in glass production, directly omitting the various fuel issues of wood and charcoal. Not long after, Ebizo came to Lulin with the materials promised in the last negotiation and 1,000 people to take over, and took away the set of D-level bodybuilding secrets prepared by Cho. There are only 113 ninjas, and only 3 of them can use magnetic escape. After reading the list of people brought by Ebizo, Shimura Gento scratched his head and felt quite disappointed. Miss, you can't do it. Putting down the list of people in his hand, Shimura Gento gave her a resentful look. Originally, he was going to dig up a lot of people from the sand village, but who would have thought that he would only dig up so few? Such a small number of people really doesn't live up to the prestige of Cho, a veteran of 3 dynasties. There are a few people, but I can guarantee that everyone is absolutely reliable, and they have been removed from the sand village and have completely severed their relationship with that village. Confidently speaking, Cho has absolute confidence in her brother and is very relieved. She had made it very clear at the beginning, and her brother had also been carefully selected, which was in line with her expectations. 149. Chapter 148 Magnetic Escape Equipment Mass Production Plan. The last conversation with Queen Yueli had a great impact on Cho, and Queen Yueli also made a request that she would not accept the continued existence of the ninja industry in Lulin. Not to mention, her chief disciple and his father, the ninja Dark, are not good people. If they really bring in some people with ulterior motives and do some bad things, they will inevitably anger the father and son, and the consequences will be disastrous. Based on this, she asked her brother to select those who were tired of the existence of ninja killings, and they were all their confidants. Some of them even participated in the last Ninja World War and had unique skills that could assist the development and construction of Lulin. In addition, there are many children with good qualifications among the families brought here. Even if they don't Euro trademark T become ninjas, they can practice chakra and use ninjutsu to assist the development of Lulin. How is the cell cancer ration experiment of the leg of the third Kazekage going? Without dwelling on the number of people in this group, Shimura Gentoi asked about another matter. When he got the leg of the third Kazekage, he gave it to Cho for research and cancer ration experiments, hoping to turn the cells on that leg into cancer cells. Because only cancer cells have the ability to divide infinitely, they can divide and multiply countless times based on them, and then use them as the basis to make the imagined equipment. Come and see for yourself. Looking at this cheap disciple strangely, Cho motioned to follow. The two soon came to an underground laboratory opened up with earth escape ninjutsu. In the center stood a huge glass jar filled with nutrient solution, and a huge piece of meat floated in the center. Is this the leg of the third Kazekage? It's so swollen. Looking at the meatball in the glass jar, Shimura Gendo was surprised. This thing is actually a tumor, but it is malignant, and it is a malignant tumor cultivated artificially, commonly known as cancer. According to your suggestion, I used various toxins to stimulate those cells, including the toxins in the moldy peanuts you mentioned. At the same time, I used Yang Tun Chakra to stimulate the cells to accelerate division, and finally got the cancer cells you mentioned, and then swallowed the whole leg, and finally used the nutrient solution to quickly divide and proliferate, and finally turned into this thing. While explaining, Cho looked at this cheap disciple strangely, and she couldn't understand why this cheap disciple had such an evil idea. After obtaining that kind of cancer cell, she was also shocked and deeply realized the horror of this kind of cell. If this kind of cancer cell appears in the human body, it seems that there is nothing to be afraid of. Just use Yang Tun Chakra to stimulate the white blood cells in the body to swallow that thing. Suddenly thinking of the human immune cells mentioned by this kid before, Cho felt that cancer cells didn't seem so scary. Just like the kind of fierce poison sealed by their family ancestors, the reason why people are afraid of it is not only because it breaks out quickly, but also because there is no antidote. But if there is an antidote, its threat will be greatly reduced. Although cancer cells are terrible, the human immune cells are their nemesis, not to mention that Yang-style chakra can be used to strengthen immune cells, so that even if there are too many cancer cells, they can be swallowed. This thing is more fatal to ordinary people, and the chance of disease is very low, almost negligible. Can it be used to refine magnetic-style chakra? Speaking of the final intention, Shimura Gentoi has great expectations for this tumor. In his previous life, he read a Naruto fan-fiction, in which the author had a great imagination and gave the protagonist a golden finger of cancer cells, using the characteristics of cancer cells' infinite division and proliferation to overload and refine chakra, becoming a glorious Chitanla. Magnetic-style blood limit has great advantages in engineering construction, especially here in the vast desert. If a large amount of magnetic-style chakra can be obtained, the construction of Lulin will directly go on the fast track, which can save a lot of time and manpower and material resources. It is possible, but even if others use mental power to render, the control power will be very low, and it is impossible to perform fine control. Looking at the meatball in the nutrient tank, Cho became interested in this cancer cell, and even decided to restart a concept called human puppet sealed by her ancestors. The reason why the human puppet was sealed was mainly because it was too cruel, but if it was made of the meatball developed from this cancer cell as the main body, it would be fine. Not to mention that the raw material of this thing is still a leg of the third generation Kazekage, so she didn't feel any pressure in her heart. No need for fine control, just strong enough to fly bricks. Speed a euro up the cultivation quickly, and then find someone with a good fit to come and use it as a basis to refine magnetic chakra. I didn't care about the inability to perform fine control. Anyway, at this stage, it was only used for engineering construction, and there was no need for fine control on it, as long as I could do miracles with great force. After all, the next construction project needs to move hundreds or thousands of tons of materials, which can't be done by manpower alone. It would be much easier to use magnetic chakra. And compared to the human body with limited size, this kind of cancerous cells can be moved without any effort. The more chakra can be extracted, the larger the object can be. I will make it as soon as possible. Nodding and agreeing to this matter, it is not a big deal anyway. Just put in enough nutrient solution, and the cancer cell will grow autonomously. Compared with this, Cho is more curious about another thing. What is under Lulin? This doubt has been weighing on her mind for a long time. Some time ago, Yu Li ordered the people to abandon Lulin City, settle down in this rocky area, and rebuild Lulin City. This order is very strange. According to her understanding of Yu Li, if it is not for force majeure, she will never abandon the ancient city of Lulin that has been passed down for thousands of years. Obviously, under the city, there are not only the evil demon that escaped, but also other terrible things. That is a very ancient relic with a large number of bones. It can be said to be a super large tomb, or more precisely, a burial pit. There are many valuable things, but there are also considerable dangers. After thinking about it, Ziken Xianding decided to reveal a little information. After all, Cho is now one of his own, and some of the things excavated from there in the future will require Chiyo's cooperation in research. Tomb? Burial pit. After a moment's pause, Cho knew that the scale of the burial pit must be large, otherwise Yu Li would not have decided to abandon the ancient city of Lulin. And it can breed such a terrible evil demon, so it is obvious that the existence of the burial must be very powerful. You don't need to worry about this for the time being. After digging out useful things in the future, I will have someone send them to you for research. Looking at Ziken Suingxiu who came behind him, Ziken Xianding briefly explained and turned away. At this time, Ziken Suingxiu, the clan brother, came over, and it must be that there was a new discovery in the ancient city of Lulin, and he must go over to take a look. This kid is already a strong man. Watching Shimura Gento's departing figure, Cho couldn't help but sigh. The last time this cheap disciple used the 8 gates of ninjutsu, he showed a powerful physical skill that shocked her. He has already reached the level of a positive shadow. If they were to fight head-on, even if the Tenjinju were intact, they would be smashed into pieces quickly. If it was just the 8 gates of ninjutsu itself, it would be nothing, but once it was combined with the heavy gold battlesuit on that kid, it would become very unstoppable. The battlesuit itself has strong defense and is almost immune to ninjutsu. Coupled with the power and speed of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, it creates an unstoppable existence. Of course, the forbidden technique of the 8 gates of ninjutsu also has its shortcomings. For example, it causes great damage to the body. It takes a long time to recuperate after a wave of bursts. At the same time, it cannot last long, and there is a risk of sudden death. It can only be used as a trump card and cannot become a regular means. However, this is also a manifestation of strength. It is precisely because she has seen the performance of that cheap disciple last time that she thinks more highly of him and even treats him equally. That is already a strong man. Shimura Gendo didn't know what the teacher was thinking. He was running back to the ancient city of Lulin with Shimura Gengxiu and finally came to the dragon vein pool. Are these all made from below? Looking at the dozens of cocoons of different sizes placed on the edge of the dragon vein pool, Shimura Gendo's eyelids jumped, and he deeply realized the madness of the ancestor of the ninja, the six-path sage. There are such cocoons at the end of each channel, and there are traces of chakra techniques. They have existed for a long time, estimated to be thousands of years. Nodding, Shimura Dangsheng, who was responsible for the exploration and excavation work here, responded with an extremely solemn look. Judging from the traces there, these cocoons were obviously artificially created, and someone wanted to cultivate the evil demons like before in large quantities. But it seems that only one succeeded, and fortunately only one succeeded, otherwise if they really had to cultivate dozens of them, they would have been extinct long ago. Is the universe Otsutsuki clan really that powerful? Muttering to himself, Shimura Gentoi certainly didn't think that the six-path sage wanted to use it to exterminate humanity. Although he was a ruthless man who could imprison his biological mother for thousands of years, he was not inhumane. Cultivating these things should be to fight against the universe Otsutsuki clan. The original work mentioned that the six-path sage had learned some things about the universe Otsutsuki clan from Kagaya Otsutsuki, and would definitely make corresponding arrangements, but he didn't expect that there would be such extreme means. It seems that the Universe Otsutsuki clan put a lot of pressure on the Six-Path Sage, and even didn't hesitate to cultivate that kind of evil demon. It's a pity that he is too petty. Maybe he has been hiding in the dark for a long time and has really become a mouse. Sighing secretly, Shimura Gentoi was quite disdainful of what the Six-Path Sage did. If it were him, knowing that the Otsutsuki clan in the universe was a threat, he would definitely unify the whole world with his powerful strength, and then use the resources of the whole world to lead the development of mankind and cultivate a group of powerful younger brothers and minions to the maximum extent. He could even break out of this planet and colonize the starry universe like the Otsutsuki clan in the universe, use more resources to develop and strengthen himself, and finally compete with the Otsutsuki clan in the universe. Even if he can't win, he can take people to escape to the starry sky. I don't believe that the Otsutsuki clan can accurately locate and kill in the vast sea of a stars. What can he achieve by doing small tricks behind the scenes like the Six-Path Sage? Although his body is decaying, his soul and chakra can last forever, and he can even give Sasuke and Naruto the power to seal Kaguya. Obviously, life and death have little effect on him, not to mention that the Samsara Eye can reverse life and death and revive himself. He can also let others use the Samsara Eye to revive himself when his body is old. Eternal life. Or like Snake, take over another body and reincarnate. Even if you can't bear to kill, don't you still have white Zetsu? It's a pity that the guy finally chose to fake his death and hid in the dark for thousands of years, watching his two sons constantly love and kill each other. He was too petty, causing the entire human race to waste thousands of years of precious time in vain, and the overall strength has been stagnant. The bones of those gods and demons are basically dead and have little value, but some of the artifacts left are worth studying. Shimura Swanyi spoke out the results of her exploration. She was responsible for digging out the dead bones of those gods and demons, as well as the artifacts they carried, and there might even be artifacts among them. These are all precious treasures. Have you planned the defense measures? Looking away from the cocoons, Shimura Xianding is more concerned about how to seal this place to avoid the same thing as the last time Orochimaru and Jiraiya sneaked in. As long as this place is sealed, the treasures inside will all be theirs, and it's only a matter of time before they are dug out. But it is not easy to seal this place completely. According to their estimation, the burial pit of gods and demons below covers at least hundreds of kilometers in radius, and is only a few hundred meters away from the sand layer on the ground, which is not safe. It is not easy to seal such a large area. Even with the foundation of the Shimura family, it is difficult to do it, but they have to do it because the benefits contained in it are too great. Even if it cannot be done, it must be done. There is a plan that is very feasible, but Danzo will let you lead it. While speaking, Shimura Dangsheng took out a sealing scroll from the ninja tool bag and untied it, revealing something. 150. Chapter 149 The Six-Path Sage Who Took the Blame. It was a fruit core, a large fruit core, with a diameter of 90 centimeters. It was the fruit core of the flower tree fruit at the beginning, or it could be said to be a seed. Squatting down and patting the huge fruit core, Shimura Xianding knew that his old father, the pot shadow, had finally figured it out. The appearance of the evil demon and the abnormality here all point to the Six-Path Sage, the ancestor of the ninja, making his old father more vigilant about him and more suspicious of the chakra he cultivated. Now handing this flower tree seed to himself is obviously preparing for the future transformation of cultivating immortal energy. But if you want to cultivate this thing quickly, you need a little help. Rubbing his chin, Shimura Gento thought of a treasure that appeared in the original Naruto. Since the dragon vein of Lulin really exists, then that thing should also exist. I wonder if the family has found it during this period of time. At the same time, Jiraiya, who had just returned to Konoha not long ago, was reversed and summoned to the Miyaboku Mountain Holy Land. When he looked up, he found the big toad sage sitting there. However, this time the big toad sage was not as confused as usual. The whole toad looked very energetic, especially the pair of big Caslin eyes that were extremely deep. Little Jiraiya, tell me everything you saw and heard in Lulin. It's very important. The great toad sage asked without waiting for Jiraiya to speak, and he attached great importance to this matter. Jiraiya had long recognized the importance of this matter from the strength of the evil demon, and told what he saw and heard in Lulin without hiding anything, even including the blood-red light column that had erupted from Lulin before. Did you see with your own eyes that there was no dragon vein energy in that pool? It was a kind of dark purple liquid energy. After listening to Jiraiya's story, the great toad sage asked with emphasis, his expression more solemn. No, I didn't see any purple energy at that time, but the natural energy concentration there was very high, not much worse than here in the Holy Land. Shaking his head slightly, Jiraiya did not see any dragon vein energy. And from the blood-red light column that day, it was obvious that Shimura Danzo did not get the dragon vein energy, but it was erupted for some reason. Great Immortal, what is under the dragon vein? Who built it? He asked the question in his heart immediately. Jiraiya still couldn't figure out who built it and where the evil demon came from. That was a long time ago. It's meaningless to say it now. You need to find the Child of Destiny as soon as possible and guide him to the right path. That is the hope for the future of the ninja world. Without answering Jiraiya's question, the Great Toad Immortal reminded him to find the Child of Destiny as soon as possible, which is the core of everything. I have also been trying to find the Child of Destiny, but can't you give me some detailed hints, Great Immortal? For example, what does the Child of Destiny look like and what are the characteristics of his personality? You can't let me accept all the people from the Uchiha and Senju families as disciples, right? Scratching his head, Jiraiya was also very distressed about this, and even couldn't help asking the Great Immortal for more clues. After all, the ninja world is too big. Even if the selection range is narrowed down to the two major groups of Senju and Uchiha, it is still difficult to choose. He needs more information, otherwise there is no way to find it. Is he really going to rely on luck? If that's the case, what is there for him to look for? Can't he just lie at home and wait for the Child of Destiny to come to him? Who told you that the Child of Destiny will appear in those two ninja clans? After a moment of silence, the Great Toad Sage asked in confusion. He didn't remember telling Jiraiya about this. Great Sage, I'm not stupid. Give him a resentful look, and Jiraiya felt humiliated by the look in the Great Toad Sage's eyes. I, Jiraiya, am indeed a little stupid sometimes, but you can't add AB at the end. If you want to change the ninja world, you must have the absolute power like the first generation of Hokage as a foundation. Throughout the history of the ninja world, only the Senju there have been super strong men like Uchiha, and only the Sharingan and the physique of Senju can break the limits of ninjas. Speaking of the views of his chief disciple at the time, Jiraiya increasingly agreed with this view. In this ninja world full of killing, words and beliefs alone cannot accomplish anything, let alone change the ninja world. There must be a strong power as a foundation. This is the top priority. And the future growth limit of a ninja is actually determined at birth. Without a good blood limit and more innate attributes, it is impossible to become a strong man. You have a point, but the fate of the Child of Destiny is unpredictable. It may not appear in those two ninja clans, and there are many powerful ninja clans in the ninja world that are not inferior to Senju Uchiha. So the Child of Destiny still needs you to take the initiative to find it. Speaking a meaningless word, the Great Toad Sage certainly would not admit that the so-called Child of Destiny is indeed likely to be born in the Senju family, otherwise there are too many variables. And Ashura left many descendants. In addition to the Senju family, there are also the Uzumaki clan and the Feathered clan who joined the Hidden Cloud village with the Six Paths ninja tools. It is even said that the Feathered clan had two ruthless people a few years ago who swallowed the flesh and blood chakra of the Nine Tails and then gained the power of the Nine Tails. He can't guarantee which descendant ninja clan Ashura will be reincarnated into now, there are too many uncontrollable factors in this regard. Then you should tell me a time, at least tell me whether the Child of Destiny is born? I can't spend my whole life looking for the Child of Destiny. Unwilling to continue asking, Jiraiya didn't want to be confused anymore, he needed more and more accurate information. Otherwise, is it really like that cheap disciple said, he will just wander around like this for the rest of his life? Everything is fate, I can't reveal more information to you, otherwise it is likely to cause terrible changes. After thinking about it, the Great Toad Sage once again said something meaningless, in fact, he was also very bitter. Although the previous generation of Ashura's reincarnation, Hashirama Senju, died, he didn't know whether Uchiha Madara was dead or not. If Uchiha Madara was still alive, the Indra Chakra in his body would not be reincarnated first, and the Ashura Chakra would not be reincarnated with it. And he was completely in the dark about Uchiha Madara's current situation, so naturally he couldn't give a definite answer. Okay, go and complete your mission. Not wanting Jiraiya to ask any more, the Great Toad Sage lifted the other party's spiritual state. Who has little Jiraiya been in contact with during this period? After pondering for a while, the Great Toad Sage asked. I always feel that Jiraiya seems to be smarter today. He no longer has the silly and cute feeling as before, and it is getting harder to fool him. This is not right. I heard him say that he seems to have accepted a disciple with the same hobbies as him. Recalling what Jiraiya said when he came to Myaboka Mountain to practice a few months ago, the Fukasaku sage replied respectfully. The same hobbies. Given a puzzled look, the great toad sage really didn't know what Jiraiya's hobbies were. He only knew that he was quite silly and cute before, and his personality was similar to that of the reincarnations of Ashura in the past. They all liked to study and discuss topics related to human women. After hesitating for a while, the Fukasaku sage said Jiraiya's special hobbies, which felt quite embarrassing. Hey? Blinking in confusion, the great toad sage really didn't expect that it was such a hobby, and he had some self-doubt for a moment. Was it right to find Jiraiya to be the contractor of this generation, and even to train him to be the mentor and protector of the next generation of Ashura reincarnation? The previous generation of Ashura reincarnation was a gambler. What if the next generation of Ashura reincarnation is taught to be a pervert? Will the six-path sage come to settle accounts with him afterwards? You go down. Feeling sick, he waved his claws to signal the two of them to retreat, and the great toad sage looked up at the sky of the Myaboka Mountain Holy Land. Hago Romo, why did you suddenly change the plan you had set and release the ultimate weapon in advance? Are those evil gods from outer space about to descend on this world? Mumbling to himself, he couldn't figure out why the six-path sage suddenly changed his plan and released the ultimate weapon cultivated underground by the dragon vein in advance. According to the plan, they should first release Kagaya Otsutsuki temporarily, lure the tracking Otsutsuki strongmen to descend to the ninja world, and then take them down, and finally find a way to deal with the entire Otsutsuki clan. If the battle situation is unfavorable, the Otsutsuki clan will show overwhelming strength, and then release the ultimate weapon, the evil demon, to fight against it, or even perish together. But now the six-path sage has released the ultimate weapon in advance, which is wrong. The great toad sage couldn't figure out why the six-path sage did this, and he didn't think of other possibilities. He just thought that the six-path sage changed the plan. After all, the six-path sage he is the strongest and invincible person in the ninja world at this stage. Even if Kagaya breaks the seal and comes out, he can suppress it. Such a change can only be led by the six-path sage himself. At the same time, Jiraiya on the other side was invited to the Sarutobi clan by an Anbu ninja from the Sarutobi family after returning. He met his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen, and beside him were Koharu Udaten and Marimito, as well as Orochimaru who had arrived long ago. Looking at the two disciples kneeling opposite, Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked a cigarette without saying a word. His face was extremely gloomy and ugly. This matter is very troublesome. Even if the entire Konoha can hardly bear it, it may even affect their plan. Hiruzen, the spy, reported that the envoy of Lulin has arrived at the daimyo of Wind Country and submitted the letter of credence. Maidamanen, who was in charge of intelligence work, spoke up, looking very unhappy. Although he had never seen the evil demon in person, he was able to break through the four red yang formation, and let Shimura Danzo fight for it, and he could also withstand Gamabunta's full-strength sword without any damage. This kind of existence is too terrifying. If he is not caught as soon as possible, Konoha will have to take the blame for the murders committed in the ninja world in the future, and the impact will be too bad. The most important thing is that the Queen of Lulin has sent many envoys to various countries in the world to inform them of this matter, which is a major blow to the prestige of their Konoha. It will even give those old guys of the Senju an excuse to make trouble, which will be very disadvantageous to themselves and others. Who asked you to sneak into the forbidden area of Lulin and destroy Danzo's plan? Putting down the pipe in his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the two disciples opposite him with sharp eyes. He really wanted to beat these two bastards to death with a stick. Are you so bad at cheating your teacher? We just suspect that Shimura Danzo wants to seize the dragon vein and persecute Lulin, so. Jiraiya explained with a stiff upper lip. He was also quite aggrieved. Who would have thought that Shimura Danzo would suddenly change his job and become a good person, and finally cause such a misunderstanding? According to Shimura Danzo's previous style, he should have ignored the lives of the people of Lulin and held the Queen of Lulin hostage to cooperate in seizing the energy of the dragon vein. But before he finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen slapped the low table beside him and smashed it with a slap, his face full of anger. You doubt, what qualifications do you have to doubt Danzo? He is now the assistant of the Hokage in the village and your superior. Who gave you the right to doubt your superior? You sneaked into the forbidden land of another country, injured Danzo's subordinates, and released terrible evil demons. Do you want to turn the world upside down? Sarutobi Hiruzen was really angry this time. If Shimura Danzo was really planning to use the dragon vein energy in secret, it would be fine if Jiraiya destroyed and stopped it. After all, the current Shimura Danzo and the Shimura family are too powerful, and he doesn't want them to get the dragon vein energy and become more powerful. But the problem is that the dragon vein energy has long been gone. People went down to solve the evil demon suppressed by the dragon vein energy, and they were about to succeed, but they were destroyed by these two disciples. Not to mention how much disaster the evil demon will bring after escaping, the damage caused to Shimura Danzo by this incident alone makes him very worried. Will Jiraiya and Orochimaru's actions and attitudes make that close friend doubt his thoughts? So that their friendship and cooperation appear cracks, and then let the plan fail? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen really wanted to summon the spirit of the monkey demon and turn it into a golden hoop to smash the two evil disciples to death. This kind of people are more likely to fail than to succeed. Originally, I thought these two disciples were the most reliable among the three disciples, but who would have thought that they were the biggest scammers, even more scammers than Tsunade, who was addicted to gambling, and almost scammed him to death as a teacher. Why didn't you two die in Lulin? 151. Chapter 150 Orochimaru digs a pit. There is a big secret hidden in the ground of Lulin. We found a creation similar to the wood escape. There is a big tree root there that can devour our chakra. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished scolding, Orochimaru, who had been silent, spoke up with an important piece of information, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger stagnate. Are you sure? Staring at the black-haired disciple opposite him, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked solemn, and couldn't help but doubt the intentions of his best friend. Wood release, Sharingan and sealing technique are the three major powers that can fight against the tailed beasts, which also represent the three major ninja clans. As a Hokage, he did not master any of these powers, and even the tailed beast Nine Tails belonging to Konoha was not under his control, which made him unable to sleep and eat. He even coveted those three powers, but never had the chance to do it. But now there is a creature suspected to be wood release in Lulin, and his best friend Shimura Danzo is still making trouble there, which makes him have to think about it. I cut it down with the Kusanagi sword. He took out a small bottle from his ninja tool bag and threw it over, licking his lips. Orochimaru knew that his teacher would definitely be interested in it. Looking at the small piece of wood in the glass bottle, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was uncertain, and finally he injected his own chakra into it. The wood that was originally like a dead tree instantly became active after receiving Sarutobi Hiruzen's chakra, extending its roots to burst the glass bottle, and then growing a bud, and soon it turned into a sapling, and the roots were wrapped around Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand, continuing to devour his chakra. Sensing this powerful chakra-absorbing ability, Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively condensed hot fire chakra in his palm and burned the sapling to ashes before it grew up. Looking at the ashes in Sarutobi Hiruzen's palm, the expressions of the people present all became solemn. Although there have been many bloodline limits in the ninja world, only the first generation of Hokages would escape can attack the enemy independently. And now this sapling developed from that small piece of wood obviously has the characteristics of wood escape. Did the Senju family ever have wood escape? Tatsune Koharu muttered to herself, guessing that wood release might not be fused by the first Hokage himself, but awakened. According to her understanding, the ancient country of Lulin and the dragon veins have existed for thousands of years. Since this thing can appear under the ground of Lulin, it must be extremely old, at least before the first Hokage. And the first Hokage never went to Lulin and left wood release creations. In this case, there is only one explanation: the Senju family has had the power of wood release in the past, and wood release was not created by the first Hokage, but was awakened by the inheritance from the ancestors' bloodline limit. This is not good news. The faces of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other two became more gloomy, which showed that the powerful bloodline limit of wood release could be passed on to the offspring, and it would be more difficult to awaken it at most. That is to say, the two children of the first generation Hokage and Tsunade Naways and others may awaken wood release, and even other members of the Senju clan may awaken it. No matter how low the probability is, it is always a hidden danger. You two should go to the Hokage building tomorrow, learn the 4 Red Yang formation as soon as possible, and then find the evil demon that escaped and eliminate it. Suppressing his worries in this regard, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became serious, and he planned to let his two disciples learn the 4 Red Yang formation. That evil demon is very harmful. If he goes out to do evil in the future, the sins committed will be counted on Jiraiya and Orochimaru, and he, as a teacher, will also have to take the blame, and must find and kill it as soon as possible. The 4 red yang formation alone is not enough. Shimura Danzo seemed to have gathered natural energy in the 4 red yang formation to evolve natural fairy fire. It seems that the 4 red yang formation was blessed with natural fairy fire in the underground of Lulan City, which severely injured the evil demon and burned its body. With a flickering eye, Orochimaru revealed a key piece of information. Although he did not show up like Jiraiya to stop the evil demon from escaping, he hid aside and watched. He happened to see the evolution of natural fairy fire after Shimura Danzo performed the 4 red yang formation. As a fan of the Kusanagi sword, he was not unfamiliar with natural fairy fire and saw it at a glance. He was not interested in the secret of Shimura Danzo's ability to attract natural energy. After all, as a contractor of Ryokai Cave, one of the 3 holy places, he had no shortage of opportunities to practice fairy arts, but he had not yet reached the standard for practice. However, he could use this to make the teacher more vigilant and add trouble to Shimura Danzo, so that he would not have the opportunity to cause trouble for himself. Danzo has mastered the celestial art. His hands clenched in his sleeves, and Sarutobi Hiruzen sat up in shock. This was not good news. No, at least I haven't seen Shimura Danzo use the celestial mode. Jiraiya, who had been silent all this time, spoke up at this time, and glared at his friend beside him. He was not a fool, and naturally saw that Orochimaru was deliberately making trouble for Shimura Danzo. He didn't care how to trick Shimura Danzo, but he couldn't implicate his cheap disciple. And Shimura Danzo showed a chakram mode similar to the 3rd generation Raikage, and those Shimura clansmen also showed a wind escape armor similar to the lightning escape armor, and even Xianding Jun has mastered the 8-gate escape. Orochimaru continued to talk about the news, but it made Jiraiya furious. Enough, Orochimaru! Glazing at his friend beside him, Jiraiya was really angry this time. He felt guilty about the Lulan incident, so he naturally wouldn't allow Orochimaru to cheat his cheap disciple like this. Orochimaru smiled and said nothing more. He had said what he needed to say, so it didn't matter whether he said the rest of the details or not. You all go back, don't forget to go to my office tomorrow to read the scroll of the 4 red yang formation. Without saying much, Sarutobi Hiruzen signaled the 2 to leave. Jiraiya opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He stood up and left gloomily. Orochimaru also stood up and left gracefully. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other 2 were left in the room. Then Sarutobi Biwaka walked out from the back and knelt down beside Utane Koharu. She had been listening in the back before. After all, her identity was not suitable for her to participate in those things directly, so she could only discuss with her husband and others in private. Have you shown Danzo the 8 gates? Mizuto Kato-en couldn't help asking. He naturally knew the forbidden physical technique of the 8 gates, which had been sealed in the Book of Seals by the first Hokage. The Book of Seals had been kept by successive Hokage and stored in the Hokage building. Even as the Hokage's assistant, he was not qualified to read it unless he obtained the permission of Sarutobi Hiruzen. How could Shimura Danzo have the 8 gates and pass it on to his son? Go call Tsunade. After taking a puff of smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered, and immediately a Sarutobi ninja who was guarding in the dark jumped away and went to the Senju clan. And this reaction made Mizuto Kato-en and the other 2 understand that it was not Sarutobi Hiruzen who let Shimura Danzo see the 8 gates. In this way, the source of the problem was Tsunade. After all, there are only 2 places in Konoha that have the 8 gates now. In addition to the Book of Seals, the only place left is the Senju clan. By the way, the second Hokage seemed to have passed the 8 gates to someone, but given that person's personality, he would not pass on such a dangerous forbidden technique. Not long after, a tall figure pushed open the door and walked in, sitting in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Old man, what do you want to talk to me about? Tsunade asked with a burp and a slightly tipsy face. It was not free to treat the injuries of those Shimura ninjas in Lulan. The kid gave a sky-high reward of 100 million taels, and he got the money from the Shimura family after returning. I have been so cool in the casino these days, and I have had enough fun. Look at what you look like now, what a disgrace. The smell of alcohol made Sarutobi Hiruzen frown, and he immediately ordered the Sarutobi ninja outside, go tell Senior Mito that Tsunade lost 100 million taels in the casino. As a qualified teacher, finding the parents of students is a natural skill. Since the students are not well behaved, you can't beat them, so you can only find the parents. Don't. Tsunade sobered up instantly, and was ready to stop the Sarutobi ninja. If my grandmother really knew that she lost 100 million taels in the casino, even if she earned it by her own ability, she would definitely be scolded and confined. "Sit down for me!" Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted coldly, showing his dignity as a teacher. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Tsunade could only sit back depressed, while thinking about what happened to make this teacher so angry, and even Mitaman and Utane Koharu were there. "You girl always don't know the importance of doing things. Although Xiao Xianding can't cast a seal to perform ninjutsu, you can't pass that forbidden technique to him. If an accident happens, what will you do to Danzo? Aren't you afraid that the Shimura family will fight with you?" At this time, Sarutobi Biwako spoke with a grudge. There are some things that the husband can't ask directly, and only she, the wife, can ask. After all, she is the teacher's wife of that girl and has the qualifications. Forbidden technique? What forbidden technique did I teach that little pervert? Tsunade blinked her eyes cutely, and she was quite confused. Have I ever taught that little pervert anything? Didn't you pass the 8 gates to him? Seeing that Tsunade's expression didn't seem fake, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. What a joke! Although I want to beat that kid to death, I can't use the deadly forbidden technique of the 8 gates to trick him. Tsunade was even more confused. She had never taught the little pervert the 8 gates. And the little pervert is now cultivating vitality in his body, not chakra at all. Even if he gets the 8 gates, he can't use it. Is this what you should say as a teacher? Staring at Tsunade speechlessly, Sarutobi Biwako once again deeply realized that this girl was unreliable. How could a teacher want to beat his own disciples to death? It's not your way to mislead people's students. It was you who asked me to arrange that kid to be your disciple. Sarutobi Hiruzen also glared at her in anger. This girl was too reckless. I was tricked by that little pervert. She explained bitterly. She had been thinking about what happened in the past. Not long ago, she finally figured it out. She had long been tricked by that little pervert, and even Jiraiya had become his tool. Okay, go back. Rubbing his forehead with a headache, Sarutobi Hiruzen signaled the annoying disciple to leave quickly. Goodbye, old man. Tsunade didn't dare to delay, and quickly got up and chased after the Sarutobi ninja who had left before. She must not let him see her grandmother, otherwise she would be finished. Hiruzen, Danzo is too cruel. Once again, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other 4 were left in the room. After a long silence, Utane Koharu spoke with lingering fear. The Mito Kato and opposite also had a face full of fear of Shimura Danzo. They had learned from Orochimaru about the subsequent events after Shimura Gentoi was kidnapped, and only then did they realize that all this was a plan by Shimura Danzo. He took advantage of his son's kidnapping to plot against the Sand Village, and now the 3rd Kazekage has broken his leg. Cho and Zionjaihu, 2 powerful cage-level warriors, have left the village, and nearly 1,000 elite ninja soldiers of the Sand Village were injured in the war, which can be said to be a serious blow. This plan to collapse the Sand Village made them all shudder with fear. They only knew that Shimura Danzo was cruel and ruthless before, but they didn't expect that he was so cruel that he could even use his own son as bait. Too cruel. However, unlike the fear of Udon Koharu and the other 2, Sarutobi Hiruzen was more relieved than fearful. Because in that plan, he would go to the Land of Rain in the future to fight against the 2 major ninja villages of Sand Village and Rock Village. Now Shimura Danzo is willing to use his only son as bait and expose hundreds of senior ninjas in his family to implement the plan to collapse the Sand Village, which will make it easier for him to deal with the Sand Village in the future. Ozang is still the same Ozang as before. Feeling relieved, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't be more satisfied with his close friend. Of course, it would be even better if he wasn't so strong. And Shimura Danzo, who was always on Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, was eating sand at the border between the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of River, but he was eating it willingly. Is this the snow ferret in the intelligence? Looking at the snow ferret held in the hands of Shimura Gengetsu, Shimura Danzo was excited. 152. Chapter 151 Grayer Mine. Master Patriarch, the vitality of this snow ferret is abnormally strong. Staring at the snow ferret in her hand, Shimura Gengetsu sensed the strong vitality, which she had only sensed in Tsunade. It's really abnormal. With a gleam in his eyes, Shimura Danzo was even more excited, knowing that the information his son got from the Thousand Hands secret pavilion was correct. At the beginning, his son brought back a lot of information. In addition to the information about the Libra clan, the Tsuchigumo clan and the Lizard clan, there was also a legend called Grayer Ore, which was said to be a special ore with strong life energy, which once shaped a powerful country. This ore has existed for a long time and has become a legend. However, according to the information brought back by his son, it seems that the descendants of that powerful country still live in the wind country and the river country, and there is also a very long-lived special snow ferret. Although the information was scattered, they still spent several months to find it. Let go of Nilagu. A middle-aged man struggled to get up, drew the short sword at his waist and shouted. Oh? Still a samurai? Looking at the middle-aged man, Shimura Denzo sneered, and saw that the other party was a samurai who could resist the power of the incense and had a good physique. But that was all. His name is He Yan, and he is the son of the leader of this caravan. Shimura Gengetsu began to explain. She had previously used illusion to search for a lot of information from the minds of those in the caravan. Go search his memory. While taking the struggling snow ferret from Shimura Gengetsu, Shimura Denzo instructed. Yes. Nodding in response, Shimura Gengetsu leaped over and knocked He Yan to the ground with a punch, and cast an illusion to read his memory. Although her illusion skills were average, far inferior to those of the Uchiha and Yamanaka clans, it was not difficult to use it to read the memory of a samurai who had not even cultivated his vitality. On the other side, Shimura Denzo sensed it, condensed a chakra thread and probed into the snow ferret's body. After exploring for a while, he pulled out a small piece of green stone. Is this the Grail ore? Such pure vitality! Looking at the Grail ore in his hand, Shimura Denzo was even more excited, knowing that the legend was true. He had someone confirm the information about this snow ferret, and it was indeed very long-lived, longer than the oldest person in the caravan, far exceeding the lifespan limit of the snow ferret species. Now, this fragment of Grail ore is obviously the key to its longevity. Since this legendary stone can make this snow ferret live longer, can humans also live longer? Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Shimura Denzo tried to use chakra to draw the power of the ore in his hand into his body, but his face soon changed. The power in the ore is easy to draw and can be integrated into the body, but it is quickly converted into chakra. Although it can repair the injuries in the body, it cannot improve the essence of life. In other words, it cannot increase his lifespan. Is it because it is not suitable for humans, or is it a problem of chakra? Thinking silently about the problem, Shimura Denzo is more inclined to the latter. After all, throughout the thousands of years of history of ninjas, there has indeed been no one who can live a long life. Even the Uzumaki clan, which is known as the long-lived ninja clan, has a lifespan similar to that of ordinary people. But there are many examples of samurai and monks who have lived for hundreds of years. This is obviously not a coincidence. Something is preventing them from living longer. And the only difference between ninjas and ordinary people is the chakra in their bodies. Chief, there are some secrets in the minds of He Yan and his father, pointing to an ancient relic, and there is a legend of the Grail mine. And their family has been passed down for a long time. According to the genealogy in their memory, it has been passed down for more than 200 generations. At this time, Shimura Gengetsu, who had read the memories of He Yan and his son, came over and told the information he had found with a surprised look on his face. The history of this family-style caravan is too long, and can be traced back to thousands of years ago. Search the memory of this little thing too. Throwing the snow ferret in his hand to Shimura Gengetsu, Shimura Denzo indicated that he should use illusion to search its memory, and perhaps there would be other gains. What should we do with those people? While taking over the snow ferret, Shimura Gengetsu asked. His eyes fell on the caravan members who were knocked unconscious by the incense. Use illusion to erase the relevant memories. A hint of murderous intent emerged in his heart, but was suppressed by Shimura Denzo. The son didn't like meaningless killing, so he let these people live. Anyway, except for He Yan and his son, no one else knew much, and there would be no hidden dangers after the memories of the two were cleared. After dealing with the problem of this caravan, Shimura Denzo led his 50 tribesmen to set off again, heading for the ancient ruins in the memory of He Yan and his son. With the precise memory location, the group hid during the day and went out at night, restraining the chakra fluctuations, and soon came to the ancient ruins in a mountainous area. According to the memory of He Yan and his son, the mechanism was activated, and they went deep underground and came to an underground space. Everyone looked up at the top of the underground space, and they could vaguely sense that there was a vast power there, a vast energy that was not inferior to the dragon vein energy at the beginning. After watching for a while, Shimura Denzo raised his feet to the surrounding walls and looked at the murals on them. From the murals, it can be seen that it tells the history of the rise of a powerful country and its final decline due to war. The core of it lies in a kind of power, a green power. Grail vein. Touching the grail ore he got from the ferret, Shimura Danzo's heart was burning. The power to create a strong country is a good treasure, and it is definitely not inferior to the dragon vein of Lulin. Patriarch, this seems to be a spiritual spell formation, but it seems to lack the medium to activate it. Shimura Ninja, who had been checking the complex formation in the center of the underground space, shouted, and roughly saw that it was a spiritual spell. Carve it all, take it back and study it slowly, and then destroy it to avoid accidents. Coming to the middle of the underground space, looking at the complex formation under his feet, Shimura Danzo decisively ordered. Yes. Shimura Ninja took the order, took out a scroll and began to copy and carve. Master, we drilled through it. There is a green energy on it, which is sealed by a power similar to the sealing technique. It feels like a dormant volcano that will erupt and destroy everything at any time. At this time, a member of the Shimura tribe who was digging on the top reported his discovery, and his voice was a little trembling. In fact, the energy on it is too vast, and there is a faint sense of violence. If that kind of power is allowed to erupt, all of them will surely die. Open a hole in the seal, draw down the energy of the grayer or vein, and slowly seal it with the Bagua furnace. Others search for valuable things here, and destroy all that cannot be taken away. With a smile on his face, Shimura Danzo secretly thought that this trip was worthwhile, and then ordered to start. The grayer or vein is indeed huge, but the Bagua furnace is not weak either. They can even use the Bagua seal inside to temporarily open up a vast space inside. The space is enough to temporarily accommodate the grayer mine. You should know that this is a powerful sealing technique developed by the master's wife to seal the nine-tailed fox. Although the grayer mine has a lot of energy, it is not a creature with intelligence like the nine-tailed fox, and it does not know how to fight back. On the other side, Shimura Xianding, who is far away in Lulin, does not know that his old father has succeeded. At this moment, he is practicing the latest version of the immortal energy cultivation method. Half a month ago, the daimyo of the Fire Country sent someone to deliver the core inheritance of the Fire Temple, which contains the exclusive mana cultivation method of the successive generations of abbots. Unlike the vitality of the samurai, the proportion of spiritual power in the mana of the monks is larger, and it is more mysterious than the vitality of the samurai. The monks of the Fire Temple even used this as the foundation to create the set of immortal talents. It's a pity that mana and vitality cannot be cultivated together, and it is difficult to coexist. One can only be abandoned and one can be specialized. If it were anyone else, they would have to make this difficult decision, but as a member of the clan with a cheat, Shimura Gento naturally didn't have to worry about it. As an adult, of course he wanted it all. After spending half a month in the Black Cauldron space, using the tenfold time acceleration, and using the trial and error method to kill countless times, the latest version of the immortal energy cultivation method was freshly released. Little darling, you've been waiting for a long time. Feeling the stronger immortal energy in his body, Shimura Gento looked at the huge seed in the room excitedly. He was going to cultivate it a long time ago, but the Fire Temple's mana cultivation method made him suspend this plan and want to use more perfect immortal energy to nourish it. His palm pressed against the hard shell of the seed, nourishing the seed inside with his own immortal energy. Although the flower tree was the product of the first generation of Hokage's wood release, the wood release chakra inside had long dissipated, and the fruit did not involve wood release chakra, it was the product of pure vitality. Now this seed naturally does not have chakra, nor does it have the spiritual imprints of those who exist hidden in it. Now what Shimura Xianding has to do is to refine it with his own immortal energy, adapt it to his own immortal energy, and use the immortal energy as an energy structure to form a cycle inside, just like the meridians and acupoints of humans. The advantage of this is that this energy structure can be used to absorb natural energy faster and better to grow itself. At the same time, if it grows well, Shimura Xianding can also control this thing like Hashirama Senju controlling wood release. It is perfect to use it as a defensive force for this area, and it can even develop this place into a tree world. Ka ka ka. A subtle ka ka sound suddenly sounded, and Shimura Xianding looked down and his face was happy. It has taken root. I saw tiny roots breaking through the seed shell and extending out, and the tender and slender white appearance was very cute. As if it had intelligence, the roots extending out of the shell instinctively wrapped around Shimura Xianding's palm, looking very intimate. Shimura Gento used these roots as channels to infuse more immortal energy into it to assist its growth. With the help of immortal energy, the roots grew and thickened at a faster rate, and then Shimura was in tragedy. Stop, 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 you idiot, stop now. Shimura, whose entire body was tied up in a tortoise-shell-bound posture by countless tree roots, hurriedly called for a stop. This thing was really a pitfall, perfectly inheriting the strange talent of the flower tree itself to tie people up. Hearing Shimura cry, Shimura, who was guarding in the next room, hurriedly broke the wall and rushed in, and then saw Shimura tied up in a strange posture. Master, do you need my help? Pulling out the ninja sword behind him, Shimura asked with a smile. No, I can handle it. This little guy is too affectionate. Hurriedly refused, Shimura didn't want this little guy to be hurt. That's right, this is a little guy. Unlike ordinary plants, this seed has always had a ball of spiritual energy inside, and it often has spiritual fluctuations. He had been using his own spiritual power to communicate with it for the past half-month, allowing it to gradually have some thinking consciousness and be very intimate with him. However, after all, it has no spiritual intelligence, so the way of expressing intimacy is a bit different. 153. Chapter 152 Little Fairy Tree. After using the immortal energy to communicate with the consciousness in the seed for a long time, the little guy finally retracted some of the entangled roots and opened the hard shell to reveal the white and plump seed inside. And on the white and plump seed grew 2 tender buds, emerald green, very cute. With the help of the immortal energy, the little guy grew very fast. In less than a week, he absorbed all the nutrients contained in the seed itself and grew into a small tree half a meter high. You little guy is not easy to raise. Poking the small fairy tree on his head, Xianding was helpless, knowing that this thing would be very difficult to raise in the future. The seed that was shelled before was 60 centimeters in diameter, but after absorbing all the nutrients inside, the little guy on his head only grew to half a meter high. This was still the result of his own immortal power. As if responding to Xianding, the small fairy tree on his head swayed and looked very active. You kid have been holding such a small sapling on your head these days. Are you showing us your tragic fate in the future? With his hands folded across his chest, Cho looked at the new look of this disciple with interest. Although he had seen it for several days, he couldn't help laughing every time he saw it. Originally, green was a very simple and healthy color, but since the bird that crossed the river with a reed came out of nowhere, this color has been given an extraordinary meaning. And now this kid has a small green tree on his head, which is very unlucky. I don't want to, it's because this little guy is too clingy. With a helpless bitter smile, Xianding has been trying to communicate with it these days to get it off his body, but the little guy just won't do it. Not only does it make a home on his head, but it also wraps its body with those roots, almost forming a set of tree root armor. Of course, the reason for this is that the little fairy tree is currently too dependent on his fairy energy. It almost relies on its own fairy energy to survive and disdains other energy. At the same time, his fairy energy seems to have the effect of improving the little guy's intelligence. In the past few days, it has grown to the intelligence comparable to that of a 2 or 3-year-old child. Master, the clan leader and the others are back. At this time, Zhikan came over and said, which made Xianding look happy. Did you really find that thing? His eyes lit up, Shimura hurriedly stood up, and followed Shimura to find his old father who was exhausted. Without saying much, Shimura waved his hand, and immediately a Shimura ninja stepped forward, unfolded the huge scroll on his back, and unsealed the seal on it. Puff! A cloud of mist exploded, revealing a bulging figure, which was the Bagua furnace, which was now filled with the energy of the Greyer or vein. At the same time, the small fairy tree rooted in Shimura seemed to sense something, and extended its roots into the Bagua furnace. A stream of water-green energy was sucked in along the roots, making the small fairy tree sway comfortably. Finally, it broke away from Shimura, and its entire body entered the Bagua furnace, absorbing the energy of the Greyer or vein inside. This extremely vital energy is most suitable for the growth of the small fairy tree, so it will abandon Shimura immortal energy and enter it. Heartless little thing! The abandoned Shimura curled his lips, then curiously leaned over to the edge of the Bagua furnace, looking at the energy of the Greyer or vein inside. You really found this thing? Feeling the vast energy full of vitality inside, Shimura was surprised. At the beginning, he just pretended to find sporadic clues from the Thousand Hands secret pavilion, and then asked his father to arrange people to search. At the beginning, the first to find were the Lizard clan, the Libra clan, and the Tsuchigumo clan. Although there is indeed dragon vein energy in Lulin, he is not sure that the Greyer or vein also exists. After all, this thing is just a theater version in the original work, and it is hard to say whether it is synchronized with this world. Fortunately, this thing does exist, and they were secretly brought here. This kind of energy cannot be integrated into our ninja body, it will be directly refined into chakra as a source of life, but it can be used to repair damage at the body cell level, which is a good healing medicine. Looking at the fairy tree happily floating in the energy of the Greyer or vein, Shimura Danzo told the results of their research during this period. While slowly extracting the energy before, he was also studying it and found that this energy was very similar to the life potion they had extracted from the flesh of the flower tree fruit. Didn't it cause the body to be deformed? Asking thoughtfully, Shimura Xianding recalled the original work he had read. In the original work, Hyde and his men seemed to be able to transform into orcs. I don't know if it was because of the energy of the Greyer or some messy human experiments he had done. After all, Hyde's biotechnology seemed to be very good, and he could directly shape some children into sturdy men, and they were the kind with built-in armor. No, but this little thing seems to live a long time, so it should be very valuable for research. Looking at the snow ferret in a small cage put by Shimura Gengetsu, Shimura Danzo was very interested in it. From the memory fragments in the little thing's brain, it seems to have lived for thousands of years and is the pet of the king of the kingdom in the legend. He is naturally very interested in this kind of existence that breaks the limits of biological beings and almost achieves immortality. It would be wonderful if the secret of its longevity could be studied clearly and then transferred to them. After all, no one wants to live a long life these days, and he naturally wants to too. It is indeed very valuable. Looking at the snow ferret in the cage with a fierce face, Shimura Gento nodded to indicate his agreement with this proposal. This is a map we found in that ancient ruins, which is of great value. As if remembering something, Shimura Danzo waved his hand, and a Shimura ninja took out a sealed scroll from the ninja tool bag and unwrapped it, revealing a huge map of 3 meters wide and 10 meters long. It's a bit similar to the current Ninja World map. Looking at the map, Shimura Gentoi's eyes fell on the Kingdom of Wind and the restricted area, and found that it was covered with green, and even had rivers marked. Obviously, this place was not originally a desert area, but lost its vitality for some reason and eventually became desertified. The eyes moved to the far left of the map, where there was a place different from the current map, with a continent with a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers. But on the current Ninja World map, there is a vast ocean sandwiched between the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Water. So where did that continent go? Thinking of this, Shimura Gentoi immediately looked up at the bright moon in the night sky outside the window, and Shimura Danzo also looked at it, and he had a guess in his heart. Legend has it that the Six-Path Sage has the power to create the world, and even the moon was created by him. This is just a myth and legend, and no one will believe it. Just as those ancient myths say, this world was opened up by gods, and even the sun was shaped by gods, which is simply nonsense. But the legend that the Six-Path Sage shaped the moon may not be false, but if the moon is really to be shaped, a lot of materials must be needed, otherwise the Six-Path Sage can't create such a big moon out of nothing. Combined with the strange continent that does not exist on this ancient map, it is estimated that the Six-Path Sage used that continent as material to shape the moon. How cruel! Looking at the continent covered with most of the green on the map, Shimura Gento sighed at the cruelty of the Six-Path Sage. There must be countless creatures and even human countries living on that continent, but in the end, the Six-Path Sage shaped the entire continent into a moon to seal Otsutsuki Kagaya. The people on it are estimated that they either died in the battle with Kagaya or were crushed to death when the continent formed the moon. God knows how many people died in the battle between the Six-Path Sage brothers and their mother. Although the 4 wars in the original work lasted for a short time, it seemed to be over in one day and one night, but that was mainly because the 6 paths Madara and Kagaya were not in good condition. Uchiha Madara had just become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki and had no time to adapt to and deeply develop this power. Kagaya's condition also seemed not very good, otherwise it would be impossible for the 9-tailed beasts to escape so easily and be sealed in the end. You should know that the 6-path sage introduced in the original work that the 2 brothers fought Kagaya for several months. Refer to the powerful fighting force that can be called a fight between gods during the 4 wars. The 10 tailed beast ball, which is comparable to the power of a large-yield nuclear weapon, lasted for several months. It is estimated that this planet must have been tormented. According to his estimation, the desert that occupies half of the entire continent in the Wind Country and the Forbidden Zone is likely to be related to that war. Dad, this continent is good, you can ask someone to look for it. His eyes moved down to a continent at the bottom of the map. This map is a complete world map, and it is similar to the topographical distribution of the Earth in the previous life. The continents are mainly distributed in the northern hemisphere, plus the desert-restricted area on the equator where few people go. In the southern hemisphere, there is also a continent like the Australian continent in the previous life, which is lonely and surrounded by a large ocean. This made him think of the continent where Hyde came from in the original book. There seemed to be no ninjas or even chakra on that continent. Maybe this is that continent. People have been arranged to find it. Shimura Danzo, who maintained his high and cold male god style, spoke indifferently, indicating that arrangements had been made. When he saw this world map in the ruins of the ancient kingdom, he had his mind on that continent. The area of a euro that continent is not small, not smaller than the Fire Country. If it can be occupied and become a large branch base of the family, it will definitely greatly increase the foundation of the Shimura family. Father will bring some people back to Konoha in a week. What are your plans? Thinking of his schedule, Shimura Danzo asked. He has been away from Konoha for too long and must go back as soon as possible. Moreover, exposing hundreds of senior ninjas in the family this time will inevitably cause fear among the ninja forces, and it is inevitable that someone will come out to make trouble. The few people left in the family alone can't last long. I'll go back with you. Looking at the small fairy tree happily floating in the Bagua furnace, Shimura Xianding decided to return to the land of fire. Now the fairy energy flow framework in the small fairy tree has stabilized, and it only needs to absorb natural energy and the energy of these grayer or veins to grow steadily, without having to stay. Besides, there will still be at least 50 family jonin stationed here, and even the veteran Quasi Cage level strongman Shimura Danao will be left to take charge. In addition to Chokeu and the hundreds of Sand Village ninjas, there will be no major problems unless the 5 major ninja villages send ninja troops to attack. 154. Chapter 153 Farewell. Miss Yueli, your appetite is getting better and better. After drinking only half a pot of unknown milk, Shimura Xianding smiled. Every morning, I come here to have breakfast with Queen Yueli, and then use the immortal energy to nourish little Sarah's body. Perhaps because of the nourishment of the immortal energy, little Sarah grows very fast and has the size of a half-year-old child. Looking at the teapot that Shimura Xianding put down, Queen Yueli's pretty face couldn't help but blush. It's not that her appetite has grown, but her daughter's appetite has grown. Although she still can't finish it, she can finish half of the portion. As for the remaining half, it can only be given to that boy. She didn't know why she did this. Did she really like Xianding-jun? Are you leaving? Suppressing the shame in her heart, Yu Li asked with her red lips. Well, we'll leave in a while. This time I came here to say goodbye to you, little sister. Nodding, Zhikan Xianding picked up the heavier little Sarah, and under the little guy's cheerful gaze, he transferred the immortal energy to her. This is the last time to use the immortal energy to nourish this god-daughter. Queen Yu Li pursed her red lips tightly and said nothing. Although she was reluctant, she knew that this man did not belong to Lulin, and the other side's world was broader. Little sister, practice that set of immortal power cultivation method more in the future. It will not only be good for your body, but also develop the power in your body and expand your perception range. If the evil demon appears again in the future, you can also find him faster. After completing the last nourishment, Zhikan Xianding put his goddaughter little Sarah in Yu Li's arms and told her. When he integrated the Fire Temple's magic power cultivation method, he also perfected it, just in time to use it for Queen Yueli to practice. After all, Queen Yueli was very interested in Lulin and their ambitions. The development plan of the village family here is crucial, and there must be no accidents. It is best to let them have certain strength. I will. Nodding, Queen Yueli also attaches great importance to this. The death of her mother and husband made her deeply aware of the importance of strength. She doesn't ask to become so powerful, but at least she must have the power to protect herself. The two chatted for a while, and finally Shimura Xianding got up and left. Queen Yueli stood at the window and watched Shimura Xianding leave this new Lulin city quietly. I wish you good luck in martial arts. Queen Yueli whispered to herself and silently sent her blessings. What a convenient power. On the other side, following Shimura Danzo and his son to the gate of the new Lulin city, Shimura Suingshu couldn't help but sighed. He didn't expect that magnetic escape would play such a big role in engineering construction. Hundreds of thousands of tons of smelted lava blocks were easily lifted by magnetic escape, and finally formed a city wall hundreds of meters high. It is estimated that when I come here next time, the new Lulin city will be truly complete and even more magnificent. Do you plan to let Lulin surround the entire rocky area? Shimura Danzo, who was also looking at the tall city gate in front of him, asked. He had seen the city wall that was 100 meters high under construction before. From the posture, it seemed that the entire rocky area with a radius of thousands of kilometers was to be surrounded. Could it be that this kid wanted to cover the entire rocky area with the new Lulin city? I have this idea, and the foundation of that rocky area is very solid. It would be a pity not to use it to build a city. Scanning the tall city wall under construction, Shimura Xianding had high expectations for this place. It was because of the rocky area with a radius of thousands of kilometers that he did not get lost and accurately found the location of Lulin city. When he saw the rocky area, he felt that this was a good place to build a city, much better than the city of Lulin that was built directly on the sand. Moreover, the terrain here is higher and not easily buried by sandstorms. At the same time, when the city wall that is hundreds of meters high is built, it can better prevent wind and sand. Dad, when the Ninja World War breaks out in the future, there will inevitably be a large number of war orphans. When the time comes, arrange for people to send all those war orphans here. Shimura Gentoi expressed a previous idea, and he was ready to vigorously develop this foundation, and population was a major foundation. He had no way to stop the upcoming Second Ninja World War, so he could only try his best to rescue those war orphans and bring them to this paradise far away from war. It's not that he has a saintly heart, it's purely a basic benevolence and morality as a Chinese in his previous life, and he just did what he could. Of course, the most important thing is to train those war orphans, so that he can have a large group of loyal minions in the future, which will make things much easier. It's true that we have to train some cannon fodder to charge in the future. Nodding in agreement, Shimura Danzo also thought it was a good idea. After all, if you want to do something these days, especially big things, you can't do it without someone under your command. Shimura Zhengxiu and others behind him looked at the father and son who didn't speak human words, and suddenly felt that they were very kind, at least compared to the father and son who were born with black hearts, they were kind. Without staying here for long, Shimura Xianding and his party set off, and soon after they left, two figures appeared above the city gate, watching them leave. Let's go. With a sigh, Cho retracted her gaze, looked at the rising sun, and left just like that, and finally left. Cho, senior, I want to practice Yin escape chakra. Xian Jiu next to him suddenly spoke up, wanting to follow Cho to learn the changes of Yin escape chakra. She was born with 4 innate attributes of wind, fire, thunder, and yin. At present, she has practiced wind, fire, and thunder to the level of escape chakra. Only one yin attribute remains at the level of property change, and has not reached the level of escape chakra. Whether it was the battle with Lushan or the battle with the evil demon head, she felt powerless. If she could cultivate yin tun chakra, her own strength would definitely be greatly improved. At that time, whether she was protecting Lulin or supporting that little pervert disciple at a critical moment, she would have a certain confidence, so as not to be so powerless at that time. I will teach you to cultivate Yin Tun Chakra as soon as possible. Nodding, Cho did not refuse, and also decided to speed up the research and development of magnetic-style puppets and puppet armor, and have enough strength as soon as possible. After all, Lulin is not absolutely safe. Who knows whether the third generation of Kazekage will have a brain twitch and bring people to kill again in the future. Besides, Lushan, the guy who came from the future, showed that there must be major changes in the future, and the combat system must be several levels stronger than the current era. Even Lushan is just a small role, and the horror of the future can be imagined. They can't slack off. No matter what the future is, it is right to have stronger strength. On the other side, Shimura Gentoi followed his old father and rushed all the way, traveling thousands of miles a day, and finally arrived at the Fire Country Daimyo's mansion half a month later. It was indeed a pitfall to be calculated by the Sand Village last time, but it can't be blamed on the Fire Country Daimyo and Grandpa Yanrenjian Hao. Now that they have returned safely, they should continue the original cooperation, and he is even ready to deepen the progress of cooperation. I hope you can return safely. Looking at his grandson-in-law below, the Fire Country Daimyo felt relieved. It's great that this kid can return safely. I made the two grandpas worried. Shimura Gentoi responded with a smile, and he was still very happy to see these two cheap grandpas again. Tell me what happened to the evil demon suppressed under the Lulin dragon vein. He stroked the Fire Country Daimyo attached great importance to this scroll. This letter was sent by the Queen of Lulin some time ago, and it detailed the evil demon that had been suppressed by the dragon vein for thousands of years. That was a terrible monster that even the natural fairy fire could not destroy in a short time, and it was invulnerable to swords and guns, posing a great threat. When it came to this, Shimura Xianding looked around at the guards and maids in the hall, and some words were not convenient for outsiders to know. Everyone retreat, retreat 100 meters from the hall, and those who dare to approach will be killed without mercy. The Fire Country daimyo waved his hand to signal everyone to retreat and stay 100 meters away from the hall. The maids and guards retreated quickly and closed the door of the hall. This was not over yet. Shimura Xianding looked at his grandfather, Yanren Jianhao. Yanren Jianhao closed his eyes and sensed with the powerful perception cultivated by the sword Zen. After a minute, he opened his eyes and nodded, indicating that there was no one around. According to the traces left behind, Lulin's dragon veins were probably arranged by the Six-Path Sage. There are dozens of demon-like beings, but only one succeeded. My father burned the limbs and trunk of that demon with natural fairy fire, leaving only a head. It is not very harmful in the short term. But that thing seems to be very eager for humans, and it seems to treat humans as food. This is not a good thing for us. Grandpa, please send someone to pay attention to the various coastal areas and the large-scale disappearance or killing of people, and then send someone to remind the daimyo of the Wind Country. After all, the demon fled all the way to the west. It will either turn to the Wind Country, or go all the way west or south into the sea. The Six-Path Sage again. With a dark complexion, the daimyo of the Fire Country and the Flame Blade Swordsman were more afraid and disgusted with the ancestor of the ninja. Only natural fairy fire can hurt that demon. Gently stroking the flame blade on the low table in front of him, the Flame Blade Swordsman did not have much confidence in his own strength. At present, only natural fairy fire can hurt that thing, and it can only hurt it at this stage. It is unclear when the evil demon becomes more powerful in the future. The evil demon at that time had not yet been fully conceived, and it was at most a fetus. Shimura Xianding was also very troubled by the evil demon. The skin was too thick. After opening the 7th gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia, his speed and strength increased by at least 10 times, and he smashed it with a 1-ton heavy shield, but he didn't even break a scale. What can people do? Obviously, physical attacks have no effect for the time being, so natural fairy fire can cause damage to it. By the way, this is a tentacle of that thing. Grandpa, you can try to see if you can cut it off. As if remembering something, Shimura Xianding opened the iron box he brought, revealing a huge 5-meter-long tentacle sealed inside. This was the tentacle left behind by the evil demon warrior who cut off his wrist. He brought it back to let the Fire Country daimyo see how powerful the evil demon was, so that he would not really take it seriously and relax his attention on the evil demon. The Flame Blade Swordsman picked up the flame blade in front of him and walked forward. He looked at the huge tentacle that was still twisting, put the flame blade on his back, and held the handle tightly with both hands through his shoulders. Shimura Agenda quickly retreated. As a descendant of the Flame Blade Swordsman, he naturally knew what this move was. It was an extended application of the IAI slash, but it was a more powerful slash. Holding the handle tightly with both hands, the Flame Blade Swordsman pushed the vitality in his body to the extreme, and poured most of it into the flame blade in his hand, while his eyes were fixed on the evil demon tentacle in the box. After accumulating strength for a full 10 minutes, his eyes flashed and veins all over his body bulged. Cut! A blazing blade flashed and slashed into the iron box, cutting the iron box open like tofu. 155. Chapter 154, The Warrior. So strong. Shimura Gento, who was watching carefully, was shocked. Although this blade had no special effect and looked far inferior to the one that cut the lake, it was more condensed. He even estimated that his perfect set of heavy gold battle clothes and big shield could not withstand this blade, but that was right. After all, it was a limit blade that Flame Blade Swordsman had been preparing for 10 minutes, far beyond his normal strength. Flame Blade Swordsman was very satisfied with this blade, but not with the result, and his expression was extremely solemn. Because his blade was blocked and failed to hurt the evil demon's tentacle, it can be seen how terrible the evil demon's physical strength has reached. Sheathing the blade, Flame Blade Swordsman turned around and shook his head at the Fire Country daimyo with a pale face. This scene made the Fire Country daimyo more solemn, and his original indifference to the evil demon disappeared in an instant. Even the strongest swordsman on their side could not be hurt at all with the magic weapon in hand. Once the evil demon entered the Fire Country, what could they use to resist? Have you developed a method to absorb and refine natural energy with vitality? The flame blade swordsman suddenly asked. Before, when this grandson entered the hall, he sensed that the surrounding natural energy continued to gather in his body, exactly the same as when they first met. Obviously, he was absorbing and refining natural energy, but at that time he used chakra and relied on the power of sealing techniques, but now he is cultivating the vitality of the samurai in his body. Could it be that the Shimura family has developed a secret method for this kid to absorb chakra with vitality? This statement immediately attracted the attention of the Fire Country daimyo, and his eyes looked at him with burning eyes. The burning gaze made Shimura Suinding's anus tighten. If he hadn't known that this cheap grandfather didn't have any special hobbies, he would have almost turned around and rushed out. The family's No. 0 Research Institute has indeed developed a secret method for me to absorb and refine natural energy, called the Immortal Energy Cultivation Method. It is in that box. Shimura Jendeng pointed to the second big box he brought, which was the scroll of the Immortal Energy Cultivation Method he had prepared long ago. Although he now has a more perfect Immortal Energy Cultivation Method, the Immortal Energy Cultivation Method is of little use to him, but it cannot be wasted like this. Trading it to the Fire Country daimyo mansion can not only turn all the Fire Country samurai corps into a leak field to provide him with merit energy, but also use it to trade with the Fire Country daimyo. Last time, he was very envious of many treasures in that treasure house, and this time he must get them. The flame blade swordsman on the side got a response and quickly came to the big box, and couldn't wait to open it, but when he saw the things inside, he fell into silence. Even the Fire Country daimyo, who was sitting in the main seat without moving, but was also full of expectations, was stunned when he saw the objects in the box. How many words? After a moment of silence, the Fire Country daimyo asked sullenly. The last D-level body strengthening secret technique gave him a headache, but who would have thought that this time the training method would be even more exaggerated? How long would it take to see it? The box contained a scroll, a super huge scroll, 3 meters long and 3 meters in diameter, with a very crazy size. Not much, just 300 million words. With a modest smile, Shimura Gento said that this was all normal operation, not much at all. This was the result of his half-month hard work in Lulin City. He had to write 20 million words every day. Although this was essentially to exercise the control of the immortal energy thread, it was also very hard. Not much indeed. Nodding woodenly, the Fire Country daimyo agreed with his grandson-in-law's opinion, because it was no longer something that could be described by the word many. Whose cultivation method would have so many words? It's hard to say whether the daimyo's collection of books has 300 million words. Grandpa, we can share this immortal energy cultivation method with the other 4 countries and invite their swordsmen to come and practice. Of course, this is a deal. I hope Grandpa will not forget to ask me for some treasures and their energy cultivation method when the time comes. Our Shimura family really needs these. Shimura Gentoi sincerely made a suggestion. As a man who aspires to be the ultimate boss, he is naturally not satisfied with turning the samurai army of the Fire Country into a leak field. The samurai of the other 4 major countries and even those small countries are also his targets. Moreover, this set of immortal energy cultivation method is not directly used to cultivate immortal energy. In that basic chapter, there is also the energy cultivation method he perfected before. The cultivation efficiency is more efficient and can be popularized among the vast samurai class. I knew that you kid would set your eyes on my treasure house again. Hearing the implicit meaning in Shimura Gentoi's words, the daimyo of the Fire Country smiled helplessly and said generously, you can take whatever you want in the treasure house this time. It's okay to empty it. Compared to that set of immortal energy cultivation method, the treasures in the treasury are nothing. Even if all are given to that kid, it will not be a loss. Anyway, those treasures are more of a commemorative significance, and there are not many that are truly beneficial to the country. As a daimyo of a country, his vision will not be so short-sighted as to stare at such a few treasures. That's what you said, Grandpa. His eyes lit up, and Shimura Xianding became more friendly to this cheap grandpa, too rich. Xiao Xianding, Tsunade is very stubborn, and I can't do anything about it. After all, marriage is something that can't be forced. You have to think of a way yourself, such as working harder to make that girl's belly move as soon as possible. Suddenly remembering the last time Tsunade came back and talked to her privately, the daimyo of the Land of Fire smiled and winked, helping his grandson-in-law. This made Shimura Xianding look confused, and then he remembered the one-year agreement with Tsunade, and he shuddered. I'll try my best. Nodding with a bitter smile, Shimura Gentoi had no good solution for this matter. It was originally a misunderstanding, and it was difficult to explain. After all, his henchman always said that last time. Could it be that he said he didn't want to have a relationship with Tsunade? You did that to someone's granddaughter, but you said you were not interested in her. What do you think the daimyo of the Fire Country will think? He was not afraid of the daimyo of the Fire Country getting angry, but it would not be good if it affected the subsequent plans. Let's delay it for now. Anyway, Tsunade is just a leftover fighter in the original book. It's okay to delay it, and this grandpa won't live for many years. Secretly making up his mind, Shimura Gentoi decided to delay it for now. As for promoting this muddled marriage and marrying Tsunade home, forget it. At least, there is no hope before he has the strength to suppress that woman. He didn't want to bring an ancestor home to worship and be hung up and beaten every day. Grandpa believes you can do it. Giving an encouraging look, the Fire Country daimyo has great confidence in his grandson-in-law. After all, he is already like Tsunade, and it is only a matter of time before he gets pregnant. After discussing some things with the two cheap grandfathers, Shimura Gentoi went to the Flame Blade Sword Master's mansion, brought out the big-mouthed parents who had been kept there, and pulled the steel cart that was used to pull the Bagua furnace and the top-grade sealing crystal last time, and went straight to the daimyo's treasure house. The daimyo's guards came to give orders, and the guards guarding the treasury did not stop them, and even assisted Shimura Gentoi to move all the treasures they liked into the car. This, and that one, move them to the car too. Pointing to the treasures one by one, he signaled the guards to move them out. Although the cheap grandfather, the Fire Country daimyo, told him to take whatever he wanted, he couldn't really empty them out. He still understood this bit of human relations. At least those who are interested in cultivation treasures that have no help in improving strength were not moved. Move all these Kusanagi swords out. Coming to the knife rack of the Kusanagi sword, Shimura Gentoi signaled the guards behind him to pack it up and take it away. Although these Kusanagi swords are useless to him and are not magic weapons, they can be regarded as treasures that can be collected here. Taking them back for the tribesmen to use can greatly improve their strength. Anyway, with the financial resources of the Fire Country daimyo mansion, there is no shortage of sharp weapons. As long as the materials are in place, a large number of them can be made at any time. After scanning again and making sure that nothing was missed, Shimura Gentoi asked people to cover the two large carts with the 2 pieces of linen they brought, and finally returned with a full load. After all, he still understood the principle of not showing off wealth. And these are just the treasures of the Fire Country daimyo mansion. I believe that the cheap grandfather will definitely be able to trade for him another batch of treasures after contacting the daimyo mansions of other countries. Master, did you rob the daimyo's mansion? Himura Gengsu, who was resting in the mansion of the Flame Blade Sword Master, looked at the 2 carts full of various treasures, and his eyes almost popped out. Especially when he saw the pile of Kusanagi swords piled up like garbage, his eyes were so hot. Pick whatever you want, and the rest will be temporarily sealed with the sealing scroll. He waved his hand generously, indicating that Shimura Gengsu and others could choose whatever they wanted. Thank you, Master, we won't be polite. Rubbing his hands excitedly, Shimura Gengsu took the lead in looking for the sword that suited his heart among those Kusanagi swords. Others also hurried up, and most of them set their eyes on those Kusanagi swords. As Shimura ninjas who are proficient in wind escape, they all have good swordsmanship. If they can have a high-quality sword, their strength can at least be improved by 50%, not to mention that it is a fine sword of this Kusanagi style. After choosing, don't forget to modify the scabbard and handle, so that people don't know their origins. Leaving a word, Shimura Gentoi walked towards the room where his old father was. At this stage, the in-depth cooperation with the daimyo's mansion should not be leaked for the time being. Those Kusanagi swords must be modified to avoid suspicion. This is also the reason why he used linen to cover the treasures before. In addition, those guards are also the confidants of the Fire Country daimyo, and will never disclose this incident, which is enough to ensure that there is no risk. Did you give them the immortal energy cultivation method? Shimura Danzo, who was drinking tea in the room, asked calmly. He also saw the treasures that his son brought back with 2 hippocampus horses. The Fire Country daimyo gave away so many treasures. Obviously, his son gave away the immortal energy cultivation method. Give it. After replying, Shimura Gentoi sat down and drank the tea brewed by his old father. Ninjas and ninja villages do need greater checks and balances. Danzo Shimura did not oppose his son's approach. After experiencing a series of events in Lulin, he was deeply wary of the energy of chakra. If he did not need this strength to plan the Second World War, he would have abolished chakra and turned to cultivating his son's immortal energy. I have proposed that the daimyo share the immortal energy cultivation method with the 4 major countries, and even other small daimyo prefectures. It is enough to collectively enhance the samurai group, and we may even be able to take the opportunity to control the samurai group in the future. With a flickering eye, Shimura Xianding said confidently. Since he already knew that there would be a big crisis in the future and that the enemies were all very powerful, he would naturally not sit and wait for death, and he must maximize the development of all forces that can be used for his own benefit. The ninja who cultivates chakra is the vegetable garden of the 6-path sage. He can only steal some cabbages at most, and it is impossible to control it. At this stage, there are 3 mainstream cultivation systems among the human race, the samurai and monks on the side of the daimyo prefecture, and the ninja on the side of the ninja village. Since ninjas cannot be chosen, naturally, they can only plan for samurai and monks. Among them, samurai are directly under the daimyo's mansion, and his grandfather is the general of the fire country. With this identity, he has the basis for planning, and even has the opportunity to succeed his grandfather and become the general of the fire country. The monks headed by Huozizi are more difficult to deal with. After all, those monks are notoriously stubborn, so they have to plan slowly. 156. Chapter 155 Blazing Fire Dance. Shimura Gentoi was not in a hurry to return to Konoha. First, some things still needed to be discussed with the daimyo of the fire country. Second, they rushed all the way from Lulan country to the capital of the fire country. That tasted bad. They must rest in the capital for a month or 2, otherwise it would be very dangerous to return to Konoha in this state. After all, there might be many people in Konoha who don't want them to go back safely. At the same time, this month can also make the undercurrents in Konoha a little more stable, and many things will be much easier to deal with when you go back. That day, Shimura Gentoi walked the 3 members of the Big Mouth family in his grandfather's mansion, and even let them swim in the lake from time to time. Of course, he warned the 3 members of the Big Mouth family that they could swim in it, but they must not urinate or defecate in it. After all, this is a habit of hippos and must be changed. Fortunately, the 3 members of the Big Mouth family are very human and can understand this sentence. Letting the 3 members of the Big Mouth family swim in the lake, Shimura Gentoi lay on the back of Big Mouth's father and sunbathed beautifully. But not long after, a shadow enveloped him. When he opened his eyes, he found that it was a beautiful woman, a very tall beautiful woman. What's the matter? Pushing his glasses, Shimura Gentoi asked. Judging from the other party's indifferent look, it seems that the visitor is not friendly. Fight with me. Leaving behind these words indifferently, the tall woman leaped back to the shore, holding a knife and waiting for Shimura Xianding's arrival. Can't you let me have a good rest? With a sigh, Shimura Xianding motioned to his father, the Big Mouth, to come ashore. Little, big sister, may I ask your name? After jumping off his father's back, Shimura Xianding smiled and greeted him, but then he realized that the girl opposite seemed to be too tall. She was a head taller than his perfect height of 1.88 meters, and was estimated to be 2.1 meters tall. And she was a plump big sister, but she didn't look fat, and she was full of wild beauty. Shiwohuahu, you have to call me cousin. Shiwohuahu said her name indifferently and explained their relationship. Shiwo? That old guy has a daughter as young as you. Looking at the big cousin in front of him in astonishment, Shimura Xianding thought that the other party was only in his early 20s. Could it be that the Shiwo swordsman was also an old cow eating young grass? Take out your sword. Standing with a sword, Shiwohuahu signaled Shimura Xianding to draw his sword. She wanted to compete with him in swordsmanship. This was a duel between samurai. At the same time, a large group of samurai gathered in the distance to watch, but they did not dare to approach, obviously very afraid of Shiwohuahu. This is my sword. Pretending to be a sword, Shimura Xianding said that he had reached the realm of 2 fingers as a sword. But before he finished pretending, a flash of knife light suddenly appeared in front of him and slashed down. Dang! The broad blade slashed on the shoulder, and the huge force smashed Shimura Xianding's whole body into the ground like a nail, leaving only his head on the ground. This scene made Shimura Xianding full of confusion, feeling that his cousin seemed a bit fierce, and her strength was no weaker than his state after applying sea-level body strengthening surgery. Ahem, I'll have someone get the sword right away. With a dry cough, Shimura Xiandun shouted to Shimura Zhengxiu, who had been lying on the back of Big Mouth's mother basking in the sun, "Jiangxiu, take Big Mouth's mother back and get the big sword of Tsunade teacher." There was no way, his big sword was dragged away by that damn sand ninja, and he hasn't returned it yet, and it seems that he intends to swallow it. He can only go back and recast it. If he wants to use a sword at this stage, he has to borrow the big sword prepared for Tsunade. Resisting his smile, Shimura Jiangxiu motioned to Big Mouth's mother to go back, and soon she used a rope to drag the big sword weighing 3 tons back. Shimura Zhandun, who crawled out of the ground, carried the big sword and walked back to his cousin. This is a real big sword. The main sword weighs 1.8 tons when separated, and the secondary sword weighs 1.2 tons. When combined, it weighs a full 3 tons. Big cousin, this time I will take the lead. Grinning, Shimura Xianding decisively activated the Sage mode, with the dual blessing of divine power and divine speed, dragging the 3-ton big sword and running quickly. When he arrived 2 meters in front of Shuohuao, he suddenly stopped, swung the big sword behind him and slashed out. Ding! The dull sound of metal clashing was agitated, and Shuohuao, who was holding a knife to block, slid on the ground for more than 10 meters, which showed how powerful the sword was. After all, Shimura Xianding's physical fitness is very strong now, coupled with the extreme control of the Sage mode and the blessing of divine power, as well as the 3-ton big sword, the power that can be unleashed is simply beyond the imagination of ordinary people. However, it is also amazing that Shuohuao can withstand this sword. This kind of power-type warrior is really rare. Shimura Gento, who maintained the Sage mode, had no thought of showing any mercy to the beautiful woman, and continued to rush forward with the big sword in his hand. Shuohuao was not to be outdone, and swung the wide long sword in her hand and slashed continuously. Although the power of each sword was not as strong as that of Shimura Gento under the blessing of the 3-ton heavy sword, the speed of the sword was faster. Often only 3 or 4 swords were needed to offset the terrible power of the big sword. The sword style displayed by the two people was of the tough type, and they were all head-on. The dull sound of metal clashing continued to stir up, causing ripples on the lake not far away. What a barbaric swordsmanship! Looking at the tough swordsmanship displayed by the two, Shimura Xiangxiu, who was sitting on the back of the mother hippo, twitched his face and couldn't help but secretly complain. The fight between the two was indeed barbaric, but there was exquisiteness in the barbarity and toughness. Although Shimura Gento was just swinging the big sword in circles, the angle of each rotation of the big sword was carefully calculated. The swordsmanship of Shuohuao on the opposite side was also soft and rough. Whether it was the angle of the sword or the force used, it was perfect. It was a perfect combination of strength, speed, and skills. However, in comparison, Shuohuao's hard power was stronger. If it weren't for the heavy gold battle suit, I'm afraid Shimura Gento would have been defeated by now. Unless he used the 8 gates. Swish! The fierce battle lasted less than half a minute and ended. A piece of the blade flew out and penetrated a big tree by the lake like tofu, and then sank into the bottom of the lake. I lost. Holding the broken sword, Shuohuao admitted defeat very neatly. The sword is everything to the samurai. Now that the sword in his hand has been cut off, it means the failure of the battle. Hey! After exiting the Sage mode, Shimura Gento put the big sword in his hand on the ground with a little breath. Although he had good physical fitness and divine power, he was exhausted from swinging a 3-ton thing for half a minute. His muscles were trembling and sore. It was too much of a stretch to use this thing. Cousin, why don't you use a big sword made with a lot of money? Looking at the broken sword in the cousin's hand, Shimura Gento was puzzled. Heavy gold is a very good material with perfect hardness and toughness. Although it is not suitable for mainstream warriors who pursue extreme speed due to the weight problem, warriors who prefer strength like my cousin should not have this concern. Moreover, as one of the swordsmen worshipped by the Fire Country, it is not a problem for Shuo Jianhao to use some of the heavy money from the treasury to make a sword for his daughter. You don't know. Giving a strange look, Shuohuao estimated that this cousin who had only been a warrior for a few months might not know this common sense of a warrior, so she explained. Heavy gold will hinder the practice of sword zen. Warriors who are interested in the realm of swordsmen will not use heavy gold to cast swords. The physical properties of heavy gold are indeed very strong, and it can be called the strongest metal, but unfortunately it will hinder the practice of samurai sword zen, and the practice of sword zen is a key to becoming a swordsman. Therefore, samurai who want to become sword masters generally do not use a lot of money as the casting material for their sabers. Some second-rate samurai who do not intend to become sword masters rarely have the financial resources to collect a lot of money to make sabers. In addition, most samurai are pursuing the ultimate speed, and there are few power-type samurai. Even if she only practices strength, she is still best at speed, and at most has a little more explosive power. Sword Zen. After thinking about it, Shimura Gentoi felt that it made sense. The Sword Zen practice of a samurai is to integrate mental power into the sword, comprehend the structure of the sword, and finally use the sword to condense mental power and transform mental power. The transformed mental power can allow the samurai to condense his own vitality into a sharp sword energy. Reaching this step is considered a sword master. The transformed mental power is very similar to the sword and knife intent in the previous life, and it is estimated that it is the same setting. And the heavy money seems to be a bit repulsive to mental power, which will hinder the practice of Sword Zen. Next time, I have to let Grandpa use the sword intent to see if I can copy it to the Black Cauldron space. With a bold idea in mind, Ziken Xianding wanted to see what the essence of the sword intent was, and then find a way to create a more perfect sword intent cultivation method. Nephew, your cousin is quite powerful, isn't she? Just as Ziken Xianding was thinking, he was slapped hard on the shoulder, and the familiar voice made him want to kick her. Turning his head, who else could it be but the cheap uncle, the blazing swordsman? Last time, it was this old bastard who chopped off his heavy gold armor and shaved him into a bald head. Uncle, you are so old, don't hang around. Be careful that you fall to death one day, and I will have to wear mourning for you. He said something very impolitely. Ziken Xianding still remembers the humiliation of shaving his hair that day. The most important thing is that this old bastard didn't even let go of his shorts, so that his white tiger physique was seen by those guards. Shame. Don't be so stingy. It was my uncle's fault last time. I'll make amends to you now. Forgive my uncle for your mother's sake. With an awkward smile, Blazing Swordsman lowered his attitude. There was no other way. He also wanted to regain his youth. He had been defeated by the old man Yan Ren several times during this period. Every time he lost, he would be scolded as a son. That humiliation was beyond words. Okay, I forgive you. With a depressed sigh, Ziken Xianding could only choose to forgive this old bastard. There was no other way. Not only did he lower his attitude so much, but he also brought up his mother's name. What could he do? This was the helplessness of being a junior. He could only find a way to get back at her in the future. My nephew, what do you think of Hua Wu? Are you attracted to her? Don't hesitate. She was adopted by my uncle. If you are attracted to her, you can take her home to have a baby now. With a change of expression, Blazing Swordsman winked obscenely and gave a look that every man could understand. He was very confident about his adopted daughter. Although she was a little too tall, her figure and appearance were both top-notch. As the saying goes, good things should be kept within the family. He naturally didn't want to let such a good girl marry someone else. Now this eldest nephew was quite good. After hearing the words of the Blazing Swordsman, Ziken Xianding and Blazing Fire Wu looked at each other with scrutiny, and spoke in unison. I don't like to look up at women. I don't like dwarfs. 157. Chapter 156 Six Kingdoms Swordsman. Ding ding ding. By the lakeside of the Blazing Blade Swordsman's mansion, two figures held long swords and kept fighting. The sound of metal and iron clashing continued to stir and deafen. Clang! Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard, and two pieces of the blade flew out at the same time, and the two people in the battle quickly retreated. Grandpa, our sword is too poor quality. After exiting the sage mode, Shimura Gento looked at the long sword that broke again and felt depressed. You don't use the sword like that. The Flame Blade Sword Master, who was kneeling beside and watching the battle, said helplessly, feeling that his cheap grandson seemed to have a misunderstanding of swordsmanship. No, it's not my problem, it's the swordsmanship you taught me that's wrong, and this kind of sword that women use is not suitable for me. Shimura Gento firmly stated that he didn't like this kind of swordsmanship and long swords, and he didn't like it very much. He didn't rest for a month. He was taught swordsmanship by his grandfather himself. He didn't wear the heavy gold armor again, and the swords he used were all standard long swords. But this kind of sword is too thin, and the pursuit is the ultimate sharpness. The swordsmanship that goes with it is also the pursuit of the ultimate speed, which is not in line with the taste of a real man like him. Basically, a few swords have to be broken every day when sparring with those samurai. If this is put on the battlefield, won't it be a pit to death? This statement offended all the warriors present, and they all glared at him with anger. Huowu also cast an unfriendly look, feeling that this cousin seemed to look down on them women. Even the flame blade swordsman couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, because the flame blade knife he used was similar to those standard samurai swords. It can even be said that those standard samurai swords of the Fire Country were made based on the flame blade knife in his hand, and the appearance is almost the same. This kid is so proud. Let me see your so-called swordsmanship and your sword in 3 days. With a dark face, the flame blade swordsman stood up and left, but he was a little curious and expectant in his heart. Although he didn't spend much time with this cheap grandson, he knew that the boy was not a person who made trouble for no reason. Since he said so, he must have some novel ideas that he wanted to show himself. Of course, if the swordsmanship and new sword shown by the boy can't satisfy him, he will let him know what it means that a swordsman cannot be insulted. I will fight you in 3 days. Standing up, leaving a cold word, Huowu turned and left. Damn, I forgot that my cousin is also a woman. Slapping his forehead in annoyance, Shimuragento secretly thought that he was careless and actually forgot that there was a woman present, otherwise he would never say that. At least he would say it more tactfully. The warrior disciples kneeling around also snorted coldly, stood up, and left. That sentence just now really stimulated them all, but they will come again in 3 days, just to see how that guy makes a fool of himself. After everyone left, Shimuragento could no longer maintain the high and cold male god style learned from his father, and rushed straight to his own yard. Master Zisha, help me. Finding Zisha who was tasting those Kusanagi-style swords, Shimuragento tightly grasped the old man's rough palm, his eyes full of heat. Although Master Zisha's palm is not as delicate and smooth as Miss Xionjiu's, and his old face is far less cute than Miss Chiyo's lowly face, but this is a great man who allows him to continue to pretend to be better. Whether you can pretend to be like this in 3 days depends on this guy. Young master, what's wrong with you? Zi Tai was confused, and really didn't understand what was wrong with this young master. Wait a minute, I'll draw a few swords for you, and help me make them as soon as possible. All of them will cost a lot of money. Go to my grandfather and ask for a lot of money, just say that you can borrow them temporarily. Letting go of Master Zi Tai's palm, Zhikan Xianding ran back to his room, took out a few pieces of white paper and homemade charcoal pencils, and after a hand-drawn sketch, a few swords were freshly baked. Make it as soon as possible, I need it urgently. Finally, he wrote down the size and requirements, and Zhikan Xianding said he was very anxious. Originally, he just wanted to take the opportunity to expand his prestige among the samurai, further turn the samurai of the Fire Country into his own league field, and provide more merits. Who wants to pretend too much and directly anger the cousin? In 3 days, he will have to fight against that cousin. If he doesn't want to be killed, he must sharpen his sword before the battle. It's not a big problem. If we use a lot of money as materials and only pay attention to sharpness and durability, we can deliver the goods in 2 days. After carefully looking through the 5 drawings, Zisha thought about it and gave a response. Then I'll leave it to Master Zisha. After getting Master Zisha's guarantee, Zhikan Xianding was relieved. Fortunately, he had enough time to sharpen it well. Without delay, Zhikan Xianding ran back to the room and sat cross-legged in a pretentious manner, placing a long sword on his knees to make a posture of practicing sword zen. Originally, the warriors practiced sword zen in a kneeling posture, but he was really not used to that posture, so he finally changed to this cross-legged posture. Anyway, do whatever is comfortable. The consciousness entered the black cauldron space, preparing to create several sets of swordsmanship that can match the 5 swords based on the various swordsmanship learned from the grandfather this month. It must be said that the Flame Blade Swordsman is worthy of being the first swordsman of the Fire Country. He basically knows all the famous swordsmanship schools in the world, and there are hundreds of them in total. Although it is just a basic, without the killer moves of those schools, it is also amazing. Of course, there are actually many famous swordsmanship schools in the world, thousands of them. However, for the grandfather of the first swordsman of the Fire Country, the so-called famous refers to the swordsmanship schools that have produced swordsmen, which are rare. He has been studying these swordsmanship schools for the past month and has gained a lot. Of course, fortunately, he has the blessing of the Sage Mode, which not only allows him to control himself to the limit, but also greatly enhances his learning ability. In addition, he opens the 10-fold time flow speed in the Black Cauldron space every night for extra practice, so that he can learn hundreds of well-known swordsmanship schools. And this is just learning the basics of other people's swordsmanship. The real essence and killer moves are not passed on. 100 times time acceleration. Looking up at the merit energy ball that has grown a lot in the past month, Shimura Xianding gritted his teeth and opened the 100 times time acceleration. First classify those swordsmanship schools, and then merge them. Take a deep breath and start to classify the hundreds of swordsmanship schools he has learned, dividing them one by one according to style. This step is very simple, and then it is to merge the same type of sword moves and knife skills, which is much more difficult. Because the basic swordsmanship of these schools is not just moves, most of them also have footwork coordination, and the most important thing is the flow trajectory of vitality and the condensation of strength, which is the core. Fortunately, we can use the trial and error method to keep trying. The only difference is that we die tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of times. Where is Xianding? Sitting at the dining table, Shimura Danzo, who hadn't seen his son for 2 days, couldn't help asking. The young master has been practicing sword zen in his room since he came back the day before yesterday, and he doesn't want us to disturb him. What is Master Shitetsu making? Shimura Gengsu replied. What is Master Shitetsu making? Listening to the clanging hammering sound, Shimura Danzo was puzzled. When his son was abducted by the sand village, Shitetsu did not go to Konoha, but stayed here to complete the 4 sets of expensive battle clothes and matching weapons, and has stayed here ever since. Young master asked Master Shitetsu to make a few new swords after he came back last time. New swords? He didn't understand, but Shimura Danzo didn't bother to pay attention. His son was very opinionated and he didn't need to worry about it. Instead of worrying about these, he might as well think about how to deal with those ninja forces after returning to Konoha. After all, he didn't bring many people back this time, only the 36 family elites who had cultivated the wind escape armor, and the others were all left in Lulin. Although these 36 people were the elite among the elite, and there were also quasi-cage level strongmen like Shimura Gengsu, the ninjas in the village were not easy to deal with. Especially the Senjua family. Thinking of the Senjua family, Shimura Danzo had a murderous intention in his heart. He would make the Senjua family pay back 10-fold or 100-fold sooner or later. At the same time, in the daimyo's mansion, the daimyo of the Fire Country received the envoys of the 4 major countries. These were real envoys, all of whom were sword masters from the 4 major countries, and they came just for the evil demon. Of course, the sword masters from the 4 major countries did not arrive at the same time. The sword master of the Wind Country arrived a week ago, and the sword masters from the other 3 major countries did not arrive until today. In addition to the sword masters from the 4 major countries, there is also the general of the Iron Country, who is also a top sword master who is not inferior to the sword masters from the 5 major countries. The sword masters from the 4 major countries and the general of the Iron Country gathered together and stared at the still twisting evil demon tentacle, all with solemn expressions. Even if it was just a tentacle, the evil power contained in it made them feel palpitating, which shows how terrible the evil demon is. The most important thing is that the 5 of them had tried in turn before, and no one could hurt it at all, which is not a good thing. Zanyun, did you, the Wind Country, find any trace of the evil demon? The swordsman Duan Shui of the Water Country asked, looking a little ugly. No, if the evil demon urgently needs to devour humans to recover, as the envoy of Lulin said, it should not stay in the Forbidden Desert, and will definitely continue to move forward. But when I set out, no one in the country found any trace of the evil demon, and there was no news of the oasis being slaughtered. I guess the evil demon should have gone all the way west, or turned south and entered the sea. Zanyun swordsman replied solemnly. He was most concerned about this matter, because the Forbidden Desert was connected to the Wind Country and was most likely to be invaded by the evil demon. Because of this, he was the first to rush to the capital of the Fire Country to confirm. As soon as this was said, the swordsman Duan Shui looked even uglier, because their water country was facing the west coastline of the Forbidden Desert. Although there is a vast ocean of tens of thousands of kilometers blocking them, it may not be able to stop that kind of evil demon, and the other party may land in their water country. This is really not a good thing. Damn it, what does the Six-Path Sage want to do? The hot-tempered Xidian swordsman cursed angrily. The daimyo of the Fire Country had pointed out that the evil demon was probably created by the Six-Path Sage. They did not doubt this and believed that the daimyo of the Fire Country would definitely not do anything wrong in this regard. Because this is an agreement that the daimyo of their 5 major countries has abided by for thousands of years, and this agreement is even much older than the current 5 major countries. Their 5 great swordsmen also exist for this. Yanran, are you sure that the Six-Path Sage is still alive? The Ironstone Swordsman of the daimyo of the Earth Country asked in a deep voice. This information was too shocking. Others also turned their heads to look at Yanran Swordsman, and they all attached great importance to this. A living Six-Path Sage and a long-dead Six-Path Sage are completely two different concepts. My grandson Shimuragento said that the Dragon Vein's eruption was secretly controlled by someone, and the core of the Dragon Vein is a samsara eye, the kind of eye that only belongs to the Six-Path Sage. Also with a serious and solemn expression, Flame Blade Swordsman said that the information was certain. Can your grandson be trusted? The general of the Iron Country, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up, implicitly expressing his distrust of Shimuragento. After all, he was born in Konoha, and his father was the second in command of Konoha. This kind of origin is really hard to believe. I guarantee with my reputation in life that little Gento is absolutely trustworthy, and he has completely abandoned chakra and turned to cultivating our samurai's vitality. Without further explanation, Flame Blade Swordsman did not want to expose his overly close relationship with the Shimura family for the time being. I can also guarantee this. The Fire Country daimyo spoke up to support Flame Blade Swordsman, saying that Shimuragento's identity was fine and he was a trustworthy guy. 158. Chapter 157, Cultivation Without Time. Seeing that the Blade Sword Master and the daimyo of the Land of Fire both vouched for Shimuragento, the general of the Land of Iron said nothing more, but from his gloomy face, it was clear that he still did not believe and did not trust Shimuragento. No one was surprised by this. After all, this was a historical legacy. You should know that the Land of Iron had a daimyo's mansion in the Warring States period, and was even the sixth largest country on par with the 5 major countries today. Moreover, the Land of Iron was the most resistant to ninjas among all the countries in the world. There were basically no ninjas in the country, and all of them were samurai. Unfortunately, after the ninja village system was established, the daimyo's mansion of the Land of Iron was attacked and destroyed by the Rock Village, and the country was divided into 3 parts, becoming the current Land of Iron, Land of Taki and Land of Tadashi, of which Land of Taki and Land of Tadashi were occupied by ninjas. In the end, after the direct bloodline of the daimyo of the Iron Country was extinct, the general of the Iron Country had no choice but to become the supreme leader of the Iron Country. Don't think that being a leader of a country is easy, especially for a samurai. It is difficult to govern a country well, basically forcing a duck to climb the tree. However, the general of the Iron Country took a different approach and completely turned the Iron Country into a country ruled by samurai. Although there are various problems, it is fortunate that it can be governed, and because almost all the people are soldiers and there are abundant energy metals, the strength of the Iron Country is not weak. Unfortunately, when the general of the Iron Country initially sorted out the domestic problems and prepared to recover the split Taki Country and Tien Country, the 5-cage conference was held. The first and second generations of Hokage made an exception and sold the 7 tails at a low price to the Takigakure village occupying Taki Country. It is the only tailed beast that does not belong to the 5 major national ninja villages. This move almost pissed off the general of the Iron Country. Facing the Takigakure, which had a tailed beast, the warriors of the Iron Country could not compete at all, and the casualties of a forced attack were too great. Moreover, the Hidden Rock village was also eyeing it covetously in the west, and the Land Country was also watching from Konoha. In the end, the Iron Country had to admit defeat, but the hatred with Konoha and the Hidden Rock village was formed. With this old hatred, it was normal for the general of the Iron Country to distrust Shimuragento, who was born in Konoha. Let's discuss the evil demon here first. This time, you are gathered here mainly for this set of immortal energy cultivation method, which was discovered and sorted out by our Fire Country from an ancient relic. This is an exclusive cultivation method for our warriors, which can refine natural energy into their own vitality, and perfectly integrate natural energy with vitality to form a stronger immortal vitality. After discussing the issue of the evil demon for a while, the Flame Blade Swordsman pointed to the huge scroll behind him, and said without blushing or beating his heart that this was the fruit of their labor in the Fire Country. Are you serious? This statement made the 5 generals of the 4 major countries and the Iron Country who had just knelt down stand up suddenly, staring at the supergiant scroll behind the Flame Blade Swordsman with burning eyes. They were still wondering why there was such an exaggerated scroll behind the Flame Blade Swordsman, but they didn't expect that it was a practice method that could allow samurai to absorb and refine natural energy. This practice method was too important, and it almost continued the path that their samurai had broken. It's not given to you for free. I need the inheritance of all your current sword schools, including the vitality practice method. At the same time, I need to exchange it with some precious materials. Speaking of his own requirements, the Flame Blade Swordsman certainly would not give this immortal vitality practice method to the 4 major countries and the Iron Country for nothing. Although everyone is on the same front against the issue of ninja villages, they are not the same country after all, not to mention that this is the special request of the grandson Dai Shimura family. Yes, as long as your immortal energy cultivation method is qualified. The bold and impatient Zydian swordsman agreed first, and he was not afraid of being targeted after handing over the inheritance of the sword school of the Thunder Country to the Flame Blade Swordsman. You should know that the advanced cultivation method of their Thunder Country requires the continuous cultivation of the thunder clouds and lightning unique to the Thunder Country, and can only be practiced in the Thunder Country. Even if it is handed over to the Fire Country, the other party will not be able to practice it. Agree. Then the Iron Country general spoke up and agreed, and he did not want to give up this opportunity. Recovering the Taki Country and the Tien Country is his lifelong wish, and it is also the promise made by the Iron Country daimyo before his death. If they can get this immortal energy cultivation method, the power of their Iron Country warriors will inevitably usher in an explosive growth, and there is a great chance to recover the 2 split countries and re-rank as the 6th largest country. In addition, the Second Ninja World War is about to begin, and the 5 major ninja villages will inevitably engage in fierce fighting. This is the best time and should not be missed. Seeing that the 2 people from the Thunder Country and the Iron Country agreed, the remaining sword masters of the 3 kingdoms could only follow suit. No one wanted to fall behind in this regard. Moreover, compared with the immortal energy cultivation method that can absorb natural energy, the existing sword art school inheritance is not worth mentioning. The 2 are not at the same level at all. Of course, if you want them to take out the inheritance of those sword art schools, first of all, your immortal energy cultivation method must be qualified. Their vision is very picky. If you can only absorb and refine a little bit of natural energy, then I'm sorry. Seeing that the 5 people agreed, the Flame Blade Sword Master signaled the 5 people to come forward to read the scroll. The 5 people were naturally not polite about this. They stepped forward to unfold the scroll a little and read it. However, looking at the small words on it, and then looking at the oversized scroll placed on a turntable, 3 meters high and 3 meters in diameter, the 5 people were a little dumbfounded. Is everything written in this language? Iron Swordsman looked at Flame Blade Swordsman with dissatisfaction, feeling that this guy was fooling him, and the other 4 people also cast unfriendly eyes. The words in it are not only unfamiliar, but also very small. If this scroll is all written in this kind of square characters, it is estimated that there will be hundreds of millions of words. Who would write a cultivation method like this? That is a brand new language called Chinese characters. If you want to understand that language, you must first learn this new dictionary. However, I copied a part of it. You can take a look at this first. Although the meaning is a little different, it is not much different. It can barely be practiced. Throwing a scroll on the low table in front of him to the 5 people, Flame Blade Swordsman was actually quite troubled by this. He also didn't understand why the No. 0 Research Institute of the Shimura family wrote the immortal energy cultivation method in this language. Although that kind of Chinese characters have many similarities with the current fonts, the difference is greater and it is more difficult to learn. The most important thing is that the meanings between the 2 characters cannot be directly converted. If you want to better to practice the immortal energy cultivation method, one can only learn this kind of Chinese characters according to the Xinhua dictionary. That's right, Shimura Xianding deliberately wrote this set of immortal energy cultivation method in Chinese characters, and the purpose is naturally to make this world better. Although it has been almost 14 years since he traveled to this world, he is still not used to the language and writing of this world, and still feels that the Chinese characters and Chinese in his previous life are the most comfortable to read and listen to. So he really wants to spread Chinese characters and Chinese in this world and develop them into the mainstream of this world. I really want to see the whole world use Chinese characters and speak Chinese in the future, and completely eliminate the current language and writing. He stared at the Flame Blade Swordsman with dissatisfaction, and the Purple Lightning Swordsman and others unfolded the scroll to read it. At first, he didn't care, but after reading it for a while, his expression gradually became solemn and his breathing became heavy. You have to know that the 5 of them are the top swordsmen in each country, and their eyesight and knowledge are naturally not bad. They soon saw the exquisiteness of this immortal energy cultivation method. Although it has not been practiced yet, at least from a theoretical perspective, it can allow people to absorb and refine natural energy. Why is it gone? What about the rest? When they were reading the key part, they suddenly found that the scroll had reached the end, which almost made the 5 people anxious to death. I only copied this part. If you want to watch the rest, you should learn these Xinhua dictionaries first. Throwing the 5 thick Xinhua dictionaries on the low table in front of him to the 5 people, Yanran Jianhao would not continue to be their translator. In the past month, he was almost worried to death in order to learn this set of Xinhua dictionaries. It was not easy for him to learn it with the help of his grandson, and he could understand that kind of Chinese characters and even speak them. This kind of sin must be experienced by these 5 old guys, otherwise I will feel unbalanced. Can't you just make it into the current common language? Zanyun Jianhao looked at the thick Xinhua dictionary in his hand and felt gloomy in his heart, and cast a resentful look at Yanran Jianhao. They are all old, and it is a question how many more years they can live. Now they have to learn to read like children. If you are not afraid of mistakes in the translation and you will train yourself to death, I can do it for you. He said he could translate it, but he was unwilling in his heart. Are you kidding? That set of body strengthening secrets has 300 million characters, and they are all complicated Chinese characters. If I really want to translate and copy them all, I have to write at least 1 billion common characters now. I don't know if the rest of my life will be enough. Don't worry, everyone. This set of immortal energy cultivation method can improve our life essence and increase our lifespan after practicing to a certain level. I have wasted these years and have no chance, but you can try, maybe you can live a few decades longer. At this time, the daimyo of the fire country sitting in the main seat reminded him, with a sense of regret in his words. According to the grandson-in-law, this set of immortal energy cultivation method can indeed improve the essence of human life and increase lifespan after being cultivated to a certain level. Although the increase is not much, it is not a problem for people to live over 100 years. It's a pity that after he succeeded to the position of daimyo, he neglected his cultivation. His original cultivation level did not improve but regressed. Now even if he wanted to practice hard, he had no time. It still has this effect. The oldest Duan Shui Jianhao was stunned, and then ecstatic. Although they have long been open-minded about life, old age, sickness, and death, it would be better if they could live a few more years. Now such a good opportunity is in front of them, how can they miss it? Looking down at the thick Xinhua dictionary in his hand, he gritted his teeth and learned it. The other 4 also gritted their teeth and said that they must not only learn, but also learn well and master it. At the same time, Zhikan Xianding on the other side finally ended his cultivation journey in the Black Cauldron space. There is no time in cultivation. Opening his eyes, Zhikan Xianding couldn't help but sighed. In order to gain more time this time, he did not hesitate to consume the energy of merit to speed up the flow of time in the Black Cauldron space by 100 times. This time, 2 days passed in the outside world, but he spent 102 days in the Black Cauldron space, that is, 200 days, and more than half a year passed. In the past 200 days, he has been integrating swordsmanship and swordsmanship without sleep. When he is tired, he will directly cut off his own bones with a sword. Sorry, it is to cut off his own bones with a sword, and use the power of the Black Cauldron space to instantly revive in full state, full of energy. However, after all, the time he spent was too long, which made him a little uncomfortable. Master Ding, my road to becoming a general of the fire country starts from today. Recalling the gains of the 200 days in the Black Cauldron space, Shimura Gento is ambitious, and his road to becoming a general of the fire country will begin from now on. Yes, he deliberately belittled the existing swordsmanship and knives at the beginning, with the purpose of further showing himself, creating a new school, expanding his influence among the samurai, and preparing for the future competition for the position of general. Now we just need good swords. With a confident smile, Zhikan Xianding got up from the bed and prepared to see how Master Zisha made the 5 sets of swords. Ouch! Suddenly, his feet softened and he fell to the ground, his handsome face smashing directly to the ground. 159. Chapter 158 High-Level Battle Talk. Damn, my physique is so strong, why are my legs numb? Sitting on the ground, Zhikan Xianding kneaded his legs in frustration and used his immortal power to speed up the blood flow. This time, he sat cross-legged on the bed for 2 days and 2 nights, and the blood flow in his legs was slow, and he was directly numb. Fortunately, his physical fitness was strong enough, and he did not bleed from his nose even when he fell on his face, but instead smashed a hole in the wooden floor. After his legs recovered, he walked out of the room and told the maid to prepare food. After eating, he went to Master Zisha's yard to see how the 5 sets of swords he made were. Master Zisha is indeed worthy of being the first swordsmith in the Fire Country. His craftsmanship is beyond words. Picking up a long sword and playing with it, Shimuragento nodded with satisfaction. Although heavy gold materials do not require tedious fusion and hammering, it is not easy to forge perfect swords. The blade of a sword needs to be absolutely straight to be perfect. A slight bend will make the force uneven. The more powerful the warrior is, the more he can feel the flaws of the sword body, which will have a certain impact on his strength. And Master Zisha is known as the first swordsmith in the Fire Country today, and it is not in vain. Even though his strength has declined due to his old age, the 5 swords he made are still flawless with his superb skills. As long as the young master is satisfied. Seeing that Shimuragento was satisfied, Zisha was also very happy. After all, whether he could forge with natural fairy fire again in the future depended on the young master. I'll take these 5 sets of swords. Get ready. We will set off for Konoha in 2 days. After a reminder, Shimuragento took the 5 sets of swords and turned back to his yard. After returning, he was not idle. After eating the food prepared by the maid, he used his hands to rub and comprehend the 5 sets of swords to prepare for tomorrow's competition. At the same time, he used the fairy power silk thread to control hundreds of pens to write the 5 sets of matching swordsmanship on the scroll. These 5 sets of swordsmanship were not developed by him for himself, but for the samurai, and he was going to spread them all over the world so that all the samurai would become his disciples. In this world, the inheritance of master and apprentice is very important. Not only does the master-apprentice bond exist among ninjas, but it is also more important among samurai. If he could become a mentor to many warriors, the honor and influence he could obtain would be beyond the imagination of ordinary people. At least, all the warriors who had practiced these 5 swordsmanship would remember his kindness and pave the way for the future competition for the position of general. As night fell, the practice scrolls of the 5 swordsmanship were written. Shimuragento did not rest, but picked up the 5 swords and waved them in the yard. Although he had integrated the 5 swordsmanship into his consciousness in the Black Cauldron space, and even had sparring with his fiancée copyright Tsunade, Cho and Zionjiu, the 4 young lady clones, it was only a training and sparring at the consciousness level after all. His body was not synchronized yet, and he needed to practice hard. One night passed like this. Although he did not sleep all night, Shimuragento was still energetic. With his current physical fitness, it would be fine even if he did not rest for several days and nights, not to mention that when his consciousness entered the Black Cauldron space in the past 2 days, his body had been in a deep sleep state, and he had slept enough. When the sun was high in the sky, Shimuragento put the 5 scrolls on the back of Dizwai's father and brought them to the lake. His grandfather had already knelt there, and there were also a circle of warriors kneeling around him, all of whom were his grandfather's disciples. Without paying attention to the circle of warriors and disciples around him, Shimuragento's eyes fell on the 7 figures sitting side by side with his grandfather, the Flame Blade Swordsman. 2 of them were his old father, the Pot Shadow, and his uncle, the Blazing Swordsman. He had seen the information about another person, who was the general of the Iron Country, but the remaining 4 were very unfamiliar. Could it be the swordsman of the other 4 countries? Or even the general? After seeing the iconic clothes of the 4 people, Shimuragento roughly guessed their identities. There are not many people in the world who can be on an equal footing with this grandfather, and from the feeling, the 4 people do not seem to be much weaker than his grandfather. The weakness is mainly because my grandfather has regained his youth due to the Yongchun technique. If it was the old body at the beginning, it is estimated that he is about the same as the 4 people. Slut, 2's bag. Looking at Shimura Xianding who was walking towards him, Zanyun Swordsman, with his eyes slightly narrowed, immediately gave an S-bag evaluation. It's not that he is squinting, but the heavy gold armor on the kid is too pitfall, and its own reflectivity is comparable to a mirror. Now walking towards the rising sun, it just reflects the sunlight to them, and they can't open their eyes. Apart from other things, this reflective ability alone is very practical, which can blind the enemy's eyes in battle. Of course, it is also possible to blind teammates' eyes and become a pig teammate. You old ghost, you don't know how to share this good thing. The Blazing Swordsman saw the Flame Blade Swordsman who didn't know when to wear a pair of sunglasses, and suddenly felt unbalanced. The Flame Blade Swordsman waved his hand, and the maid behind him came forward with a plate and presented the sunglasses on it to the cloud-slashing swordsman and others one by one. He had expected this scene a long time ago. After all, he had been dazzled by the expensive armor of that grandson several times before. This kind of sunglasses was recommended by that grandson, and the effect was good. "Hello, Grandpa, hello, all the swordsmen seniors." After paying a bow to several people, Shimuragento was quite puzzled as to why the swordsmen generals of these countries were in his grandfather's mansion. You should know that the 5 major countries have set up special mansions in each other's capitals to facilitate mutual exchanges, which is equivalent to embassies in previous lives. It stands to reason that these people should not appear here. Why are they all here today? And why is that woman here? His eyes fell on Tsunade, who was kneeling behind his old father, and he was even more puzzled. Shouldn't this woman be staying in a casino in Konoha to spend money at this moment? Did the 100 million taels of silver spent on medical expenses last time go to waste? He muttered to himself, and his eyes shifted to a young man behind the old father. The other party nodded politely. That should be Wyvyukai's old father. Looking at the prematurely aged white hair, guessed the other party's identity, it should be the Konoha White Fang. How did these two people come to the capital at the same time? Did something happen? Natural energy is indeed gathering towards him. The sword master Duan Shui, who had been sensing the surrounding energy, was excited, and the other sword masters were also overjoyed, they also sensed it. The reason why they gathered at the Flame Blade Sword Master's mansion this time was to see Shimura Xianding, the only person who has cultivated immortal energy, and further confirm the authenticity of the immortal energy cultivation method. Now it seems that the immortal energy cultivation method can indeed absorb and refine natural energy, and the efficiency is not low. This discovery makes several people more satisfied. Is this the new sword you mentioned last time? His eyes fell on the swords and knives that Shimura Xianding carried on his back, and the Flame Blade Sword Master was more looking forward to it. Those swords and knives are indeed different from the current swords and knives, but I don't know how effective they are and whether they are easy to use. Yes, this is the new sword I made in the past 3 days. Shimura Xianding stepped forward confidently, inserted the 4 swords on his back in front of his grandfather, and finally took off the soft sword wrapped around his waist. Hey! Surprised, Duan Shui Jianhao, who was kneeling beside Yanren Jianhao, wrapped the soft sword with his vitality and looked at it carefully, and the others also turned their eyes. This kind of soft sword was the first time they had seen it. Everyone was a top swordsman, so their eyesight was naturally not bad. They instantly thought of some good uses for this soft sword. "Little guy, do you mind if my disciple uses this sword to spar with you?" After examining the soft sword in his hand, Duan Shui Jianhao smiled and said, he was interested in the young man in front of him, and also in this soft sword. It is an honor for the younger generation to be able to spar with the senior's disciple. Feeling a little stunned, after looking at his grandfather and seeing that he did not object, Shimura Xianding nodded in agreement. Hey, it's immoral to fight my daughter's opponent. You can fight, but you have to give me some rewards. At this time, Shuo Jianhao suddenly expressed his dissatisfaction and signaled Duan Shui Jianhao to give him some benefits. You are still as undefeated as before. Glazing at him unhappily, Duan Shui Jianhao thought for a while, took off a piece of jade from his waist, and said, "This water jade contains natural energy of water attribute, and has many wonderful things. If you can beat my disciple Ting Shui, this jade will be given to you. Thank you for your generous gift." The starry eyes shone brightly, and Ziken Suanding's heart was filled with greed, and he was determined to get the water jade. Better my Ting Shui first, then thank me. With a chuckle, Duan Shui Jianhao signaled to the disciple kneeling behind his left body. Ting Shui stood up and walked out of the crowd, and stood on the open ground with a knife. Ziken Xianding used the immortal force thread to wrap the soft sword and pulled it into his hand. He came to Ting Shui and stood 10 meters in front of him, staring at Ting Shui in the opposite side seriously. The two entered a stalemate, but Ziken Xianding suddenly asked a strange question. "Excuse me, are you a woman?" He looked at the other person's neck without Adam's apple and ordinary chest with a puzzled look, and then looked at the charming white and delicate face. Even if Ziken Xianding stored more than a dozen T of learning materials in his computer in his previous life, it was difficult to tell whether this person was a man or a woman. "I'm a man." The palm holding the handle of the knife tightened, and Ting Shui said word by word, indicating that he was a real man. "It's a pity that you have such a long face." With a sigh of regret, Ziken Xianding straightened his face, held the soft sword in front of him, and said devoutly, "The name of the sword is Golden Snake, which is made by Zisha, the first swordsmith in the Fire Country, with heavy gold." The blade is 99 centimeters and the net weight is 6 kilograms 789 grams. The appearance of this high-end opening speech made the atmosphere on the scene condense. Even the flame blade sword master sitting in the main seat couldn't help but look at his own sword, wondering whether he should learn from this set of opening speech to improve his own style in the future. After all, being strong or not is one thing, but being handsome or not is a lifelong thing. And Zisha, who followed Zhik and Xianding to watch the excitement, was even more excited and his old face flushed. He loved this set of high-end opening speech. Ting Shui on the opposite side froze, but he quickly reacted. He also piously held the saber in his hand across his eyes and explained piously, "The name of the saber is Ting Yu. It was forged by the senior swordsmith of the water country by collecting meteorite iron from outer space and fusing it with water-attributed energy metal. The blade is 73 centimeters and weighs 5 kg. After saying that, Ting Shui secretly broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had some knowledge of the saber in his hand, otherwise he would have been embarrassed today. You can actually keep up with my style, not bad. Secretly praising, Shimura Xianding stared at Ting Shui on the opposite side and said in a deep voice, "Are you learning sword?" Ting Shui on the opposite side was a little confused, but he still nodded in rhythm and said, "Learn. Do you know the essence of sword?" "You know." Ting Shui continued to be confused and asked Shimura Xianding to continue. Although he didn't want to be so passive, it would be better to draw the sword and kill directly, but unfortunately the atmosphere had been created, and it was impossible to interrupt at this time. After all, he is the last disciple of the sword master of the water country, and he must be graceful in his actions. At the same time, he is also very interested in the essence of the sword that the guy opposite said. It's about courage. Courage. Blinking his eyes cutely, Ting Shui first thought of the gallbladder. What does sword training have to do with the gallbladder? Is he going to develop cholecystitis? Or gallstones? 160. Chapter 159 Thunder Megatama. The sword is the courage of all weapons. With me, I am invincible. I can decide both victory and defeat and life and death. Only then can I dominate the world. Shimura Gen, who has turned on the bluffing Modading, spoke a sword truth, while staring at the Tingyu sword in the hands of the charming and beautiful man opposite him. His greed was surging. That was a precious sword, although it was not as good as the magic weapon like the flame blade sword, it was not much worse, and it was considered a top-level weapon. How could such a good treasure be missed? We must find a way to trick that kid, and then trick the precious sword over. Their Shimura family needs such a precious sword. And the sword truth that was fooled out made the flame blade sword masters think about it. With their realm, they can naturally see that although this sword truth does not conform to the current mainstream sword school, it also makes some sense. You learn sword? Ting Shui, who came to his senses in the field, asked back, ready to use his own spear to attack his own shield to get back the field. I am the sword. Do you know the essence of the sword? It's about sincerity. Sincerity. Ting Shui frowned slightly, feeling that this trick might not be able to get back the upper hand, but would make him more passive. That guy came prepared. I learned sword at the age of 3, learned sword at the age of 7, and achieved success in 7 years. I gradually realized the word sincerity, treat the sword with sincerity, treat people with sincerity. If you are sincere to the sword, you can enter the way of the sword, and if you are sincere to people, you can achieve the way of the sword. After another high-profile speech, Shimura Gento stared at the charming handsome guy opposite and said seriously, "You are not sincere." The palm holding the scabbard clenched again, Ting Shui resisted the urge to draw the sword and stab, and said coldly, "I will use a knife." "I don't use a sword, I will use a knife, no matter if you are sincere or not." "You are not brave enough." Ting Shui, who was denied again, still clenched his palm, but the veins on the back of his hand bulged. He couldn't bear it any longer and wanted to stab the guy to death immediately. "If I lose, please take my sword is your sword." With a serious face, Zhikan Xianding once again held the golden snake soft sword in front of him, and finally the real purpose was revealed. Although he coveted the Tingyu knife, it was almost impossible to obtain it through illegal means, and he could only get it through deception in the end. Now it depends on whether the guy on the opposite side is fooled by him. "If I lose, please take my knife is your knife." Sure enough, under the guidance of creating a good atmosphere, Ting Shui followed this sentence seriously. Although there is a risk of losing his sword after saying this, he has absolute confidence in himself. The guy on the opposite side is just a teenager under 14 years old, and he is already 22 years old, 8 years older than the other party, and has practiced for 8 more years. There are also top swordsmen such as Duan Shuijian how to guide him. If he still can't beat that kid, what's the use of this knife? Seeing that the charming and beautiful man on the opposite side finally took the bait, Shimura Xianding was secretly happy. Seeing that the other party was making a gesture of iai/, he hurriedly called for a stop. Wait a minute. What do you want to do now? Feeling impatient, Ting Shui regretted standing up to fight this guy. First he was long-winded, and now he was dithering. Can't you be a man? Without saying a word, Shimura Xianding used the immortal force thread to unfasten the inner buckle of the heavy gold battle suit on his body, removed the outer armor, leaving only the inner armor on his body, and moved his hands and feet to explain, wearing that battle suit is not suitable for using the golden snake soft sword. Sorry to have kept you waiting. After that, he entered the sage mode, stood with his sword, and waited for Ting Shui to attack. Seeing that Shimura Xianding's temperament changed drastically, Ting Shui's expression condensed, and he also became serious. He spread his legs, one in front and one behind, and put his palms on the handle of the knife, which was the most standard iai/posture. Chi-yu. After accumulating strength to the peak, he suddenly burst out, and his body instantly appeared in front of Shimura Xianding, followed by a flash of knife light. Ding! The crisp sound of metal clashing sounded, and Shimura Xianding did not move, using the sword tip close to the hilt to block the knife light. Seeing that his fatal blow was blocked, Ting Shui's face changed slightly, and he jumped back, but his palm tightened, and he looked closely and found that the blade was wrapped by a golden sword body like a spirit snake, and even the forked sword tip like a snake core was stabbing towards his wrist. If he was really stabbed, the sharpness of the forked sword tip would definitely cut his tendons. He pulled out the short sword from his waist like lightning and blocked the forked sword tip stabbing at his wrist. After a fruitless attack, Shimura Gendo pulled back the snake-like golden snake soft sword, and at the same time used the forked sword tip to draw a bloody mark on Ting Shui's back. His left hand was very impressively placed behind his back, and his right hand swung the golden snake soft sword. Under the control of dozens of immortal energy threads, the flexible sword body kept moving like a poisonous snake, forcing Ting Shui to retreat continuously with the help of the longer sword body. This battle made Ting Shui feel very frustrated, because the sword body of the golden snake soft sword was not under any force at all. Not only did the sword body bend when he slashed it, but the sword tip would also hit him back. This extreme soft sword did not feel like a sword to him, but more like the soft whip rope darts commonly used by ninjas, and even a bit like the puppetry of the Sand Village, which was extremely weird and hard to defend against. The surrounding warriors were stunned. When had they ever seen such a weird sword technique? Even the Flame Blade Sword Master and others who were sitting in the main seat were watching with great interest. Although this strange sword technique was nothing to them and everyone could handle it easily, it was an almost new sword technique school with many advantages, especially the method of controlling the sword body with the vitality thread. Swish! After fighting for less than half a minute, the forked sword tip accurately pierced Ting Yu's throat, ending the battle. Ting Shui. This scene made the Broken Water Sword Master anxious. It was just a competition, and he didn't want to ruin this closed disciple. Why are you in such a hurry? My grandson is very measured in his actions. Pressing his palm on the shoulder of the swordsman of Broken Water, the swordsman of Flame Blade said not to panic, this is all normal operation. You call that measured? With a dark face, the swordsman of Broken Water was thinking whether to pull out the broken water knife to let this old guy know what measured means. Don't move, it will be fine soon. Himura Gendo in the field signaled Ting Shui not to move, and extended hundreds of thin hair-like immortal energy threads, evolving the acquired Yang attribute to suture and heal the wound on his throat. At the same time, he slowly pulled out the tip of the sword, and while pulling out the sword, he used the immortal energy thread to follow up the healing. 10 seconds later, the forked sword tip pulled out the throat, and there was no wound on the skin of Ting Shui's throat except for a little blood. This healing ability once again shocked everyone living in the field. Even the Flame Blade Sword Master and the Blazing Fire Sword Master who had seen it many times were amazed. Although the warrior's vitality itself has a strong healing ability, this level of healing ability is obviously beyond the standard. That little pervert has improved again. Tsunade, who had been silent all this time, saw this scene, her eyes narrowed, she saw something from it, and realized that the traitor had made a huge improvement compared to the last time they parted in Lulin. Isn't that kid very useless? This growth rate is too unreasonable. However, although the little pervert has made rapid progress, the gap between him and me is still very large. Wait until the 1-year agreement, and see how I beat you to death. He secretly made up his mind, and when the 1-year agreement is over, he will make the little pervert regret coming to this world. Find a good owner for it, don't let it be covered in dust. In the venue, he carefully touched his throat, and Ting Shui sheathed the Tingyu knife in his hand and handed it out. This was a previous agreement, and he would naturally not break the agreement cheaply, and he also lost this battle convincingly. I will. Although he was secretly happy, he didn't show it on his face. He took the Tingyu sword very solemnly. This kind of top-level sword is rare. Wait. Seeing that Ting Shui was about to turn around and leave, Ziken Xianding sheathed the golden snake soft sword, pulled a huge scroll from the back of Dizhui's father with the immortal force thread and threw it together with the golden snake soft sword. Bang! A huge scroll 1 meter long and 1 meter in diameter fell in front of him, and then he looked at the golden snake soft sword thrown into his hand and cast a puzzled look. What does that guy want to do? You are very suitable for soft sword swordsmanship. Find more people to practice with in the future, and strive to perfect this set of swordsmanship into a complete school. Showing a sincere smile, Shimura Gento said, Master Ding, I am optimistic about you. Anyway, he was planning to use the 5 sword techniques to turn the samurai into his own leaks. He originally planned to make a preliminary attack on the samurai army of the Fire Country. He didn't expect that the sword masters from the other 4 major countries would come here. How could he miss such a good opportunity? As for the golden snake soft sword, it was not his. After all, the huge amount of money was borrowed from the national treasury. Should he feel sorry for giving it to others? Moreover, this is a friendly witness of the in-depth exchanges between the 2 countries. I believe that the daimyo grandfather will also agree. Is this your sincerity? After being stunned for a long time, Ting Shui was impressed and bowed to thank him. Thank you, I won't let it be covered in dust. Without saying anything more, he held the golden snake soft sword in one hand and the huge scroll in the other hand and walked back behind his teacher. Sincerity in sword. Sincerity in people. Hitaki Sakumo, who was kneeling on the right side of Shimura Gentoi, muttered in a low voice, and he had a vague understanding in his heart. He was deeply touched by Shimura Gentoi's honest swordsmanship, and felt that it was in perfect harmony with his own philosophy. But Tsunade next to him curled her lips in disdain. Maybe the traitor could fool others, but she, the victim, could never fool herself. Little guy, what's the name of this sword? At this time, Zidian Jianhao looked at the straight-bladed long sword in his hand and asked curiously, feeling that this type of sword seemed to be more suitable for their Thunder Country swordsmanship school than the current wild sword. The name of the sword is Sheng Tang, which can also be called a single-edged sword. It has 2 major characteristics. One is that the blade is straight and has the same stabbing performance as a long sword. The second is that the blade is an axe blade with a larger angle, rather than the blade of the current mainstream sword, which is more conducive to chopping and breaking armor. Shimura Gento explained, and the sword was exactly a Tang sword, and a Tang broadsword. Although the Tang broadsword is also a Tang sword, it is much longer than the general Tang sword. The longest Tang broadsword in the previous life was 2 meters and 5 or 6 meters long. The Tang broadsword that he asked Master Zisha to make is 2 meters and 5 meters long, with a handle of 40 centimeters and a blade of 2 meters and 1 meter. It is considered a long weapon. Old Zidian, let your disciple show his skills? You won't be stingy with that Thunder Megatama. The blazing swordsman laughed and squeezed, and was very happy to see the warriors of the Thunder Country defeated by his nephew, which was also a display of the majesty of their Fire Country warriors. How could I be stingy with a piece of jade? Although he knew that the blazing swordsman was deliberately provoking him, the purple lightning swordsman really fell for it, and he was very confident in his disciples. Black Panther gestured to the disciple kneeling on the left rear. Zidian Jianhao took off the lightning megatama on his waist and placed it in front of him, indicating that it would be used as a prize. If Shimura Suand wins, the lightning megatama will belong to Shimura Suand. If his disciple Black Panther wins, it will naturally belong to his disciple. He has absolute confidence in this disciple he has taught. Black Panther stepped out with a wild smile, with a 2-meter-long long sword hanging on his waist. This kind of sword, the sword is the mainstream knife used by the warriors of the Thunder Country, and it is also the most suitable sword type for their major sword arts schools. 161. Chapter 160 Crescent Moon Scimitar. The name of the sword is Broken Mountain. It was forged by a famous swordsmith of the Thunder Country using a strong magnet and thunder energy metal. The blade is 1.62 meters long and weighs 24 kilograms. Flinging the scabbard back, the dark blade was revealed. Black Panther placed it horizontally in front of him and introduced it devoutly. The name of the sword is Sheng Tang. It was forged by Zi Tai, the first swordsmith of the Fire Country, using heavy gold. The blade is 2.1 meters long and weighs 74 kilograms and 321 grams. Shimura Gendori also threw the scabbard on the Sheng Tang sword aside, revealing the slender blade of the rich golden color. Before he could continue to talk nonsense, a figure flashed in front of him, and then a knife light slashed down vertically, as if to split him in half. This is the style of the Thunder Country Sword School. The attack is as fast as lightning, as powerful as thunder, hard attack, strong and domineering. You have no martial ethics. After secretly complaining, Shimura Xianding instantly entered the sage mode, holding the Sheng Tang sword horizontally between his hands, and using the side of the sword to meet the sword light. Ding! The trembling sound of metal and iron clashing spread, and the Black Panther chopped down with the Broken Mountain sword, forcibly pressing the Sheng Tang sword into an arc, and the blade was less than 3 centimeters away from Shimura Xianding's forehead. Seeing that he could win by pressing down a little bit, the Black Panther also tried to press down, but unfortunately his strength was exhausted and he could not press down at all. Bounce! With a shake of his palm, the sword body that was originally bent into a bow shape suddenly rebounded, bouncing the Broken Mountain sword in the Black Panther's hand high, and even making the upper half of the Black Panther rise up, with the vital part of the chest wide open. Shimura Gento, who was in sage mode, would not miss this great opportunity, and swept the Tang Dynasty sword in his hand. Oops! At the same time when the blade was rebounded, Black Panther secretly cried out oops. It was too late to use the Broken Mountain sword to defend himself, so he could only withdraw and retreat violently. Black Panther retreated to 10 meters away and looked down at his torn clothes, especially the knife mark on his chest. He was almost cut in half just now, and now he is still scared when he thinks about it. Stab! This time it was Shimura Gento's turn to attack, and his body rushed forward quickly, with a standard straight stab of the Tang Dynasty sword in his hand, and the 2-meter-long blade stabbed a straight line. Ding! The horizontal sword was placed in front of the chest, and the side of the blade was accurately used to block the stabbing tip. The huge impact force made the blade bend, not only buffering the fierce impact, but also rebounding. However, before the Black Panther could bounce back, Shimura Genda turned the tip of the Sheng Tang knife in his hand, slid across the blade of the Broken Mountain knife, and stabbed the Black Panther's neck. At the same time, the Sheng Tang knife suddenly turned the blade, causing the Black Panther, who was resisting the previous attack, to lean forward, almost sending his neck to the tip of the knife. This scene frightened the Black Panther and made him sweat coldly. He instinctively turned his body and then rolled to avoid the dangerous stab. This was not over yet. Before the Black Panther could stand up, the golden knife light slashed down, and he could only helplessly cross his knife to meet the attack. Dang! The two long knives collided with each other, and the huge force made the Black Panther kneel on one knee, and his knees sank deeply into the ground, which showed how heavy the knife was. Struggling to hold up the golden blade, the Black Panther quickly stood up and slashed with the Broken Mountain knife in his hand at a high speed, performing the sword style of their country of thunder. This style of swordplay can be summed up in one word: fast, extremely fast. However, Shimura Gento was not a pushover. Seeing that Black Panther's speed surpassed his own, he decisively opened the first 3 gates of the 8 gates of Dungia, and his speed and strength increased several times, firmly suppressing Black Panther. The two attacked each other, and fought fiercely for half a minute before retreating. I lost. Looking at the dozens of cracks on his beloved sword, Black Panther reluctantly admitted defeat. His Broken Mountain sword was not bad, but the blade of that guy's Sheng Tang sword was too thick. He was at a disadvantage in such a hard fight. If he continued to fight, his Broken Mountain sword would only be cut off. This was a disadvantage of the weapon structure, not a fault of war. It's yours. Picking up the scabbard that he had thrown away before and putting the Broken Mountain sword into it, Black Panther reluctantly threw it to Shimura Gento. The cracks on the Broken Mountain knife were actually not big, just the size of a sesame seed, and he could take it back and repair it, but he no longer needed this knife because he had a better choice in mind. The axe-bladed Tang knife was indeed more suitable for their Thunder Country's swordsmanship school, and he would start to make one after returning. go. Just as Black Panther was about to turn around and retreat, a black shadow came and he instinctively raised his hand to catch it. It was a scroll, an oversized scroll that was no smaller than the one Ting Shui had obtained before, and it also came with a sheathed gold long sword, which was the Great Tang knife. I hope you can gather like-minded people in the Thunder Country and perfect this set of Great Tang knife techniques. I will. After a moment of hesitation, Black Panther solemnly promised, and did not pretend, and returned to his original position with the Great Tang knife and the scroll. It seems that kind of sword is more suitable for me. Staring at the Shengtang sword brought back by Black Panther, Hitaki Sakumo gently stroked the White Fang short sword in his hand. The White Fang short sword that he used to be very satisfied with now seems to be not so good. Although he can't use that super long Shengtang sword, it's not a big problem to change to a shorter one. It can be used for both chopping and stabbing, which is very consistent with his own Hitaki swordsmanship. Oh! Forget it! Suddenly recalling the sad process of forging the White Fang short sword, Hitaki Sakumo sighed bitterly. Chakram metal is not cheap these days, heavy money is also extremely precious. When he made this White Fang short sword, he almost sold everything he had. If he wants to forge a Tang sword that suits his size, there is no hope in this life. Zhan Yuan. Forget it, your disciple is too young, don't go up and embarrass him. At this time, the blazing swordsman turned his head to look at the Zanyun swordsman next to him, glanced at the boy behind him, and gave up the idea of a letting him take action. We can't bully others. But this made the corners of Zanyun swordsman's eyes twitch. What does it mean to not go up and embarrass him? Originally, Zanyun swordsman had no idea of a letting his disciples go up to compete, but after being said by the blazing swordsman, he had to go up even if he didn't want to, otherwise how would other swordsmen look at him? Yuji, let them see the swordsmanship of our Wind Country. Yes, teacher. The boy Yuji nodded in response, stood up and walked out, and stood opposite Shimura Xianding. Zhan Yuan. Smiling, the blazing swordsman stared at the megatama hanging between Zhan Yuan's legs. This kind of megatama containing natural energy is very rare. There are no more than 100 pieces left in the world. Since there is a chance this time, he must make plans for his nephew. Here you go. Glazing coldly, Zhan Yuan pulled off the megatama from his waist and threw it over. He didn't think his disciple could win. After all, he was too young, only 16 years old, much worse than Ting Shui and Black Panther before, and naturally he would not be a match for Shimura Xianding. Although the kid consumed a lot of energy in 2 consecutive battles, he has been absorbing and refining the natural energy around him. It is estimated that he can last for a long time in a battle like this. His disciple Yuji has no chance of winning. Clang! The name of the sword is Black Sand. It was forged by the swordsmiths of the Wind Country who collected black sand ore and fused it with wind attribute energy metal. The main sword has a blade of 73 cm, the secondary sword has a blade of 71 cm, and the net weight is 11 kg and 500 grams. After taking out the 2 swords on his back and introducing them, Yuji stared at Shimura Xianding opposite him and asked, "Which sword do you use?" He used the immortal energy thread to wrap the scimitar and pulled it over. The blade was unsheathed, revealing a line of poetry on the blade. A small building listens to the spring rain all night. The name of the sword is Full Moon. It was forged by Zisha, the first swordsmith of the Fire Country, with heavy gold. The blade is 60 cm and the net weight is 36 kg. That's right. This scimitar is a copy of the Full Moon scimitar. After all, that thing is the most famous among scimitars, and the most important thing is that it is also a rich gold. Single sword. Looking at the golden scimitar curiously, Yuji felt that he seemed to have a chance of winning. I am good at double swords, and my attack speed is much faster than other swordsmanship schools. Maybe I can win with speed. Unfortunately, Yuji was disappointed. Shimura Gento rubbed his fingers, and the crescent-shaped scimitar in his hand suddenly had an extra blade, forming an S shape with the original blade. It turned out that the previous blade was not a hole, but 2 blades were in parallel. However, because they were too close, people didn't see it at the first time. Double swords. He said calmly, "Uncle Ding, I will also play double swords this time. I won't lose." His face froze, and Yuji said stubbornly that he could win. Unfortunately, Shimura Gento on the opposite side had entered the sage mode again, and did not show any expression to the boy's stubbornness. No more nonsense, Shimura Gento took the initiative to attack for the first time, stepped hard on the ground and rushed forward, and the golden crescent-shaped scimitar in his hand slashed out golden blade light. The dense golden blade light almost enveloped Yuji's entire body, giving him a great advantage. Another almost new school. Staring closely at the swordsmanship displayed by Shimura Gento, Zanyun Jianhao was amazed. Although many traces of their Wind Country swordsmanship school can be seen from this set of scimitar swordsmanship, the core concept is very different. That kind of swordsmanship is not a direct slash, but a continuous cutting with the huge arc of the scimitar blade. At the same time, the back of the scimitar can be used for hooking and locking, and the moves are extremely flexible and fast. After all, Yuji is young and has not even grown up. His strength and speed are far behind, and he has been suppressed at a disadvantage. However, Shimura Gento was very respectful and continued the battle for half a minute before knocking the secondary sword in his hand away, bringing the battle to an end. These 2 swords are yours. Take a deep breath to calm down the frustration in your heart. Yokichi picked up the secondary sword that was knocked away, and threw it to Shimura Gento along with the double sword scabbards on his back, indicating that these 2 double swords belong to you from now on, and at the same time stared at the crescent moon scimitar eagerly. In the previous battle, this crescent moon scimitar performed too well. It can form a positive and negative form, and can also be used separately as a double sword. The most important thing is that it is made of heavy gold, and it weighs a full 36 kilograms. In terms of value, it is much more expensive than the black sand double swords in his hand. Here you go. Shimura Gento, who exited the sage mode again, threw the crescent moon scimitar in his hand with a smile, and at the same time pulled a scroll from the back of Deswai's father with the immortal force thread and threw it over. Thank you. Happy to catch the crescent moon scimitar and the scroll, Yuki bowed to thank him, and ran back happily holding the 2 gifts. Silly boy. Looking at his disciple's happy face, Zanyun Jianhao was quite gloomy. The value of the crescent moon scimitar made with a lot of money is indeed higher than the black sand double swords, but don't forget that there is also a wind megatama this time. That thing is a real treasure, far beyond the comparison of that little bit of money. This deal is a loss. 162.